Hello and welcome to Biotechnica. Let's kickstart the CSIR NET exam preparation today. Welcome everybody. Please confirm in chat if you guys can hear me and see me clearly. Let's quickly check. Welcome. Good morning. A very good morning to all of you. This is going to be the longest ever, the most detailed webinar we have ever done. And I welcome all of you to join this particular crucial session. Hello, Vanchika, Neelu. Hello, everybody on various social media platforms, especially YouTube. And today is going to be a very crucial, special day for all of you. Now, why do I say that? Now, there might be three type of people who are attending today's session. One would be dedicated people who want to crack CSIR NET in 6 months. Second will be who could not qualify last time but want to try again, but they want some data, some reason to prepare again. And third will be wannabes who just want to explore, okay, maybe I'll try in the future. So let me know in the chat section which category you belong. Are you going to dedicate the next 6 months for CSIR NET preparation? Or are you going to write it again, but you are mentally fatigued and demotivated? Or you are just maybe planning in the future, the wannabes. Which one you are? Let me know. Good morning. Welcome Rimi, Anjali, Vijay Lakshmi, Rohit, Shada, Ziba, Tirth Pratim, Rohit. I have interacted with most of you on WhatsApp already, right? Pooja, Rohit, Vanchika. Welcome everybody. And what a day to start. You see, CSIR NET is one of the most crucial exams which our country has for producing scientists, for producing assistant professors. But what this exam is, what it takes to become a JRF and a scientist, we are going to understand in this. So we said today, as we kickstart the Arjuna batch and we kickstart all other batches also of CSIR NET, we will conduct the longest, the most detailed analytical, strategic session for all of you so that you have a clear-cut idea on how to prepare, right? So we are going to kickstart the CSIR NET preparation from today. And today I'm going to show you some data which is going to blow your mind. But hold on. Before that, let me introduce you with all the contents of today's session. So the first will be introduction, which I'm taking. Then we will be having a next session on patterns and syllabus. Followed by that, there will be unit-wise preparation strategy. Okay. And then there will be side-by-side Q&A session. So unit-wise preparation strategy and then the Q&A session. And then followed by the conclusion. And then we will share the contact details, whom to contact in case anything goes right or wrong. Okay. So this is how we are going to make things happen. In the meanwhile, feel free to stop us in the middle and ask questions because I can see you already have started chatting with us. Great. So Vijay Lakshmi says first option dedicated for the next 6 months. That's great. So Afnan, 6 months. Neelu, first category. Okay. Arshi, 6 months. You want to dedicate. Okay. Afnan. Okay. Everybody is in category 1. Even if you are in category 2 or 3, this session is going to be very useful for all of you. Now, this is more or less what we are going to cover. Now, like I said, CSIR NET is 13 units plus part A. Each unit is equivalent to 1 master's MSc syllabus. Okay. That means you can't actually do justice by conducting 1 hour or 2 hour webinar. And that is what we have done in the past. So we said, no, we should have the first class of CSIR NET as CSIR NET Kickstarter, which is today. And we will cover the unit-wise strategy. For every unit, our teachers will come online today and they'll give you the strategy. Okay. And then also there will be Q&A session side by side. You can ask questions and they'll keep covering that. Okay. So this is going to be 8 to 10 hours, right? Now that means, does that mean that you have to watch the entire thing? If you do, that is great. But what is the method you have to follow? Please make notes. Please take notes. Of course, the recording of this will also be there in the future for your reference so that you can look at it. We will divide it into chapters so that you can jump where you have to go. But that will come later. But if you are live attending right now, there are 2 benefits. The first is we are going to give randomly free downloads in the middle of the session. There are at least 80 plus PDFs which we are going to share. Okay. And the second is obviously you can talk to the faculty directly and ask questions. Okay. So that's about the content. Now let us start with the introduction. Number one question. Why do you need CSIR NET? Anybody in the chat box? Who can tell me? Why do you need CSIR NET? आपको CSIR NET की जरूरत क्यों है? Why do you need it at all? Tell me in the chat box. Quickly, everybody tell me, why do you need a CSIR NET? You need a CSIR NET to progress in your career. It is the next logical progression, correct? But many students come to me and say, I will not prepare, instead I will go for a job, which is also not wrong. But I will give you a logic about it a little later. But first things first, it is the next logical step towards your career progression. If you go and do PhD without funding, then it will cost you at least 10 lakhs. But if you do it with funding, what happens? You are getting 25-30 lakhs from CSIR, which is a central body. And after that, you can get placed into industry as well as academia anywhere in the world, because CSIR NET is widely accepted across the globe. Today, you walk into any lab, you'll have two things. One Indian and two Biotechnica subscriber. Definitely you will find in any lab, in life science labs. Okay. So what happens is when you walk in with a CSIR NET qualification, they already know your importance, right? So that's the benefit. That's the reason you should write. Okay. Now, Anupam, what about old students who have studied those units and still got low marks? Anupam, I'm going to talk to you about this after this slide. Okay, don't worry. I'm going to share a strategy for you as well. Okay, we are going to do exam analysis first today, right? Now, why do you need it now? Now, first things I told you, why do you need? Now, why do you need it now? If you are targeting to become an assistant professor in the future, you should know that UGC has allowed now for foreign universities. Which are the foreign universities? Harvard, Oxford, Stanford, all these universities are allowed now to open their campus in India, right? And they've already started looking for land. In the next 7 to 10 years, they will all have campuses in India, right? For higher education. And if you are a PhD with the right kind of topics, then you can get placed there as an assistant professor. And that's a very good job. Starting salary will be 1.5 lakh. 7 years from today, that's going to happen. That we can easily predict because of UGC's decision. Second is, when you want to go into industry also, nowadays what we are seeing is, if you start after MSc, you work for 5 years in the industry, you become a junior scientist. Instead, that 5 years you dedicate in your PhD and you go for the job after that, you are absorbed as a senior scientist. That's the difference. Same 5 years. Here you worked in the industry, still you got to junior scientist. There you are directly getting into the senior scientist position. Now the salary difference will always be there. The promotional difference will always be there. So that is why you need it now. The third, what the future holds true for all of you. What the future holds true for all of you. You have two choices: to stop now or to keep moving forward. If you stop now, there is no harm. Life will keep moving forward. But one fine day, if there is a government notification where they suddenly say that you need a CSIR NET or then you need a PhD as a minimum qualification. Just to give you an example, Government of India is spending more than 600 to 700 crores, probably 1,000 crore rupees only on life science research via DBT, BIRAC, DST, SERB. Right? So all these funding agencies, you will be able to write proposal and get grants also only if you are a PhD. Right? So that is where the future will hold true for you. Now, what is the plan B if in case plan A fails? That is where I think Anupam said, what is the plan B? So you tried, your score was less. What is the plan B? Plan B I'm going to show. First, we have to look at data. Why did we fail? Right? So I'm sure you must have downloaded the CSIR NET exam analysis PDF, which we had given you after the answer sheet response sheet came. Have you downloaded? Let me know in the chat section, right? So if you did download that, what happens there? We are going to look at each of you. Whoever has a low score will be having a one-to-one session with me. We will have a guidance session on that also. Okay. So for my students, that will happen, but most of them have secured high marks also. For you also, we will have the interview training session. Okay. Now, what should be your approach? Your approach has to be crystal clear. If I, whatever is your name, say like I'm Shekhar Suman, if I, Shekhar Suman, cannot achieve in the next 6 months, then there's no point. So let me plug in all the resources I have into one place, right? And that's exactly what you have to say. I, whatever is your name, have to pull in all the resources available with me towards one common goal, which is CSIR NET. Okay, this is how you have to follow. Outsource what doesn't help you grow your score, and insource whatever helps you grow your score. Your score is the plant, and you have to water it every day, right? Remember that you are the gardener, and that score is the plant, right? Let's look at now another aspect of me, especially. So myself, Shekhar Suman, I have been training students for CSIR NET along with a team of 18 plus experts for last 18 years. Their combined experience is 100 plus years, and they all are going to be online here right now. Okay, they're all going to join us one by one and going to help you. We have produced top rankers and placed them in top CSIR labs, also into international labs as well as multinational companies. So that's about me and our team. Now let's jump in and look at what exactly we have to do today in this session. So we are going to jump to data analysis. So generally, in all the webinars, we start talking about pattern, questions, all that. No, today we are changing the approach. Today we are going to look at our performance in a graphic manner. We will have 3 case studies right here in this session, okay? And these 3 case studies is going to blow your mind. So let's look at some data first. Let's analyze data, and that data is going to blow your mind. I'm sure these 2 graphs you must have seen if you did your exam analysis. So we will be doing a negative marking analysis as well as negative versus positive marks, as well as the questions you attempted, all that now. So we will jump into 3 students, okay? 3 random students. I'm not going to disclose their names or anything, just the scores and the graph, okay? And you guys have to tell me where they went wrong, okay? So this is student number 1, data of student number 1. So the pie chart shows that 24% correct answers, 14% wrong answers, and 61% not attempted. So this is the pie chart. Now tell me what he made, what he did wrong. Okay, so out of 145 questions, 61% he could not attempt, right? So approximately around 85 questions he has skipped, correct? Now, how many questions he attempted? So that's 24% or 25%, right? So 25% of 145 now we have to find out. So how much is that? Roughly around 32 to 35 questions he attempted, correct? Correct. So this is the correct part. But if you see 14% is wrong. So what did he do wrong? He made the wrong choices of questions. Am I right or wrong? Let me know in the chat section. Am I right or wrong? Correct? So the red part, he did wrong. 14% is wrong. So one thing we have to accept, you cannot minimize negative marking to 0. Lesson number 1, everybody from this case study, okay, after all the 3 case studies also, your conclusion will remain the same. You cannot minimize negative marking to 0, okay? 10% to 20% will anyways be there, okay? This I am saying after looking at 50,000 exam analysis. So we created the exam analysis tool, 50,000 students have filled that form. And out of that, I'm telling you, this is what we saw. Now, what exactly we have to do? We cannot reduce the negative marking to 0. But can we increase the positive marks? Answer is yes. Can we? The question is, can we attempt at least the 75 questions which we are allowed to attempt? Answer is yes. So now let's look at the blue graph here, the bar graph we have. So the questions he has attempted correctly, and then the questions he has attempted wrong. You can see it is taking him down. But what if it was more? So let's look at the marks of this student now. So this is the marks, as you can see. Now he has, I'll just move out of the screen. Now he has corrected 35 questions correct, and he has secured 94%. 21 questions wrong, so he has secured minus 17. Not attempted around 89, so obviously no marks for this. So out of 145, he secured 77 marks, right? So is he near to the cutoff? Tell me, is he near to the cutoff? No. Why? Because the 17 is what is killing him. But everybody will think that the 17 is killing him. No. The truth is 35 plus 21 is how much? It's 56, right? He was supposed to attempt 75 questions. He attempted only 56 with the fear of negative marking. Anyways, negative marking was there. Instead, you have to at any cost attempt 75 questions. And to be able to attempt 75 questions, you need conceptual clarity. Okay, so that's a mistake number one. You have to attempt 75 questions. Okay, but which 75 that matters? Okay, exactly, Anupam. 77 marks won't get you a JRF or a LS also. Okay, but where did he go wrong is not the negative marking, my brother. He went wrong in not attempting 75. He attempted only 56. If he had marked 75 with the maximizing the positive, he would have won. His chances of winning was high. Majority students did this mistake in the fear of avoiding negative marking. They didn't attempt only. Okay, 75 आपको करना है. You have to do, right? So that's the lesson number one. You have to accept this fact that you cannot reduce negative marking below 15 or 10%. उतना आएगा ही आएगा. No matter even if you are the topper, थोड़ा तो उसमें effect रहेगा. Even though you are the best, still it will be there. Okay. So that's the first thing you have to know. Now let's look at student number 2, case study. Okay. So this is all from the data analysis tool. So this is the case study which we have. Now let's look at the bar graph. 19% correct, 29% wrong, right? यहाँ पर decision making आ गया. So this particular student, we will look at now the marks. Look at the marks here. Okay. So what do we see? Correct marks, 28 questions, 74 marks. But look at this guy. Where did he got killed is 42 questions, 29, minus 29, right? So how many questions he attempted in total? 70, correct? So यहां पर क्या गलती हुई? पिछले क्वेश्चन में, पिछले केस स्टडी में, in the previous case study, he did not attempt 75 questions. That he was a good student. He did not attempt 75 questions. That's a mistake number one. But this student number 2, इसने क्या गलती की है? देखो, he has attempted 70 questions, but he chose the wrong options. Correct? So यहाँ पर he has to maximize his correct. So in this student, the conceptual clarity was not there. In the first student, conceptual clarity was there, but fear was overcoming his decision making skills. That is why he did not attempt 75. Here, he was overconfident. You can easily see the marks and tell me, is he not overconfident? Correct? Right? And that is what I'm telling you guys. What kills you during the exam is exam fear. Okay? If you have conceptual clarity. And when many people become overconfident, you should not become overconfident and mark the wrong question. So with this year, we are including the decision making sessions mandatory for all our students as a result of this exam analysis, which we have done for 50,000 students. Okay. Now let's look at third student. Okay. Data for third student. You can see 32%. Here, 32% is the blue. That is the correct. 10% is wrong. Okay. And 57% not attempted. Okay. Now let us look at the bar graph here, the blue one here, the bar graph. What do we see? He has maximized his positive and minimized his negative. Right? Lesson number 3, maximize your positive, minimize your negative marks. Right? And how did he do? Let's look at the marks here now. What is happening? Correct answer was 47 questions correct. 130. If this guy would have not committed wrong questions, he would have actually secured a very high rank. But still he is above cutoff. You can see here, wrong questions is 15, minus 11, and still he is in 119. He will easily get through and he'll qualify a JRF. Now, let us understand this particular person. Number of questions he attempted is 47 plus 15. How much is that? It is 63, right? 62. So what he should have done is he should have maximized his positive marks by attempting 75 questions. Here also he did a mistake. He should have attempted more questions. Okay. So to attempt more questions, you need conceptual clarity and you should avoid negative marking. For that, you need decision making. Okay. So that's the case study number 3. So what is going to be your goal now? You have to maximize your attempts. So conceptual clarity is required. Maximize the number of questions you're attempting, but only easy ones. Don't touch the tough ones. And how a tough question will become easy is when you study more, practice more, and you practice decision making. Minimize negative marking. Strong decision making is required, and that is what is making we are making it is a mandatory in Biotechnica now, so that it will improve, right? So that's the data we saw, right? Now let's look at other aspects, right? So objective 1 now, understand the concepts and then comprehend the questions quicker. Many students told me, sir, I attempted 56 questions. Why? Because mera time khatam ho gaya. I could not comprehend fast. So we need also the comprehension skills. Lambe question go, long question, we have to read fast, understand fast, and then decide karna hai attempt, nahi karna hai, right? So we are going to create a quiz for all of you, okay, which is going to be a part of the Arjuna batch and all the batches of Biotechnica and all the scholars, that we will give you that. So you're not going to attempt question, you're just going to say a yes or no after reading the question. Will you attempt or will you not attempt? And based on that, our AI will give you the result. What would have been your negative marks and positive marks had you attempted this question? Because we already know which is the trap question, which is the time taking question. Now coming to objective number 2, practice decision making. That's what I said. You have to have a test series not to solve the question. You have to have the test series to practice decision making. We are coming up with that test series now in our next session. Okay. Now, what are the action pointers? So today, attend this 8 to 10 hours action-packed unit-wise complete webinar. That's the point number 1. Point number 2 is don't just attend, make notes, implement the learnings in a routine-wise manner. And action 3, if you are still not a part of Arjuna batch, join and then tie yourself to learning every day. When you fix your schedule and scientifically study, your chances of qualifying is going to be very, very, very high. That's the 3 action pointers I'm requesting you to attempt, right? Now, those who failed or who scored low, no, I will not say failed, I will say who scored low, here is what you have to do. You have 3 options. Quit the preparation completely, right? Now, that is never an option. Why? Because anyways, after 28 years of age for males and 33 years of age for females, and for reserve category, different age criteria, you cannot write. So there's no point. So जब तक एज लिमिट है ट्राई करते रहो. ओके. नंबर 2, you have to dedicate 6 months. अगर आपके मार्क्स अच्छे हैं, if you are just on the borderline, you can always dedicate. Okay, थोड़ा सा effort, थोड़ा सा little bit of push and you can get there. Now for students who have a financial crisis, who have to also support their family, or the family is not supportive, then you can go for the third option. You can always find jobs through Biotechnica and do the part-time preparation. So for them, we will have a separate strategy session for all those students who are enrolled in Biotechnica but are doing part-time session. We will have a separate strategy session for them so that you still qualify while you are still in a job. But remember, don't take a job which will consume a lot of physical effort. Otherwise, you will be tired. You cannot study in the night and evening. Okay, guys? Is that clear, everybody? Is that clear? Right? Okay. Okay, great. Now, let's look at what are we going to give you as a free download. So you can see today, as we will be conducting this session, in the middle of this, we are going to have free mock test paper downloads, study planner PDF downloads, preparation strategy PDF downloads, important topics list PDF downloads, date-wise scheduled PDF downloads, list of reference books download, free list exam analysis tool, which we have already given. Anyways, you have attempted. If you have not, that also will provide you. So entire set of lot of things is included in this particular webinar. Each time a unit will end, there will be a Q&A and our teacher will share the link to download or attempt these free things. Okay. So is that a deal? Okay. Perfect. Perfect. I can see a lot of you there. Wonderful. So let's make the most out of today's session. So what is going to happen in today's session is it's going to be unit wise. So unit 1, then unit 2, unit 3, unit 4, like that our teachers will keep coming. But who are the teachers and which units they're going to take? Here is a list. So Urmimala Ma'am will start with unit 1, followed by Violet Ma'am for unit 2. Then unit 3 will start, okay? And that will be Somrhita Ma'am. Then unit 4 will start, that will be Divya Ma'am. Then unit 5, again we come back to Urmimala Ma'am. Then unit 6 will be by Nupur Ma'am. Unit 7, by the time unit 7 comes, it will be somewhere around 3 o'clock. It will be Violet Ma'am again. Then unit 8, that will be Tithi Ma'am. Then unit 9, that will be again taken by Tanushree Ma'am. Unit 10, which will be taken by Somrhita Ma'am again. Unit 11, which will be taken up by Tithi Ma'am. Unit 12 by Divya Ma'am. And finally, unit 13 by Tanushree Ma'am. So this is the unit. For each unit, there will be roughly 1 hour, 1.5 hours per session. It will be, so you have to attend each of them. Okay. And now, if you can't attend this 8-hour session, imagine how would you attend 6 months of preparation, right? So it is always, you can test your patience by attending this session of 8 hours, right? Okay. Now, here are some key pointers for all of you to remember throughout your preparation. CSIR NET is not only a concept problem, okay? CSIR NET is a decision-making problem. That's point number 1. Point number 2, CSIR NET is not a selection game. They're not here to select you. So they're here to reject you, right? How do they reject? By negative marking. We just now saw the data analysis. So what you have to do, you have to play their game their way, the way they want you to play. Reject the trap questions. Reject the trap questions, choose the easy ones and go for the kill, right? This is what is the mantra, guys. This is what the mantra you have to follow. Okay, so solutions number 1, Arjuna batch, which is starting from today. This is a part of that class itself and for all the batches. So Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. as well as 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. classes will be there. You can choose either the morning or the evening or both. Unlimited classes, there is no limit on that. Now, revision tools. There will be revision tools. Conceptica notes, Conceptica flowchart book, Conceptica Lite, Concept Cloud, Concept Wheel, Concept Table. All of this will be given free of cost to all the students who are enrolled in Arjuna batch, included in their study portal for unlimited studying. Okay. And of course, all the classes will be recorded and provided to you also. The third will be 25,000 mock test questions, 25,000. And there will be decision-making questions also, trap questions, time-taking questions, all of that, part C, part A, part B, and all at one place. Okay. So I forgot to mention previous session here that Kaushani Ma'am will also be joining us for part A. So part A is also going to be there. I just missed out on that because I was standing, so I didn't see at the back. Okay. Now let's quickly jump on to what is the next in our situation here. So conclusion wise for all of you, do not allow mental fatigue in case you are preparing again. Do not allow mental fatigue. Biological limitation. Now what is a biological limitation? 8 hours, 10 hours of studying, right? Or circumstances, which is financial or mental, or somebody scolded you, somebody said no, you go for the job and you still want to study. All these are circumstances, right? Mental fatigue, demotivation, biological limitation, and circumstances should not make decisions for you. You are the architect of your destiny. So start designing it. Pick up that pen. Daro mat. Don't be scared. This is the right time to kickstart. You may have just written the exam and you're feeling fatigued. But if you have the right focus, if you are the Arjuna who doesn't see the fish, he sees the eye of the fish, right? You have to see the eye of the fish. You are not looking at CSIR NET. You're looking at your dream institute, where you have to get to. It is AIMS, it is IISc, it is NCBS, whatever is your dream institute. You have to target that. You don't see only CSIR NET, you see your dream institute and then you prepare. Okay, and then you see how magic happens. So this is all I wanted to talk about. I think I am out of time, 1 minute left. So thank you so much. I will join you again in the evening. Once all of this concludes, probably it's going to be 8 to 10 hours. We don't know yet because it depends on the interaction which you all have, which you will do. But yes, remember this, that this is the start of an odyssey, of a journey together where we'll win. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being a part of Biotechnica's preparation strategy, and I welcome all of you into the Arjuna batch. If you have still not enrolled, you can dial 1-800 1200 1818 to contact our team and take admission. And after that, the admissions will be closed very, very soon. So thank you so much. I will pass on the baton now to the unit number 1, Urmimala Ma'am. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye bye. Over to you, Urmimala Ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. Am I audible now? Yes, please confirm, students, if I'm audible to you all. Okay, PPT is visible to you all. Students, okay. Thank you so much for confirming. Yes, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much, Shekhar sir, for passing on the banter to me. And I will take this forward from now onwards. So what we'll start with is, instead of directly jumping to unit 1, what we are going to do is we'll just see some details over here. Okay, about the exam. Okay, so this is going to be some details related to the exam, all the important informations regarding the date of registration, some tentative important dates, and what is the pattern of CSIR exam, why do we appear for the CSIR exam. Shikhar sir has given you all the necessary details, like how it is going to impact and everything. But for the first timers who are going to join here, they will be giving the CSR exam for the first time. So we need to provide some details to them. Okay. So let's start off from the beginning. But before that, I want to take a little bit of feedback from you all. Okay. So, how many of you have been in these situations? We just finished one CSR exam, and I know many of you would have appeared. Many of you are first timers as well. So, this is for the people who have already appeared but have been in this kind of situations. You were all geared up for CSI preparation, but gradually you realized that study topics are getting piled up. So you had started slowly, but ultimately you felt that study topics were getting piled up one on the other, and that's why you ended up in confusion. Is there anyone like that? Or you made a proper schedule, you just followed it for 1 2 months, but it was difficult to be in the routine further, right? You had a determination that okay, I will follow this routine, but the problem was that you couldn't continue, and eventually you lost touch with the studies gradually. Or else you were determined for exam preparation, you had done a lot, you have given a lot of effort, you have studied day and night, but in the exam hall you got blank, right? So in spite of a solid preparation, okay, you did not fare well in the exam. Yes, see, Sampurna is saying happening, it happens frequently. Shika, Impana, Pavni, Pooja, everyone is agreeing, right? So these are common situations. You are not the only one. Now, if you are feeling bad, you shouldn't curse yourself that what have I done? Why did I do like this? Okay, you're not the only one. It's just that you don't know how to overcome this. Okay, or you have been appearing for CSI exam with self preparation, but with no luck of success. Anyone here who tried, who gave it a shot that okay, fine, let me try by myself if I can prepare or not. But somehow you have given twice or thrice, but you didn't have any luck of success. Every time questions seem to be different and twisted. Right? Yes? Yes. Is there anyone like that? Yeah, Kirtana. Yes. Rimiraj, Sadav, Vijay Lakshmi, Achala, Shahira. See? Dhananjay says yes, ma'am. Yes. Because, see, we have been in this field for over 10-15 years and we have seen batches of students, right? So, this particular slide is from the live examples of our students, where what they gave the feedback after the exam, right? So, question is, why are we here today? Right? You should know what is the intention. Why are we here today? Because we need proper guidance so that you can overcome all the above mentioned challenges and the situations, right? Okay, Sanjana's situation is lack of focus. That's a very important point, Sanjana. How to focus? I will tell you some tips and tricks how to stay motivated at the end. Okay, once I am done with unit 1 and unit 5, I will tell you some ways. Just cannot seem to maintain focus over prolonged study periods. That means what? You have to keep changing your styles. I have a baby at home, a 1 year baby, and from him I learn a lot of things. Okay. So, one thing is that he gets bored very easily, right? So, what I have to do is I have to change the style of playing with him quite frequently. If I keep maintaining one pattern, then he gets bored. So that's, we have a child within us, we are also same type of things, right? So we have to keep yes, exactly, Dhruva. No consistency is there, I understand. No worries, that's why I'm here for you today, right? Now, why, let's analyze the previous situations. So why you are here in this confusion? Okay, it's because there is lack of planning. You were geared up for preparation, but why the topics got piled up? Because you didn't have any planning. There was a haphazard way of preparation. Okay, why this happened? Because there was the routine that you made, it was too hard to follow. So what you have to do is you have to customize your own timetable. Okay, you had made a schedule, fine, but don't make something which is unachievable. Make something which is achievable, right? Why this happened? Yes, this is a very important situation which many students face. It is because lack of revision, right? So the reason you got blank is because you did not revise the topic quite a lot of times, which is mandatory. Okay, if you study less and if you revise them over and over again, that has more chances of success than studying everything and revising less. Okay, and have been this one every time it's fair. So come on, guys, accept it. It's a CSR net exam. Okay, you attend this exam. It is a national level exam. First of all, so many students appear in it every time, but obviously there will be a level for this exam, right? It is tough. Okay, it's just that you have to practice and you have to get accustomed to the type of questions. Okay, that's why you need guidance from the mentors who have analyzed 10 to 15 years of questions, and they know what can be the pattern and what type of twisting the questions can be. So with I'll try my due best to help you overcome all these challenges. Further, so we have the CSIR net. Why do we write it? It is the national level eligibility test for certain subject areas which are falling under the faculty of science and technology. Yes, it's a national level test. So we have junior research fellowship. CSIR exam can be either for junior research fellowship or for lecturership. Okay. Now, what happens if you clear? There is a cutoff mark, right? If you get that much cutoff mark for separately for JRF, then you will be selected and you will be getting stipend. Stipend means some scholarship amount, some money. But if your cutoff is less than that, then automatically you will be getting the lecturership, where you will not be able to do PhD with stipend, but you will be able to get like appointed as a lecturer in reputed institutes of India. Okay. Now, further, if the cutoff is less than LS, then you did not qualify the exam. Okay. So earlier you had to choose between GRF and LS, but now automatically it will come like that. Fine. Now, some more details about this exam. So this mode of exam is CBT, computer based, And it's a single paper MCQ based test. So no theory based questions. All questions choices are there. Nothing to worry. That's where a little bit of easiness comes in the exam. And it's a single paper. Okay. It's a 3 hour duration paper. What is the age limit? So age limit is 28, but there is a relaxation for 5 years for female candidates and for the category, that is reserved category, and for female candidates there is a age limit. Okay, no upper age limit for LS though. Anyone can appear for lectureship, but for JRF the age limit will be there. Okay, so when is the exam held? It is twice. If age limit is crossed, then can I sit for the exam? That's what Coel, you can sit for the exam, but then you can only appear for LS. Okay, and since I can assume you are a female student, so you can take 5 years relaxation. That means for females the age will be 33. Okay, till what you will be allowed. Fine. Lack of confidence, like this is not for me. Yes, yes, yes. I promise you by the end of this webinar today, this doubt will be cleared, Rimiraj. Okay, you will be boosting with confidence. Have trust on that. Okay. Now, when is the exam held? Twice a year, June and December. Yes, during COVID era, there was a little bit here and there of the dates, but generally it is June and December, which the CSIR have again come back to, because just this December we had this exam, right? 2023, and now we are also preparing for June 2024 exam. Validity, if you clear the exam, your scorecard will be valid for 2 years from the date of result announcement. Okay, so within these 2 years, you can apply to your dream institutes and go for the interviews. And if you're selected, then you can apply for this PhD in the institute, send a notification to the CSIR agency, and they will start releasing the scholarship amount to your bank account. Okay, the moment you send them the details where you are appointed. Eligibility criteria, please note this. So you have to be MSc, okay, postgraduate MSc or equivalent degree, even integrated BSMS, or even B Tech, B Pharma. Earlier this was not there, but now they have given even MBBS. Please check the eligibility criteria in detail in the admission brochure, which they will release during the exam application form that time. Okay, and you have to score at least 55% marks. However, 5% marks relaxation is given to candidates those who belong to the reserved category, right? Now next is the exam structure, right? Now what is the LS exam structure? How many total sections are there in the syllabus? Yes, we need a syllabus, and CSR has a well framed and structured syllabus. Total subjects or sections in the syllabus are 13. I will be telling you all these 13 sections. How many total number of questions are there in the paper? You have total 145, right? And this 145 questions, they are divided into three sections. Total three sections will be there. Section A, B, C, and the numbering of these questions, the type of questions that will appear in these sections, they are different. So I will be telling you about that also. Total marks is 200. Now you might think that 200 is for the 145 questions. So the thing is, you don't have to attend all 145. No. Okay. So the thing is, you have a choice in answering questions. You don't have to attend all this. Fine. What is the duration of exam? 3 hours, and there is no sectional time limit. It's not that this three sections, part A, part B, part C, you will be given some time for part A. After that, you cannot take part B, part A again. It's not like that. Overall, you're given 3 hours. However you want to attend, you can do that. So later during exam time, Biotechnica conducts some last minute webinars, also last minute tips and tricks. So there we will be giving you some information how to take which section first. That will be better for increase the chance of success. Okay, what is a paper pattern? Single and paper MCQ, and the most important thing is candidates get choice in answering questions. Okay, so if you compare with another important entrance exam, gate, so there we don't have choice of questions. The more you attend the questions, the more you will be having the chance of scoring. Okay, but here you get a huge choice, which I will be showing you shortly. Okay, age crossed but scored GRF cutoff, will be any possibility? Oh, Dhruva, I doubt, because they take this age criteria quite seriously, the CSIR. agency. Actually, it is given CSIR UGC net exam. Okay, so what happens is that in the scorecard, you will get like whoever has qualified the exam. So some set of students will get funding from CSIR, and some other set of students will get funding from UGC. Okay, it's nothing different. It's just that the funding body is different. Who is going to release your scholarship? So for CSIR, I'm pretty much sure they will not do anything with the age limit. However, you can send, if it is not much age limit crossed, you can try sending a mail, or you can call and try Dhruva in case it is possible. But if it is more about the limit, then I am not sure of that. Okay. So CSI paper breakup, it comprises of three parts. So one is the part A, in which you will have general aptitude with emphasis on logical reasoning, graphical analysis, Venn diagrams or bar diagrams, analytical, numerical ability, quantitative comparison, series formation, and even puzzles. Like what will be this series, what will be the next shape, what will be the number in this series, like this. Now, tell me something. How do you prepare for this section? This general aptitude, how do you prepare for it? So all I'm trying to show you here is CSIR a tough exam or not? Okay. If you see the general aptitude section suddenly for the first time, you may feel that okay, some of the questions they really look difficult. I am absolutely not sure how to solve this, because you will need to know some formulas about them. Okay, if you try to solve them by logical reasoning, that may not work. So it's not completely like okay, I am. You think you are quite intelligent. You think you will be able to solve it with logical reasoning, but that's not really possible in the entire general aptitude section. Okay, you need to have some of the preparation. Yes, very good, Dhruva. That's the appropriate one what you have said. Okay, you cannot prepare for general aptitude, you have to develop general aptitude. It's a property. General aptitude is a property, okay, which you should have. It's not that something which can prepare, something that you should have, right? So for that you have to prepare daily some 30 minutes or even 15 minutes. Consistency is the key. Fine. Then part B contains some fact based questions. Fact means to the point. To the point, either what is the term, what is the gene name, what will be the cofactor name, what will happen if the mutation is there. So direct to the point. If you don't know about it, then it's difficult to guess. Part C, since it is experimental analysis mostly, you still can have some guesses. Match the following. You can take a risk. If you know one or two matches, then you may land up in the right answer. But part B, risk taking, is difficult. Okay, and part C is all analytical and conceptual questions. Okay, so the thing is, these questions they are having the maximum marks. So these questions, they will be having 4 marks each question. These will have 2 marks, and these also will be having 2 marks, right? So they seem tough. The part C questions, first of all, they are lengthy. They will write a full paragraph of the question, but not necessarily all of those details will be required for solving the questions, right? So probably only one important sentence will be required. The rest of it is just general information which you would have already studied, isn't it? Literally terrified about GA, much weaker in this part. No, nothing to worry, Sampurna. Kaushani ma'am will ensure that your fear is removed today. Okay, and that's why I said with every day you have to gain confidence. Yes, Surendra, that's right. Consistency is the key. Koel, yes, recording will be there, what I know. But it's better that you try to attend this webinar today in case for some technical reasons, if anything is missed out. Okay. So just try. In case you're not able, then later you can check if the recording would be there. So let's talk about the paper structure a little bit, right? So paper structure, part A 2 marks, we have 20 questions, right? And part B 2 marks, we have total 50 questions. I said how many total questions are there? 145. Part C, we have 75 questions, and that's why the total comes up to 145 questions, right? Now, what did I say? What's the best part of CSIR exam? That you get the choice. Out of 20 questions in part A, you have to attend just 15 questions. Okay. Out of part B, you have to attend 50. Out of 50, you have to attend just 35. And out of 75, you just have to attend 25 questions. So, total, how many questions you are attending? You are just attending 75 questions. So just imagine, out of 145 you are attending only 75 questions. Okay. So now you tell me, is it really that hard? 145, right? It's almost half that you are attending, isn't it? Now, marks distribution, if you quickly calculate, I said part A you have to attend 15 questions. So 15, each question carries 2 marks. That's why you are getting 30 marks, right? For part B, you have to attend 35 questions. If you attend all of them correctly, then you will get 70 marks. And part C, you have to attempt just 25 questions out of 75. So 25 into 4, you will be getting 100 marks total, right? So, yes, as I said, the total paper is of 200 marks, right? So you have to score in 200. First question is how much should you score, and second is whether negative marking is there or not, right? So negative marking, yes, it is there. It is 25% of the total marks. So for every 2 marks question, if you get it wrong, you will be deducting a zero point 0.5 from the total score. So let's say your total score is 120, and if you get 10 questions incorrect, 10 questions wrong, if you get, including part 10, part B, so 10 into zero point 0.5, so total 5 marks will be deducted. Okay. So from here, even if you score 120, your actual marks will become 115. Okay. Yeah, Amruta. So for part A, the correct marks will fetch you 2 marks. But if you get the answer wrong, zero point 0.5 will be deducted from the total marks. Okay. And is that clear just now what I just said, Amruta? Or should I repeat once again? So from here also, zero point 0.5 will be deducted if you get the question wrong. If you get it right, 2 marks will be added. If you get it wrong, zero point 0.5 will be deducted. And for part C, if you get it right, 4 marks will be added and 1 marks will be deducted. Okay, so it is 25%. Right now, if you see the part C, it might seem to you that they have 4 marks if I get it wrong. But if you get it wrong, you will just lose 1 marks. Okay, but if you get it right, directly you're getting 4 marks added to you. And there is a huge choice. From 75 questions, you're getting you just have to attempt 25 questions. And that too, there are 13 units, 13 subjects that you can choose from. Yes. So does it seem so difficult now? Tell me. Does the CSR exam seem so difficult, so unachievable now? If still it feels unachievable, that no ma'am, preparation is a big deal, then let me show you another slide over here. Okay, as I already said, the type of questions what you get in CSIR: one is memory based, direct no twist question, clear interpretation, most chances of getting it correct if you have a decent preparation. And by decent preparation, I mean some 3 to 6 months of preparation, where at least 3-4 hours you have donated in a day for this preparation. So these are memory based. With that, you will be able to solve these questions. Conceptual. Okay, so these problems are based on application of a concept. Let me tell you, this will not come with a simple preparation. Okay, this will not come with a simple preparation. You need a little bit of guidance here. Okay, how to approach a question. How, when you are studying a concept, immediately you have to apply that concept to a question. So if you're aware of Biotechnica classes, yes, we conduct classes for CSIR. What we do at Biotechnica is we will teach a concept, okay, in every class, and then from previous year question papers, what questions have been there from that concept. So different type of applications of that concept, we will choose those questions and we will discuss it right away in the class just after the concept is taught. So what happens, the concept is fresh in your head first of all, so you will be able to solve the questions then and there. And if you are able to solve, what is happening, you're getting confidence. Oh yes, I solved this difficult question also, which earlier I wasn't even sure from which chapter it is from. Okay, so this requires a lot of depth of preparation. Yes, every day such new concepts will be coming and you have to revise. Then only you will be able to solve such questions. And actually these are the part C questions. Okay, and last is analytical experimental. Even these are part C questions. So questions may be in the form of experimental result from which conclusions can be inferred. Okay, so this actually requires, yes, concept application, I will tell you, but then we will be telling you in class, but then this requires practice from your end also. How to apply, let's say for example, protein sequence, you have to figure out. Okay, they have given these many agents or enzymes, treatment has been done to the protein, and we got several fragments of the protein. Now we have to understand what is the total sequence, right? So this, by just solving one question in the class, you will not master this technique. There will be, or let's say calculation of the polypeptide charge, the net charge on a polypeptide. So these all will be requiring immense practice. Then only, and enzyme kinetics, right? Enzyme kinetics, application of equation. So they are also conceptual. You need to know how to apply the equation, where all you need to apply that. But practice will be, that is unit conversions or any graph based questions, right? Which is experimental. So that's why practice. And how this practice will be covered, yes, you have to solve some mock tests, you have to give, you have to practice from previous year question papers. So mock test series, it's best that generally what happens is everywhere, what I feel and I know, it's that mock test will be combination of all the questions. Okay, but exclusively at biotechnica what you get, it's that you will get unit wise mock test. Now many people, many students ask me that, ma'am, do we have anything like unit wise? Like I have prepared for unit 1, now I want to solve questions only from unit 1. So yes, biotechnica has unit wise mock tests. Okay, so that we give to the students once some units are done for our classes, then we will release that mock tests and they can take the unit wise questions. Okay, so I just told you that if you feel that this exam is still tough, so let me tell you some logistics. How many questions can help you clear this exam? That how much marks do you want to score, right? So according to my analysis, 65 to 70, I will reduce this because I was in the safer side. If you get around 60% only, you will get guaranteed JRF. Okay, and if you get 50%, you will get guaranteed LS. This is what we know out of the previous result analysis. But just to be on the safer side, let's keep it 65 and let's keep it 55. Okay, now to achieve 65% marks, and by the way, this is for general category. For reserved category, it will be even lesser. The cutoff will be even lesser. So this 65% is what is the cutoff. So 65% means what? 65% out of total marks, that is 200 marks. So total how much it will be? It will be 130 marks, right? Sorry. To achieve 65 marks, that is 130 marks, you have to get these many answers correct. So what you have to get? 7 questions from part A, right? So 7 questions means 7 into 2, 14 marks you will get if you get 7 questions. If you remember how many questions you had to attend from part A, you have to attend only 15 questions. But don't attempt 15, attempt only 7, at least 7. Okay, 14 marks you will get them if you attend them correct. And since you are attending lesser number of questions, the chances of negative marking will also be less, because you will attend the questions which you are confident about. Shekhar sir just had pointed out the analysis about how many marks, how many questions will increase chance of negative marks, right? Then you have 50 questions in part B. From that, you are asked to solve 35, but don't solve 35. Solve only 23 questions from part B. So total 2 marks for each correct question. You will be getting 46 marks. Okay. And part C, you are expected to solve 25 questions. Don't solve 25, solve only 20 questions from part C. So 20 into 4, you will be getting 80 marks, right? So total how much you got? You got 140 marks. Still, I will give you negative marking, little bit chance. So minus 10, you can take negative marking. You have your 130 marks. As I said, even if you get 60 marks, then also you will have a chance to cleared JRF. So even if you get minus 20 negative marking also, obviously 140 will become less in that case, but still you will be somewhere around 120, 125 like that. Okay. So this is what, and this is how much you should score. Now regarding the preparation, if you feel that okay, it seemed easy that we have to attend this many questions, but we need to prepare, right? So let's see, out of the 13 units, how much you need to prepare. So for most units, you can expect at least 3-4 part B questions in the paper and 4 to 5 part C questions. Many people ask me, ma'am, which is the most important unit, from which unit most questions are asked maximum. But let me tell you, you are attending life science CSIR exam, so this includes all the subjects. Okay, it is not exclusively that only from unit 1 biochemistry questions will be more, or from only cell biology questions will be more. So more or less every unit has equal weightage in the exam paper regarding the number of questions. So 3 to 4 part B questions you will get, and 4 to 5 part C questions. So you need to attend these many questions, right? That is 23 part B and 20 part C questions. That's why if you prepare just 8 units, so this is our top trick and tips and tricks. Okay, no need to attend, no need to prepare for all 13 units. That's where self preparation hits bad. If you go for self preparation, you don't know which unit to prepare first or which unit to focus more, and that's why you end up studying bits and fragments from every unit, and that becomes a haphazard preparation. Okay, if you prepare 8 units, at least 8 into 3, that is 24 known questions you will get. Right, from every 8 unit, you will get at least 3 to 4 part B question. So in this paper, 24 known questions you will have. So from there, you can attend 23. You will have more than this actually, because in some of them, you will have 4 part B questions as well. Right. And if you want to prepare for part C, so you just need 20 questions from part C. So if you prepare 8 units, at least 4 part C questions you will get. So total of 32 known questions you will get in part C. Okay. Sorry, this is part C. So total 32 known questions. Out of 32, you don't have to attend all of this. You can just attend 20. Okay. So now does it seem easy? Only 8 units you have to prepare and only these many questions you have to attend. Did you get little bit confidence now? Amrita, yes. So the for women candidates, there is a age relaxation for JRF 28 plus 5, which means 33 for women candidates. They can attend the JRF till 33 years of age. Okay. So this is our scorecard of one of the students who has cleared recently, right? So as you can see, this is the part A, which is 96 percentile. Part B is 58.78 percentile, and part C is 99 percentile. Okay, that's awesome, Tulsi. Yes, got little confidence. Exactly. So this percentile actually 99.6. What does it mean? 99 means 99% of the students, okay, whoever attended. So if total 100 students have attended, then 99 students scored less than you. So it's not 100 students, there are many, many more. So 99.6% students have scored less than you. So that means you are in the top ranker. So as you can see also, this particular person's rank is 93. This is how you will be getting the score. These days they will not give percentage. Earlier they used to give how much is the score, like for example one person has scored 130. Okay, so like that it was easier for us to get the cutoff percentage, but now we don't get cutoff percentage. Okay, so earlier exams, if you see, till December 2019 we got the cutoff percentage, but after that NTA when it came, they changed it to percentile. Okay, now you can see here the maximum cutoff percentage for JRF was in 2018 December, which went up to maximum 59.25 over an average of 5 exams. Okay, so beyond 59 it has never gone. So proper this is, you can take as 60% only. Okay, not more than that, maybe 60 to 65. And this is for LS. So you can see the LS maximum cutoff was 53. Okay, so that means if you get 55, definitely you will score JRF, sorry, LS. So this is what you need to target. Okay. Now, coming to the syllabus, obviously, respective faculty members are going to talk about the syllabus in detail, what important parts are there. But I just want to give you an idea about the units. So, Unit 1 is molecules and interactions relevant to biology, which is nothing but biochemistry. Unit 2 is cellular organization or cell biology. Unit 3 is fundamental process or which is molecular biology. Unit 4 is cell communication, cell signaling plus immunology, which is not mentioned. Even cancer is there. Unit 5 is developmental biology, maximum for animals and little bit also for plants as well. Unit 6 is system physiology, which is entirely plant physiology. And Unit 7 is entirely animal physiology. Okay, so this is where you can, the syllabus can help you select based on your background which units. I told you 8 units you should prepare, right? So which 8 units it should be according to your background, whatever you are good at. Unit 8 is inheritance biology, which is nothing but genetics. Unit 9 is diversity of life forms, taxonomy and all. And Unit 10 is ecology, ecological principles. Unit 11 is evolution. Unit 12 is the applied biology, transgenics, cloning, etc. And Unit 13 is methods or the techniques in biology, which includes the genomic techniques, also immunological techniques, histochemical techniques, all the different techniques, microscopy, statistical, everything that we apply in biology. Okay. Now, I will help you the selection of 8 units. I'll give you an idea how to select these 8 units. Okay. Now, total questions per unit, these are some statistics of some previous exams. As you can see, more or less, you have almost equal weightage, which can vary exam to exam. For example, Unit 12 in this particular exam was questions were only 4% out of the total number of questions. Okay. And again, if you take this, see, almost it is 8, 7, 8, 7, 9. But again, Unit 12 was less. Okay. So, like that, sometimes Unit 9 can be less. Okay, but that depends on exam to exam. So Unit 9 and Unit 12 can only vary little bit, but apart from that, rest all the units will have equal weightage of questions, right? Now, clearing CSIR NET exam requires three things. One is skill, another is concept and memory. Okay, so skill, we will be telling you some shortcuts, we will be telling you how to prepare. Concept, we will also help you, but memory you have to work on, right? How you want to memorize, yes, definitely we will let you know about some tools, but this is where you have to really work hard. All right. So, how many units to prepare from the syllabus? As I said, 7 to 8 units you should prepare. And a very important point I am telling you now is that don't prepare selective topics from units. Okay. So, selective topics try to skip. Why? Because I will show you one of the sample question in unit 1, and this can happen in any unit. From different subunits of a unit, you will get a question. So in unit 1, one question, in one question only, you can have a statement from, let's say, nucleic acid, a statement from carbohydrates, a statement from lipids. So if you prepare carbohydrates and lipids but not nucleic acids, you won't be able to solve that question, and other combinations also. Okay, so that's why try to study the unit entirely so that you can attend all the questions, if not all, but at least 80 to 90% of all the questions that come in the paper. Okay. The next is which units are to be selected. Okay. As I said, fundamental units, first of all, you should not skip. Try not to skip. Even if you are skipping for exam preparation, because exam preparation means constant revisions, question practice from that unit. Even if you don't want to do that, but at least get a basic idea of of these fundamental units. So, which are these fundamental units? Unit 1, 2, 3, 4, except immunology, that is not fundamental. Fundamental, by that I mean these concepts will be required in other unit preparation. Okay, when you're preparing some other unit, these concepts will be required. And unit 8, genetics also. So biochemistry, cell biology, molecular biology and genetics, these concepts will be required in every other unit which you are studying. So directly if you jump to techniques in biology in unit 13, you are learning about isoelectric focusing technique, but you don't know what is isoelectric point. You don't have an idea of the protein structure in biochemistry. That's why it became fundamental. You're studying developmental biology, unit 5. You're studying some gene name, signaling pathways, how that gene is transcribed or it is expressed, but you don't have an idea about the signaling pathways. So for this, you need to know about the cell biology. Even you are learning some gene mutations in developmental biology. This gene mutation, a dominant mutation, recessive mutation, is causing this effect. You don't know what is dominant, you don't know what is recessive. Okay, so that's why genetics comes in, right? So try not to skip this unit, even if it is not for preparation. At least know the basic fundamentals of these units. Okay, then some combinations I have just tried to work out. Biotech, biochem, micro students, which units you can select. So apart from these units, fundamental units, you can additionally prepare for any 2 to 3 units from other ones. That is either development biology, plant physiology, or ecology, or the methods in biology and the techniques in biology. Because in your course, these all generally you will study. So prepare, select the units that you are comfortable in, which you have already studied and you enjoy studying those units, which was there in your BSc or MSc. Okay. Zoology students, additionally, yes, you can go for animal physiology, animal development, okay, even taxonomy of life forms, ecology, evolution. You would have studied all this because yours is a classical course. So methods and techniques you may not have studied that much. So select wisely. Okay. Then botany students, yes, again, you can go for plant physiology and all this. To some extent, methods in biology, because you might have gone through agrobacterium tumefaciens, transgenics, etc., right? Something regarding the bioremediation. So these things you may have studied. So select accordingly, right? So prepare for common topics. Again, this is something which you may not have known from before. Common topics means what? Unit 1J. So Unit 1J is carbohydrate metabolism, where you are studying glycolysis, TCA cycle, oxidative phosphorylation, cellular respiration. So the same things are there in Unit 6 AV also. That is photosynthesis and cellular respiration. So why not choose the units accordingly, isn't it? Then Unit 1B, B and G, that is biomolecules. B is about the biomolecular structures, and even G is protein structure. And as I mentioned, the techniques, Unit 13A and C, where you have different techniques involved with protein and nucleic acids. So in Unit 1B, you need to know all the different biomolecular structures. Okay. Then 1B protein function is there. There you have a relation with Unit 7C, respiratory system. So there you get to know about hemoglobin, myoglobin, how the oxygen transport happens. So they have a relation with protein function, because protein binds to oxygen where it is considered as a ligand. And ligand and protein binding equilibrium you will be studying under these topics. So these questions can come in common. Now, why am I telling you all this? So if any student is selecting unit 1 but not unit 6, okay, so if you get a combined question, then some unit 6 concepts, if you don't know, you may not be able to attempt those questions. Okay, so like that. Or else if you are preparing for unit 1 also, unit 7 also, then why not study these topics together, from from animal perspective also, and from biochemistry perspective also. Okay, so these kind of analysis you will not get elsewhere. Okay, so uh, I just want to tell you that take notes. This kind of analysis has been done with a lot of research, and it is only at this so that we can help our students, our Biotechnica subscribers. Okay, so Unit 4 BC, cell signaling and communication. Unit 5 developmental biology, because developmental biology will need a lot of signaling pathways and it is important. Unit 4E, which is immunology, and Unit 13B. So they will be required for immunotechniques. Okay, so like that I have given a lot of this. You can just have a look. That is Unit 2C, gene organization, Unit 8 genetics, and Unit 11E, which is population genetics. Then Unit 11D, molecular evolution, Unit 9A, which is taxonomy, and biogeography, conservation biology, Unit 9, natural history, and Unit F, organism conservation. So these are not really the same topics, but then they are related. So if you study them together, you will recollect better as well. Okay. Vismay, for bioinformatics students, you should go for the same as the combination in the biochemistry, biochem, and micro students. Okay. It's just that you can pay more attention to unit 13. Okay. Entire unit 13 you can pay a lot of attention to, right? Now, next is the registration details. These are the tentative dates. I want to mention that these are tentative dates, but this is what is expected for the upcoming year, which is 2024. As I said, twice the exam happens in June and in December also. Now, the notification for June we are expecting around February, or maximum it can like the application can start from March, but we should be getting a notification in February itself. Same are given for December also, and last date would be somewhere around April. Payment and online window correction, all this will be applicable till April. Admit card date will come around in May. Exam date would be in June, and the answer keys are now released very fast. Okay, so they don't delay in that. So result and answer key maximum you would get by July. And actually this is a very important time of exam, okay, this June 1, because most of the this interviews at recognized institutes for PhD, they will be open around in July. Okay, July, August, like that, they will take in the admission. So if you get the scorecard, if you get the final answer key, to some extent you can figure out whether you will clear or not with the answer key release date only. Okay, so you can start applying here and there, so that you can join the interview and you will have no time getting wasted. Directly you will be entering the PhD. Okay, so how to register for the CSIR NET exam? So this is the website you have to log into. This is the official website. First is that csirnet.nta.ac.in. You have to visit the official website. Here this brochure will be there, application brochure. Study it thoroughly, read all the details. Okay. The next is the UGC NET application form should be filled up. Candidates need to fill in some personal and educational details regarding some educational things and personal details what is required. Then upload scan photo and signature as per prescribed specification. So that's where you should see the brochure properly. Step 4 is pay the CSIR UGC NET application fee. So you have to give only it online, cash payment is not there. And for category wise the fee is different, so have a look how much you have to pay for that. Print at least 3 copies of the confirmation page. Okay, so this will be required to retain for future reference, right? So that's all with the overall overview of the CSIR NET exam. Anything you have in question in mind? If not, then we will move on to our unit 1 detailed unit discussions, unit wise discussion. So we will start with unit 1. You have an entire day of informations to soak in. So if with your permission, we will start with the unit wise discussions now. So what we are going to discuss is topic wise preparation, which are the important topics, which are the most frequently asked topics. And even we will be seeing some sample questions from each of these units, even mock test practice. Okay, and resource recommendations, what type of study material you need to prepare for, and the preparation strategy as well. So let's dig in for that. The first one is topic wise preparation. Okay, but let's understand something about unit 1, about biochemistry. Yes, so how many what is your thought about biochemistry? Every time I talk about biochemistry, this is the first question I ask. What is your thought of biochemistry? You like it, you don't like it, you enjoy it, you're scared of it, you take time to understand it, you can't memorize, you can't recollect, it's difficult. What do you feel? What are your thoughts about biochemistry? Come on, quick, students. Okay, Ziba says she loves it. All right. What about Damini also enjoying? Okay. Interesting but a bit difficult. Like it, want to learn more. Rimiraj says difficult. Tulsi says like it but couldn't memorize. Okay, Sadav says like it. So I'm really glad that we have people who like it. Yes. Mega takes time to remember. So actually, this is what is a summary of Unit 1 thoughts. Okay. First is that one cannot simply learn all of biochemistry the night before the exam. Okay. Arshi is also interested. All right. Some parts are easy, but some are very difficult. Ishika. Okay. Enjoy it once. I can understand the logic. Yes. Behind processes and teacher can properly explain. Exactly, Sanjana. Okay. So the people who are saying they love it, probably they had good teachers for it, because biochemistry is all about basics. So how much clear your chemistry basics are. But at biotechnica classes, we even if students don't have a proper basic of biochemistry, we start from the very scratch. Okay, so we give all the details of the chemistry logics which is required, numerical details, molarity, molality, so that calculation of the numericals, unit conversions, everything is explained in detail in class, so that students don't miss out on anything, right? Okay, Anami can't recollect. It is also enjoy and my favorite. Okay, that's really good to know, Tirtha Pratim. So understand, there's a lot of things in here. You have to understand thermodynamics, memorize 20 amino acids, understand enzyme kinetics, know every single details about metabolism that there is to know. And the problem many people are saying is that memorizing. So this is what is your real Krebs cycle. You learn the Krebs cycle, you forget the Krebs cycle. Learn the Krebs cycle, forget the Krebs cycle, isn't it? So this is not only about Krebs cycle, but all the pathways that are involved. Uh, so, what I will tell you here, first of all, you don't have to learn all of the things of everything, right? So, memorizing 20 amino acids, some R groups which are necessary, you will know that. Otherwise, you just know what functional group is present. That's all. You don't have to memorize the entire structure, isn't it? Okay, you're gradually liking biochem after attending classes, my classes previously. Thank you so much, Sampurna. I am very glad that I was able to change your perspective about biochemistry. Okay, so let's have a discussion of which are the important topics from biochemistry. I have given a color code over here. The green ones are the most important topic. By the way, this is your CSIR syllabus of Unit 1. Okay, this is the CSIR syllabus. The weightage, if you ask me, 17.41% in part B and 8% in part C. So this is from some 5-year questions that we have taken, but not necessarily it will be so much in part B. So somewhere maybe we can say some 10 to 15%. Okay, 10 to 15% and 8% in part C. Right. So, what are the most important topics in Unit 1? Yes, amino acids, proteins, nucleic acids. These are the core biomolecules. Carbohydrate lipids are also there, but these are medium important, right? And by important, I mean from where you will get the questions from, right? So, carbohydrate lipids not that much, and vitamins is very less important. Maybe in 2-3 exams, one question will come for vitamins, like that, okay? And when I say most important, means every exam there will be at least one question for that. Okay. For the medium important, it may be there, may not be there. Okay. That depends on the question setter also, what background the question setter is from also. So like that, your luck also depends on that. Okay. If any person has done work on proteins, then you can expect many questions regarding proteins. So it depends on that as well. Right. So stabilizing interactions, these are also kind of quite important. Even this year also, the last exam December, there was questions regarding the bonding, the energy that different bonds have. So you have to know about hydrogen bonding, which is most important. Hydrophobic covalent bond, Van der Waals electrostatic also, sometimes they will give the questions from. Okay. Then you have principles of biophysical chemistry, which is to some extent medium important, pH buffer. Once or twice you might get a question like this. Thermodynamics, however, is very important. And thermodynamics, they will ask questions with relation with metabolism. Okay, so with metabolism, you can have these questions. Reaction kinetics, colligative properties, you don't get questions. Colligative properties, never I have seen. Reaction kinetics may be in 3-4 exams once you might get. Okay, so this is what is our analysis. I was telling you that why guidance can help you clear CSR exam faster. So as you can see, this is what is our focus area. It will save our time, not only save our time, but also we go in a sequence. We don't study haphazardly. Okay, so we go in a sequence. Okay, after amino acid proteins, we are going to study conformation of protein because it is related. The Ramachandran plot, secondary structure, domains, motifs, folds, everything like that. Okay, then in this in this bioenergetics means this coupling of reaction, exergonic entergonic reaction. So this has a relation with thermodynamics also. Plus you have this glycolysis, oxidative phosphorylation. These are very important. And coupled reaction, group transfer, these are kind of medium important. But along with glycolysis, there is also metabolism of carbohydrate, the other ones, which is TCA cycle or glycogenolysis, glucogenesis, glycogenesis. These are all medium important, right? Then we have the enzymes. Overall enzymes chapter is important, but most important is the principles involved, from which you will get theoretical questions. Enzyme kinetics, from which you will get theoretical and numerical questions both. And enzyme regulation is where you will get theoretical and graph based questions. Okay, especially the enzyme inhibition area. Okay, mechanism of enzyme catalysis is not important. Isozymes also, not much questions are asked from it. Okay. Yes, Jinsu, like it when I study, but easy to forget. Exactly. So, biochemistry means you need loads of revision, several rounds of revision, and you need some tools for that. I am going to show you shortly. The tools will help you recollect these questions, these things better. Okay. Now, conformation of nucleic acids, you have the ABZ DNA. These are also quite often asked, so I will put them in medium important. However, tRNA, microRNA, it comes only once or twice in 3-4 exams. Okay, lipid, so is lipid, amino acids, and vitamin metabolism, which are not that important. Okay, so they are also not much asked, but metabolism of nucleotide is very important. It is generally in one or two exams it will be there, definitely questions will be there. And so is the stability of protein and nucleic acid. So stability means protein denaturation, protein folding, nucleic acid thermal denaturation. So from these also part C questions you can get, right? So this is what was a general idea of the topics. Now let's have a understanding of the approach of the questions. Some sample questions we will solve, and just try to understand how this questions approach should be there, right? Problem solving techniques or reasoning behind that, how you can land up in the correct answer. Okay, so the first question, this is from June 2021. This is regarding enzymes. Following statements are made about uncompetitive inhibition of an enzyme, right? So uncompetitive inhibitor binds to both. So here it is about property of uncompetitive, what it is doing to the. So you can see the first statement. It is regarding the theory topic, right? What is it doing? The uncompetitive inhibitor, what is it doing to the free enzyme, or what is it doing to the enzyme substrate complex, right? So we have this as the theory, the first statement. Second statement, it is about the kinetics, what it is doing to the Vmax. It is increasing, it is low, decreasing. Apparent Km of the enzyme, again about the Km. Now these two are contrasting statements. So this is one tips and tricks for solving questions in CSIR. If you get two similar type of statements, chances are that, I mentioned chances, okay, don't generalize this statement. Chances are there one is wrong, another one is right. So let's have a look at the options. First of all, do not skip this part. Okay, you have to see whether they are asking correct or incorrect. So those who attended the last exam, how many of you made mistake in seeing correct and incorrect? So what happens when we see the exam, when we see the overall theory of part of the question, we get excited, okay, that okay, we have studied this topic and we get engrossed in solving the question, that we forget to see the most important part, what they have asked. Okay, so even if we know this question, even if we know the answer, there may be a chance of getting a mistake, getting a negative marking. So observe this properly. Here they have asked it correct. Okay, so correct means One of this has to be correct and one of this has to be wrong. Okay, so C and D. Now, whoever knows about this competitive uncompetitive inhibition, this is one of the basic thing that we study in inhibition. Okay, even in books also it is highlighted properly. So this is not such a difficult question for someone who has studied this topic. Okay, because in uncompetitive inhibition, most of you will be knowing that Vmax and Km both decreases. Okay, so this you may, as I said, some are direct to the point. Okay, direct to the point questions. I told you that this memory based questions which are direct to the point, with a decent preparation you will be able to solve them easily. So this is such a direct memory based question. Okay, so we know that apparent Km is lowered, which means C is definitely correct. Now see, where is the option C present? So it is about rejecting the wrong answers. Sir has mentioned that it is a game of it's not a game of selection, it's a game of rejection. So while solving the question also, you can do the elimination method. Okay, so which ones we can remove? So this cannot be the answer, right? Because we know that it is lowered. Now addition of uncompetitive inhibitor lowers the Vmax of the reaction. Either this will be correct or A will be correct. Now again, if someone knows the theory behind this, uncompetitive inhibitor binds to both free enzyme. This is not correct. So again, with a decent preparation, the first thing that we teach, that we all learn in uncompetitive inhibitor is that you have a separate binding site for the inhibitor and you have a separate binding site for the substrate. But if the substrate has not bonded, if it is a free enzyme, then inhibitor cannot come and bind. Okay, only when substrate has bonded, then only there will be a conformational change in the protein which opens up the binding site for inhibitor. That's why inhibitor can only come and bind to the enzyme substrate complex but not to the free enzyme, right? So that's why A is wrong. So 2 cannot be the option then, because we need to see the correct one. So B and C, option 1 is the right answer. So you just have a understanding. For the new students, you may not know these topics, or for the old students, you may know these topics but have forgotten. It's not about recollecting what we have studied as of now, or it's not about that we are taking classes right now. It's about the approach of the questions. Okay, so how your preparation should be oriented. Remember, I told you in my first slide that how many of you felt that even if you have studied by your own preparation, you tried 2 or 3 times but you couldn't clear the exam. Okay, every time the questions seem different and twisty. The first thing is that what we prepare in our post graduation, what we learn in our post graduation syllabus, it is very different from the CSI syllabus. So if you think that if you were a ranker also in post graduation, there are many different new things which you have to prepare for CSIR. Okay, so those things you can only do when you will be having the proper guidance from where you have to study. Okay, I have checked question twice before answering the exam. Very good, Hemlata. That's the right approach you should do. Okay, the main important things you should do. Again, another tip and trick is that for graph based questions, always look at what is there in the x axis and what is there in the y axis. What is there in the x axis, what is there in y axis. And then you have the columns. Okay, for columns, always look what is the heading of the column. For example, from where you have taken, from where you have transplanted. So these things are also something which generally there is a chance that they can be ignored. Okay, so you have to take these also properly. Now, uncompetitive inhibitor binds to both free enzyme as well as, okay, this is wrong. An addition of uncompetitive inhibitor lowers the Vmax of the reaction. So what happens is that this is correct. As I told you, Km is also lowered, Vmax is also lowered. Anyways, here only you got the answer. So 1 is rejected over here, 2 is rejected, 1 is the right answer. Okay. So this is your explanation. This book, this is from the Leninger diagram. As you can see here, the inhibitor has bonded only to enzyme substrate and not to the free enzyme. Okay. Then another question from the same June 2021 exam. This is regarding the amino acids and the proteins. So PI of 4 proteins are given. So what is PI? First of all, it's a table based question. Okay. I am here to tell you about the approach to solve the question. So what should ring in your head? So they have given a graph based question, means immediately look for what they have given. Okay. So these are the different proteins and these are the different PI. Okay. Isoelectric point is different. So what is isoelectric point? Where the protein carries a zero charge. There is no charge on it, which means that at this, if you take this pH, for example, protein A PI is 4. So at pH 4, it will carry zero charge. It will neither move towards the positive electrode nor it will move towards the negative electrode. Okay. So to purify D from a mixture of these 4 proteins in a single step. Now, what your idea is that you want to isolate out D. If you have A, B, C, D all together, you want to take out only D from this combination of mixture of protein. But you want to do this in a single step, and that too using ion exchange chromatography. So what is the buffer and ion exchange resin you would select? First of all, notice that this is a question from unit 1. Okay, as I said, combination where you need to know about the PI and about the chromatography, that is unit 13. Remember I told you which common units come together. So see, this is one such example. Okay, so they have given some combinations, what is the buffer, pH, and what is the resin. So what did I tell you? At a pH equal to the PI, at a pH equal to the PI, the charge will be 0. But if you take a pH below the PI, okay, below the pH below the PI means hydrogen ions will be added. Okay. pH decreasing means what? pH decreasing means hydrogen ions more, because pH formula is minus log of hydrogen ion concentration. Okay. So if your pH is decreasing, your hydrogen ion concentration is increasing, and H plus ions will tend to attach to the protein side chains, amino acid side chains. Okay. So this is what is H plus ions are added. So a positive charge will be there on the protein. If the pH is less than the PI, a negative charge will be there on the protein. Okay. So this positive and the negative charges accordingly, if we use ion exchange chromatography. Now ion exchange means what? You will have a resin or a column, and here in case of cation exchange, this will be negative charge, the resin will be negative charge, and they will bind the positive charge ion. Okay, so whatever negative charge ions are there, they will flow out, because the column is also negative charge. So negative and negative will repel and they will flow out. Whereas in anion exchange, the resin will be positive charge. Okay, and negative charge ions will come and bind with it, whereas the positive charge ions, they will be moved out. So what do we want to purify from here? We want to purify D. So in order to purify D, we should ensure that this, as you can see, the PI of D is more than all of the PI. Okay, more than all of the PI. So just now what I told you, at a pH above the PI point, the group will be negative. Okay, now if you select a pH above the PI point of the last one, which is 9, of the maximum one, that you should, and that means you are selecting a buffer of pH 10, then all these proteins PI will be crossed, which means all of them will be existing as negative charge. Okay, all the proteins will be existing as negative charge if you select buffer 10, but buffer with pH 10, because 10 is more than all of this PI. Okay, but you want to select D. So what you can do is you can take a buffer with pH just before 9 and after 7. So if you take pH of 8, okay, so all these 3 proteins, that is A, B, C, they have crossed their PI point with with pH buffer 8, with buffer of pH 8, all these have crossed their PI points, right? But this has not crossed. So this has not crossed means D will be still in positive form, but rest all of them will be in negative form. So that is why if you use a cation exchange, it will exchange the cation. So it will keep the D with itself, this buffer of pH 8, and rest all ABC with negative charges, they will flow out. So this is how you have to reason it. This is how you have to take the approach. So your correct answer is pH 8 should be there, and it should be a cation exchange resin. So option 4 is the right answer. So Hemlata asks how to study from reference book in short time. Reading it is taking a lot of time. Just give me some time, Hemlata. I will be coming to that slide, okay, where I will be giving you some tips and trick how to study smartly from the books. Okay. Now there was a question in September 2022. This is regarding a collagen structure. Collagen has a triple helix domain structure which consists of three distinct alpha chains. So these are the different statements you can see. Now this kind of question, if you saw the previous combination, it was two options like A and B, C and D. I just showed you that question, right? The first question. But here, if you see, you have combination, three combinations are there, two combinations are there. In some, you will get even one combination also, like D only or C only. Such questions, you just be little watchful because the chances of making mistake is more in such questions. Okay, so you have this now regarding all this is collagen chain only. Again, who has have a proper preparation. By the way, the previous PI question was conceptual. I told you memory based, conceptual, and experimental based question. So the previous one was concept based questions. Okay. So we have to, and this is again a memory based question. All these are part C only. So anyone who knows little bit about collagen triple helix, okay, it is having three different polypeptide chains which are interlinked with each other, and these are having intermolecular hydrogen bonds. Okay, so that's why B is wrong. Isoprenyl bonds will not be the correct answer. So whatever takes your attention, you can solve that statement first and then try to eliminate. So if B is correct, again they have asked correct statements. That means either of these three can be answer. So we did not come to the answer. Now we have to see that A is common in both. Okay, 2 and 3. So if we figure out A, then at least we can get either 2 or 3, then we can find out. Collagen has a triple helical domain structure which consists of three distinct alpha chains. Even this is a correct answer. Okay. So A and B can be there, but we still have to find out if C is correct. Now definitely D is not the answer because A is correct. So 4 cannot be the answer. So we don't even have to look at D. Okay. So just see what is happening in C. Each alpha chain has a left-handed polyproline type 2 helix. So this is a more detailed concept. Okay, because we don't have what we have polyproline type 2 helix. It is consisting of only proline residues, and type 2 also means there are some specifications which will be there. So that's why we have the correct statements as A, C and D. Okay, so these are all which are given. As you saw, the approach how we took it is different. A polyproline helix is a type of protein structure which occurs in proteins comprising repeating proline residues. Okay, so again, C is correct because it does take the form of the polyproline helix only. Okay, this is the collagen structure. Now another question from September 2022, same question. The figure below represents the denaturation-renaturation profile of a double-stranded DNA in citrate buffer. So percentage of DNA that remains denatured at 30 degrees centigrade after cooling down from 100 degrees centigrade. So this is an experimental question. Okay, so rather you can say a numerical question. And yes, a graph based question graph is also given over here. You have the absorbance at T, and absorbance at 30 degrees centigrade also, and you have the temperature which is there right at the x-axis. I told you have to see the x-axis and y-axis over here, right? So initially when 100% of DNA is double stranded form, that is not denatured, absorbance is 1. You can see that when it is not denatured means what? If anyone knows that when it is denatured, the Tm will suddenly increase. Okay, when it is denatured. So initially the absorbance was 1, Only after heating it has increased, isn't it? So according to the graph, the absorbance of 100% denaturation of double stranded DNA is 1.40. So you can see where it has denatured, here it has denatured. So here the absorbance is 1.40. You have to just study from the graph. What is there from the graph itself, you have to get it. Now after cooling, here one tip and trick is there. Observe all the elements of the graph. So after cooling from 100 degrees centigrade to 30 degrees centigrade, following the cooling curve in graph, we observe that the absorbance value goes down from 140 to 1.12. Okay, so you can see from 1.140 it goes to 1.12. So not 1.10, okay, and not even to 1. It goes till here. That is after cooling means first the double helix it will denature, so it will become separate, and because of the different sugar planes the absorbance will increase. The ribose sugar, the absorbance will increase. Okay, and the nitrogenous bases, basically they are the ones which are aromatic in nature, so they will absorb the wavelength of light, and that's why the absorbance will increase. But again, if they come together while cooling, then absorbance will decrease, but it doesn't decrease to complete 1, it decreases to 1.12. Okay, so this is for the DNA part of which got renatured. Absorbance of DNA still in denatured form, that means some of them did not renature at all. So what is the absorbance for them? So you have to subtract 1.12 and 1. Okay, so you can see here that the original was this is 1.12 and the original DNA was 1. So some of the DNA did not renature. So their absorbance will remain 1 only. Okay. That's why you have to subtract from there 0.012. This step is generally missed. Okay. If you are not thorough in your concept, then this step might be missed for you. So 1.40 is equal to 100%, and you just have to solve from here that if 1.40 is giving you 100% denaturation, then 1%, that is 1, is giving you 100 by 1.40, and 0.12 you have to calculate. They have given you what is the percentage which is in still denatured form. So 0.12 will be 100 divided by 1.4 into 0.2, so total is 8.57%. Okay, so 8.57% means it will be below 25%. That's why option 1 is the right answer. Okay, so all combinations you will get. It's not necessary that in DNA, RNA, you will get only about the theory part. So such graph-based questions also you can expect, right? Then another question from December 2019. This was the question I was talking about. You get all the different types of questions. You got from option B, from this different types of DNA also. ABZ type of DNA you got, right? Even the cellulose, that is from the sugar, carbohydrates you got, even from the lipids you have got. So from here you have to choose the correct statements, right? Again, this is a memory based question. For example, BDNA, it definitely has 10 base pair per turn. Okay, and ADNA, so see, you need to know about the hex rise per base pair, which means you need to know rise per base. Okay, so all the dimensions of A and B DNA you need to know. Even the major and minor grooves also you need to know. Now, how can you prepare for these kind of questions? You need to have a comparison table for you to ensure that you know these questions properly. Okay, so comparison table, something like this can be there. A, B, and Z DNA, right? But this is what you can find in the regular internet, right? From different papers. But at Biotechnica, we have made it very easy for you. So what we have done is, we have, you can see, this is a thing which is released by Biotechnica only. It is called as concept table book. Okay, what you can see is that all the differences, they are summarized in one place. So A DNA, B DNA, Z DNA, it is completely summarized with all the possible details, that what is right handed, what is left handed, helix diameter, glycosidic, sugar puckering, base pair. So none of the points are missing over here, even major groove, minor groove. So Just imagine if you revise from these kind of sources, what solid preparation you will have. And the thing is, best part is these are already made. Okay, so you don't have to make them, you just have to study from them and revise continuously. They are colorful, they are also given in points, so this is what makes your preparation super easy and super fast, right? So anyone who have revised from this, it's already given that yes, okay, the DNA bDNA, it does have the around 10 bases, and rise per base pair in aDNA is 2.3. The major and minor groove is different. The major groove is wide and deep, and the major groove here is narrow and very deep. So that is why the option B will be correct, but option A is correct, but B will be wrong. Okay. Then crystalline nature of cellulose is brought about by 1/4 linkage between the glucose subunits. So whoever will know about little bit of cellulose will know that the linkage between the two sugars are beta glycosidic linkage. But since it is mentioned alpha glycosidic linkage, that is why it is wrong. So the correct answer will be A and D. That is 3 will be the right answer. Okay. So did you get a rough idea of how to solve this type of questions, right? Did you get an so this is an experimental question. I gave you almost all the different type of question ideas. Yes. So this is an experimental type of questions, and then you have this a thermodynamics type of question. The point is we are running short of time, and we have a lot of units to see, lot of details. Okay. So see, this is from a recent exam. This is completely a experimental type of question. You can say conceptual also. So you have, this is a very lengthy question. Okay, so this kind of questions you try to avoid, because here separately for each one of them you have to solve the charge, you have to calculate the net charge individually. Okay, and second is that you have to also figure out which will be eluting last. That means you have to again solve for a chromatographic question also. So this will be a time taking question. Until and unless you are very much pro at it, there will be a chance of making mistake. Just have a look at the answer. Okay, so this answer, what I have written over here. So you're calculating for each peptide. So this is for calculation of P. You have to take care of a lot of things, that the functional group will be protonated or deprotonated. They will carry a charge of +1 or -1 or 0. For individually P you are calculating, individually for Q you are calculating, individually for R you are calculating. Little bit mistake means the entire hard work is lost. Your time will also be wasted, and you will also have negative marking. Okay, then finally you are figuring out regarding the chromatographic technique. So this is a question which is memory also, because you have to remember the different pk points in order to calculate charge. You have to remember, remember the concept how to calculate the net charge. Okay, it is testing your numerical ability also, that whether you're calculating properly or not. And the last is, it is experimental question also. Okay, so was I able to give you an idea which questions you should select from, right? And what type of questions, how to approach? Did you get an idea? Where can we get this concept table? It is going to be provided by Biotechnica for Drona batch students. Tulsi Patra, we have our support team for that, our student support team. What you can do is you can ask them, because different students, they have different subscriptions, right? So I cannot tell it in general. Whether it is there in your subscription or not, you can contact our support team for that. Okay, so students, like this, many questions are there to be solved. Because of lack of time, I won't be able to go through all of them. But yes, what I can do is I can share a mock test link with you. Okay, so it will be consisting only unit 1 questions. Okay, you can know about this mock test. You can attempt this mock test. Per user you will be allowed one time this mock test, and you can test yourself that where you are actually present. Okay, if you're targeting your June 2024 exam, okay, June 2024 exam, if you're targeting, you can realize where you actually are. okay, and how much of guidance you need in order to clear this exam. So the link would have already appeared in your chat box of the unit 1 mock test. You can download from there. As sir said in the beginning itself, you are going to get a lot of things to download today. That's why attend the webinar till the end, so that you will be getting all this downloadable things and utilize them, because Biotechnica wants the students to succeed in them. Okay, so last thing what I want to also tell you is regarding some resource recommendations, that is from where you should study. Okay, so yes, first you try to gather some study material. So from where you will get study material? You can target ready-made notes, that is either your teachers or from your seniors or from your friends, or something which you only have made, or else you can go for some standard notes as well. For example, concept notes. So concept notes is something which is designed by Biotechnica. So they are ready-made notes which with illustrations and in flowchart forms, small summary points, which again are very easy to study. Okay, and also you can go for the Biotechnica premium study material, which are genuine and concise, because see, we cannot study the entire book, right? As one of you said, Hemlata, you said that reference book in short time is not possible. So what is best to do is study from some concise places from where only the important points have been gathered. Okay, and yes, reference books are also needed. Like for biochemistry, I will refer this Leninger version, Leninger biochemistry by Nelson Cox, even the Stryer book of biochemistry, and of course Voigt and Voigt. But Voigt and Voigt is pretty next level. Okay, it has a lot of informations which you may not require at CSIR level. Okay, it is overfilled with information. So if anyone is studying for basic biochemistry, you can start with Leninger, and then in some chapters you can refer Stryer or Palmer for enzymes. Okay, and if you are looking for some advanced preparations for some interviews or anything, then you can go for Voigt and Voigt, and some numericals, also some questions, you can refer all the standard books. So one trick to study from standard book is that you will have the summary points at the end of the chapter, isn't it? So that summary points you can study from them. Then you will have some boxes made in the books, some important boxes will be made, or the diagrams will be there and there will be some text below the diagram, or else the diagram number will be mentioned in the theory part of the book. So study the diagram and immediately study the related theory. So instead of going line by line in the chapter, let's say enzyme chapter, only study the topic names. Like in bold, some topics names are there, right? So first study all the topic names so that you will get the interest. Then you go to the summary chapter, then you come back and study from the figures or the important boxes, or the ones in which some blue some highlight has been there. Okay, not blue, some red highlight or highlights have been made in the chapter. Is it clear to all of you how to study from reference books? Okay, because reference books are also important. Yes, you attend classes, you study the premium material, you study from the revision tools, but reference books also you should refer for important chapters. So for which chapters you must refer books, that again some mentors and teachers can guide you. And yes, Biotechnica also has some revision tools, for example, concept wheel. As I said, hydrogen bond is an important topic, isn't it? You can see here that all the points about hydrogen bond, it is mentioned at one place. So these are excellent revision tools. Many of you complain that you don't recollect things, you tend to forget. So this is why you may tend to forget, okay, because you don't have a proper aid of revision. So these can aid in your process much faster. And with the different points marked in different colors, it is creating an impact in your brain. So during the exam, suddenly you will have this picture in your head and you can recollect, okay, if they're asking something about strength, yes, I saw something in that pink color at the corner, something was mentioned about that it is having 5 kilocal per mole. This exam only there was a question regarding covalent bond. Okay. Then you have the concept book table, which I already showed you differences. So like this, we have for all possible topics. concept wheel table, concept table book, concept wheel book for all possible topic. For example, here they are comparing between glycogenolysis and glycogenesis. So how they are comparing each of the points. For example, which enzyme is important, enzyme glycogen phosphorylase or enzyme glycogen synthase, how these are regulated. And you can see how many points are given over here, isn't it? It's not just 1 or 2 points, but all the possible comparison points are given in these books. Okay, and there are also flow charts which will help in your study. So this particular book is called as Conceptica Light, where you get all the summary, and also you have this point wise. You can see disaccharides. Just now we had a question, no, regarding our disaccharides, right? And then reducing sugars, sugar nomenclature, everything is given at one place, right? And yeah, for you have to do some smart learning, spaced learning, mental picture, testing, memorizing techniques, and even the tools. So these all are your preparation strategies. Okay, I don't have much time for this spaced learning, mental picture, but just little bit I will tell you. Spaced learning means if you have to learn a big chunk of information, big piece of information, you can separate it out in small pieces. So this is not applicable only to a number, it can be applicable to an entire theory. Let's say it's a paragraph, big paragraph. So while studying it, you just break it into small sentences, and then it will be easier for you to study. Okay, Rimi Raj, these you can study from online, and there is a hard copy of the book also. So in hard copy of book, it won't be appearing small. Okay, mental picture. So when you see Taj Mahal, you know that it is in Agra, India. So like that, you can have some visual and tangible with some diagrams. You can get a mental picture, right? Testing, best way to improve recall. So this is where you can attend the weekly and monthly tests. At Biotechnica, we provide our students every week, we provide a test, a mock test, and every month we provide a CSIR type mock test. And apart from that, we have unit wise tests also. We have toughness series also, if you want to challenge your own capacity, right? And you have some memorizing tools like some mnemonics. If you have to remember the classification of amino acids, which are essential amino acids, like that, you can have some color codes or some sentence which can help you remember. You have to figure out your own ways of memorizing. Okay, flow charts again can help. This is a screenshot from the Conceptica Light book, as you can see in the flow chart. So this, if I had to give you in a reference book, this would have covered some 5-6 pages. Okay, and if I have to put in slides and teach you in class, then it would have covered some 10 slides. So whereas you're getting here in just one flow chart. So isn't this easy to study, right? So there will be a particular theme, the keywords and the connectors. These all make studying very easy, right? Smart notes, so you can write the reference, what is the chapter name, different sections, the gist, what you understood from that, the different related topics with that. You can use some tools like Evernote, OneNote. Okay, and flashcards, they are easy to recall. You can just keep the keywords and what is the meaning of that. For example, Biotechnica also has this flashcards. Okay, these are only for revision. You just pick up one card at the go, and by looking at one word, you can just try to recollect, okay, what things did I study in hydrogen bonds, what all points did I do that. This is very effective because you're not seeing the actual pointers, but by looking at the topic, you can recollect what is needed for the revision purpose, right? So toppers mindset, plan and prepare. Learning takes time, so you have to plan properly and prepare accordingly. Hard work plus smart work. Only studying blindly is not going to help. You have to plan according to which are the important topics, in which sequence I will prepare them. This is also required. Willpower into patience. You have to do it consistently, and you should not get distracted from your goal. Enthusiasm minus procrastination. I will talk little bit about procrastination in my next session of unit 5. Okay, and I will tell you some other tips to stay motivated, because some of you asked me how to stay motivated in my next session. So everything will be fun. So victory is always possible for the person who refuses to stop fighting. So believe in yourself, but do not tell the world that you can do. You can just show it. With that thought, students, I come to the end of this session. I'm sure I was able to give you some details what is required for a kickstart for your CSI webinar. Okay, over to the next unit. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Violet ma'am.
Good afternoon, students. Please confirm if I am audible. And please let me know if the slides are visible. Good afternoon. Yes. Thank you so much for confirming, students. So, I myself, I am Dr. Violet, and today we will be talking about Unit 2, that is, we'll be discussing about the preparation strategy for how to prepare for CSIR NET exam. Yes, thank you, students, for confirming. Thank you, ma'am, for letting me continue with the session. And so, before I start with the preparation strategies, can you all tell me what do you all think about Unit 2? Should we select this unit? Should we not select this unit? What do you all feel about Unit 2? Now, definitely, you all know that we have 13 units, and then in those 13 units, we suggest students to select 7 to 8 units, right? So, what do you all think? Should we select Unit 2 or not needed? Maybe there are so not, what according to your thoughts, according to your experience with this studying this unit, what do you all think? Select for sure. Okay, Mayuri says select for sure. We should select. Okay. So yes, so many of you all are suggesting that definitely we should select, and that is what I would also suggest. Each one of you all should always select unit 2. Okay. Yes, right, Sampurna. It is one of the fundamental and one of the basic units. It interesting. It's that's absolutely right. It's needed. Yes, that's a very important point that Mansha has put over here. Actually, this unit is needed for you all to study so that you all clear CSIR JRF net with flying colors, because you will see this unit is not just a independent unit. The questions that they ask is sometimes clubbed with unit 13, sometimes you will see it is clubbed with unit 4. So you cannot make out whether it is a unit 4 question or whether it is a unit 2 question. But if you have to solve those questions, so you have to study unit 2 as well as you should study unit 4. That is another very important unit. Yes, so it is one of the basic unit, and definitely we should select this unit. So keeping this thought in mind, let's see how to prepare for unit 2. Yes, students, thank you for giving your suggestions. Now, first, whenever we are preparing for any unit, we have to very first, foremost thing, you have to go through the syllabus, right? Now, if you see the syllabus of unit 2, it looks like it is small. That is evident. Okay, so it is small. So that is another point that why we should not miss this unit. So it is basic, it is small, and it is one of the fundamental units. If you know these units, then only you can study the difficult units like unit 4, unit 13, because for studying those you need the basics, right? You need to know all these topics that are mentioned in unit 2. So now let's talk about the syllabus. So if you see, unit 2 has just 5 subunits, right? And it is very small. You will not need much time. But first and foremost, you have to also understand this unit. Okay, it's not that you can just mug it up. Definitely, you have to understand this unit. You have to know these mechanisms. So first topic over here in unit 2 is membrane structure and function. That is all about the membranes, the lipids. Okay, so I will tell you all what is important over here in the upcoming slides. Now we will see each of these subunits in details. Next is unit B, that is about structure, organization, and function of intracellular organelles. So if you all have gone through the CSIR question paper this time in December, yes, you will see that questions are asked from how the proteins reach the different organelles. So that is another very important area, the protein transporting, from where the questions are asked. Then cytoskeleton. So it is very important from CSIR point of view. Unit 2C is all about organization of genes and chromosomes. Now, if you see the questions that they ask from organization of genes and chromosomes, so usually they will be statement based questions. Okay. And the questions are asked, it can either be from chromatin and chromosomes or very important transposons. Like, this time in one like evening or morning, once they ask transposons, the other batch they ask chromatin and chromosomes. So these are important topics that you should know. Then unit 2D, this is again a very important subunit in unit 2, cell division and cell cycle. Definitely this time also they have asked. So the questions that they usually ask is from this area, that is steps in cell cycle, regulation and control of cell cycle. Okay. Now mitosis, meiosis, you should know, because if you don't know, you will not understand. But regulation is very important from cell division and cell cycle. The last subtopic or subunit in unit 2 is microbial physiology. Now, if you go through the previous year question papers, you will find that questions are asked, and usually the questions are numerical questions that are asked from microbial physiology. So, when we are solving the questions, we will see some numerical questions that are asked from here, so that you get an idea of how questions are asked. So, from microbial physiology, don't miss the growth kinetics, the strategies of cell division, and stress response. Okay, so this growth, yield, and characteristic. So, this is the topic from where the numericals are asked. Okay. Now, first, now that you know the syllabus, the next important thing when you are preparing for unit 2 is you should follow a timetable. Okay. So, prepare a timetable and follow it religiously, right? Do not miss whatever you have decided to study for that particular day. So, as I said, it is a short unit. So, I don't think so, it will need much time. So, we will give around 2 days for each topic, okay, or subtopic, you can say, or the subunit. So, like we have 5 subunit, for each I have kept 2 days. So, it is, maybe 1 or 2 days, it might vary for each one of us, depending on our grasping power and interest. So, for 2 days, if we consider unit 2A, we will allocate 3 hours for unit 2A. Okay. And basically, the important topic that you have to study is all about membranes, right? Their structure, their function, flippase, floppase, okay, all this, and the transporters that are present. In second day, that is, you need to concentrate on the protein transport pathways to various organelles, the cytoskeleton, okay, and the different organelles. So the organelles part is not very, not very important in sense, like part C questions are usually not asked from organelles, part B questions will be asked. Okay, so I'm allocating 3 hours for unit 2B as well. Now 2C, I have allocated 2 hours per day for 2 consecutive days. So you can study all about the chromatin, chromosomes, okay, what is heterochromatin, what is euchromatin, then all the details about transposons. Then on fourth day, you all can allocate some time, that is around 2 hours, for meiosis and mitosis, okay, for the fourth subunit, cell cycle steps, the regulations, and the checkpoints. So all this should be covered in 2 days. And for 2E, again, I have kept 2 hours each day. So where you can study in details about the microbial growth kinetics. So if you see, because 2A and 2B is little bigger compared to 2C, D, and E, so I have allocated 3 years. So in this way, you all first should prepare a timetable. Okay, study schedule is very important. So in this way, in 10 days, you can easily complete your full unit 2D. So whenever you are studying, make sure that you start with the important topics at first. Okay, and after you have completed studying, it is also important that you revise it instantly, because just studying will not help. After some time, you need to revise. You need to know whether you can remember each and everything that whatever you have studied. Okay, so How will you know that? First, you have to sit back and you have to think whatever you studied, you can recollect or not. Then, very important point is you have to solve questions. Okay, so this will help you all to polish your skills and improve your exam performance. So, every day after studying, try to solve at least 10 questions from previous year question papers, right? So in this way you all can analyze yourself whether you know that particular topic. And knowing is not enough, we should also know how to solve the questions, right? Because the questions, when we study and when we solve questions, you all might have seen that what we studied is completely different. Like we study, a particular mechanism, but the questions that are asked, those are application based. So it is very important that we should know how to solve the questions. So let's move ahead and now let's talk about the different subunits, and I will also be discussing about the resources for that you need to go through for the different subunits, and in details about the topics that you should not miss. Okay, so details about the structure, function of membranes, the different types of phospholipids and proteins that are involved, the asymmetric distribution of the lipids in the membrane. So these are important topics that you should not miss. Then definitely the role of lipid rafts. Okay, so you will see a lot of part C, part B questions are asked from lipid rafts. Then another very important topic, you will see the RBC membrane components. Right, from here also you will see a lot of questions are asked. Basically the questions are related to band 3 protein. Then FRAP. Okay, this FRAP techniques is, you will see a lot of questions are asked in part C. So today also we'll try to solve a FRAP question. So these are questions that are related to FRAP. As I said, the questions from FRAP, they can be clubbed with unit 13 as well. Then what all you need to memorize over here, you need to know about the different ion channels, the pumps, okay, the transporters, the inhibitors of the different transporters, what will happen, okay, if the inhibitors uh, inhibit a particular transporter, their mode of inhibition, what all diseases will be caused. Okay, so these, from these topics you will see are asked in part B. Okay, because these are not very complicated things, it is simple and factual. So one should also study the membrane destabilizing agents. Like in now this time in December 2023 exam, you might have seen that they have asked questions like, where will you find after you purify the protein? So where you will find after you add the destabilizing agent? So where you'll find the integral protein, whether it will be in solution part or whether it will be in the insoluble part, right? So for that you need to know this topic related to the membrane destabilizing agents, the detergent treatments. Okay, because these are the areas where experimental based questions are asked, and definitely they will ask in part C as this time they have asked. Then sorting of various proteins. So mostly the entry of proteins into mitochondria is a must type of question, but this time if you all have seen, they have also involved questions related to the movement of proteins through ER. Okay, next is membrane potential. Membrane potential is a part of unit 2, as well as you will see membrane potential is a part of unit 7. Okay, but definitely membrane potential questions are asked where it can lead to changes in potential. So numerical questions are asked in unit 2 related to membrane potential, and usually they are asked in part C. So that was about unit 2A. Now what are the reference books for unit 2A? You can refer Cell and Molecular Biology, okay, by Karp, or Molecular Biology by Alberts. You can even refer Leninger. Okay, so these are some of the standard reference books that you can refer for Unit 2A. Now, moving ahead, talking about Unit 2B. So, Unit 2B is all about structural organization and function of intracellular organelles. So, as I mentioned before, Part B questions are asked. Okay, and you have to focus more on the cytoskeletal components like actin, dynein, kinesin, the direction in which they carry the cargo, their function in different cellular processes. So this time also they had asked a question related to cytoskeleton. So this is very important. Never skip this topic. Then questions are even asked from the enzymatic contents of the different organelles. So just knowing the structure, knowing the structure and function of the organelles is not enough. You need to know what enzymes are present in different organelles. Okay, like in Golgi, lysozyme. So they have some specific markers, right? The enzymes that act as markers. So we need to know that. And the diseases that are associated if those enzymes do not work properly, if the proteins that are missing. Okay. So this is an important area from where questions are asked. Then protein modifications in ER and cellular fractionation based questions. Now, if you see this figure over here, so whenever we are preparing for unit 2B, okay, where you have the proteins moving into different organelles, okay. So for that, you should study the diagrams for protein transport in different organelles because this will help to save time. And as you can see, it is a figure based. Questions can also be asked, so it is very easy if you know the figures properly. You need not go through the ppts, the line by line. You need not go through the textbooks, right? So in this way, if you know the figure properly, you can easily solve these part C questions, right? So this is how the protein is going inside the chloroplast, right? And this is how the protein is going inside the mitochondria, what all processes are happening. So it is everything very descriptive manner it is shown and very easy to understand and learn. So never miss the figures. Okay. So the reference books for unit 2B, again, you can refer the molecular biology textbooks like Gerald Carb or Alberts, as well as you can refer Lodish. Now coming to unit 2C. Unit 2C is about organization of genes and chromosomes. So questions are even asked sometimes from operon. Okay, like lac operon, tryptophan operon, arabinose operon. So you should know these operon thoroughly. Okay, study in details about their components, the regulation of these operons. Okay, what will happen in the presence of a particular substrate, what will happen in absence of a particular substrate. Then stay, as we saw even this time, questions are asked from chromosome structure, transposons, and chromosome aging. So usually the questions are part C based questions. Okay, and they are statement based questions that are asked from here, even for transposon statement based and chromosome structure and their packing. Part B questions are asked from the repetitive DNA sequences, the heterochromatin, euchromatin, centromeric regions, what sequences are present, okay, related to DNA acetylation, methylation. Okay, so you should know all these terms and what all it indicates and the various examples that are associated with it and where all you will see these steps taking place. Now, unit 2C, you need to refer Genes by Benjamin Lewin, okay, as well as you can refer James D. Watson, right? Molecular Biology of the Gene by James D. Watson. So these are the important reference book for unit 2C. Now, moving ahead to unit 2D. Now, unit 2D is the most important subunit in unit 2 because definitely one questions are asked. So in unit 2, at least 3 to 4 part C questions are asked. Okay, and whatever we discussed in unit 2A, 2B, 2C, definitely one part C question from 2D will be there. Okay, so it is very important. Star mark this unit, subunit of unit 2, as it is very important in unit 2, and you will see the questions, they are clubbed with unit 4 related to cancer, apoptosis. Okay, so if you know cancer and apoptosis, but if you don't know about cell division and cell cycle, you might not be able to solve the question. So study the cell cycle progression, the checkpoints regulation in details, the different types of cyclin, CDKs that are associated with different phases of the cell cycle. Okay, what will happen if an inhibitor is added for the different CDKs? Okay, so all that you need to know. What is P21? What is P27? Right? Then you need to also know about ATM, ATR, the inhibition drugs, and proteins and genes that control the cell cycle. Right? So ATM, ATRs, how they control the damage that occurs to the DNA. Okay. So in part B, many time questions are even asked from DNA versus chromosome count from each stage of mitosis and meiosis. So that is why in the beginning I told you should know mitosis and meiosis. Okay, because your knowledge will help you all to solve these questions related to DNA versus chromosome count that is usually asked in part B. Now moving ahead, The reference books for Unit 2D, again, you will find these molecular biology textbooks as the substantial reference book. You can refer Gerald Karp, you can refer Alberts, you can refer Lodish. So remember, Unit 2D topics like regulation and control of cell cycle is common with topics of cancer and apoptosis. Okay. So try to revise Unit 2 along with the common topics that we find in Unit 4 as well. So in this way, it will be helpful to solve the Part C questions. So whenever you are studying Unit 2D, okay, it is very important that you use these tables for studying. Okay. So in cell cycle control, we have a large number of proteins. So you need to know their functions in details, right? So you should know the names of the various proteins involved in different phases of a cell cycle, their function. Okay, all this has to be memorized. So always go through the tables. Never miss the tables, whatever we see in the standard reference books. Okay, as well as you all can use the concept tables, because these are concepts that you need to know, and when you need to compare between the topics, okay, the like you need to compare between mitosis and meiosis cell division. So for in this case, these concept tables that has been designed by Biotechnica will be very handy, and it will really help you all to understand the various topics in very less time. And as you all can see, it is very evident. You can easily understand the difference. Like here, it is a equational division. In meiosis, it is a reductional division. So in this way, if you have these tables at hand, by just one glimpse, you can easily understand the topic and you can easily memorize it, right? Because it is very catchy also. And apart from that, like you need to know about the different cytoskeletal elements, so you can use these tables. Like you can compare between microtubules, microfilaments, intermediate filaments. So always try to use these tables. They are very simple to retain and very easy, and it takes very less time to study a particular topic, and it is easy to keep it in mind. You can easily memorize them very nicely. So this is another example of the tables that you need to study. So this is about the glucose transporters. So if you all have gone through the previous year question papers, you will see from the glucose transporters, they ask questions in part B. Okay, if you have skipped this table, you will not be able to solve the questions. So very important, whichever textbook, okay, the reference books that we are sharing, so you need not have to go through each and every line of the textbook, right? What is important is you have to go through these standard tables, the figures. So I showed you all how to study through the figures, through the tables, okay? So that you can, in less time, you can study more. You don't have to allot a lot of time. Now coming to the unit 2E, that is microbial physiology. So it is a very small subunit. You don't have to allocate a lot of time for unit 2E. So from this subunit, you can expect some numerical questions. So those are usually based on microbial growth kinetics, then the diseases that are caused, okay, and the stress response mechanisms. But usually you will see questions that are asked from growth kinetics. So the reference books for unit 2 is little different compared to other subunits. So for unit 2E, usually you have to refer the microbiology textbooks. Okay, like you can refer Prescott microbiology, you can refer microbiology book by Pelzar, by Gerard J. Tortora. So any of the microbiology books will be helpful for studying this particular subunit, that is unit 2E. Okay, now coming to, now apart from, as we saw, we need to study the figures, the tables for unit 2D. Next is the graphs. Okay, so I've given you an example of one of the graphs that is from unit 2E, where you need to know the different phases of the bacterial growth curve. Okay, so questions can be asked from this type of graphs as well. So you should know what is lag phase, what is log phase, stationary phase, death phase, their characteristics. And graph based questions are also asked in unit 2. Okay, like one of the question I have shown you is from FRAP. So questions from FRAP and microbial growth curve are graph based questions, usually how they ask the questions. Apart from that, even in cell division, cell cycle, they have frame graph based questions. So whenever, apart from the figures and tables, if you all find any of the graphs in the reference books, do study those graphs. Okay, study it thoroughly because questions will be asked from the graphs as well. So remember, apart from graphs, another important point when you're preparing for unit 2 is memorize the formulas so that you can solve the numerical based questions that are asked from microbial growth. So you can practice one type of question for the different numericals. Okay, like I have written down some of the important formulas that you need to know from unit 2e. Okay, and using these formulas, you will see questions are asked. So we will see some of the questions as well, that is, you can solve using these formulas in the upcoming slides. So now that you know what all you need to study, okay, what all resources you need to follow for studying these topics, next very important point that you should keep in mind is you can also study by question and answer method. Okay, so what is that question and answer? So you can go through the difficult part C questions and you can try to find out the correct answer for that. So in this way, from the questions also you get to know about the different concepts, and you can retain the concepts and you can easily solve the different questions that are asked. So practice the experiment based questions from previous year question papers. You can also follow the AIMNet test series that is conducted by Biotechnica, the mock test series. So these will be really helpful in preparing for this particular unit, that is unit 2. So some of the quick revision tools that I wanted to share with you all for unit 2 is you can follow the concept notes. Okay, so if you see the idea behind concept note is any particular concept, like if you want to know about the chloride bicarbonate exchanger, so you have the clear cut picture of that chloride bicarbonate exchanger, how it works, as well as in steps in very colorful manner you can see what are the steps that are associated with it. So in this way, concept notes are very, it is fast to retain if you study through concept notes. So it is provided by Biotechnica, you can use them. Okay, same way conceptical light is also there, where like one of the examples I've shown you all, cyclin dependent kinase, that is a part of unit 2D, right? So cyclin dependent kinase is what is their structure, how they function. So you can see CDKs are cyclin dependent kinases, they do not function on their own, right? They have to bind to the cyclins. Then these are kinases, so what they will do, they will phosphorylate, right? So but to phosphorylate, they themselves have to be get activated, so they themselves get phosphorylated. Okay, so in this way CDK cyclin complex gets phosphorylated and then it gets activated. So when it gets activated, it will now phosphorylate the target protein. So this is how the conceptical light will help you all in understanding the concept in a very easy manner. Then concept wheels is another important smart tool that you can use for studying topics from unit 2D, where like for example, if you need to know about the integral proteins, so the concept wheels, it looks like a wheel and it has the different spokes, where the different spokes of the wheel will talk about the different characteristic of that particular topic. Okay, like here for the transport systems, so one point over here is mentioned, transport of substances across the plasma membrane is done by different mechanisms, right? So there is passive transport is one mechanism, is one of the spoke, then active transport, bulk flow transport. So in this way, through one figure you can study the different types of transport systems. So these are really helpful, that help you all to manage and save your time when you're preparing for the CSIR NET exam. Now let's solve some questions from these important topics that we discussed. So first topic is from FRAP that I have no, mentioned a question from unit 2 from part C. So the question is, to investigate the dynamic nature of two unrelated centrosome localized GFP tagged proteins, a team of scientists conducted FRAP, that is FRAP, fluorescence recovery after photo-bleaching experiment. The FRAP profile of these two proteins is given below. The following statements for this FRAP analysis were made. A, GFP-B shows faster exchange rate than GFP-A. B, GFP-A shows faster exchange rate than GFP-B. C, GFP-A has more immobile fraction than GFP-B. D, GFP-B has more immobile fraction than GFP-A. So what do you all think? Which of the above mentioned statements are correct for GFP-A as well as GFP-B? So many of y'all might have now written the exam, right? So you might have prepared this question as well. I'm expecting a lot of answers. Quickly, can students answer faster so that we can move on and try to solve more questions in less time? How will we solve these type of questions? Graph based question it is, and it is from FRAP. No idea? Okay, so let us see how to solve this particular question. I think students are still reading the question. Okay, so whenever we are seeing this type of question, that is related to FRAP, GFP-A, GFP-B. So this is what? This is green fluorescent protein. So these are tagged proteins. So here, this type of graph, first of all, okay, Surendra, we will try to solve this. Okay, so the next time you are prepared for this type of questions. So whenever you see this type of question, it is from FRAP. Okay, and you need to know this graph first. Okay, what does this graph indicate? So I'll first talk about the graph because I don't see any of y'all answering the question. So let's talk about this graph. Okay, so what is this graph showing? This graph is actually talking about the diffusion coefficient. Okay, so what is FRAP? FRAP is this technique, okay, where what it talks about. The FRAP is whenever a lipid, okay, so if you see, this is a cell, this is the membrane of the cell. So when it reacts with any kind of fluorescent probe, okay, so you react the cell with fluorescent probe to label the lipid. So here in this case, the outer membrane is labeled with fluorescent probes, and when you observe it under the microscope, you will see like this, okay, because you have tagged it. So this is fluorescence in color, means it will show fluorescence, right? Now, if you add a laser beam, so what will happen when you add the laser beam? It will get quenched, right? The fluorescence will not be there. That is what is quenched. So it will bleach the small area. Now, after some time, you are seeing that initially it was bleached when you added the laser. Now the laser is removed. Then you start seeing the fluorescence back again. Okay. So unbleached phospholipids will diffuse into the bleached area. So this is what is this technique shows that the lipids, they are moving, right? So you can measure the rate of fluorescence return over here. So this is what is FRAP. Okay, and this question has been given here in the form of a graph. So after each time interval, when you plot, okay, the fluorescence intensity, so you're getting a graph over here. Like for example, in the beginning, you can see this is bleached like this, but after some interval of time, you can see it is starting to regain this fluorescence, the green fluorescence that they have shown over here. So with time, the fluorescence will return back. So this is what is the graph. So the plot will depict a intensity profile that during a FRAP experiment. So this is a recovery curve that provides a basis for calculating overall diffusion coefficients. Okay, so remember, higher the diffusion coefficient, the faster will be the movement of that particular GFP tag protein. Okay, so the higher the diffusion coefficient, faster diffusion will be. Now, when you know that information, now let's talk about they have shown that there are two different tagged proteins. Okay, one is GFPA, one is GFPB. So first statement says GFPB shows faster exchange rate than GFPA. Okay, so is it showing faster? Now, if you see from this graph, the diffusion coefficients you can calculate over here. So GFPB has a higher diffusion coefficient because the graph is higher, right? So according to this question and the statement, GFPA definitely is showing a faster exchange rate. So A is correct. Clear? So if A is correct, then B is not correct. Okay. Now let's talk about C, where GFPA has more immobile fraction than GFPB. So GFPA Because it is slower, right? So it will have more immobile fraction. Correct, because it cannot move, right? So that is why C is correct. And D, it says GFPB has more immobile. Now GFPB is faster, so how it will have immobile fraction? It will have mobile fractions, right? So again, this is incorrect. So that is why the answer for this question will be option 1. Clear? Is it clear for everyone now? Okay, Shika. So that is how you need to solve these graph based questions. It is one of the CSIR questions. Okay, if you go back and check, you will see recently in 1 or 2 years they had asked this particular question from FRAP. Now moving on to the next question. So this is from cytoskeleton. It is a statement, means it is a numerical question. So we'll try to solve this question. A single protofilament of microtubule grows at speed of 2 micrometer per minute. Considering that there is no catastrophe in the microtubule nucleation and the size of the tubulin unit of the order of 5 nanometer, how many tubulin units are added to the growing microtubule per minute? Okay, so this is a numerical question where you need to know how it works, how the protofilament works, how many units they have. Okay, so for this question, let us see how to solve this. Rate of formation of single protofilament. So what is the rate is given? That is 2 micrometer per minute, or you can write 2 to the power 2 into 10 power 6 per minute. Okay, 10 power minus 6. A size of tubulin unit, one tubulin unit they have given is 5 nanometer. Okay, converted to meters. So hence the tubulin units added per minute you have to calculate. Now one protofilament will have how many per minute? So you have to you have to divide this rate of formation of single protofilament by the size of one tubulin unit. Okay, so you will, when you divide, you will get around 400, okay, tubulin units that is added. So there are 13 protofilaments. So this is the knowledge that you need to have about the microtubule. So in microtubule, there are 13 protofilaments in a microtubule. So now we have to calculate the total number of tubulin units that is added to the microtubule per minute. Now for per minute, this is 400, but there are 13 protofilaments, so you have to multiply. So when you multiply, you will get 5200. So the right answer will be option D over here. Okay, this is again a CSIR question that was asked. So it is very important that you know these type of questions, how to solve them. Okay, just studying their structure is not enough, because they'll ask some numerical questions where you should know how to study and you should know how to solve these questions as well. Okay, but yes, if you don't know the structure, then also you will say that the answer is 400, but the answer is not 400. You have to calculate for 13 protofilaments. Okay, now let's see one more question from transposon. As I said, transposon is one of the important topics in Unit 2C. This time also in December 2023, they have asked a question from transposon. So don't miss transposon. And the transposon questions, they're easy if you know the characteristic of each and every transposons. So a group of transposable elements described as retro elements encompass, so the characteristics are written. So what is their characteristic? You have to find out. P elements in Drosophila, lines but not signs in humans. Copia element in Drosophila, signs but not lines in humans. Third, copia element in Drosophila, lines as well as signs in human. Fourth, P elements in Drosophila, lines as well as signs in human. So about this is from transposon. So the right answer for this question, students, it will be option 3 over here. That is, copia element is one of the retro transposon in Drosophila. Okay, because they have asked about retro elements. So it is copia element, and lines as well as signs, they are both retro transposons that is found in human genome. Okay, so the right answer will be option 3. Next, let's see a question from cell cycle regulation. So again, if you see from cell cycle also, they can give you a graph based question. Okay, so in this particular graph, it is about the cell cycle regulation in eukaryotes. So there are post translational modification of protein factors which act as switches for different phases of cell cycle. A cell population of yeast was transfected with gene for V1 kinase, that is, which modifies CDC2 protein. Assuming that the transfection efficiency was 50% only, which of the following graphical representation is most appropriate? Any idea about this question? How will you solve this question? Which graph is most appropriate? So you have to see over here, okay, this curve is for non-transfected cells. And the curve where the dark spots are there, so this is for transfected cells. Now it is transfected with V1 kinase. Now remember V1 kinase, what it does? It is an inhibitor, okay? It will not let the cells to undergo mitosis. Okay, so if it is an inhibitor, so definitely the cells will not grow. So the cell number will be less, right, compared to the cells that are not transfected. So in that case, if you see, the answer should be, no, maybe it can be A or it can be C as well. No idea? Okay, Zeba, let us see how to solve this question. So as I was discussing, so it can be either A or either C. Now, because it says it is only 50% transfected, okay, means even in transfected cells, there are some cells that will grow. Okay, so that is why it will not be C, it will be option A. So the right answer will be option A, students. Okay, so for this, you should first know to solve this question, you should also know this concept. Okay, how the cell cycle regulation is occurring. So in yeast, so there is a kinase, CDC2 kinase, that has two phosphorylating sites. One will activate it, the other phosphate will inactivate it. Okay, so that is threonine 161. When it gets phosphorylated, it gets active, and tyrosine 15 will inactivate it. So this tyrosine 15 is added by this V1 kinase. So in the question they had said V1 kinase is present, means it will get inhibited. Okay, mitosis will not occur, and CAC will add this activating phosphate. And along with CDK, you need cyclin. But still, if you see, okay, after all these phosphorylations, it's still inactive. Why? Because this phosphate is inactivating this complex. Now, the cell cannot divide, but it can grow, right? Now, when the cell has to divide, when it has to go for mitosis, so there is a phosphatase, that is CDC25. So that CDC25 phosphatase, what it does, it removes this phosphate. So now the complex becomes active, and then it can move, it can undergo mitosis, and that is why this yeast cell, you can see, it will divide in for two daughter cells, right? And the cyclin will be degraded further once the mitosis is occurred, and then the kinase will become inactive. Okay, so to solve that question, you need to know this concept. You need to know what V1 kinase does. So this is a very important concept. Every year they do ask question related to this concept in some or the other way. Sometimes it can be statement based, graph based, sometimes in part B. Now this is the question that was asked in this December 2023. Let's see what question was it. So it is related to cell cycle regulation. So during metaphase to anaphase transition, complete removal of cohesin allows sister chromatids to separate and move to opposite poles. Given below a few proteins that is involved in mitotic progression: CDC20, APC, separase, cyclin A. Now, this is a simple question. If you'll have studied cell cycle regulation, you can easily solve this question. Okay, so the question is, which one of the following options represents the protein-protein complexes involved in cohesin removal at the onset of anaphase during mitosis? So whenever anaphase is approaching, right? So you need to know that APC has become active. Okay, so APC is a part of this complex, okay, protein complex that is involved in cohesin removal. APC becomes active. Yes, Mayuri, correct. Very good. Good to know that you could solve this question because this was asked this time. So APC, when it becomes active, what it does, it'll, securin, there's another protein, securin, it holds separase. Okay. So separase is the enzyme that cleaves this cohesin. But because of presence of securin, it cannot do that. But when anaphase is approaching, APC becomes active. Now that too APC with CDC20, this complex becomes active. It'll ubiquinylate. Okay, it'll ubiquinylate this securin. So separase becomes active. Now separase can cleave this cohesin protein. So what all proteins are involved when the cohesin has to be cleaved? So it is CDC20, APC, and separase. So that is why option 3 is the right answer. So if you see this question, it might look complicated, okay, but it is not complicated. It is very simple if you know the concept. Let's move ahead, and this will be the last question. from Unit 2. A culture was started by inoculating the medium with 100 cells, having a generation time of 2 hours. Assuming the culture grows in ideal synchrony for at least 24 hours, what will be the number of cells in the culture at 2 hours and 9 hours? Now, this is a numerical question, as I said, from growth kinetics. So, recently in CSI, they had asked this question. So, for this question, you need to know the formulas. Okay. So, that is, what is the formula? Nt is equal to n0 into 2 to the power n, where n is number of generations, n0 is the initial number of cells, and nt is the number of cells after a time t. Now they have given two time, okay, 2 hours and 9 hours. So same formula you will use. So once for 2 hours and once for 9 hours. So once for 2 hours, when you use, nt2 will be n0 into 2 to the power n. N0 is 100 and 2 to the power n is number of generation. Number of generation, how you calculate? Time by generation time. So here time is 2, generation time is also 2 hours, right? So it is 1. So it becomes 2 into 10 power 2, you can say, right? It's 2 to the power 1 it is. So you can write 2 into 10 power 2. Similarly, for t when it is 9, okay, you can calculate. So I have 4.5 it will come. You can round off to 5 and it will come up to 3.2 into 10 power 3. Right? And then the answer will be option 3 in this case. So it is simple, just that you need to know the formulas. So that is again a very important thing that you need to know, the formulas for solving questions from unit 2E. Right? So that is how you have to prepare for unit 2. So now we could solve some of the questions, but there are many questions. So for that, you all can keep practicing. You can use the mock test series for practicing for unit 2, and the link for this mock test for unit 2 will be given in the chat box. The link will be available. You can give the mock test later, but remember, you will only get one time access. Okay, so once prepare unit 2 properly and then try to go for the mock test practice. So that was all for the preparation strategy for unit 2. Thank you, everyone. Now I pass on the controls for unit 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I clearly audible? And can you see my presentation? Please, can you confirm? Okay. So, you have already discussed unit 1, unit 3, and you have already got some ideas about how to prepare, how to go with those very important units. So now is the turn for unit 3. And unit 3, as you know, it is comprising of the fundamental processes, right? The replication, the transcription, the translation, the entire central dogma. Along with that, you do have the operon and the regulation of those operon, right? Now, this is one section. This fundamental process is one section which is common to all the examinations, whichever stream you come from. Okay, whatever be your subject in your MSc, you have got an insight to these processes. In fact, replication, transcription, translation, these are topics which you have even got the idea right at the start of uh, your BSc. In fact, in your school, right? 11 and 12 as well. So here in your CSIR syllabus, you just have to do it in a very elaborate way. And I hope that as you're preparing for the CSIR, you have already gone through the previous year questions and you have seen how the question pattern has been changing over the years. Initially, okay, during our times, it were more of a very straightforward, even the analytical parts used to be quite straightforward. But now, what you have here is a very complicated, okay? But if you think it is complicated, then you will find it is complicated, okay? The trick is here. But if you know how to go about these questions when you're preparing, exactly where you need to be very specific, how you should strategize your study, Unit 3 will become very easy for you. In fact, it will be very easy to answer the questions as well. And it is something which we keep on mentioning, that unit 3 is one of those very very unit that you should not skip at all. I say this often in class as well, in our webinars as well. Unit 3 you must not skip, because you have many questions coming from here. Every year you get questions, okay? Like you can definitely expect around 4 to 5 questions from in part B, as well 4 to 5 questions in part C. Okay, so you can imagine what is the weightage of unit 3 in your CSIR exam, right? In fact, as I started this discussion saying this, that unit 3 is common to all the examinations. So when you're preparing for unit 3 for CSIR, you are simultaneously also preparing for the other exams. That is a benefit that you get with unit 3. You don't have to prepare it separately, right? Okay. So, what we are going to discuss today is, we are going to discuss how we should prepare. Okay, preparation strategy. And also, I will tell you the topic wise preparation. We will do some sample questions. And like for the previous 2 units, the mock test series will be shared to you. Okay. And of course, some resource recommendation I will definitely give you. Now, what do you feel about Unit 3? Let me ask you. I told you many things about Unit 3, right? So, what is your feedback on Unit 3? Let me first listen to that, and then I will, go about. So, quickly, can you tell me how many of you enjoy molecular biology? Because Unit 3, it is actually the molecular biology, right? And you know what? Later on, when you're going to do your PhD and all, no, there also you will get some reference to these topics as well. Absolutely, it is a central dogma of life. It is as important, right? Interesting, enjoyed. Okay. Enjoy learning, this is important, right? Okay, interested. Fine. So basically, vast, memory based, but interesting. Yes, definitely this unit 3 is vast, but you know what? The moment you are able to picturize this entire process, no, it doesn't seem that vast. When you're studying, the studies should be something as if, you can simply picturize, okay, this is going and sitting over there. That is, the animation part, you will get it in your mind. Okay, the moment you can get that, no, the things becomes very concise. That time you won't it won't feel like of, okay, this is a very vast thing. So that will come once you have completed the unit 3 study. Important unit and basis of the another unit. Without diagrams, don't understand. Absolutely, diagram based. I will tell you this also. Diagram based. Okay. So let's talk about the preparation strategy. Right. So as I told you, this is the most important. Okay, one of the most important unit, because unit 1 is also important, unit 2 is also important, so this is also equally important. Now when you are studying, always study from the basics. You know what, I've seen students straight away jumping into the process of replication, or straight away going into transcription and so on and so forth. But in our class also, and this is an advice I will give to everyone who is also not a biotechnical student, always start from your basic. First, know the DNA structure. You have to have a very clear idea about the DNA structure. What is this bases, the nitrogenous bases, the sugar, the phosphate bonds, what are the names of those bonds? All those basics has to be memorized, has to be learned first, and then you can go into the replication, transcription, or any other processes. You know, it is like those are the building blocks. The basics are the building blocks, which when you are adding one after the other, that gives you the entire structure. Okay, so replication process is that structure, but you have to start with the basics, the buildings. Right? Now, when you are studying this, okay, from the basics, now you're going into the advanced part, always ask some questions. When is it happening? Okay, the process you have selected, or a particular process. Not, see, replication is a big heading, right? Within the replication, there are small processes which are going on. Break it up and ask the questions for each of the small processes. When is it happening? Where is it happening? Why is it happening? And how is it happening? That how should come last. Okay, where you're describing the entire process. I will show you with one example what I mean. But always remember, what, when, where, why, how. These questions you have to ask. If you don't ask these questions, you will not get the complete idea. Now, as you have already mentioned, that it is a vast unit, which I totally agree, that even though the heads are only 4, there are, A, B, and C and D part, but when you go about studying these, it takes a lot of time, and the revision also takes time. So I would suggest that when you are studying this part, when you're making the timetable for unit 3, okay, always alternate unit 3 with some easy topics. Like you can study, say, suppose in the morning you're studying unit 3, okay, and then say from suppose 7 to 10, okay, you're studying unit 3. From 10 to say 12, you study unit 10. Okay, or you can take up any easy topic, unit 9, unit 12, they are easy topics, right? So when you're preparing the timetable, make sure you don't keep the heavy topics together in your timetable. Okay, unit 3 is a heavy topic, pair it up with a lighter topic. That will help you to go through both the units on the same day. Fine. Next, study by diagrams, tables, and flowcharts. For unit 3, diagrammatic study is very, very helpful. As I told you, when you can form the picture in your mind, then the entire load of that topic, you know becomes very easy. It just reduces. So maybe you are reading the replication for, if you take up the textbook, okay, the replication chapter is extending to up to say 10 pages. But once you have read the chapter and now you have concised it, you have gone through the pictures and you have actually studied those pictures, okay, and the associated information. Now, when you close your eyes and you try to picturize that picture, you will see that not only the picture but all the associated informations are coming to your mind, and that 10 pages will not seem to be 10 pages. It will just get reduced to one page because everything is getting animated, no? So that is a level of understanding you have to develop, and it can only be done when you start from the basic and go to the advanced part. Okay? Focus on the tables as well, like for example memorizing the enzymes, okay, or the transcription factors. Make a table of that. Okay, this is, in a series wise. So which is the transcription, first transcription factor that is coming? Okay, TF2D, that is the first transcription factor which comes, and along with that, what is the role of it? Which is the next transcription factor that comes along with that, the role of it. All right, that way you can make tables for all the enzymes, for all the inhibitors of replication, transcription, translation of all those processes. And uh, definitely you can make a list of even the regulators. Okay, and then you can make some flow charts. Fine. So these are the three main tools that you should use when you are preparing for your unit 3. Now let me give you some demos. So always remember that CSIR NET is not about how much you are studying, but how smartly you are studying. Okay, this is very, very important. Now when you are studying, you have unit 3, which is the fundamental process that is dealing with the replication, transcription, translation, and of course the operon. Okay, but if you notice the syllabus, you will see that operon regulation, the regulation of gene in prokaryotes, that is mentioned here under unit 3, but actually the structure of operon is something that you're studying under unit 2. Okay, you are straight away getting into replication, but as I told you, the basics of DNA structure and all, okay, that you will get in H1, unit 1, subpart H, where you have the nucleic acids and the helical forms, okay, the structure of tRNA, microRNAs, all the basics are considered here. The basics are there in unit 2, part C. There also you will get the basics, right? So when you are studying part unit 3, make sure that you keep a reference of unit 1 H, unit 2 part as well, because these comprises the basic information which you should know before you get into the processes. Clear? Now, yes, one more thing to mention. Why am I saying these basics are important is many times in the question, they club these basics. Okay, they are asking, maybe they are talking about a particular event in your transcription. They have done an experiment. Okay, a transcription experiment. But in that transcription experiment, they have mentioned about euchromatin, heterochromatin, or maybe the transposon. So when you are actually analyzing this question, you have to have a clear idea about euchromatin, heterochromatin, transposons, right? Okay. Now let's go to the next question. What is the next part that you're going to discuss is that what question. Okay. So suppose from unit 3, you are going to study the base excision repair. So you first ask the question what you are going to study. So base excision repair you have taken up. In fact, if you have given this year's CSIR question, CSIR exam, you will see that they had asked a question from base excision repair as well. Even in your last CSIR question, they had asked a question from base excision repair. So repair is again a section where you get questions. Okay, I'm not saying that you always get question from base excision repair. No, you get question from the other repair mechanisms as well. But let's just talk about this one, just to tell you how you should go about with these topics. Okay, so see, as I told you already that in this section you have some broad heads. So one of the broad head is your DNA repair mechanism, right? Under that broadhead, you have many subtopics or the sub processes. So you have the base excision repair, you have the nucleotide excision repair, you have homologous repair, you have non-homologous repair, you have direct repair, even you have the translation, right? So all of these are separate processes. So when you're studying these separate processes, every time ask the question, when is it happening? Where is it happening? Why is it happening? And lastly, how it is happening. Okay. So like for the base excision repair, the first question we need to ask is when is this repair going to happen? Okay. Is it restricted? Is it not? So the answer to this is that this repair system happens throughout the cell cycle. It is active throughout the cell cycle. Okay. But if you talk about the other repair, which is your mismatch repair, in that case, the when question will differ. If you ask when to the mismatch repair, the answer will be during replication. Okay, it is happening only during replication, not any time other. Okay, not other times. So that is why when question is important. Okay, is it very restricted or is it happening throughout? Okay, like for example, if you take up if you compare between replication and if you compare between transcription or translation, okay, or translation, I'm writing in short. So when you ask this question, when, okay, for replication, the answer will be only in the S phase, only in the synthesis phase. But for transcription translation, the answer to when will be throughout. See, the when question gets differed. Okay, the answer is different. It is happening throughout. So when you're going to enter the S phase, then obviously in the G1 phase, you have to transcribe the genes which are required for the S phase, and you have to translate those genes, those mRNAs also, which is definitely going to be utilized in the S phase, right? So when you go into your mitosis phase, again, or when you enter the G2 phase, okay, you have to prepare the factors, the proteins, which are going to be required in the G1 phase. When you enter the M phase, you have to prepare the proteins which are required in the M phase, sorry, right? So like this way, throughout, depending upon what is the requirement, okay, which genes are required, you transcribe those particular genes and you translate those particular genes in that particular time of the cell cycle. But for application, it is completely restricted to the S phase. So that is why it's very important to ask the question when. Okay. Next comes the question, where is it happening? Where is it happening? So obviously, these broad heads, replication, transcription, translation, all of this, they are happening both in prokaryotes and eukaryotes, right? Broadly, if you see. But if you go into the very minor subheads like this, like for example, the DNA repair system, okay, the direct repair, if you consider, this direct repair, it is restricted to the lower organism, not in the higher organism. Mammals, they don't exhibit the photolysis and all. Okay, they don't have the machinery. It is only restricted to the lower organisms. So again, see, the where question can have different answer. Got it? Again, let me give you another example where the where question will differ. That is your post-transcriptional modification. Post-transcriptional modifications, which obviously includes your capping, isn't it? It includes your capping, it includes your polyadenylation, it includes your splicing. These are the general three post-transcriptional modification which happens, right? I'm leaving out the alternative splicing and so on and so forth. Only the basic, the elementary post-transcriptional modifications, these are not happening in your bacteria, in your prokaryotes. It only happens in your eukaryotes. Okay? So see, where the answer will be different. Are you getting my point? Now let's get into the next question, which is why? Why is it happening? Okay, the question is, why is it happening? So in the case of this base excision repair, the answer is that there is some base lesions, okay, which can be caused because of deamination, or maybe some oxidizing agent has caused some changes. It can be the alkylated bases from the DNA. Okay, to repair these base lesions, this base excision repair is working. Now here again, the why question answer will change. Just take the example of homologous repair. That is also coming under your repair system, isn't it? But homologous repair or not, or the non-homologous repair. Non-homologous repair. Why is it happening? Why is it happening? Because there is a break in the strand. There is a double strand break. So why is changing? Okay, the answer to why is changing. So once you have answered what, when, why, where, why, when you have answered these questions, now get into how, which will lead to you to the process. So this is the base excision repair. And remember, when you're studying how, always have a diagram for reference. You can have the ready-made diagrams which is available in the book. All right, you can take that diagram, or you can make your own diagram and insert all possible, informations which you can. So later on, you don't have to go through the sentences. Like for example, I'll tell you. So let me just first go through how. So how, obviously the first step is that oxidized DNA bases are removed by specific DNA glycolysis, leaving apurinic or apyrimidinic AP sites. Now you have to have a clear idea about what is the AP sites. Okay? किसको हम AP site कहते हैं? That you have to have a clear idea. And what is the enzyme? Mark it. It is a DNA glycosylase. You already have it marked in the diagram. Okay? Next step is what? A single strand break introduced on the 5' side of the base-free deoxyribose phosphate moiety at the AP site through hydrolysis of the phosphodiester bond. By whom? By AP endonuclease. So what happens is, first the glycosylase comes and breaks this glycosidic bond. Now here, understand, why did I emphasize on your basics. Glycolase, the word is telling you that it is breaking the glycosidic bond, right? Now, for those whose basics are not clear, you will be sitting and wondering that where is this glycosidic bond? What is this glycosidic bond? You will not get a clear picture as to what is happening. You will think that, okay, maybe the bond is breaking from here. No, this is hydrogen bond that is breaking. You have to break the glycosidic bond. That means the sugar or base, this bond you're breaking. So until unless your basics are clear, you will not get an idea about which bond is breaking. Okay? After that comes the information of AP endonuclease. Now here you have extra information. This AP endonuclease, okay, in your E. coli, it is known as your AP endonuclease, or it is activity of exonuclease 3. Okay? In eukaryotes, it is your AP endonuclease APE1. So you can make a note of it. Here it is APE1 endonuclease is mentioned. You can write it. It is in eukaryotes. In case of prokaryotes, what it is simply AP endonuclease. So make a note of it here, a small note. Now, along with that AP endonuclease, right? So it has to make a cut at some end. So mention it. What is the exonuclease activity it is showing? All right. You can obviously jot down that also here. You can jot it down here also. This is another information you're getting. After that, what happens? Obviously, AP endonuclease is doing what? It is removing this phosphodiester bond, is breaking the phosphodiester bond, and ultimately there is a break created here. Okay, a single strand break created here. So obviously now the polymerase will come and insert the nucleotide. Now here again, there's something to point out. Polymerase 1 in prokaryotes and polymerase beta in eukaryotes. Okay, so why don't you make a note here? Polymerase beta for your eukaryotes, polymerase 1 in the case of your prokaryotes. Make a note. Right? Or if you can insert some more, 2-3 more informations, if you find, write it down. Next, after that is your ligation. Now here again, you have two things. Ligase 1, okay, DNA ligase in prokaryotes and DNA ligase 1 in the case of your eukaryotes. Make a note once again. What will happen like this is, you are reading once. You're reading this process, how this base excision repair is happening. You're reading it once from the textbook. But if you make these small notes, later on when you're revising, you just have to look at the picture, and all these small informations are already incorporated into your picture. The picture is giving you half of the information. You are just adding on the small information. So later on, you don't have to read through all these paragraphs or the points. So this is a smart study. Okay? This helps you to save time during your revision. So today, if you're making an effort, tomorrow you get the product. You get the benefit of it. Got the idea, everyone? So prepare all these techniques using this particular formula. Now, Biotechnica always is here for the students. So Biotechnica has already prepared, such kinds of diagram-based questions or diagram-based notes in this concept series. Okay, Conceptica book, it is already there. So you will get these pictures, which is giving you the informations, right? And it also comes along with some quick notes. So this Conceptica, it helps you to revise. So what I was telling you to do, it is already done for you by Biotechnica. You can definitely follow this. Otherwise, you can prepare your own self as well. The choice is yours. But, do it in this way. It will ultimately help you. Okay, if you always follow these questions: when, why, where, how. Got it? Now, as I was telling you that you can also prepare it with the help of some tables, right? And this is what I was showing you one example. So like, see the transcription proteins, all right, what you need. This is for your eukaryotic transcription. This is for your eukaryotic transcription. So make a list of it like this, okay? And what are the functions? Here also you can insert some of your current notes, okay, as you have done it with the picture. You can also do it for this table as well. Write down some small things which you don't want to miss out, like for TF2H, okay, you can definitely write down the CT detail sequence. You can mention the point that initially it is the serine 5 which gets phosphorylated, then the serine 2 which gets phosphorylated. Who is phosphorylating the serine on the CT detail of TF2H? Those small informations which are missing, you can insert it here so that it all comes together when you're revising. Fine. Now, having told you about the strategy, now let me tell you about the syllabus. Let's have a look at the syllabus. Now, many a time student tells me, ma'am, what are the important topics from this unit? And my answer to them always is, all the topics are important. Today also I will tell you the same thing. Because if you go through the question paper, you will see how the question is evolving. The questions are not the same. They ask from each and every topic, which, there is no topic that you can leave out. They ask from the fidelity of replication. Okay, how your polymerase, a DNA polymerase is proofreading. They ask about that. Is RNA polymerase equally capable of proofreading as your DNA polymerase or not? Based on that question concept, you get part B questions. Isn't it? Have you ever noticed it? Have you ever analyzed it? The questions. Okay, DNA repair mechanisms, homologous, site-specific recombination, everything from this to this. Okay, RNA editing, splicing, transport, RNA transport, structure and function of different types of RNAs. Everything is asked. All right. All right. Now here, if you want me to still make some selection for you, then I will say that this is a part which is less often asked. Hardly they ask question. Maybe once or twice they have asked some questions from this particular section. Okay, structure and function of different types of RNAs, RNA transport. They have not asked some direct questions from here, but they have tagged this concept to some other concept. Like they have tagged this concept to this ribosome, rRNA. Maybe they are asking about the rRNA, how the rRNA, what are the different rRNAs are there, okay, and how are these rRNAs assembling to form the ribosome. आ गया दोनों concept together. The two concepts are together here. All right. So direct question has not come from this section, but yes, a reference has often been made. Okay, with some other topics. Coming to this protein synthesis and processing. Ribosome, the structure, formation of initiation complex, initiation factors, all of these are important. Now, initiation part in eukaryotes is very simple. Initiation of your translation in prokaryotes is very simple. Okay, but the initiation of eukaryotes, I won't say difficult, but a lot more informations are given. Okay, because a lot more factors are involved. There also, I will ask you, when you're studying about the initiation complex, okay, just don't study by reading, just don't study by looking at the diagram which is provided to you. Scribble yourself. So here you have the ribosome, here your initiation factor 1 is binding, here your initiation factor 3 is binding, then the tRNA is coming and binding. So just make a rough sketch. No one is going to see your drawing, right? But what will happen when you make this rough sketch on your own? And mind it, don't look at the the picture and make the sketch. No, you are not practicing drawing. Okay? This is a recollection that you're doing. Now, when you make your rough sketch like this, when you are recollecting at the same time, you memorize the entire process. You will never forget. Do it in this way. Try it out. From today onwards, try it out. You will never forget. If you can draw and if you can explain it yourself, you will never ever forget the process. Okay? So, that is again another technique of practicing. Elongation factors. Now, when you're studying elongation factors, again, prokaryotes, eukaryotes, be sure about it. Okay? Translation inhibitors, all of these are very important. Post-translational modification of protein, this is a part where you do get questions from, but few questions. Comparatively, if you consider the rest of it, few questions are asked from here. Okay, but I will never tell you to skip this part. Go through this part as well. Okay, go through this part. You get questions, but yes, comparatively less questions you get from this section. And there comes the last one, the control of gene expression. So you have the concept of operons. All right, under your prokaryotic gene regulation, you have the concept of operons, which I already showed you. The structure of operon is mentioned in Unit 2. The concept is mentioned here, right? For fudge, you have different viruses and all, you have the different. So role of chromatin and gene expression and gene silencing. This is again a part where you get comparatively less question. Okay, so I'll just give you one clear idea here. Again, I'm repeatedly telling you, don't leave out any section. But yes, this is a place where you get comparatively less question. This is a place where you get comparatively less question. And this is a place where you get comparatively less questions. Okay, it's not that you're not getting questions, comparatively less question. I'm repeatedly telling you this. Okay, don't take it in a generalized way. Okay, so now let's get into some questions. I hope everyone is ready to see some questions, right? So what do you feel? What do you feel? Do you think that, with these tips which I've all given you, do you think still Unit 3 will be very difficult to study? Okay, try it out. Take your time, try it out, right? Let's get into some questions. Now I have selected one question from every subpart, okay, so that you can understand, okay, what kind of concept they are asking from. Starting from the very basic concept, like here they have asked, the long DNA strand depicted below is serving as a template for lagging strand DNA synthesis. Okay, this is the lagging strand. These are the lagging strands. The short lines represent the newly synthesized Okazaki fragments. Okay, so this is one Okazaki fragment. This is another Okazaki fragment. This is another Okazaki fragment. Right? Now they are asking at which position among A, B, C, and D would DNA primase act next. So for this, you need the concept of the polarity. A very clear concept of the polarity. For Unit 3, no, don't go by mugging. Don't go by just memorizing pages after pages. It will not help you to solve these questions. Kitna memorize karoge? But memorize the points. Okay? Like for here, if you memorize the polarity, or better still, if you understand the polarity, Okay, if you can draw the DNA on your own, you can write the polarity on your own, and you can write the entire process, draw the entire process with the polarities and everything. That is the best way. Okay, so see, for this Okazaki fragment, okay, so what we have here is, if you remember, leading strand is going in the direction of the helicase. So helicase, if it is moving towards your right, okay, opening the two strands, your leading strand is also following the same direction. Lagging strand happens in the opposite direction because of the alternate polarity. Okay, because obviously replication is from 5 prime to 3 prime. Okay, so this is a 5 prime, this is a 3 prime, okay, and this is a 5 and this is a 3 here you have. So always in the opposite directions, because of which you generate the small fragments, because as your helicase is, revealing one section of the DNA, the Okazaki fragments are formed in that section. So keeping that concept in mind, obviously this is the first one which has been formed, this is a second which has been formed, this is a third which has been formed, right? Now, for the first one, the primer has been placed here. For the second one, the primer has been placed here. For the third, the primer has been placed here. For the fourth one, which has to be synthesized here, okay, this is a section of the DNA which has been opened newly. The primer has to sit somewhere here at the D position. Only then you can generate the Okazaki fragment. Okay. So the correct answer is option 4, which is D. So see, you have to have a very clear idea about the polarity, the directions. Okay. Now going to the second question. So the second question, they are telling you a construct was generated to access the activity of bidirectional promoter A and B, which has a common regulatory DNA element X. Okay, the construct was used to transform E. coli. So if you look at the promoter, it is a bidirectional. It's moving, one is moving towards the left, one is moving towards the right, right? Now what is happening? The activity of the promoter is recorded in the presence of increasing levels of E. coli encoded regulatory proteins, which binds to the DNA element X. So automatically by reading this, you can visualize that, okay, there are these regulatory proteins which are coming and binding to this X site. Okay. Because of that, what is happening? Regulatory proteins, matlab, it is going to affect your rate of transcription and all. So it is going to have an impact on this rate of transcription, right? So as a result, what we get to see is this reported gene 1. Okay, the reported gene 1, which was expressed, see, look at the activity 100 was activity. But after some time, as your regulatory protein levels are increasing, the activity is getting reduced. That means reported gene 1 is getting repressed, right? Now, if you look at your reported gene 2, what is happening? The activity was initially very low, only 5%. But as your level of regulatory proteins are being added to element X, the activity is increasing. That means what is happening? Reported gene 2 is, being synthesized more, right? So there is enhancement for reported gene 2. Enhancement is happening, right? But for reported gene 1, the same regulatory protein is causing a repression. Clear about that? So this is what is given to you. Now what they are asking is, the above experiment is repeated in mutant E. coli with mutation which abolishes the binding of the regulatory protein to element X. Abolishes the binding. That means no regulatory proteins will be able to bind here. So in that case, what should be the activity of gene 1 and 2? That is what they are asking. So very simple, isn't it? These proteins, they are getting transcribed even without the presence of the regulatory proteins. That is what is very clearly shown in the graph. They are getting transcribed. But as the regulatory protein number is increasing or the level is increasing, that is the time when some changes are happening. So if you don't give any regulatory protein, what will happen? They will be getting transcribed at their own levels. है ना? Right? There won't be any repression, there won't be any enhancement, nothing. जो है यहाँ पर, what is here, that is only going to get followed. So that is T. So this is a question which is based on your transcription. So the previous one, it was from your replication. This is from your transcription. Now next, if you see, this is a question from your repair. Okay. This is a question from your repair. A guanine G base in DNA is susceptible to modification to 8-oxo G because of oxidative damage. If the modified G residues are not removed by a DNA glycolase, mut M, prior to replication, and adenine A may be incorporated against 8-oxo G. To avoid mutation, the cells have another DNA glycosylase which is called mut Y. However, when the gene coding for mut Y is deleted in E. coli, the strain survives. This observation suggests what? So, analyze the statements first. Analyze what is given to you. They are telling you that there is a kind of mutation. Okay? Now, you have mut M, which is a DNA glycolysis, which repairs this mutation prior to replication. Okay? Prior to replication. This is mentioned. Fine. Now, as a backup, you have another glycolase, which is mut Y, as a backup. So suppose if mut M fails to repair this mutation prior to replication, so obviously the mutation will exist in your replication, right? However, you have mut Y, which will, rectify. Rectify. Okay, the mutation. Right? This is what is being told you in the paragraph. Now they are saying that mut Y is deleted. Okay. Still the E. coli strain is surviving. That means what? So who is, rectifying the mutation? Mut Y to nahi hai. It has got deleted. Okay. So who is taking the role of mut Y? That is the basic question they are asking. So what should be the answer to this? You can tell me quickly. What should be the answer? So it is option 2, Ishika. Very good. Okay? So alternate DNA repair pathways may substitute for the repair of A incorporated against 8-oxo G. Okay? Because statement 1, you can't say mut Y is not responsible for excision. Why mut Y is not responsible for excision? It is already verified that mut Y is responsible for repairing, but it has been deleted. Okay? So this is not valid. Next, incorporation of A against 8-oxo G does not cause mutation in E. coli. This definitely causes mutation because it is already mentioned. All right, these are some statements which has already been verified and they have already mentioned it. Now, 8-oxo GA base pair in DNA distorts its structure in such a way that during the next round of replication, G is incorporated against A in a G-oxo-GA mispair? No, this is not. Okay, so the correct option is option 2. Now, going to the fourth one, which is from your post-transcriptional processing. Okay, post-transcriptional processing. So following statements were made about post-transcriptional processing of RNA in eukaryotes. So what are the statements? The first statement they are saying, soon after transcription initiation, RNA polymerase II pauses approximately 30 nucleotides downstream from the site of initiation until the cap structure is added to the 5' end of the nascent pre-mRNA. Which is true. There is a RNA polymerase pause. Do you remember? If you have studied the transcription, TF2H is phosphorylating the 5th serine residue on the CDT tail, right, which marks the initiation of your transcription. However, the polymerase will pause until unless an elongation factor comes and phosphorylates the serine at position number 2 on the CTT tail. This elongation factor not only phosphorylates the serine at the 2' position of the CTT tail, but also recruits the cap. Okay. So what is happening? This pause time is it's there, and that is being recovered by this elongation factor who is phosphorylating as well as putting the cap. Okay. So statement 1 is correct. Now, the 5' splice sites are functionally divergent, whereas the 3' splice sites are functionally equivalent. No, this is a wrong statement. Next, in addition to helping in recognition of the splice sites, the exon definition also functions as a splicing regulator, but by allowing pairing and linking of the adjacent 5' and 3' splice site. So when you have the exon, okay, so you have exon 1, you have exon 2, right? And you have the 5' and 3' sites of these exons, which is defining the splice zone. Okay, so the presence of exon and the 5 and the 3' splice site is also helping in the splicing regulation. Okay, the sequence here are very, very important for the spliceosomes to be recognizing the splice sites. So option C is correct. Statement C. Next, statement D. The intron definition mechanism applies only to the larger introns and assist in achieving alternate splicing. No, definitely not. Intron is not intron is simply an untranscribable region, okay, something which is not coding for the protein, so that needs to be removed. So it doesn't have anything to do with the larger introns and the smaller introns. Intron sections will be removed, right? And the last statement, if you see, the splicing reaction carried out in vitro have revealed the first and the second trans-esterification reactions are reversible. Of course, these are reversible. Okay, so this is the first trans-esterification reaction that happens, and this is the second trans-esterification reaction which happens. Okay, these two reactions, they are reversible. So that is why option 4 is correct. And going to the last question I have, this is from your, sorry, not the last question. This is from your translation where you have to know your genetic code. So you have the genetic, this genetic code table, right? So you have to memorize this genetic code table. Now, you can use mnemonics to memorize this genetic code table. Okay, there are mnemonics to prepare this. However, due to short of time, I won't be able to discuss this with you. Okay, so if you learn that table and of course the deviations from the genetic code, all right, you will be able to answer these questions. So if you look at the codon, this is the deviation of the codon. Okay, So what are these specific codons being transcribing which particular amino acid in mitochondria and which in the universal case? If you memorize this answer is easy for you. I mean, this question is easy for you. Okay? And then this is the last question from your operon. So in operon, they are saying that if two bacterial strains P1 and P2 with the genotypes this and this, okay, were used to produce a merodiploid daughter strain D. Which one of the following statements correctly predicts expression of Z gene? So for this kind of question, this is based on the bacterial gene regulation, right? So you have to know what these symbols mean. Like what does C means? Is constitutive. That means in this case, the operator is constitutive. I is the inhibitor, right? Not the inducer. It is an inhibitor you have. You have the Z, which is minus. Okay, that means the glycosylase enzyme is missing. So even though the operator is constitutive, that means the inhibitor won't be able to bind to this operator and the operator will always be on. Okay. What is happening because of the lack of Z gene, there will be no expression of P1. There will be no expression of P1. Okay? In the second case, they are saying that O plus I minus Z plus. Okay. Now O plus matlab this is the normal operator. Okay, a constitutive operator. Now in this case, the inhibitor is missing. I minus the inhibitor. There is no inhibition. All right. So that means what? The Z gene is present here. Z is plus. It is present here. That means this will always get expressed, right? Because the inhibitor is present, no one to inhibit. So there will be a constitutive expression of P2. Now, when you are putting them in a merodiploid condition, okay, in a merodiploid condition, O plus I minus Z plus, what happens here is, from here you don't get any expression, right? No expression of Z gene. So the Z gene is present here, so you have to regulate this Z. Now this Z is under the expression of this operator, the normal operator. Now this normal operator can be regulated by this inhibitor which is present here, right? Because inhibitors are transacting. Inhibitors are the only one which is transacting, so it can regulate this operator here. As a result, you get inducible expression of Z. So when inhibitor is present, you will not get any expression of Z. When inhibitor is absent, okay, then you get the expression of Z. So the correct answer for this will be your option 1. Okay, because this is the entire regulation of your lag operon. So if you study this picture, if you know what is happening where, okay, you will be able to understand, give answer to this question. Now, in this respect also, I will always tell you, make your own drawing, scribble. Okay, this is something, don't just study from the picture, scribble it yourself. You have the lac repressor which is going and binding here. Do it yourself, because once you do it yourself by explaining, this entire regulation sets in your mind. You will never ever forget. Okay? So there are some things which you can simply look at the picture and you can read, like the repair mechanisms. But there are some processes like your replication process, as I told you, the polarity part. Okay. Then these operons, the transcription process, scribble it yourself. Initially, when you're studying, once you have read through the chapter, just scribble the diagram. See if you can understand the process, if you can point out the process. Okay, don't have to make a very artistic diagram, not required. But scribbling will also help you to recollect, and later on you will not forget. Okay. So this is about the questions I had. Now, as I had promised, I'll tell you about the resources. So the best book for Unit 3 is The Molecular Biology of Gene by Watson. The PDF of it is available in our portal, in Biotechnica's portal. All right. Then you can go through the Molecular Biology of the Cell by Alberts. You can go through the Cell and the Molecular Biology by Weaver as well. All right. Now, you can download these books from these sites also. All right. If see if you can download. So you have the archive.org, you have the chemistry.com, you have these sites where you can download the molecular biology of cell. You can download the Cooper. Okay, you can download Weaver as well. However, all these books are there in Biotechnical's portal. Apart from these books, we have a whole archive of books also with our in our portal. Okay, whichever you need, we always provide whichever book is required. So, having told you all the strategies and the resources, I will end my discussion here. I hope this benefits you in your upcoming CSIR exam. You prepare it in this way, and I'm sure this is going to help you out. Okay. So, thank you very much. I will pass the controls to the next speaker. The mock test link is already provided to you, so you can definitely attempt that mock test and check yourself. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good evening to all of you. Sorry, good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible to everyone? Is my screen is visible to everyone? Yes, kindly confirm. Okay, thank you for confirming. Tulsi, Sumedha, Vinu, Mansha. Okay, fine. So far you have completed with unit 1, 2, and 3, right? So now we are entering into our fourth unit, that is cell communication and cell signaling. So before moving to this unit, kindly confirm how many of you will stay in this unit. Stay in this unit means will never skip this unit for the exam. Because I come across many students who says that yes, unit 4 is a very bulky unit where you have to remember a lot of things, a lot of proteins, a lot of pathways, right? So it becomes difficult to remember something like that. So what about your take on that? Okay, that's good to hear, Tulsi and Ziba. So you are not going to skip this unit, right? Yes. Because when you will look into the question paper, every time you get a minimum of 12 to 14, a maximum of 15 questions you can expect from this unit. That is a maximum, I told. Otherwise, a minimum range of 11 to 12 questions you can always expect. Yes, that is really good to hear from you. Yes, that's what I have heard from many of our students that yes, this unit is bit difficult. So let me help you in how to remember the things from this unit. So, as already discussed, the syllabus part, your unit 4 is divided into 5 subunits. That is host parasite interaction, cell signaling, cellular communication, cancer, and immunology. So, when you look into all these 5 subunits, the skippable unit, like even if you want that, I don't want to study this particular topic or one subunit I want to skip, means you can skip this. Okay, but remaining 4 subunits are equally important from examination point of view. So let's check it out, the number of questions being asked from each of this subunit. So you can always see whatever I have given the numbers, that is a maximum number. Beyond that, you will never get. Okay. Sometimes there will be one also, like for example, from 4A, I had mentioned it as maximum two questions you can get. But if you have seen the recent question paper, the previous year question paper, some cases you will also find one question as well. And that is quite unpredictable. It can be from part B or it would be from part C. Okay. And when we speak of part B and part C, in case of part C, you can expect match the following kind of questions. They will provide you with some organisms. You have to identify the disease, that is causative agent and diseases. Second is the very important subunit. We call it as cell signaling, from where you can expect a minimum of 5 questions. Now, how you can get this 5 questions? Sometimes they will ask 2 from part B and 3 from part C. Or sometimes, as I told you, it could be 2 from part B, 2 from part C. And here also you can always expect questions in the form of match the following, because in the earlier times this match the following questions were never asked from cell signaling. But if you see the recent trend, the recent question papers, you will find that match the following questions are also coming from this particular subunit. Otherwise, you can expect statement based questions or direct questions also you can expect. Like for example, they will provide you with the ligand, you have to identify the pathway. Or they will provide you with the second messenger, you have to identify the pathway. Right? And the third subunit is again cellular communication. So whether you are interested or not interested, this particular unit is full, this subunit is full of tables. And every time you can get a minimum of 2 questions from here. Okay, that is a minimum. Maximum, I told you, 4. So match the following can be asked from either the cellular interaction, or you can expect it from cell to matrix interaction, or based upon the junctions, or based upon the epithelial cells, the extracellular matrix. So from anywhere, the question is mandatorily coming from this particular subunit, but it will come. If you just go through the previous year question papers, every time you get a 4 marks, at least one 4 marks question for sure from this particular subunit, and one part B question. And these questions are direct only. If you know the answer, if you know the concept, you will be able to get easily a 4 marks. Then you are having 4D, that is a combination of apoptosis and cancer. Okay. So in this case, what happens? Earlier they used to ask direct questions, but nowadays they are asking experimental questions. Okay, so experimental questions in the sense they can combine the cancer with immunology. They can combine cancer with some techniques like southern blotting, western blotting, any techniques. And based on that, they will provide you a banding, and you have to identify the answer. So here also basically the image based questions are asked. Then match the following is not so much expected from this particular part. You can expect statement based questions like proto-oncogenes like that. And the last part is immunology. Here also you can get a minimum of 1 to 2 questions every year. And as I told you, sometimes they can also ask in combination with cancer. And direct questions, yes, they do ask if it is a 2 mark question. But indirect question, that is experimental based questions, are always expected from this part in part C. So that is all about the number of questions being asked. Now let's check out the important topics from this particular unit, which you should not be skipping. So you can see the green color one is something most important one. Yellow color is something that you can go for a second preference, and this blue color one indicates the last. If you want, you can, otherwise you can skip. So looking into this, directly we have cell signaling part. So among the cell signaling part, the most important signal transduction pathway, any idea? Like if you have attempted any previous exam, something like that, any idea which part is very much from where the questions do come mandatorily? Any guesses from cell signaling? We are having different pathways, right? We are having RTK pathway, nuclear receptors, GPCR pathway, then JAK-STAT pathway. Even G is also having different types of G protein pathway. So from where you can expect good number of questions if you have gone through the previous year question papers, even if you have attempted the recent question paper also. Any idea regarding that? Well, it is your GPCR. Something we call it as an unskippable. No matter whatever the pathways, almost around 6 pathways are there under cell signaling. But the crucial one is the G protein pathway. Yes, Mansha. And among the G protein pathway, you can always expect questions from GT, that is your rhodopsin based pathway. Or you can also expect from GQ, that is the PLC based pathway. Then, epinephrine related pathway is also being asked. But so far, what I have not seen is the inhibitory pathway, that is your GI pathway. Okay. So that is very important from examination point of view, and apart from that, regulation not so important, but yes, you can go through it. Bacterial chemotaxis. Bacterial chemotaxis, so far if you will see the overall question papers for the past 10 years, you'll find that 3 to 4 questions they have asked from bacterial chemotaxis. But again, it is a very easy one, direct question. You can easily answer if you have studied it. Next, moving on to cellular communication, which I have already told you. You can expect questions from cell to cell interaction, cell to matrix interaction. Then we have junctions. Then we have cell adhesion molecules. All these are common part from where you can expect questions. Okay. Next, we are having cancer. Cancer, the basic differences between oncogenes and tumor suppressor genes, very important. So if you are provided with a bowl of genes, that means oncogenes and tumor suppressor genes, you should be confident enough to segregate which one is an oncogene and which one is a tumor suppressor gene. Because as you can see nowadays, questions, they are not being asked directly. Am I correct? The questions they are asking indirectly only. So maybe if they will provide you a question based upon an oncogene and a tumor suppressor gene, the concept you are aware, okay, oncogene means it's a mutated form of proto-oncogene. Tumor suppressor gene also, it involves loss of function mutation. Concept you know, but you don't know whether it belongs to an oncogene family or a tumor suppressor gene family. So that concept has to be very, very clear. Then, as I told you, some experimental questions are expected. Yes, cancer combined with cell cycle. So, whether you take the cell cycle proteins. Okay, so in CSIR syllabus, you will find many topics, they are overlapping with each other. And this is one of them. A combination of unit 2 to that of a unit 4. So you have to know the proteins function. Which proteins function? Cell cycle proteins function. Along with that, if it is mutated, what is the consequences of that? Or how it is going to affect the cell cycle? And how it is ultimately leading to cancer. Then virus-inducing cancer. Virus-inducing cancer means we can classify them as DNA-specific viruses, RNA-specific viruses. So that you can study in the form of a comparison table. From there also match the following questions have come, but yes, compared to other topics, very less. Then a difference between a normal cell to that of a cancer cell. Okay, so earlier they used to ask these questions very frequently, but nowadays the number of questions, yes, they are not seen. And in fact, if you see the last time question, they have directly asked what is a tumor protein. They are directly asking what is an oncogene. So that usually comes under 2 marks. So you should not get confused between gain of function mutation or loss of function mutation, which leads to cancer. Okay. Apart from that, some anti-cancer drugs that should be remembered. Again, the frequency is very less. So far, if you will see, overall speaking, only once or twice they had asked the questions. But yes, whenever they have asked this question based on anti-cancer drugs, they have asked in 4 marks. So just think twice before skipping this part. If possible, use some mnemonics and try to remember. See, basically when I say cancer, do you know what kind of drugs are being used to cure this? I mean, is there any specific pathway in our body that is being targeted to kill the cancer cells? Is there anything like that? Are you aware? Any specific pathways that our anti-cancer drugs will be targeting? Any idea regarding that? Yes, you know it, everyone. Why I am asking is that giving that answer will help you to remember the things better. So I was asking. Anyone? Yes, Mansha, Jaya, Afis, Sadaf, Dhananjay, any one of you? Basically, this anti-cancer drugs, they are responsible for targeting our fundamental process. Just before to this unit you have studied, right? Ma'am has given you a good insight regarding unit 3. That fundamental process is the key target of this particular anti-cancer drugs. So if you are studying replication inhibitors, if you are studying transcription inhibitors, if you are studying translation inhibitors, that is surely going to help you out in anti-cancer drug mechanism. Then moving on to our last subunit, that is your immunology part. The basics like cells and molecules, B and T cell epitopes, types of antibody molecules, MHC molecules, then receptors, complement system, toll-like receptors. Toll-like receptors also nowadays questions do come. Inflammation, etc. Okay. So these are the most important topics or medium important and least important topics when I speak of unit 4. Now, the thing is that how you are going to prepare for this unit. So you all are appearing this exam for the first time, I mean the upcoming exam. Of course, it will be held in the month of June, tentatively. So you all are appearing for the first time. Or you have appeared it before also. Yes, I'm not getting the response for the first time. You have appeared previously also. Okay, I am getting the miscellaneous response. So see, if you're going to prepare for unit 4, obviously the notes has to be prepared, right? So make sure that whenever you are making the notes, it should be in the form of diagrammatic representations, or it should be in the form of flowcharts. Specifically, when I speak of signaling, that is cell signaling, you must go for flowcharts and tables, comparison tables, or the tables which are provided to you from the reference books. Okay, I will provide you the details of the reference book before winding up the session. So remember, these three are the key features for remembering Unit 4 in a better way. Make this a point. And never ever make running notes specifically for this unit. Always prefer these three tools. So looking into that, let's pick up one question, how the questions are being asked. Now this is from host-parasite interaction. Now you can see the diseases names are there. And here the microorganisms name. Now you have to identify the causative agent with the diseases. Anyone able to answer this? Try it out. We are not writing any exam, right? At least there will be some diseases you might be aware. And when I say host parasite interaction or host pathogen interaction, basically these kind of questions you can expect. And in fact, this diseases like influenza virus, or you can say the AIDS, HIV, all this you will also study under immunology as well. So basically, it's a combination of two different subunits. Okay, I can see Mansha has given the answer. Anyone else would like to give the answer? Hanismita, Ishika, 2 or 3? Hardly matters because we are not writing. As I told you, we are not writing the exam. We are just trying to see the question, trying to attend the question. Anami, Nilambri. Okay. So the correct answer over here is 3. So maybe some of you will be aware of one particular disease, or some of you might be aware of 2 diseases. So based on that, you can get a combination over here. And my request to all of you is that whenever you get a match the following kind of questions, never skip that part. It is easy unless and until you don't know anything. At least if you are confident of 2 options, I mean 2 combinations, you should never skip. Because if you are skipping, you are losing your 4 marks. Okay. So for this, you can have anytime the tables like this. So these are the viruses that cause diseases, bacterial diseases. Protist, basically, they are not asking. Worms also, they are not asking. But yes, fungal diseases are also being asked. So these are some diseases which has been taken. Apart from that, from your Prescott book also, you have got a list of diseases. And you have to remember it. I'm not saying to remember everything. Of course, when you'll attend the classes and all, you'll come to know what are the important diseases that should be remembered for sure. In fact, that should not be skipped. Okay. And yes, there are a lot of diseases coming up. Even the new trend-based questions also come, like coronavirus, what is the genetic material and all. From there also the questions do come when we speak of host-parasite interaction. So also go with the latest trend also. Okay. So these are some tables that you should not skip. So there are some, and you can also be clear with what are the virus-related diseases, bacterial-related diseases, fungal-related diseases. The way I told you, if you are provided with a bowl of oncogene and tumor suppressor gene, you should separate it. The same way, if you are provided with viruses, bacteria, and fungi, you should be able to separate the diseases. Okay. So fungus not so important, but virus and bacterial diseases are very important. Okay. And apart from that, we have in Biotechnica, Conceptica Light is there, that is provided with flow charts. Suppose you want to study any particular disease or diphtheria toxin, suppose. So if you are looking into this image itself, you are able to understand what exactly it is. So why to go and write down these kind of points? So it is already present in the portal. So in case if you are not able to understand, you can go. But I feel everyone will be able to understand. See, simply by looking into the picture, what you are able to understand. This is a receptor present, so your toxin is going and binding to the receptor, and this receptor and ligand complex is taken up inside. Then it moves to the endosomal compartment where A and B will be separated. That is the common methodology actually. And after that, B as it indicates the binding that helps in the binding of toxin to the receptor. A that indicates the catalytic activity. So that will add some catalysis to that growing polypeptide chain, and this will inhibit the protein synthesis. So by looking into the image itself, it is going to be very clear for you. So why to go for unnecessarily long notes, right? So this is one image. Then you have this comparison also. This is with respect to botulinum toxin and tetanus toxin. So you can also study in this way, comparison images. Now, why I have kept this comparative images? The thing is that if there are certain toxins targeting the common thing in the sense, suppose if I say the nervous system, okay. So one is preventing the contraction phase, another is preventing the relaxation phase. So you can study with comparison like this. Okay. Then you are having the cholera toxin. So anyway, cholera toxin you have to study under G protein, GPCR, because G protein is the one that is being affected over here. So that will also help you out in completing apart from your host-parasite interaction. Next question is from cell signaling. So that is about your host-parasite interaction. So GPCRs are used to detect and respond to many different types of signals, including neurotransmitters, hormones that are involved in glycogen and fat metabolism, and even photons of light. So these are the things which you don't want to read also. The thing is that they are just giving you the information about what does GPCR do. Now what you have to find out, you have to identify the incorrect statement over here. The thing is that what happens is sometimes when we are looking into the question, oh GPCR, I know this, and without reading it thoroughly, whether they are asking incorrect or correct, we just give the answer. That should not be done. Identify it clearly what they are asking. Are they asking not correct, incorrect, correct? Then go for the answers. Any idea for this question? Anyone? Okay, beautiful colors has given the answer as 3. Anyone else would like to attempt this question? GPCRs are large family of proteins, that is 7 membrane alpha helices. They are having 3 subunits, alpha, beta, and gamma. Then they have switch mechanisms, so they can be on. They are active in on condition, inactive in off condition. So remember, off is GDP, on is GTP. And the last one is on will combine with beta and gamma, activates the membrane bound effector. So what should be the answer? I can see miscellaneous answer 3, 4, 3, 4. Okay, 4, not 3. Okay, yes, the correct answer is 4. See, by looking into the statements, if you have some idea about the GPCR protein, you can easily fetch the answer. We all are aware that GPCR is a 7 transmembran helical protein. Okay, it is in fact called as serpentine receptors. It is made up of 3 subunits, alpha, beta, and gamma. And clearly it is mentioned in the third statement that alpha subunit is a GTP switch. GTP switch means what? That will undergo hydrolysis of GTP. So obviously it can alternate between on and off conformation. So it is clearly mentioned that if it is in on position, it will be bound with GTP. And if it is in off position, it is bound with GDP. So if you are confident that statement 3 is correct, then obviously the statement 4 is incorrect, because on form bounds to beta and gamma. No, because your alpha subunit is having the GTPase activity, then how it will interact with beta and gamma? Maybe they will interact, but not now. Maybe for termination they may interact, but not for signaling path. So like that, you can extract answers from the question itself, even if you have studied or having any little confusion. So here also see, I have provided you with one flowchart part. Now if you look into this, this particular flowchart is having all the information regarding the GPCR. I mean, every basic information. How does it looks like? What activates the pathway? What terminates the pathway? What are the features of this G protein coupled receptor? And this is what I told you, the switch mechanism, GTP, GDP. Then I told you G proteins exist in different types. So they are mentioning whether it is stimulating or whether it is inhibiting or they are activating something. Everything is mentioned. Then they have also mentioned how, because any signaling, if it has been started, it has to be terminated. So how it will be terminated? By hydrolysis or by desensitization or by the help of some kinase, some protein. So all the pathways have their own way of terminating the pathway. So these are the mechanisms for that. And this is just simply how exactly it works. Okay. So is not it easy, everyone? If you make notes like this, or if you have access to notes like this, don't you think your time is saved? Tell me. Don't you think the time is saved for you? And specifically, when you go for revision, you are having exam after a week or 10 days. You don't have enough time to go through every one single sentences, the notes you had made it. So, if you make it in this way, it is going to cover the important concepts. At the same time, you will be using it for the revision as well. Right? Because revision is key for anything, any competitive exam, that you should remember. Because reading everything is fine, but revision is tough. So you should reduce the time for revision every time you go for it. So looking into that, let's pick up another question for you. As I told you, if you remember, a recent trend is that nowadays they are providing you with some second messengers or ligands, and they are providing with some kinases in 2 columns. Like here, they have provided you with hormones and with the combination of effectors. So how you are going to interpret that? Find out. Exactly, Ishika, Mansha. So any idea how it is going to work out here? So these are certain hormones present. And these are some effector molecules. Effector, you might be aware in a signaling pathway when you go through. What happens exactly is that we have got a ligand molecule. The ligand will go and bind to a receptor. The receptor will activate an effector protein. This effector protein will activate a second messenger. The second messenger will activate some protein kinase. And what is the function of a kinase? Simply, it will add phosphate to the target, activating it. So, addition of phosphate to the target. And finally, you are terminating it. So, this is the basic background of a signal transduction pathway, specifically when you go for GPCR. So, all you need to do is change the names depending upon the pathways. Pattern remains the same. Right? So, let's check out the answer over here, what exactly it is. Answer is 3, that is C4 and D2. Now, let's analyze how we get C4 and D2. See, here they have mentioned receptor kinase, and here they have mentioned associated kinase. If you have studied cell signaling before, you might be aware that the common ligand for any kinase activity will be insulin. In case if you have studied before, of course, for a new student, for a new person, it will not be easy. But if you have studied blindly, you can say for receptor kinase, for kinase activity, that receptor kinase means the kinase activity present in the receptor will be insulin. But just check the column, why do we have insulin anywhere? Do you find insulin anywhere? It is there. How? See, insulin like growth factor 1. Right? So what you got? D to 2. And if you're lucky, you just see D to 2, you have this combination in only this third option. Remaining all, you don't have that. So you can blindly, you can click this answer even if you're not aware that C for 4. That means CAMP is related to, somatostatin, even if you're not aware. With just one combination, you can fetch a 4 marks out of this. Is not it easy? Just you have to have a look on to the other column and try to search a combination which you are confident on. Okay. And if you ask me what is an associated kinase, associated kinase means the kinase activity is present, but it is not present in the receptor, rather present in the cytoplasm. So, if you have studied previously signaling, you might be aware about the JAK-STAT pathway. Okay, JAK-STAT pathway where cytokines will serve as the ligand. So, another example for this is leptin. Okay, a hunger hormone. So, this combination 1 to E you will not find anywhere. So, definitely you have to go for this receptor kinase only. Okay, so this is how you need to solve the question. So for that also you can see second messengers are provided to you. A lot of second messengers you can come across, and it is not possible that you can scribble down everything and try to recollect unless and until you make this kind of flowcharts. So basically, I should say when you are studying cell signaling, flowcharts is a must. Okay. Then this is also just to show you the sample how exactly it works. So when you are making your flow chart for the first time, what is the cell signaling? What are the basic steps involved in signaling? Types of signal. What are the types of receptors? What are the major cell surface receptors? Done. Easy. You are able to remember it and you are able to revise it at the same time if you are creating in this way. Right, you can also create it in your own way. And if you are a biotechnica student, you can always access to our study portal. Let's move on to another question. Now, this is regarding the protein kinase A. You have to identify the statement regarding the protein kinase A which is not correct. So here also you can see they have mentioned which of the following statements regarding protein kinase A is not correct. Again, I will say read the question thoroughly, then go for the answer, because by looking into CAMP protein kinase A, yeah, this is the GPCR pathway. Let me search and find out the correct answer. But the question asked over here is incorrect. So this you have to be very much careful. So inactive protein kinase A is a tetramer that consists of regulatory catalytic subunits. R subunit can bind the active site in catalytic domain, inhibits the activity of catalytic subunits. Two distinct CAMP binding sites. Then the fourth one is binding of CAMP to R causes conformational change that may result in binding to site other than the catalytic site. So according to you, what should be the incorrect answer? Now this you can give if you have the understanding of GS pathway. In that case, you will be able to solve this question. Anyone would like to solve, or shall I give the answer? Let me give you the answer, because maybe there are chances you are new to this subject, you may not be aware. Answer is 4. See, anyways, it is mentioned that inactive pKa is a tetramer consisting of 2 regulatory and 2 catalytic subunits. Okay. So regulatory, from the name itself, you can understand that it is regulating the protein kinase A. Catalytic, that is undergoing catalysis. What kind of catalysis? Maybe adding phosphate group to the target protein, because that is the function of a kinase. So each R subunit binds the active site in a catalytic domain and inhibits the activity of catalytic subunit. Yes, because when you don't have a ligand, why there is a necessity to activate the catalytic subunit? So you can go for that. And when this R subunit will be activated, when it is bound with the second messenger. If you remember, in the sequence I have told you, ligand to receptor, effector protein, second messenger, protein kinase. So protein kinase has to be activated by who? The second messenger. So obviously that will also be correct. Then definitely it will not lead to the conformational change where it go and bind to any other site. It will go and bind to its own site only. Right? That is not present anywhere. So for that, you can also use this concept wheel. Now, what does this concept wheel states that, see, all total you are having the 4 points, but the 4 points is arranged in the wheel format. Okay, cyclic AMP, where it is synthesized from ATP. And who is the enzyme responsible for the catalysis? It is your adenylyl cyclase. Then cyclic AMP phosphodiesterase is there. If it gets hydrolyzed, the signal will be terminated. As I told you, pKa is a tetramer having catalytic and regulatory subunits. So it will go and bind to the regulatory subunits so that your catalytic subunits will be released. So that will lead to the process. So this way also you can make the notes. Okay. Now moving on to the cellular communication part. See, cellular communication, the very favorite is a match the following. Now, can anyone tell me what are these proteins? Fibronectin, laminin, neurogen, collagen. What are these proteins? These are ECM proteins. And here they have asked question based upon their structure, not based upon their function. As you can see, trimeric protein, heterotrimeric protein, dimeric protein. Now this is a rod-like molecule. So individually, when you will study all the proteins, you have to remember the structures also and should not get confused between trimeric and heterotrimeric. So how you are going to approach this question? Any answer from your side? Is the cellular communication is completely new to you, or have you heard about it or studied about it any time before? Because in that case, I can show you the answer directly and keep on moving ahead. For that purpose, I asked. Yes, what should be the answer? Is the communication part is new or? Okay, let me give you the important tables from cellular communication which will be helpful for you to remember. So anyways, Achai, this is new to you. Okay, no problem. So remember all these are your ECM related proteins. Okay. And I have this combination of proteins. So whenever you go for an extracellular matrix, you will get a combination of a protein, a proteoglycan, that is a combination of sugar and protein, collagen, that is a fibrous protein, and then you have got multi-adhesive matrix proteins. That means they have the ability to interact with multiple proteins. New to it, but seems tough. It seems tough to you because it is new to you, Ziba. If I will provide you some shortcuts, you will be able to find it. See, this is one table. As I told you, the major thing when we speak of cellular communication is cell to cell interaction and cell to matrix interaction. Okay, so under cellular interactions, you have got adherence and desmosomes. Cell matrix interaction, you have got focal adhesion or acting linked cell matrix junction and heavy desmosomes. And this, if you remember in the form of a diagram initially, and then look into this table, things are going to be more clear and more confident on it. Because here there is a connecting link. You have got some cadherin present, you have got some ligand present, You have some adapted proteins present, and how these proteins are connected to each other with the help of some cytoskeletal protein. Either it could be actin filaments or intermediate filaments. There is no new. So once you are done with the cellular communication, here cellular communication study with diagrams first and then go for this table. Things are going to be easy for you. Similarly, see, these are some cell adhesion molecules. So when you will study, you'll come to know that we have 4 major cell adhesion molecules present. Immunoglobulin superfamily, that is basically related to antibody structure. Integrins, that is related to the receptors, means everywhere you require a receptor and a ligand interaction. So integrins will serve as a receptor. Then selectines, cadherin. Cadherin is known to be important among all the cell adhesion molecules. So even if I will teach you the entire concept, you are not going to get it because you have to study from the beginning. So based on that, let's try out one experimental question from cellular communication. Sometimes you can expect this also. See, read the question carefully. Cadherin will mediate calcium-dependent cellular adhesion and plays an important role in embryonic development by changing the adhesive properties of cells. Aggregation of nerve cells to form an epithelium is related to N-cadherins because depending upon the location, the cadherin's name will vary. So we have N-cadherins present in nerve cells. Then we have NCAMs, that is neural cell adhesion molecules, that belongs to the family of immunoglobulin superfamily of proteins, which are involved in fine tuning of interactions. So that is the story. Even if you have just heard of these proteins, that is cadherins, immunoglobulin superfamily, still you will be able to give the answer because in the question itself, they have clearly mentioned the functions of cadherins and immunoglobulin superfamily. Now what they did? In order to see the effect of mutations of N-cadherins and NCAMs, 2 sets of mice were generated. Set A mice with mutation in N-cadherin and set B mice with mutation in NCAM. Now you have to identify the result that may arise due to this mutation. So in this question, what you need to remember, you should understand what is N-cadherin function, what is NCAM function, and that is clearly mentioned in the question itself. Based on that, what should be the consequence? Both the mice will die in the early development, or one will die and one will show some abnormalities. 2 and 3 both are opposite. And the 4th one is both will develop normally. According to you, what should be the answer over here? Ziba, if you make that images and then go to the tabular forms which I had shared with you, I think things will be easy for you instead of studying the line by line things. To everyone, I am saying Nilamri, Tulsi, Narayana, whoever was saying the topic is new to you. Does anyone able to click this answer? See, answer is there in the question itself. That's the thing. Suppose you have skipped cellular communication topic. Okay? And you come across some experimental question like this. The good thing about this experimental question, you should not ignore it, thinking that, okay, I have not studied this part, then why should I waste time for this? No, you should not do that. What you should do instead, read the question at least once. Who knows, you will get the answer. Okay, very good attempt, Mayuri. At least you are trying to attempt, that itself I feel very good. See, I'm not considering whether you're giving the right answer or wrong answer, because that is not possible for me to decide, because right now in your initial stage. So I am no one to decide whether you are giving the right wrong. But yes, I can show you the right path of how to get into the right answer. Okay, very good, Hani Smita, Nilambari. Anyone else would like to give your inputs? Now, this is having no connection between with the tables that I have shared with you. This you have to develop in your mind itself. What should be the answer? Anyone else? Anami, Tulsi, Mansha. Okay, let me give you the answer. Yes, the correct answer over here is 2. Now, someone has said 2. Okay, Hani Smita Sharma, very good attempt. And why you have opted for 2? Here it is clearly mentioned that cadherin will mediate calcium-dependent cellular interaction, and it plays a very important role in the embryonic development. Right? So that means cadherin is required during the embryonic development. So obviously, if that protein is mutated, there are chances that mice will die in the early stage. Whereas on the other hand, we have NCAM present. They are just involved in the mutual interactions. That means neuronal to neuronal interactions. Right? So that's why they will not die, but there are chances, since it is a neural cell, if there is no proper interaction taking place, nervous system abnormalities may develop. So that's why option 2 is correct. Did you all get me? Did you all get me how to find an answer for a question, even if you are not aware of that subject? Because sometimes you can get these kind of questions, and you have to remember that. And it is not possible for you to remember everything A to Z. You can extract from the question itself. Okay, that's very good. Next, we are moving on to apoptosis and cancer. Now, apoptosis is a very small part, is a single word in your cancer topic, but it plays a huge role. Why? Because it gives you questions in the form of 4 marks. And this is a diagrammatic representation where they are trying to say you which one will represent a cell death pathway. Now, by looking into this glimpse, you will be thinking, oh God, I'm not able to get this answer. What is this? Somewhere it is inhibiting, somewhere it is activating. How I'm going to interpret this answer? For that, you must understand this one. And here also, I will suggest you to read through the pathways. So, when you will be reading the book, reading this topic, you will come across a comparison of nematode and vertebrates. And you will be having 3 proteins. One that regulates, one that connects, and one that brings about the effect. Effect in the sense, apoptosis means cell death. So, you can see SED9 is a regulatory protein. So if it inhibits the adapter protein, what happens? It will not activate the effector protein, and that leads to cell survival. But if the SED9 protein itself is mutated, or if it is deleted, then what happens? These 2 proteins will active, and I told you SED3 is an effector protein, so that will lead to cell death. Now, similar to that, you have invertebrates. SED9 is similar to BCL2. SED4 is similar to APAF1, and SED3 is similar to caspase-3. So sometimes you can also expect questions based upon this homologous proteins that is present in nematode and vertebrates. And sometimes you can get in this format, right? So why this EGL1 is given, that you will come to know when you will study apoptosis. Actually, this is a kind of ligand responsible for inhibiting the SED9 protein. So if the SED9 protein is inhibited, what happens? 4 and 3 will be activated, and this leads to apoptosis. So basically, the image that is being shown to you is a combination of both, but you have to identify what they are asking. Yes, Akshata. Okay. So for that, you have to study this comparison. Okay. And why it is caspase 3, caspase 9? Again, when it comes to vertebrates, you have some unique features. So that is initiator caspase we have, then executioner caspase we have. But in the C. elegans, we don't have that. That's the difference. Then cancer genetics. As I told you, when you will come across genes, you should be clear which one is tumor suppressor gene, which one is oncogenes. So see here, they have provided with a list of genes along with their functions. You can go through it anytime, whenever you feel confused. Now, based on that, let's Western blot analysis, let's take out with the help of cancer cell. So here what they have done, a Western blot analysis is being done, and they have provided with a control and a drug treatment. So assumptions we have made like this: drug may have arrested at the growth of cells at G1 phase, targeted the JAK-STAT pathway, led to the apoptosis of cell. It could be extrinsic or mitochondrial independent pathway. So in that stage, how you are going to interpret this answer? See, this is a Western blot. Based upon the banding, you can identify. You know that in the G1 phase of cell cycle, we have cycling CDK. So here what they have mentioned, drug arrested the growth of cell. That's why you are going to get the thick band. Second, what you have said, drug targeted the JAK-STAT pathway. That means the proteins were degraded. So you got the thin bands. And the next one is the drug led to apoptosis of cell. If you have ever studied apoptosis, you might be aware that cleaved part is considered as a molecular marker for any cell that has underwent apoptosis. So that's why you got the thick band. And the last statement, drug-induced apoptosis is extrinsic or mitochondrial, that we cannot predict. We know that it has underwent apoptosis, but in which pathway we cannot say. That's why statements A, B, C are correct. Then this is related to your two proteins. One is tumor suppressor protein P53, which is being maintained by ubiquitin ligase, MDM2. So overexpression of MDM2 was found to convert a normal cell into a cancer cell by destabilizing P53 gene. Another protein, that is P19ARF, will inhibit the activity of MDM2, that is stabilizing P53. So just see over here. Here they are mentioning about loss of function mutation and overexpression. That means they are indicating oncogenes and proto-oncogenes only. So obviously one of them will be gain of function mutation, oncogene. Another one will be loss of function mutation, tumor suppressor gene. You have to identify that. So how you can identify? This one. Always remember one thing, when we speak regarding oncogenes, okay, they are gain of function mutation because you got proto-oncogenes converted into an oncogenes. Proto-oncogenes are required for the cell survival. Upon mutation, it got converted into oncogenes. So it became gain of function mutation. But when I speak of tumor suppressor genes, remember, it is loss of function mutation. Why? Because tumor suppressor genes, as the name indicates, they suppress the tumor formation. Okay. So if it has lost the function, obviously it leads to oncogenic. That's why here MDM2 and P19. Sorry, the answer should be MDM2 is an oncogene. This has to be 3. Okay. MDM2 is an oncogene, but 19ARF is a tumor suppressor gene. The thing is, this is gain of function mutation occurring here, and this one is loss of function mutation occurring over here. That's why option 3 is the correct answer, not 2. Okay. Are you all able to get it? How to interpret the answers? The graph and this oncogene tumor suppressor gene, you are able to understand, everyone? Since we are running a bit of time, that's why I'm just giving the answers directly. Just wanted to confirm you all are able to understand how to interpret it. Everyone? And as I told you, you will get ample of tables from your book, like the difference between proto-oncogenes, tumor suppressor genes, genome maintenance genes. These are the genes responsible for the onset of cancer. Then how a proto-oncogene can be converted into an oncogene. Like we have mutation, we have duplication, or we can also say regulatory sequence, that is chromosomal translocation. Okay, so these are the three features how you can convert a proto-oncogene to oncogene. Then you can have a comparison of BRCA1-2 tumor suppressor gene, P53 gene. What is their normal function and what is the mutated function? So normally what they will do in mutation, what kind of cancer they will develop. So this is a very favorite part of CSIR. They ask questions from here. Like if there is a DNA damage, if our BRCA1 genes are good, they will repair it. But if they are mutated, then what happens? They will activate the guardian angel of genome P53. This P53 has two options. If the damage is little severe or it's manageable, it will cause the cell cycle arrest. But if the damage is very much severe, it has to activate the apoptotic proteins to undergo apoptosis. Then these are some examples of cell cycle progression inhibition by RBP16, which you will study when you will come across. What is the normal function of P53? What is the mutated function of P53? So see, everything is in the table form. If you look over that, you will be able to understand. These are some examples of anti-cancer drugs. As I told you, they will be more or less targeting your fundamental processes, that is your replication, transcription, translation and all. Other than that, yes, you'll come across anti-metabolites, alkylating agents, those things also you will come across. This question I will take it for you in the evening when I will discuss the unit 12 part, okay? Because right now I have one question for immunology, then few recommendation of books. With that I will find out. I will definitely take the slide for unit 12, okay? So here is one question for immunology. MHC molecules are encoded by a cluster of genes called MHC locus, and there are several reasons why an MHC molecule on the surface of a cell is important. You have to identify the incorrect statement over here. To display the self class 1 to demonstrate that cell is normal and healthy. To display the foreign peptide in class 1 to show that cell is infected and to engage with T helper cells. Or to display a self-peptide in class 1 and class 2 to test developing T cells for autoreactivity, or to display a self-peptide in class 1 and class 2 to maintain tolerance of self-proteins. Very easy question if you know the concept. This is not an experimental one, but a direct question. Do you know that MHC molecule in connection with T cells? If you are aware of that, this you can easily answer. Anyone? Okay, I can get an answer from Harshita. Anyone else? Zeeba? Okay, let me give you the answer. The correct answer over here is 2. Now, why it is 2? Always remember, MHC1 is presented to cytotoxic T cells for destruction. So, obviously, the statement 2 will be incorrect. Okay. And MHC2, when you will see, it is combined with T helper cells. So, that's what I said. If you know the concept, you can easily put the concept into the answer. This is yet another question related to cancer cum immunology. So what they are saying is that a breakthrough in cancer therapy is expected where T cells are taken from a patient, modified in the laboratory to attack cancer cells before reinfusion into the patient. Now what are these T cells called? Yeah, that's what I told you, Zeeba, in the very beginning. Read the question thoroughly. Whether they are asking you the correct or the incorrect answer, that is very important. So now this is a single answer question, a direct question if you are aware of immunology cum cancer. What should be the answer? Chimeric antigen receptor. And remember, in the recent past, the questions from CAR T cell therapy is making a trend, coming in the form of 4 marks as well as in the form of 2 marks. I have not added the 4 marks because anyways, you should know what is a 2 marks. Then only you can correlate with the concept-based experimental question. So what exactly it is? It is an immunotherapy. So we have monoclonal antibodies, cytokines, and we have got adoptive cell transfer technique. What they are doing, DCMAX is a tablet which uses our body's dendritic cells from the patient's blood, stimulated under in vitro conditions with antigen from the patient's own tumor, and then it is injected back to the patient's body. And we call this as a type of immunotherapy in which T cells are given to a patient to help the body fight against disease. That means a person is having a tumor, and the solution for that tumor is also taken from the same person only. How? By stimulating the T cells in the laboratory, making it super active, right? See, in this therapy, what happens? T cells will be taken from the patient's own blood or maybe from tumor tissues, grown in large numbers in the laboratory, and then given back to the patient so that it will be able to fight the cancer better. In some cases, the T cells are also modified as well to give a better result. Okay. And this technique is otherwise known as adoptive cell transfer, cellular adoptive immunotherapy, or T cell transfer therapy. Okay. So that's the number of questions I wanted to discuss with you. As I told you, for fourth unit, you can always go for these books. Molecular Cell Biology by Lodish, Alberts, and Carr. All the three books are providing you with very good information regarding signaling, cellular communication, apoptosis, and cancer. For host-parasite interaction, you can look for QB for diseases. Immunology also you need to look for QB. And maybe some part you can take it from Prescott also. Okay. But the most important books are these three, these four. Then apart from that, just some more things to add up. You can also use this flashcards. Now, what is the purpose of this flashcard? This can be used only if you have studied your concept clearly. So once you have done with studying the concept, you can take this card and just pick up the words. Occluding junctions, it is related to what? Cadherin, it is related to what? Calcium signaling. Now, what is the ligand for that? What is apoptosis? What is bacterial chemotaxis? Where exactly the TGF beta receptor comes? So you need to question yourself and you need to answer yourself. So that is a kind of revision you can do with this flashcards. Apart from that, one simple tip that I usually follow, by the end of every topic, go for writing down the summary. Summary in the sense, pick up the topics that are the key concept from the topic. Suppose if I take for apoptosis, the key concepts are apoptosis versus necrosis. What are the types of apoptosis? What are the proteins involved in apoptosis? Significance, the comparison which I had showed you. The types of caspases, what are the targets of caspases? What are the types of proteins involved? Significance of P53. What are the three mammalian pathways and what are the caspases involved? So I'm not going into details, but I have mentioned everything in a single three slides. So that will help you to revise the things easier. So you can also, if you want, you can also try this technique also whenever you're making your notes so that it will help you in, yeah, that will be very helpful, Ziba. And this will help you in remembering the things topic wise. Okay, topic wise. If you look into the flashcards, it is miscellaneous. This one currently, which I told you, is a topic wise. Okay, so with this, I wind up my session, and now I hope so that was very helpful for you to understand the unit 4 topics and how to approach a question. So right now, passing the controls to unit 5, Urmimala Ma'am. So ma'am, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible to you? Please confirm in chat box. And is my slide visible to you as well? Okay, Mayuri, Tulsi, Sumedha, thank you for confirming. Neelambari. So, yes, I am back once again, but this time with a different unit. So, this is regarding Unit 5. Okay. It is very exciting for me to see all of you are still here attending every detail of the webinar and with so much interest. I was just going through the chats, okay, and the interactions that you had with the respective faculties members, and I must say it's incredible the energy and enthusiasm that you students are having. I will just hope that this same enthusiasm, it will continue till the 6 months, okay, so that you know what is your goal ultimately. June 2024 is what your goal is, right? So keep up the spirit of preparation. Taking the bandwagon forward today, now I'll be discussing with you Unit 5. Again, how to prepare the topics, dividing into subsections. We'll see some sample questions for the same, and also you will get the unit-wise mock test series. And I will also tell you from where you need to prepare. Okay. Absolutely, Tulsi. It's just the first step towards your 6 months journey. But I must say you have had a very good kickstart. It's indeed a kickstart webinar for you. Okay, what a wonderful, powerful start you all have got. Okay, and I really hope that this will be super helpful in uh, pushing forward your preparation further. Right? Okay. So here's your syllabus. Here is your syllabus of Unit 5, which is Developmental Biology. Okay. Now in this we have total 5 subunit. However, the last subunit, it's actually a part of Unit 4, because as Divya Ma'am just discussed with you, we have the apoptosis in Unit 4, programmed cell death, right? Yes, thank you, Anami and Mansha. We are really very glad to see your feedbacks that it was helpful for you, Ziba also. So aging and senescence is something which is also covered in Unit 5. You may not get in Unit 4, but then again you don't get questions from this all the time. Okay, so that's why I have categorized it in as medium important. What are the most important concepts here? Now you will see there is a subunit A which says basic concepts of development. Right now, basic concepts. Some might think we can learn the basic concepts. Maybe it is to understand the rest of the unit. While that is true, but in this case, questions are directly asked about the basics regarding the different terms and terminologies. Literally, the English meaning is asked, okay, like commitment, specification, competence, determination, differentiation. These will serve a dual purpose. So, ensure that this should be done extremely well. It will also frame it for the later parts to study properly, and also you can answer from the question perspective as well. So while I was talking about Unit 1, I forgot to mention one thing, that Unit 1 is completely conceptual. Okay, so that's why I had not mentioned much about the important topics. Okay, but that's why I did not mention about important topics, because there are, first of all, many things. Okay, like in detail if I go, it would have taken a lot of time, and more or less most of the parts in that unit is explained, means all the names are given in detail. Okay, for example, the one, stability of protein and nucleic acid, only that is regarding protein denaturation. Otherwise everything is almost mentioned in its own words, so nothing is like additional this also you have to study, or this also, like amino acid is mentioned, and obviously before that it was mentioned structure and function of biomolecule. So that's why you have to study about the structure and the function, charge calculation. So like that, it's not that's why I did not mention it individually, but here I will mention it individually, because there are some parts which are not mentioned in the syllabus but they are asked in the question. Okay, so two of the topics are there like that. And moreover, this axis and pattern formation, then this blastula formation, embryogenesis, these are actually broad topics. Okay, so that's why I will be telling you from each of the subunits what you have to study. Okay, individually I will be telling you. Fine. Now, second topic, second one is gamma. And yes, while unit 1 is conceptual, unit 5 is completely theoretical. Okay, so you have to memorize a lot in this unit. So even if not a lot, but you have to memorize quite a lot, like gene names, protein names, and mutational effect, phenotype. And you can also go with diagrams. Diagrammatic studies are helpful in this unit because there are many colorful diagrams available in a standard reference book. I will be like telling you that as well. So it is better that you study with some visual aids for this. It will be easy to memorize. Okay, nothing much to understand. Yes, there are some set frame ground terms, basic foundation terms. They will be helpful in understanding, but then for individual organisms, gene names will be different, right? Protein names will be different. Signaling pathways will be different. For them, the ligand name will be different. Receptor name will be different. So names you will have to study. Coming to the second subunit, gametogenesis, fertilization and early development. Gametogenesis, hardly they will ask any question. Cell surface molecules in sperm egg recognition. So basically, this is fertilization in animals. What are the fusogenic proteins that will help the egg plasma membrane and sperm plasma membrane fuse together? Then the zygote formation, what are the different types of cleavage divisions? What are the different types of eggs which are there? Blastula formation, cleavage means the type of divisions that happen in early embryonic development. Okay, so they are actually little bit faster than the regular cell divisions. That's why they are given a different name. And this again has some relation with unit 2, cell division. So you must know the checkpoints that are happening in cleavage division. Somewhat it is related. Blastula, after the embryo has divided, it forms a ball of cells with a cavity inside, which is the blastocele. So this part onwards, that is cleavage division, blastula formation, gastrulation. Gastrulation means the cells which are part of the blastula, they will be rearranging themselves to form layers of cells. So we generally have triploblastic animals in which 3 layers of cells will be formed. So that part, embryogenesis, axis and pattern formation, means which side is going to be anterior side of the body, which side is posterior side. Okay, or which side is dorsal side of body, which side is ventral side. So means how this specification will be done, how it is decided that okay, in our body wherever the head is there, that is the anterior, wherever the legs is there, that is posterior, wherever the stomach part is there, that is the ventral side, and our vertebral column is at the back, that is the dorsal side. So when a cell is there, a blastula is there, how is it decided that okay, this part side of the blastula will be the dorsal side, this side will be ventral side? So there are some signaling processes involved. These are the star mark important portions in developmental biology from CSIR perspective. Okay, now these entire series of events, gametogenesis you can just study in case of mammals, fertilization you can study in case of sea urchin and in case of mammals, that is enough. But the zygote formation onwards, that is cleavage division, blastula, gastrula, everything, axis formation, pattern formation, you have to study in total 6 organisms. Okay, so one is your sea urchin. These are model organisms. Now you will not find sea urchin anywhere in the syllabus. Okay, so it is just mentioned as animals, but then at least rest of them are somewhat mentioned, like Drosophila is mentioned, then Amphibia is mentioned, chick is mentioned, C. elegans only the vulva is mentioned, but the gastrulation and embryogenesis is also asked. So sea urchin, it's a marine organism. Then C. elegans, which is Sinorhabditis elegans. This one is also asked. It's a nematode, worm-like structure. Then you have amphibians. Okay. Then you have chick, that is avian, birds. Then you have Drosophila, the representative organism of insects. And you have mammals. So total 6 organisms. You have to study this entire sequence of development. It is only till the early stage, okay, because later stage, the detailed organogenesis and the part formation, organ formation is not in detail, but till this axis formation you can study. Okay, and after that there is a stage after gastrulation in vertebrates, that is neurulation, in which the neural tube formation, that is also important. However, we don't have to study it separately for everything, but generally the question is asked for neurulation in birds and mammals. This is the pattern which we have. So regarding neurulation, only differentiation of neurons is mentioned, but neurulation word is not mentioned. Okay, so that itself, again, there are some parts which questions are asked, but they are not mentioned in the syllabus. So these are to be taken notes of. Zebrafish is another such organism which is not mentioned anywhere, but one time this question was asked, one or two times. Okay, so although it is not that important, but I thought of mentioning because one or two times zebrafish is also asked. Okay. Now, that was about the second subunit. Now, regarding the third subunit, these are some individual things. For example, aggregation and differentiation in Dictyostelium. So, this organism is a very interesting type of organism which can exist in both unicellular and multicellular form. So, how it aggregates to form a multicellular, that part is what is this topic all about. Axis and pattern formation in Drosophila. Okay, that I already told you, amphibian and chick. That's why all these are marked in green, because they are extremely important. Okay, apart from that, organogenesis, only the vulva formation is important. How the vulva is a reproductive part in Sinorhabditis elegans, which represents an excellent developmental scenario. So, developmental biologists will study it as a perfect example to study how this development sequences happen. Okay, eye lens induction also, there is some, this is related with this competence factor. As for the eye lens induction, a competence factor is required. So with this they can ask such linked question. Limb development, again in mammals it is asked, and in chicks it is asked. Regeneration is also an important area. Okay, so these are directly questions are asked. So is neurulation, differentiation of neurons, and sex determination. So sex determination is medium important, but of late, limb development and regeneration and neurulation, we have seen quite a lot of questions. Okay. Earlier, didn't used to focus on these parts of unit C, but subunit C, but these days they are focusing a lot. Now, these blue parts, if you see post embryonic development, larva formation, metamorphosis, environmental regulation of normal development, this we have not seen at all. Okay, there was no questions based on this in the at least past 5-6 years. Establishment of symmetry in plant, embryonic field, so these are also not seen. Production of gamete, maybe once the question will be asked. Imprinting also no, but it is part of genetics, so there you can study. And every plant development question is mostly based around Arabidopsis. Antirrhinum, they will not ask much. Okay, in fact, they don't ask. So is the shoot and root development. Yes, they will ask about how it is starting the apical meristem, but how it is developed, that they will not ask much. So in plant development, the double fertilization, embryo sac formation, and the plant anatomy, embryo anatomy, they will ask the layers that they are present. Apart from that, leaf development and phyllotaxy, I had seen once or twice question. transition to flowering, floral meristem, and specifically floral development, that is the ABC model, is extremely important in Arabidopsis. Okay, not only the floral development, but even the genes which are involved in flowering. Okay, those everything is very, very important. Fine. So, must topics to be covered from subunit A. As I mentioned, the important terms and terminologies like potency, commitment, induction, competence, cytoplasmic determinant, morphogenic gradients, in-depth concepts, especially with reference to the different development processes, you need to learn them. And in development, you will get experimental questions. Okay, so and the thing is, how did we have an entire book of development? Because we have got to know many informations from development, right? But how did they get it? They did it by experiments. Okay, so in fact these all terms are explained in the book with experiments only, and you need to know those experiments, and especially in which type of organism it is done. For example, there is a type of specification called as conditional specification, in which a 4-cell stage sea urchin embryo. So 4-cell stage means the embryo, which is a zygote, it divides 2 times. So first time it will produce 2 cells, and the second time it will produce, the 2 cells will divide further to produce 4 cells. So when you separate a 4-cell stage embryo, each separate cell, then each of the separate cells are able to produce one adult type of sea urchin. Okay, so this type of experiment, it was done by someone called Dresch. Okay, so not only is this experiment important from history point of view, so I must say historical questions are also asked, like what experiment gave what type of data, and also you have to know in which organism it was done. This here you have some link with unit 9 also, because what phylum and what category of organisms is there, echinoderms or mollusks or tunicates, and their representative organism, this also you have to know. Okay, now differentiating terms such as specification, differentiation, and determination, and the types of specification such as autonomous, conditional, and regulative, with different examples. So just now I told about conditional. That Dresch experiment actually said about conditional development. That means all the individual cells are able to modify their development according to the requirement. Okay, and autonomous means by itself. So how to study for unit 5? First of all, when you are studying from any slides or any book or anything, and you are trying to study this, it will become boring for you. I have just picked up one paragraph. This entire thing will become boring. So the best way to study this is you keep on writing, scribbling something. No need it has to be very much clear, but just break it into pieces by piece. Okay, so when tissue is transplanted from one region to another, you can give some shortcuts, like from one region to another, like that. Okay, to with the arrow. So like this you can give your own shortcuts. This is just to make you understand and retain its identity of origin but difference according to its new positional instructions. So this is much easier to read, okay, than this one. So this will not help you in the long run. First of all, in this nothing is highlighted, so you will not recollect anything during the exam in between so many pieces of information. But repeatedly, if you do these things, study from here or revise from like this, then repeatedly doing this, you can recollect. Okay. Can only important topics of this unit sufficient for the exam? Syed, you can leave the blue parts only. But my recommendation is that you have to study at least the green and yellow parts. Okay, because they are asked in question. If you are still lacking in time, you can focus on the green parts only. So with that, you should be able to answer at least 50% of the asked questions. But if you want to increase your chances, I will say that you please also study the yellow parts. Okay, blue parts you can definitely leave confidently. No need to study. Fine. So next one is how to study for unit 5 comparison tables. I told you that these three important terms are there in different in this subunit 5A, that is specification, determination, and differentiation. Specification is when a cell is just initially getting the instructions to form a particular type of cell. Determination is progressive restrictions in their developmental potential. That means slowly how they imagine you are in your 10th, right? So specification is when you have chosen science, right? So you got specified to go towards the science field. Determined is when you came into this CSIR coaching, you want to prepare for CSIR. So that is determination. Why? Because now you are determined that you will contribute to the scientific field by doing research in this field, by becoming a scientist. And differentiation is when the changes have changed, changes in the cell have made the different structure and function. Okay, like a neuron cell, once it has got differentiated, it will look like a neuron cell and it will also function like a neuron cell. So once you have already cleared CSIR, you have done your PhD or become a scientist, so that time you are differentiated. So these are just stages of the cell getting a particular fate. Okay, fate means, so most of these terms in this subunit 5A, they are mostly English meaning. So what will fate mean? Fate means what it is supposed to form, isn't it? So like this, if you can make some different comparison charts, then it will be very easy for you to study further, right? Then must to be covered important topics from 5B. One is gametogenesis. Especially you can focus on the chromosome number, the fertilization process, then slow block and fast block to polyspermy. So fertilization, we want one sperm to fuse with one egg, isn't it? We don't want more than one sperm to fertilize one egg. So there is a mechanism in the eggs for to prevent polyspermy. So that those are called as blocks to polyspermy. Fast block means it happens early. Fast block means early in the fertilization, and slow block it will happen later. Okay. So fusion of egg and sperm in model organisms like sea urchin, amphibian, and mammals, we have to study what are the sequence of events, specifically sequence that, okay, initially the egg is going to release some chemoattractants to the nearby sperms, and sperms will get attracted towards that egg. Okay, then they will be binding with the extracellular envelope, they will digest the extracellular envelope, they will penetrate inside, and then the membranes of sperm and egg will fuse together. So these are some sequence of events which are asked in questions, in which sequence this fertilization will happen. Okay, capacitation, it's a property in which the sperms get the ability to fertilize the egg. So there is some signaling process involved in capacitation that can also be studied. Okay, then very important is types of eggs and various cleavage patterns. So all different type of organisms, they have different types of egg with relation with to yolk. So some yolks content will be more, their cleavage division will be difficult, so only a small part of the egg will be divided in order to form the organism, the adult organism. Okay, but in some cases yolk is negligible or it is distributed evenly. In those cases, the cleavage division will take place in the entire egg. So, like this, different cleavage patterns, holoblastic, meroblastic, what are the subtypes of these have also to be studied. Okay, and also representative organisms, in which organisms it is taking place, plus the different fate maps. Fate map is a diagram of a early embryo, embryonic structure, in which some portions are marked that what they are going to form later. Like this part is going to form the endoderm or the gut system, this part is going to form the skin or the nervous system. Like this, some portions are marked. So some organisms diagram, fate map diagram, they can give in the question, and they will ask you to identify which organism is that. Okay, Lastly, in subunit B, the gastrulation and axis formation will be taking place, as I mentioned, for each of the model organisms. Especially, you will have this in axis formation, some terms like Spearman organizer, what is the role of beta catenin, BMP, nodal. In case of chick, you have primitive streak, Henson's node. So these all are important concepts from here. In case of sea urchin, what is the role of micromeres? So this should not miss. Even in mammals also, you have this inner cell mass and trophoblast. These are part of the blastocyst in case of mammals. What are their properties? Even they need to be studied in detail. Okay, right? So how to study some portions from 5B? You can use flowcharts. These are helpful for memorizing processes like gene activation, inhibition, or any signaling pathways or any sequence of events. Like for example, in case of sea urchin, there are a few category of cells which are supposed to form skeleton. Now, how they form skeleton is because of a signaling pathway, okay, because of some factors. So there are some beta catenin OTX factors which activate PMAR. Okay, so as you can see, activation, inhibition means it is given like this. So it is easy to understand from the diagram itself that okay, beta catenin OTX is activating PMAR, arrow marks are activating PMAR. If it is present, you can see it is inhibiting HESC, and HESC, if it is present, it will inhibit the other proteins. So they have given for micromere cell what is happening, and they have given in Wedge2 cell what is happening. These are actually some names of some cells in the early embryo of sea urchin. Okay, so like this, arrows diagrammatic representation is what will help you to prepare for Unit 5. Without this visual aids, it is going to be difficult for you to remember. Okay, so focus less on notes making for Unit 5 and focus more on this diagrammatic and visual aids. Okay, so as I told you, types of cleavage divisions, and in the reference standard book also you have many such helpful diagrams. For example, here already the diagram is given, nothing you have to prepare. Max, you have to just take a printout of this and you have to revise time to time. So already it is mentioned. What is the meaning of holoblastic? It means complete cleavage. It means the entire egg will be divided. Not any part will be left out. Okay. Unlike meroblastic, where it is incomplete. So only a portion of the egg is divided. Okay. So from here, the different types, radial, spiral, bilateral, rotational, mesolecital, everything is given, and also the representative organisms, as I mentioned, echinoderms, amphioxus, mammals, nematode, tunicates. So these are just the broader category. From each one of them, you also need to have some representative organism. Like nematode example is C. elegans, like that. Okay, mammals, it can be the rodents. Okay, in case of mice, you can take the example. So like that. Okay. And signaling pathways, yes. So you will be learning signaling pathway concept in Unit 4, but there are some specific signaling pathways with respect to development. For example, sonic hedgehog pathway, then WNT pathway, beta catenin, WNT frizzle receptor, beta catenin pathway. This is the most important signaling pathway which is required in many developmental processes. Okay. However, this is the one, the classical pathway. Okay, there is a non-classical, non-canonical pathway. There is a variation of beta catenin with respect to cytoskeleton. All the variations also you need to know them, because they will give diagram based questions. So they will just post a picture of the signaling pathway, and instead of writing the ligand or receptor name, they will write A or B, and they will ask you to recognize what is A, what is B. They can give a match the following. So pathway names, what are the factors involved, what secondary messengers, everything should be clear to you. Also another one, sorry for the typing mistake, this is delta notch. Okay, so delta notch receptor signaling, it is a juxtacrine signaling, which means it requires contact with each other. Now what are the events happening over here? Because when these two will join together, the outer portion will undergo proteolysis. So this can be asked as a part of biochem also, as a part of unit 4 also, like which enzyme will be cleaving that extracellular part. Also, a intracellular part also, cytoplasmic part also gets cleaved and enters into the nucleus, acting as a transcription factor. So they will ask what enzymes are cutting on the outside, what enzymes are cutting on the inside, each and everything. I hope you are getting an idea how much you have to memorize here, right? So choose this unit only if you have studied before, okay, have little bit some overview, okay, and if you are good at memorizing. Every student is different. Some students have a tremendous capacity of memorizing. They will have some photographic memory. If they see the diagram once or twice or thrice, they will definitely recognize everything. So if you are one such category of student, then you should choose that. Yes, Deepa, that's what I'm saying. You have to decide for yourself. I am saying what type of student should choose this unit, okay? First thing is if you had a background before of unit 5. Second thing is if you are good at memorizing. This is not one of the fundamental units. So if you don't fall under this category, you can skip this unit, okay? But however, there is an advantage for this unit. It is that since there is no concept involved, that's why you can solve the part C questions. If anyone is not good at part C, they are scared of applying the concepts. They are more of ratifying students, right? The ones who memorize. So you have to use your quality accordingly. You cannot change your quality from a memorizing student. You cannot go to a conceptual analytical student, okay? So you have to use your capacity to clear the exam accordingly, okay? So that's why you can use this unit, because you have some set topics of questions, topics from which the questions come, and that too you don't have to apply logic much. If you know the gene names, the functions, what they are doing, what will be the transplantation effect, then what is the signaling pathway, then definitely you can answer the questions without applying much of logic, okay? But provided you know some basic terms, like from genetics, what is dominant, example, you got a question in which they have given dominant double recessive, not dominant, recessive mutant they are giving, okay, loss of function recessive mutation. So you should know what does that mean. Otherwise, if you may know the gene function, but you don't know what is loss of function recessive mutation, so in that case you will not be able to solve the question. So provided you have the foundation, then if you study this unit, you can actually answer at least 80% of the questions, okay? Must to be covered from unit 5C. So Drosophila developmental stages, all the maternal zygotic genes which are involved with the detailed process of function. So this is a very scoring topic overall, because as I said, no brainer questions, direct questions, okay? I will show you one example also. In organogenesis, as I said, off late they are asking what is the role of AER, apical ectodermal ridge, Hox genes, FGF, fibroblast growth factor, even the regeneration, which are the components involved, neurulation, and the comparison with chicks and mammals. Sex determination is also asked quite frequently in Drosophila, and in mammals you have to study. Vulva development in C. elegans, eye lens induction in vertebrates, and CAMP signaling in Dictyostelium. These are from 5C. Apart from this, all signaling pathways involved in development, they have to be prepared very well. So some are even part of unit 4, like receptor tyrosine kinase also is seen in development. GPCR, it is seen during fertilization, chemoattraction movements of sperm, acrosomal reaction where the acrosome breaks to release the digestive enzymes in order to fertilize egg. So these all GPCR, the regular pathways. Apart from that, the development specific pathways also you have to prepare for. So how to study for unit 5? As I already told you, you can take printouts. Now some kind of diagrams you can't really waste time to draw. And why waste time to draw? So this is regarding the organogenesis. These are homeobox genes. Homeobox genes actually are a cluster of genes which are present in sequence, And in the same order in which the genes are present in the DNA, in the same order they are expressed. So you can see labial is present first in the gene sequence. So labial is expressed in front part of the body, in the first part of the body. Then is the DFD, deformed, sex chromes reduced, antennapedia. You can see it is going in order. Okay. Then you have the ultrabithorax, then you have the abdominal A, and last gene in the sequence is abdominal B. So that is covered. So you have to know the Hox genes. So with this diagram, you are knowing the Hox genes also. You're also seeing which area they are affecting. For example, to specify the three thorax regions, T stands for thorax, okay, of the Drosophila insect. So the three thorax units are specified by sex comb reduced, antennapedia, and ultrabithorax. So it is pretty much evident from the diagram. Okay, so take out some printouts, self-explanatory printout of diagram, flowchart, tables of important topics, and put them in a file and go through this every day. In unit 5, for anything which is memorizing concept, you should do it every day. That will be helpful for you. Okay. And in plants, as I said, this is not only from unit 5B, D, but in B also some plant concepts are there. So you can focus on topics such as double fertilization, leaf development, meristems and their transition to flowering, and complete floral development, which includes the ABC model, especially the genes of Arabidopsis, what genes are involved in flowering. Okay. So here is a schedule, sample study schedule for Unit 5. Unit 5A is about the terms and terminologies, which you should be able to cover within 2 days, provided you study 3 to 4 hours of this unit. Okay. In a day, you can cover 2 units actually for your, that's what is best recommended. You select the more concentration or conceptual topic in the more active time of the day, whichever it is, night or morning, and the other time it will go for the less focus units. Okay, so the one which is like more of a story or more of like memorizing, not much brain you have to use. Okay, so whenever you are studying in this part, you should study 3 to 4 hours, 2 days it should take. Unit 5B, since it covers all the 6 model organisms along with that fertilization also, so that's why I have given 8 days, which will also include some parts from 5C, that is axis formation and pattern formation. That also will be covered. So every day you can pick one model organism. Drosophila may take a little longer, but the rest all you might be able to complete in 2 to 3 hours. Okay. Unit 5C, you can take around 5 days. Okay, again 2 to 3 hours, because here is those individual topics like neurulation, limb generation, limb development, regeneration, sex determination, and vulva development. So like these individual topics, you can take 1 or 2 topics in a day and you will be able to cover it in 5 days. For plant development, entire plant development should not take more than 2 days. Okay. And the 5E, which is the apoptosis part, along with cell death and senescence. So this can be prepared in 1 day as a part of Unit 4. So this is just a sample study, provided you have some general idea from either background from your MSc or maybe from attending the classes of Biotechnica. Okay, so whatever it is, if you have a general idea, you will be able to cover this. Fine. So let's have a look at some of the sample questions from this unit. So first question that we will see is from June 2021. Now before going to these questions, what I will do is, I want to tell you some things, then I will come back to it, okay? So the one that I wanted to tell you is the type of questions that are asked from Unit 5. Okay, what type of questions are asked from Unit 5? So one is the transplantation questions. Transplantation questions means if you take some part of the organism, from one organism, one part, and if you put it into another part of another organism. Okay, so transplantation can be self also, like if you take this part and put it in some other part of the same organism, or if it is in a different embryo, means same embryo or different embryo. So this cross transplantation questions also can come, self transplantation questions also can come, and what will be the phenotype. So accordingly you have to know that what is the developmental process whether the cells, they are reversibly specified or irreversibly specified. So these all obviously in the theory part you will get to know. Okay. Then another category of question is gene mutation and the effect of phenotype. So a lot of genes are involved. I will show you a sample question from plant development. So what will happen if this gene development is not there, gene mutation, what will be the effect on the phenotype? Okay, means whether a normal organism will form or what defect will be there, right? Then, especially in vulva, this happens. In vulva development, I will be showing you an example that was asked this year only. Vulva development is asked almost every year. Every question paper it will be there. So, what was the phenotype upon what type of mutation you will get to see. And not only regarding unit 8, you should have some concept. Even unit 3, because this time the vulva question had concept of RNAi. So you should know that what is RNAi, okay, and what is it doing to the actual functional RNA. Okay, so they can use any such concept combinations now. Diagram based, as I said, some signaling pathway, they will mask the components and they will just write A, B, C, D, and you have to identify what are the different components of the signaling pathway. Then you may have the graph based questions, for example, fast block to polyspermy, right? Specifically, when the sodium ions concentration is going to increase in the cell. So they can give a bar diagram like this, and they can give several such options in which sodium is low, sodium is high, or else some other receptor, okay, or some other ions. So like that they can give, or regarding the voltage, so what happens to the voltage potential difference. So minus 70 it is there, and when it increases to 0 it undergoes depolarization. So like this graph based diagrams you can get. Then you will have sequence of events as I mentioned in fertilization. So chemo attraction happens first, then the egg and the sperm, the extracellular membrane, it will bind. Acrosomal reaction takes place after that. It penetrates the zona pellucida or the vitelline envelope in the lower animals. Okay, and then fusion of the plasma membrane take place. So like that you have to place the sequence of events, like A, after that C, then the D. Like that they will give some sequence A, B, C, D, D. So you have to place them in order. So that kind of questions also can come. And most important also you will get is transplantation gene type, and then another type which you get often in most of the exams is comparison questions. Okay, so they can compare the gastrulation in amphibia and in chick. I will show you an example. That is gastrulation, same process, but they will come ask you to compare its concepts of comparison between the two organisms. Okay, limb development they will ask in again chicks also they can ask, in mammals also they can ask comparison, and even neurulation, so primary neurulation, secondary neurulation, so comparison based questions are also asked. Okay, even cell fate, cell lineage is another category of questions. Okay, like what in an embryo you will have many cells, right? So in several organisms there are some names of the cells, like these have some names, this layer has some names. So what each of these cells, and in some cases you have individual cells which have these kind of names. For example, in C. elegans, you have this cell as AB and you have this cell as P1. Okay, so what P1 lineages will form? Lineages means through cell division, ultimately what do they end up? So this cell fate or cell lineage is also important concepts in the entire developmental biology. Okay, so let's go through the questions now. So you have this June 2021. As I said, there is a comparison question. So what you are seeing here, you have column 1, column 2. These all are some terms in amphibian gastrulation. And these all are terms in avian gastrulation. Okay, that is bird gastrulation. Okay, so as I said in part C questions, you will get a lot of introduction, a lot of theory, but all you have to do is that you will have to compare. So match the columns of column 1 to column 2. So this goes to which one of that? Okay, this goes to which one of that? Actually, these all are similar type of terms. For example, blastocele, it is the cavity which is present in the blastula. So it's a fluid filled cavity. So in amphibian it is called as blastocele, and in case of column 2, it is between epiblast and hypoblast. Okay, so blastocele, and in between epiblast and hypoblast, you have the blastocele present. So where it is present based on that. Then dorsal lip of blastopore, it is the organizer in amphibian. Organizer means which can direct the development of the entire organism. Same thing is done by Henson's node. It gives the instruction to direct the development of one axis of the organism. So that's why these are actually having similar function but different term names in organisms. Okay, so if you have a knowledge, if you would have studied from the theory, it will be pretty easy for you to answer this. As I said, they are no brainers. Okay, if anyone would have studied the amphibian development, they would know that dorsal lip of blastopore is the organizer, and in case of avian, Henson's node is the organizer. So definitely this C and 3 are matching with each other, and C and 3 you are getting in 2 and 4 also. So B2 and B2 is same, we will not get to know, so we can go with A. So as I mentioned, blastocele is the cavity, and in case of avians, it is between epiblast and hypoblast. So actually this is the cavity, this is the blastocele in case of amphibians, and it's not mentioned over here. Blastocele means it's not so much clear, but as you can see, this is the blastocele. So this is a cavity which is present, and that cavity is present, down is hypoblast and top is epiblast. That's why it is present between epiblast and hypoblast. Okay, did you all understand this type of question, comparison type of questions? Are you getting the understanding that yes, this unit can be answered just by memorizing, just by knowing the theory, you can answer the questions of this unit. Okay, you don't have to apply any analytical logic for that. Yes, yes, right, Ziba and Mayuri. Now this is from September 2022, the last to last exam. So these are a list of proteins and their functions during floral induction. Match the following. Yes, you will get again a straightforward. It's just that if you know it, you will be able to answer. But these are all part C questions. Okay, no brainer at all. So again, if anyone would have studied, this is a common concept that we know about this. Exactly, Ziba. If one have power to remember, then this unit will be the best choice. Okay, flowering locus has a key role in the timing of initiation of flowering. FLC binds and represses two genes that promote flowering. So FT and SOC1. So that's that way. If you have this flowering locus, that is FLC, so it will be a strong repressor of flowering. Okay, so as you can see here, the FT-FD complex is proposed to mediate transcriptional reprogramming of the SAM by transcriptionally regulating flowering genes. So you have different flowering gene suppressor or overexpression of CO1 or fruitful and this mad box genes. Okay, so thereby they will initiate an inflorescence meristem. Inflorescence meristem means they will repress the flowering meristem. So flowering locus encodes a systemic signal communicating the perception of long day photoperiod. I'm not going into the detail of understanding this because our intention is to get an idea what type of questions we are getting, because anyways we are not discussing this from the very scratch. So some of the students here, audience here, may not understand the detailed explanation, and that too it will be wasting our time. We will be discussing, having several such question discussion sessions further ahead as we go forward in the year. Okay, but not this one, because here we are just starting to understand what are we supposed to prepare and how are we supposed to prepare. Okay, then another question from the same same year, that is September 2022. This is regarding the limb development. Okay, so here it is not really analytical, but I will say it is experimental, because you can see some mutational questions given. So TBX5 is a very important gene which is involved in the specification of the forelimb, whereas TBX4, it is expressed in the hind limbs. Okay, that they have already given. And so what will be the loss of TBX5? It results in complete failure of forelimb formation. Okay, so what actually happens over here is that in some of the questions, it's not only specific to unit 5, but in many other units, you will see that the answer is in the question itself. Okay, so if anyone has not even studied this topic, it is clearly mentioned TBX5 is transcribed in limb field of forelimb. So if TBX5 is not there, loss of gene means that forelimb will not be formed. No, so definitely A is correct. And if A is correct, then either 1 or 2 is the answer. Means you have to just see from B and C. So B looks too much. So let's understand misexpression of PTX1 in forelimb ceases development of muscle, bones and tendons. So you have to select correct statement. However, this is not correct. That's why this is a correct statement. Hind limb bud growth and initial patterning appears normal when TBX4 is knocked out. So just now I said it is in the question itself. TBX4 it is written that it is helpful in hind limb. But it is said that if TBX4 is not there, then hind limb growth will be normal. How it will be normal? If TBX4 is required for hind limbs, if it is knocked out, how it will be not be there, isn't it? So that's why this is also wrong. So here are some diagrams which are given over here. Okay, so pitex is also expressed in hind limbs. That's why this B C part which we selected, it was wrong. Okay. Then another question, this is the recent question from December 2023. As I said, it is from the vulva development. Okay, so in regular vulva development, what happens? There is a signaling cell called as anchor cell. Okay, an anchor cell gives the signaling to 6 cells which are of the same category. Okay, now they have given some vulva cell fates. Okay, yeah, this type of question also asked in cell signaling. Exactly, Ziba. So here you have this strain condition like wild type worms. Now wild type worm means the signaling will also be normal. And if signaling is normal, it will form the regular vulva. Now in regular vulva, if anyone does not know, so this is the sequencing. All the initial cells, these are called as VPCs. Okay, VPC means vulval precursor cell. All of them are capable to form structures of vulva if they get the signal from anchor cell. Okay, so when they are getting the signal from anchor cell, the central cell, it becomes the primary cell given in blue. Then the nearby cells, they will get secondary fate, and the rest other cells, they will get tertiary fate. So this is in case of wild type. Okay, in wild type, if you see, they have written on empty vector RNAi. So empty vector RNAi means they will not block any mRNA. That means signaling will also be there, receptor will also be there, and that's why it will go for normal development. So in normal development, you can see this is the sequence. So that's why A will be 2. Okay, so again A will be 2 is given over here. Then they have said lin3 mutant with a stop codon in exon 3. So lin3 mutant with stop. Now see here you have unit 3 concepts. Okay, you should know what is stop codon, you should know what is exon, that it is expressing, that is coding unit. So coding unit, only if there is a stop codon, then the entire protein will not be synthesized. So it will result in a truncated protein, cut protein, because of which it will not be functional. Now lin3 was a signal, isn't it? Lin3 is the main signal. If that is not there, then none of them will get primary and secondary fate. It is because of the signal only that they are getting primary and secondary. So that is why B will be 3, because in all of them you see none of them has got primary and secondary. Got it? Okay. Then you have wild type worms which are grown. So like this you can just solve. Again, I am not going into detail of this. It is directly picked up from a site which I'll tell you. Okay, actually this particular topic you cannot prepare from the book. In book, not much information is given. So there are some topics in development biology which you have to prepare from the online resources. So there is a very good site which is called as the worm book. Directly this diagram is picked up from there. If you see the diagram question, that diagram that is mentioned in question, it is same as this, just the colors are not there. So they have directly picked it up from there. Okay, then this is from November 2020. This is regarding Drosophila. Again, it is a mutation based question. Okay, so but here you also need to know the gene names. For example, torso is doing what? So if anyone knows about Drosophila, bicoid is the one which specifies the anterior portions. Okay, an anterior portion means the head, thorax will be specified by the bicoid. Okay, so if bicoid is not there, gene is mutated, then the phenotype in that head and thorax will not be there. Simple. So D has to be 3. You can see here that D3 is present in only one of the choice. The question may look very difficult, but I just solved this question in 30 seconds. Okay, if you know what is the function of bicoid, then you can do it too within 30 seconds and get 4 marks. This is the power of developmental biology questions. Okay, so D3, head and thorax deleted, because luckily this question does not have D3 in any other options. So option 3 here will be the right answer. Okay. Did you all get an idea of what type of questions you are getting from Unit 5? Yes, did you get a fair enough idea? Then I will complete with the resource recommendations. So the standard reference books, you have just one big Bible of developmental biology, which is Gilbert book. Okay, similar type of book you have is Wolpert also. And there is one more book which is called Slack. If you want, you can refer from here, but Gilbert is more than enough. Okay, you don't have to refer this. For plant, it is a little bit difficult to get these books, so you can refer some online resources. However, you can study from Tays and Zeger, which is in unit 6 also. You will find some parts in unit of this development in Tays and Zeger, but not all parts. Okay, so you can refer Linden if you have, then Hopkins, and also Beck, Charles Beck development. Okay, and topics to be studied from online resources, you have this vulva, as I said, warm book is there. Also cell aggregation and dictyostelium discoideum. So there are some papers, you can refer to them. Theoretical review article papers are there, you can search in Google. And plant developmental topics also you can study from this NCBI review articles. Okay. This unit has lots of questions from unit section C. So exactly, see Ziba, as I said, more or less every question has same amount of distribution. So some 3-4 question in part B and some 4 to 5 questions in part C. It's not specific to this unit. Every unit has like that. Okay. Exceptions are unit 9 and unit 12. So they may have little different ones. So as you know, your revision will be very important for a theoretical unit. So we also have this revision tools for all units we have. Similarly for unit 5 also. As you can see here, the BMP inhibitors are mentioned. In concept table book, I told you autonomous conditional syncytial. So in detail, difference comparison charts are given. You can get them if you want. You can contact our team. Even the different flow charts with diagrams, which I told you to prepare on your own, so that is already prepared and given. The concept notes also, which becomes very easy to study. Okay, so just know something, don't ever do procrastination. This is overall for your preparation, not only perspective to unit 5. So you must do whatever you want to do today itself. Okay, so it need not be very huge. Okay, but slowly you might look that, okay, it's only a particular topic for today, no, I'll do it tomorrow. But what happens is slowly it will get piled up. That's why try not to procrastinate. Okay, even if it is a small topic, finish it today. So if you're not in a mood to study today, then select something which is easy and fun. So what you can do is you can swap topics. You would have prepared a timetable. Don't leave the topic that I will not study today. Swap it for a more easier portion, okay, which you can do it easily. And difficult but important, you can keep later, or means don't do this. Okay, so generally we do this, but this is only for a particular time. Okay, so best preparation for tomorrow is doing your best today. Okay, so you might take charge, screen, organize, and deadline. Keep a deadline. How to stay motivated? Some of you said that I tend to lose focus. So the only thing is that keep deadlines. By 31st of this month, I will complete unit 1 or I will complete unit 2 and 3. So like that, you must keep deadlines. Okay. Start it is what stops most people. So just start. If today you don't feel like studying, you just say that I will study only for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is not too much, right? So when you start studying, you will see that it ended up in 2 hours. Trust me. Okay. So believe in yourself, have a tremendous willpower. So use it as a muscle. You know, if you use a muscle more, then it will get more stronger. So the more you practice, it will be stronger. Generally, the first step is most difficult, but if you take the first step, if you want to go some doing exercise, you will not feel like doing. What you do is just get dressed, wear your exercise gear, shoes, and just go out. You will see that you have ultimately done it without any difficulty, and in fact you enjoyed it. So like that, your preparation also goes step by step, not together. Okay, so keep time for relaxation, keep some buffer time. Don't make a very hard schedule. Keep some breathing time for yourself, keep time for rest, give some time for revision, and keep deadlines, and most importantly, reward yourself. That okay, my friends are calling me to watch a movie, I will not go now. Once I finish this unit, then I will plan for another movie. That time I will call my friends to come and join. Now I will not join them. So you have to be little hard on yourself for at least the first 6 months. Okay, so practice makes one perfect, isn't it? So that's a crucial part. Always sandwich your preparation time with revision and question practice. Okay, so all the best, students. That's all from my end, unit 1 and unit 5. I wish you all the very best in a tremendous preparation ahead. Thank you, everyone. Over to Nupur Ma'am, who's going to tell you about unit 6. Okay, please take up, Nupur Ma'am. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Biotechnica's CSIR NET Kickstarter webinar. I'm Dr. Nupur Nagvekar and I'll be taking you through Unit 6. Unit 6 of the CSIR NET syllabus deals completely with plant physiology. So I'll show you the syllabus today and you will get to know, you'll understand what are the various subunits involved in this particular unit. So what are we going to cover in this next 40-45 minutes session? We'll look at the preparation strategy. Okay, so what are the various strategies in general for all different units considered together for the entire syllabus? And we'll also talk specifically for Unit 6. Then we'll see different ways by which you can prepare effectively for CSIR NET for Unit 6. So topic-wise preparation. I'll show you the syllabus of Unit 6 and I'll take you step by step through all the subunits of Unit 6 and we'll discuss some pointers as to how to efficiently cover this unit. We'll also cover some sample questions, right? Because this will give you an idea of what different type of questions can come from this unit and again how to effectively tackle such questions. So we'll solve some sample questions. The mock test questions, you will get a link to it in the chat. Okay, so the Biotechnica team will upload the link on the chat. The different units have different links. So accordingly, you can choose which unit mock test you want to give and you can attempt those after the webinar is over. And the attempt is only one. Okay, you can attempt just once per unit. So make sure you're attempting it well. This will also give you an idea. Attempting the mock test will give you an idea of where you stand today and what all efforts you need to put in, you need to take so that you're prepared for the next CSIR exam. All right. Lastly, we'll also look at some resource recommendations. That means what are the various sources that you can go through, you can purchase, you can look at to prepare for Unit 6. Okay, for the other units, the other faculties, I'm sure we have covered. Right, so let's jump into this. The first step is the preparation strategy. Okay, now I don't need to tell you this, but the CSIR syllabus has 13 units, right? You can see all of them are listed over here. I'm sure you've gone through the syllabus multiple times. Right now, the reason why I've listed again the 13 units over here, although I'm going to specifically talk about unit 6, but why have I listed all the 13 units over here is because to put my foot down here and press on the point that you need to select the units very carefully. Okay. The syllabus is not designed in such a way that every student can cover each and every unit. Okay. That is not what is intended by the authorities. You are supposed to select those units that you are comfortable with. You're supposed to only focus on those units that you have studied in your lower classes, that were there in your specialization subjects, right? So those are the units that you're supposed to select. Now, usually considering the recent cutoffs, etc., how many units are to be chosen? A comfortable number would be 8 to 9 units. That would be a comfortable number. Okay, 8 to 9 units is a comfortable number of units that you need to cover so that you can clear the CSIR NET exam. Okay, but let me also tell you that whatever unit you're choosing, make sure you study it thoroughly and in depth. Now, why is that so important? That's important because in these 8 to 9 units that you have chosen, there are multiple subtopics. Okay, I'll show it to you for unit 6. Within each unit, there are multiple subunits, subtopics. Now, from those subtopics, which questions will come, which topics will be considered in the exam, and which topics will not be considered for questions in the exam, there is no way of predicting that. Okay, and I'll give you the example also. I'll give you an actual example in the upcoming slides. So there is no way of predicting from which subtopics question will come, from which subtopic questions will not come. There are some subtopics from which sure shot every year comes. And then there are others which may or may not come, right? But you don't want to play this gamble. Okay, you're not playing a gamble over here. You have to be very sure that whatever units you're choosing, you have to study it so thoroughly and so in depth that whatever question comes from this unit, these units that you have selected, you should be able to answer them without making any mistake, right? If you use this strategy, then you can even stick to 7 units. You can even stick to 7 units and still you can clear the CSIR NET exam, but you have to make sure that the 7 units that you have chosen, you are studying it so thoroughly that any question coming from that unit related to that unit, you should be able to answer it confidently without any doubt. No negative, no wrong answers. Okay, we don't want any negative marking in that case. And that is why we say that 8 to 9 units are comfortable. Still, if you're short on time, if you think that 8 to 9 units are a lot, you're not able to cover that, then you can go for 7 units also. Make sure you cover 7 units minimum, but you have to do it very, very, very thoroughly. All right? Yes. So, with this now, let's proceed to Unit 6. Unit 6, as I said, deals completely with plant physiology. Okay, now the developmental aspect of plants, that comes in Unit 5. Okay, so in Unit 5, developmental biology, half of the part is plant development, right? So here we are talking about the various physiological aspects in plants. This is a very interesting unit. Those who have taken botany as the botany is your subject, or you've chosen plants, anything related to plants in your lower classes, this unit is definitely for you. You have to select this unit. Usually people from zoology background do not prefer going for this unit because they have not studied this at all. In case there are other students, like maybe your specialization was in biotechnology, or maybe your specialization was in genetics or any other, then you can have a choice. Okay, whether you want to go for animal physiology or plant physiology, that is up to you. Now, usually students, what they do is the first 4 units, The first 4 units, they surely pick. Okay, molecules and their interaction, cellular organization, fundamental processes, cell communication, and cell signaling. These are the units that ideally you should not skip because these make up the fundamentals. Whatever your specialization is in, botany, zoology, life sciences, biotech, genetics, whatever is your specialization in, the first 4 units form the basis of everything. That's the building block of rest all concepts. So preferably do not skip the first 4 units. Okay, that means the choice is in the remaining 9. Okay, the choice is in the remaining 9 units. Accordingly, you can choose 3 or 4, ideally 4 or 5. That is a comfortable number. Out of the remaining 9, pick up 4 or 5 units that you are comfortable with. All right. Now coming back to plants. In plants, these are the various subtopics that we'll be studying. The first and foremost is the most important one because every year you can minimum at least expect one question in part C from this topic. And I say minimum because I'll show you in the next slide. More questions have also come from this topic in units in part C. So photosynthesis, right? That is where plants get their food from, and that is how we get our food. So photosynthesis is the most important topic in this unit. Then comes respiration and photorespiration, then nitrogen metabolism, the different hormones in plants, sensory photobiology, which deals with how plants perceive light and other different stimuli, how they perceive it, how they process it, and how they give a response to it. So that is sensory photobiology, how light is perceived by plants, not just for photosynthesis, but for other functions. Solute transport and photoassimilate translocation, secondary metabolites, and stress physiology. So in all, there are 8. Okay, in all, there are 8 subtopics in this particular unit. Now, many students ask me that what if we choose a few subtopics in this entire unit? Okay, let's say we do choose unit 6 to study for the CSIR NET exam. So can we choose a couple of subtopics, like we are comfortable with photosynthesis, nitrogen metabolism, and plant hormones. We are comfortable with these 3, but we don't want to do, or we don't want to study the other subtopics. Okay, so can we do that? Now the problem here is, I'll tell you what the problem is and why am I stressing that if you choose a particular unit, make sure you study it thoroughly. Okay, why am I saying that? To make you understand the importance of that point, you have to look here on the next slide. There, what I've done is I have taken 2 papers, previous CSIR NET papers, December 2023 exam, the morning shift, and I've taken June 2023 exam, morning shift. Okay, so I've taken 2 previous years papers. What I've done is I've just noted down in part B and in part C, how many questions have come from each subtopic of unit 6. Okay, so in part B, nitrogen metabolism, 1 question. From plant hormones, 3 questions. From sensory photobiology, 1 question. That means a total of 5 questions have come in part B from unit 6. And in that, nitrogen metabolism 1, plant hormones 3, sensory photobiology 1. Right? In part C, photosynthesis 2, plant hormones 1, sensory photobiology 1, solute transport 1, and stress physiology 1. That means in part C, a total of 6 questions came. That means in the total, in the complete paper, there were a total of 11 questions from unit 6. Right? That means if you are able to cover the entire unit 6, if you're able to study the entire unit 6, sure shot, you will correctly answer these 11 questions. Now, this is applicable for any other unit also. You study it thoroughly. You don't skip any topic or subtopic within that unit. That means at least on an average, you do have 10 to 12 questions coming from each unit. So if you are able to answer, if you are able to cover that entire unit, study that entire unit thoroughly, that means those 10 to 12 questions for sure you are able to answer, isn't it? Now, that year, that means in December 2023 exam, these subunits were not included in the paper. That means there was no question from respiration subtopic, and there was no question from secondary metabolites. Now, look at the June 2023 exam, morning shift. In part B, one question from photosynthesis, one from respiration, one from hormones, and one from sensory photobiology. That only 4 questions in part B. But they gave 8 questions in part C from unit 6, 3 from photosynthesis, 1 nitrogen metabolism, 1 hormone, 1 secondary metabolites, and 2 from stress physiology. And that year they did not include a single question from solute transport. Right? So, how can you predict the next paper, in the next CSIR NET question paper, which subtopics will be omitted and which will be included? There is no way of knowing that, right? We know for sure that there will be at least 1 question from photosynthesis, 1 from plant hormone. Okay, we know that, okay, because those are extensive important topics. But what about the others? There are 6 other subtopics. So whether question will come or not, that's difficult to predict. And so as to not play a gamble, it's better you completely study the unit that you have chosen, such that any cross-topic question comes, you should be able to answer it comfortably. Okay, and that is the reason why I say you choose your units wisely, but whichever unit you have chosen, you make sure you study thoroughly and in depth. All right. Now, that we can prepare. All right. So step 2 is topic-wise preparation. Unit 6A is photosynthesis. And I find this as the most interesting topic, partly because, we are dependent on the food produced by plants. So in this topic, the important points are, of course, the structure of the chloroplast, the various photoreceptors. Now, the photoreceptors here in photosynthesis are different from the sensory photobiology photoreceptors. Here, the photoreceptors are the ones which are needed for photosynthesis. Then light-dependent pathways, light-dependent reactions, and light-independent reactions, which is nothing but the C3 pathway. C3, C4, and CAM, and another pathway which is the C2 pathway, okay, which is the photorespiratory pathway. So all these are important. You definitely have a question coming from photosynthesis. It can be 1, 2, 3, or even 4. But photosynthesis is a very, very important topic in this unit. And lastly, the physiological aspects of photosynthesis. That means how light impacts photosynthesis, how temperature or carbon dioxide impacts photosynthesis, how the various carbon isotopes get differentiated in the C3 cycle, right? So these are the various important topics within subtopic A, that is photosynthesis in unit 6. Then comes respiration. Okay. Now, respiration is an easy topic. Easy in the sense, you may not skip this because much of it overlaps with the respiration that you study for animal cells. Okay, respiration that you study in mammalian cells, that is kind of overlapping. But there are major differences also, because here you are talking about plant systems and this is not exactly like an animal system. So yes, there are differences. So the best thing about this topic is you have to remember the differences. Otherwise, the overall process is more or less the same. Yes, even plants have fermentation happening in them. Okay, so glycolysis and fermentation, these the starting material is different, but overall process is the same. Uh, pentose phosphate pathway, TCA pathway, electron transport chain. These are the basics that you study for respiration. Then in plants, there is an alternative route, an alternate route which is called as the alternative oxidase pathway, the AOX pathway as shown over here. And yes, questions have come from this part, so we'll be studying this. And respiratory quotient. Now, again, this is applicable to any animal cell also, the respiratory quotient part. Then nitrogen metabolism. Here first we'll study in detail the nitrogen cycle, the various processes or steps included in the nitrogen cycle. Then we'll focus a lot more on the nitrogen fixation process. Okay, the biological nitrogen fixation, and more specifically the symbiotic nitrogen fixation, like the rhizobia root nodule association. So we'll study how root nodules are formed, the NOD and the NIF genes that are involved. We'll study the entire process of nodule formation in this particular topic. Then, because we are talking about plants and not about the nitrogen fixers, we have to talk about nitrate assimilation. So how plants take up nitrate and how they assimilate it. And finally, ammonium assimilation. So this is involved in nitrogen metabolism. Next, which is kind of a vast topic, but again important because again, at least expect one question from this topic. The reason is because it is vast, and that is plant hormones. Okay, this topic takes some time to cover, and the reason for that is there are 5 main hormones: auxin, gibberellin, cytokinin, ethylene, abscisic acid. But apart from that, there are a few more hormones like brasinosteroids, jasmonic acid, and salicylic acid. So these two are more important. And here in this topic, each hormone is like one separate topic only, because for each hormone you have to study how it is biosynthesized, what is their function or what is their role in plants, what are the various responses that these hormones generate, and the signal transduction. So when the hormones bind to their receptors, what is the signal cascade that starts inside the cell, ultimately leading to the response? That is what is to be studied for each and every hormone, and that is why I say this topic is vast, but it is worth it because you can expect minimum one question from this topic in unit 6, that is part C question, right? Yes, the next one is E, which is sensory photobiology. Now, like I said, photo light. Okay, so how plants respond to light. So here the light is acting as the stimulus, but not for photosynthesis. These are all other responses apart from photosynthesis. Here we'll talk about the different photoreceptors like phytochromes, cryptochromes, phototropins. Okay, these are the primary photoreceptors which are involved in sensory photobiology. Their signal transduction. So what happens when they perceive light? What happens downstream in the signal transduction cascade? Then we will see circadian rhythms. Yes, like how we have a circadian rhythm, plants have a circadian rhythm. So what all responses like opening and closing of stomata, or flowering response, opening and closing of the flower, or opening of the leaves and closing of the leaves. So like that, there are various responses which are based on the circadian rhythm. Then some responses which are triggered by the red light, some responses which are mediated by the blue light. And lastly, we'll talk about photoperiodism. So what is photoperiodism? Based on the duration of light or darkness, you see some responses. Okay, like for example, this plant is flowering because the day is short and the night is long. Okay, so the duration or the length of the day or the night determines the response. This is photoperiodism. In solute transport, we deal with the transport of water first, then ions and minerals, and lastly the food. In water transport, we'll talk about water potential, xylem, which you know are the channels through which water is transported, the process of transpiration, stomatal opening, closing, and the theory which explains how water moves through the plants. mineral transport, ion transport, and mycorrhizal fungi that we will study in the mineral transport part. And lastly, how the food gets transported. Food is sugars. In plants, the food is the sugars. So photoassimilate translocation is nothing but a fancy word for how the food gets transported. Phloem loading and unloading and the pressure flow model. These are the important points that we are going to study in solute transport. Secondary metabolites are a group of compounds, diverse compounds that plants produce. They are not primary metabolites. They are not involved in the basic metabolic process, but they play other roles. So we have terpenes, okay, like this, like limonene, which you know is a compound found in the peel of many different type of citrus fruits, or menthol, which is found in mint plants, right? So these are terpenes. We'll talk about different types of phenolic compounds. We'll talk about different type of nitrogen containing compounds like alkaloids, cyanogenic glucosides, etc. We'll talk about the biosynthesis of each type. What are the various classifications in this, their effect and the response that they generate. And lastly, another important topic is stress physiology. In the recent years, questions have been coming from this topic. Okay, understand that this is important from the agriculture perspective also, because we are experiencing different types of stresses. We, as in the plants are experiencing different types of drought stress or flooding stress or temperature changes, climatic changes, environmental changes. So we need to study this, and that is why I believe that in the recent years questions have been coming definitely from this topic of stress physiology. So in this, the first part deals with the biotic stresses. Like what are the biotic stresses for plant? Herbivores. Herbivores going and eating the plant or damaging the plant. That is a stress. Pathogens, right? So how plants deal with herbivores? What defense mechanisms do they have? How plants deal with pathogens? What defense mechanisms do they have against pathogens? So that we are going to study the first part, how to deal with biotic stresses. The second part deals with abiotic stresses. Abiotic stresses, like if there is water shortage, when there is excessive water, flooding conditions, excess salt, salinity, oxygen deficiency, chilling and freezing, low temperature, heat stress and shock, high temperature stress. So all these different type of stresses and how plants deal with it, what mechanisms do they have, that is studied in stress physiology. All right. Now, this is a very important slide because here I'm going to give you some tips and tricks to understand the concepts first and then recollect any concept. Okay, now this is not just applicable to Unit 6. These are in general tips and tricks. I'm sure some of you already know, you are already following it. Maybe you're already doing it. Others may have already learned about this or studied this from somewhere else. But I just want to give you a gist of it. Those who are not doing it, maybe you can start doing it and see if it makes a difference for you or not. But these topics, these tips have definitely helped me. Okay, so the first and foremost thing that you need to do is whatever concept you're studying, you have to make sure that you break it down in such simple language that you can explain it to a 10-year-old also. The concept should be broken down in such a simple manner that think of it as if you're explaining it to a 10-year-old child. How would you do that, right? So that is how you should explain the concept to yourself. At Biotechnica, we take efforts to do that for you. Okay. Now, some of you are gifted, some of you can directly read from the reference book and you understand it, and that's good. That's actually good. But for those who do not follow the big texts in the reference books, this is what you should do. Break it down, read the sentence, find out individual phrases or words that you don't understand, and find a synonym for it. Find a synonym for the complex technical words and remember that. So instead of using those complex technical words, you can use those synonyms to make yourself understand better. Okay, don't forget the technical terms because everybody else uses those. But to make yourself understand, you use the synonyms rather than the complex technical words. Okay. make your own notes, but in short bullet format, because somebody else has already written huge texts on it. Okay, so if you're writing in huge text, that is just like you making another reference book. So rather than doing that, you make short bullet notes for your own reference, so that later on when you're revising it, you can just brush through those bullets. Okay. Biotechnica makes notes like that, and I'll show you the resource recommendations later on. But we can also help you in doing that. Next point, I don't know how many of you do this, but when you're trying to make yourself understand a particular concept, you read aloud. Okay, don't worry about what your family or anybody else thinks about it. You read aloud, you explain it to yourself out loud. Okay, don't read it in mind. You speak out loud and you try to explain it to yourself, even if nobody is there around you. Try to explain it to yourself out loud. That helps. Understand the bigger picture. Okay, now you're studying a particular concept, but if you don't correlate it to real world scenarios, if you don't understand what is the real world application of it, or how it relates to the bigger picture, then everything is basically futile. Okay, it's not helping you in any way. Let me give you a very simple example. When we talk about plants, I explain something, a concept called as imbibition of water, which is very much needed for seed germination. Okay, for seed germination, there is imbibition of water. Now, what is imbibition? Imbibition, very fancy, complex term. It is nothing but uptake of water. The seeds are going to take up water and they're going to swell. That process is called as imbibition. So I've broken down that word. I'm breaking that concept into something simple, and I'm using a simple word, although I know that imbibition is uptake of water and swelling of the seeds. Right? So how do I correlate this to the real world scenario? Whenever I want to have sprouted moth beans or moon beans, right? What do? I get them from the market and I soak it overnight, right? And next day, once I soak it and I keep it in a wet cloth, next day I'll start seeing the roots coming out of it, the white threads coming out of it, which is nothing but the radicle. So the concepts that I'm learning in class, I'm trying to correlate it to real world scenarios. Another example, if you take a fruit, take any fruit like mango, apple, or anything, and you keep it in the deep freezer, not in the fridge, but at -8 or -10 degrees Celsius, you remove it out. What will happen to the texture of that fruit? Will it be as firm as the time that you put it inside? No, right? It's going to become soft. Why? Why did the fruit become soft when you placed it at -8, -10 degrees Celsius? It's because of the formation of ice crystals. Ice crystal breaks the tissues, right? So you're trying to correlate what you're studying to the bigger picture. You're trying to correlate it with the real world scenarios, and that is what is going to help you retain the concept better, rather than just mugging it, or rather than just, reading the text or trying to understand what is written in the book. Now, try to recollect from the diagram rather than the text. Whenever you're going through videos or PPTs, okay, we explain using PPTs because we find that it's a very helpful mode of explanation. So in the PPTs, there'll be diagrams and there'll be text written at the side. Focus on the diagrams. Try to recollect the diagrams rather than the text. Because when you recollect the diagrams, that is when the process becomes very simple for you. Okay, I'll explain it a bit later with the help of a diagram. Initially, you revise once a week, and then once you get the hang of the concept, you can then prolong the duration. You can then revise once a fortnight by going through the PPTs, or if you want in depth, you can go through the videos also provided by Biotechnica. Practicing the questions, previous year questions, mock test questions, different types of questions that you can get from any source, questions that are there at the end of the reference books, mock test questions provided by Biotechnica, previous year's questions provided by CSIR NET. These are all different sources available to you. So you can practice those questions, and every time you'll understand where you stand. Okay. Now, just one example of how you can break down a concept. This paragraph is completely taken, verbatim. It's actually a screenshot from Plant Development, Plant Physiology and Development by Tays and Ziegler, which is the reference book for Unit 6. Okay, so the words are pretty complex. You can read through it. Light channeling occurs when some of the incident light is propagated through the central vacuole of the palisade cells and through the air spaces between the cells, an arrangement that results in the transmission of light into the leaf interior. Now, you have no background of plants, that's okay. This statement is pretty complex. Okay, even for someone who has a botany background, this statement is pretty complex. So let's break it down. Some light, incident light, falls on the plant. That means this is just light falling on the surface of the leaf. Okay, it is propagated through the central vacuole. The light passes through the central vacuole of the palisade layer. This is the palisade layer. So through the palisade layer, the light is simply passing through and it reaches the interior layers, which is the spongy mesophyll. In the spongy mesophyll, there are air spaces. And because of the extensive air spaces, once the incident light comes here, it is just going to be scattered. Okay, you can see in the diagram, the light is going to be scattered here and there. It's because of the multiple air spaces, because of the extensive air spaces, and because of the extensive surface that is provided. The extensive surface that is provided, which is the interface between the water and the air. Okay, so this interface is acting as the surface through which the light hits, then it gets reflected, it gets refracted, and that is how you get multiple paths for the light when it enters into the spongy parenchyma. This doesn't happen in the palisade layer. This scattering doesn't happen in the palisade layer, it happens in the spongy parenchyma or the spongy layer because of the presence of the air spaces. Okay, so this simple concept has been explained in such a manner. So that is why I keep saying that you have to read the text and you have to simplify it in such a way that you are explaining it to a 10-year-old. Okay, I hope I've made my case here. Now, let's cover some sample questions pretty quickly. I'll give you an idea of what different type of questions come from this unit. What is the format of the question and how you can easily answer them if you have studied that particular unit and if you at least are able to recollect the diagram. Okay. Now, the first question is from stress physiology. List of abiotic environmental factors are in this column. So this is a match the following type of question which has come very frequently. So water deficit, salinity, flooding, and high light intensity. Then these are the effects in the other column. Ion cytotoxicity, hypoxia, that means low oxygen to the roots, photoinhibition, and the reduction in the water potential. So you have to match the two columns. This type of question comes very frequently from Unit 6. That is, match the following type of question. Now, the best one that you can understand is flooding. Okay, when there is flooding, the roots are completely submerged under water, right? So what will happen to the oxygen in the surrounding the roots then? When the roots are completely submerged under water, the oxygen surrounding the roots, firstly, they will be used up. Whatever dissolved oxygen is there, it will be used up, right? And still, if the roots are submerged in water, then they are not getting any supply of oxygen. Otherwise, normally air spaces are there in the soil from which the roots get oxygen. But when there is flooding like condition, there is no oxygen to the roots, and this creates a hypoxia condition. Hypoxia in the roots, low oxygen in the roots. So C is 2. When there is salinity, that means when there is high salt concentration in the soil, it causes ion toxicity, ion cytotoxicity, right? Because of high concentration of salts outside, the water is actually removed from the plant into the soil. The soil has high salt, so water moves from plant to the soil, because of which the solute concentration inside the plant cell increases, and that causes ion cytotoxicity. When there is high light intensity, it inhibits the photosynthesis process. It interferes with the photosystems of the photosynthesis process, and that is what is photoinhibition. And when water deficit is there, when there is shortage of water, there is a reduction in the water potential. So the answer to this question is this option. A is 4, B is 1, C is 2, and D is 3. Right? Now, the next type of question are the most common types of questions that you will come from Unit 6, the format. I'm talking about the format. And what is this format? This format is that they would have given a couple of statements. 3 statements, 4 statements, 5 statements. They will give a couple of statements with respect to a particular concept. And they will either ask you to find out which are the correct statements from these 4 or 5 statements, or remember, they may ask you to find the incorrect statements also. Okay, so read this line very thoroughly. See what exactly are they asking for. They've given how many? 5 sentences, 5 statements about the nitrogenase enzyme complex. So this comes in nitrogen metabolism topic. They've given 5 sentences, 5 statements, and you have to find out what combination of the statements are correct. All correct combination of statements you have to find out. Like I said, read the last line very properly, because sometimes they may ask you to find out the incorrect statements also, like list or find out the incorrect statements. In that case, even if you know the answer, you'll just make a silly mistake and you'll get it wrong. Okay, a part C question wrong. So that's why read this, see whether they're asking for correct statements or see whether they're asking for incorrect statements. Okay, now here, nitrogenase enzyme is composed of 2 components, dinitrogenase and dinitrogenase reductase. That is true. Okay, nitrogenase enzyme complex is made up of 2 parts, Fe protein and MOFE protein. This MOFE is dinitrogenase and Fe protein is dinitrogenase reductase. Okay, so first statement is correct. MOFE protein is MOFE protein component is a homodimer. This statement is not correct. Okay, you can see here in this diagram, Fe protein is a homodimer. Okay, one second. Fe protein is the homodimer. This one and this one. MOFE is not a homodimer. Right? Third statement, Fe protein component is dinitrogenase. This is also not true, because who is a dinitrogenase? MOFE protein is dinitrogenase, not Fe protein. Next statement, MOFE protein contains the active site metal cluster where nitrogen binds. That is true, because MOFE is where the nitrogen will bind and it will get converted into ammonia. Right? So D is correct. And E, Fe protein delivers electron to MOFE protein component in a reaction coupled to the hydrolysis of ATP. So even E is correct, because when electron is transferred from Me protein to MOFE protein, ATP is hydrolyzed. So the answer to this question is the last option. That means A, D and E are correct statements, whereas B and C are wrong. So they have asked for all the correct statement combination. The answer is A, D and E. Which one of the following statements about phytohormone ABA is correct? So this is from hormones. High level of ABA predominantly promotes vivipary. This is actually wrong, because low levels of ABA promote vivipary. Okay, ABA promotes the dormancy. ABA is a hormone which maintains dormancy. And vivipary is precocious germination. Okay, it is earlier than usual germination. So high levels don't promote vivipary. Is an active form of abscisic acid. Now this statement is also wrong. Why is this statement wrong? because glucosyl ester is an inactive form of ABA. Okay, if glucose is attached in an ester linkage, then that makes ABA inactive. Inactivation of ABA involves its oxidation to phasic acid. This is correct. Okay, see, this is inactivation. ABA inactivation by oxidation, and the first step is making phasic acid. And last sentence, ABA biosynthesis occurs entirely in the plastid. This is partly correct, but not completely correct. See, it entirely does not occur in the plastid. The first couple of steps takes place in the plastid, and then the last couple of steps take place in the cytoplasm. Okay, so the answer here is statement 3. Inactivation of ABA involves its oxidation to phasic acids. So if you know this diagram or this concept properly, you should be able to answer this question. Okay, now this is simple. This you don't even need to study unit 6 for this. You should be able to answer on your own. Given below are a list of plant-derived alkaloids and their use in modern medicine. This is actually from secondary metabolites. Alkaloids and their uses. Again, a match the following type of question. So, which of these is a widely used CNS stimulant, a central nervous system stimulant? Which of these you consume daily so that you don't sleep and you are wide awake and you can do your work? It's caffeine, right? So, A is 4. Okay. Which of these has been a traditionally used anti-malarial agent? Morphine, quinine, vincristine. Have you heard? Which is a conventionally used anti-malarial agent? It is quinine. Quinine is a traditional anti-malarial agent. Which is a powerful narcotic analgesic? Which is the one which puts you to sleep? I'm sure you have not used it, but in general, do you know which is the one which puts you to sleep and it's used to reduce pain, the sensation of pain? That is morphine. Morphine is a powerful narcotic and analgesic. And lastly, which of these alkaloids is an anti-cancer agent which is used to treat leukemia? Have you heard of vincristine and vinblastin? These are the anti-neoplastic agents used to treat leukemia and other cancers. Right? So these are all plant-derived compounds, caffeine, morphine, quinine, and vincristine. So the answer here is option 4. A is 4, B 3, C 2, and D 1. Okay, next. The following statements are made regarding materials transported through the phloem of a plant. So this question is from solute transport. Solute transport and photoassimilate translocation. Only reducing sugars are transported. Non-reducing sugars are generally translocated. Sucrose and raffinose are generally translocated. Only D-glucose and D-fructose are translocated. So exactly in the sugar transport, what is transported and what is not transported? In humans, in the mammalian blood, what is the form of sugar that is transported? It is glucose, right? Glucose is the primary form that is transported. Now in plants, although glucose is the food that is made, but it is not the form that is transported. Why? Glucose, mannose, fructose, such kind of sugars are not transported in plants. They are not the form that is transported. Why? It's because they are reducing sugars. They have free aldehyde and ketone groups. Because their aldehyde and ketone groups are free, they can act as reducing agents. And because they are acting as reducing agents, they are reactive. And plants don't want reactive sugars to be roaming around in their system. Okay. So what they prefer is sucrose. Sucrose is the primary form of sugar that is transported. This is sucrose, which is glucose plus fructose. Now, if you keep on adding galactose to sucrose, so sucrose plus 1 galactose makes raffinose. Raffinose plus 1 galactose makes stachylose. Stachylose plus 1 galactose makes verbascose. So these are all different types of non-reducing sugars made from sucrose. So sucrose is the main form, right? So with this background, can you answer this question? Only reducing sugars are translocated. Definitely not. Okay, reducing sugars are not translocated in the phloem. Non-reducing sugars are generally translocated. That is true. Sucrose and raffinose are generally translocated. Yes, that is true. We saw that sucrose is non-reducing and raffinose is sucrose plus 1 galactose. So yes, they are transported. Only D-glucose and D-fructose are translocated. That is wrong. So out of the 4 statements, which 2 are correct? Remember, they are asking for correct statements. So B and C is correct. B and C only are correct. And that's why the answer is option 2. Okay. Another question from stress. ABA increases dramatically in leaves, causing stomatal closure. Given below are various events. You have to look at these events and say which one comes first. Okay, so here they are not asking for correct statements. All of them are correct. A, B, C, and D, all of them are true statements. What they're asking is the correct sequence of events. What is the correct sequence of events when abscisic acid acts? For that, you should know the signaling pathway of abscisic acid. See here, first, abscisic acid is binding to its receptor. In that process, secondary messengers like reactive oxygen species, hydrogen peroxide are produced. This allows calcium to enter inside, and once calcium enters, intracellular calcium concentration increases, it opens up the calcium efflux channel and the potassium efflux channel. So chloride and potassium then exit the cell, right? So these are the sentences given, and you just have to list them in the right order. So C comes first. Binding of ABA to its receptor and initiation of this PP2Cs, okay, which is a type of phosphatase. Second is phosphorylation and activation of NADPH oxidase and formation of reactive oxygen species. So this comes second. Then opening of the plasma membrane calcium channels and allowing the calcium to enter inside, increasing the cytosolic calcium. And lastly, activation of plasma membrane anion channels, efflux of anion and potassium ions. So this is A is third and B is fourth. So if you know the signaling pathway of abscisic acid, then you can clearly answer this question with much surety. It is C, D, A, and B. Okay, so a few more questions are remaining. This is a very easy question. This is a figure, and they have given the absorption spectra of chlorophylls and carotenoids. So A, B, and C. You have to find out which is which. Which line represents absorption spectrum for chlorophylls and carotenoids. For this is from photosynthesis. So you should know that chlorophyll A, the peak comes first and last. This is chlorophyll A. Just next to it comes chlorophyll B. Okay, so this is chlorophyll B. And the peak, the line which is showing just one peak, roughly somewhere around the green range, that is carotenoid. So can you see this yellow line over here going like this? This is carotenoid. And it has only one peak in the center, not at the sides, right? So that is how you can identify that the answer here would be C is definitely carotenoid. Okay, no doubt about that. C is definitely carotenoid. And this dotted line that you see, which is represented as B, that is chlorophyll A. And the solid line with two peaks, one over here and one over here, that is line A, but that is chlorophyll B. So the answer is option 3. Which is the primary site for auxin biosynthesis? You should know that shoot apical meristem is the main site for auxin biosynthesis. This is a part B question. Shoot apical meristem is the answer. Here they are asking about the relative levels of these two hormones, gibberellin and abscisic acid. Okay. So at the time of seed germination, gibberellin and abscisic acid were completely opposite to each other. In the early stages of seed embryogenesis, pattern formation, gibberellin levels are high, abscisic acid level is low. During the endosperm formation and during the induction of dormancy, ABA goes high, GA, gibberellin, goes low. Okay. And when the seeds undergo germination, that is when gibberellin goes high, ABA goes low. So with respect to germination in seeds, abscisic acid and gibberellin were completely opposite to each other, right? So in here in this question, they have given 4 statements and they have asked which combination of statements is true, which is correct. The answer is C and D. A says high level of gibberellin is found during embryogenesis and dormancy. What is wrong here? In embryogenesis, GA is high, but in dormancy, GA is low. ABA is found high during synthesis of seed reserves and germination. Now again, the first part is correct, but the second part is not correct. During germination, gibberellin levels are high, ABA is low. That is correct. During germination, gibberellin is high, ABA is low. So C is correct. And during embryogenesis, gibberellin is high, ABA is low. That is also correct. This is embryogenesis. GA is high, ABA is low. So if you understand just this diagram, right? Just this diagram you understand, you are completely able to answer this question. It is option 2, C and D. And I believe this is the last question for the day. Here they are asking about the structure of chlorophyll. Chlorophyll A has methyl group. In its porphyrin-like ring structure, this is correct. B has aldehyde group. This is also correct. Remember, they are asking which is not correct. With respect to chlorophyll structure, which of the statements is not correct? Chlorophyll A, but not chlorophyll B, has magnesium coordinated at the center, and this is not correct. The long hydrocarbon tail anchors them to the membrane. This is correct. Okay, remember in the chlorophyll structure, here if it is methyl, it is chlorophyll A. Here if it is CHO, it is chlorophyll B. Whether it is A or B, you will have magnesium at the center and the phytol tail anchors it to the membrane. All right. Yes, so with this, we have come to the very last part of today's session with me, and that is the recommended resources for Unit 6. Now, lucky for you, there is just one reference book that you need to follow for Unit 6. The name of this book is Plant Physiology and Development. This originally it was just by 2 authors, Stays and Ziegler, but now it is by 4 different authors, Stays, Moller, Murphy, and Ziegler. Okay, but in general, it is called Tays and Ziegler. Now, 7th edition is the latest edition. This came in 2022. Before that, there was the 6th edition, which came in 2015. If you can get your hands on the 7th edition, that's the best. Okay, but still, if you are not finding this edition, you can still stick with the 6th edition. That's okay. But again, I'm stressing, just see if you can find the 7th edition, maybe in your college library or some other resource. Okay, but the 6th edition is available online. Even Biotechnica can provide it. So yes, it is there in our resources also. Now, like I said, you can make your own notes, or you can also refer to the notes provided by Biotechnica. These are not as extensive as the reference books, but we have abridged it. We have condensed the very basic information and put this together as this NET JRF learner. You can get access to the ebooks also, or you can get them the hard copies delivered to your place also. So these Biotechnica notes are available, and these are pretty good if you want to undergo the revision. Okay, so for the explanation, of course, you have to better to attend the classes to clear your doubts. But for the notes for revision, these are good enough. Biotechnica also provides other resources, mainly for revision. So for studying, for understanding the concept, we have the classes, we have the PPTs, we have the videos, and we have the notes, right? But if you want to revise, then there are some very, really interesting, really nice tools made by Biotechnica, provided by Biotechnica. One are the Conceptica flowcharts. Okay, so here, as I said, the diagrams are given. and their explanation, very quick explanation, is given in the point format. There is space for you to make your notes over here after understanding that concept. So it's very easy to just go through the Conceptica notes, just look at the diagram and try to recollect the concept. Okay, so this is just based on flowcharts and diagrams from credible sources. There is Conceptica Lite also, which is the entire topic condensed in one particular page. For example, all the important points of auxin are here. In this, what is this hormone? How was it discovered? Experiments, structure, biosynthesis, etc., etc. The responses, everything is condensed here in this one particular page, right? So it's very easy to revise quickly going through that. Concept wheel is another such tool that is made available, where different concepts, like here they have given for the Calvin cycle or C3 cycle. Again, the gist is condensed here in the form of this wheel in the pointer format, so you can read through it, and that will refresh or brush up your memory. And lastly, there is concept table, where the different like the differences between different points, right? So here you can see the difference between C3 photosynthesis, C4 and CAM, because I'm just talking about unit 6, but you have many such different tables which will clarify your concept. If you're getting confused between two related or similar things, or you want to remember the difference between two things, you can just brush through the table, just go through the table, and that will again jog up the memory for you. All right, so these are the various tools, notes, etc. provided by Biotechnica. So I have come to the end of my session. It was very nice having this chat with you, and further sessions, take as much information from today's webinar as you can. Biotechnica team is available the 24/7 for you. So if you have any doubts, please type it out in the chat box. You can mail to us and we'll try to answer them. Right? So I hope I have given you some insights, and I really hope to see you guys for the next 6 months or so. We can prepare for the exam together. So thank you so much. You've really been a good audience. Thank you so much, and good luck to you for your exam. Okay? Yes. Bye-bye.
A very good evening to all of you present over here. So now we are going to talk about the preparation strategy for Unit 7. Now, Unit 7, it is all about animal physiology. Okay, and when you all go through the question papers, recently the CSIR NET exam paper that was conducted, the CSIR NET exam. So Unit 7 is nowadays a lot of questions are asked if you go through the question paper. So it is also one of the important units like other units. So you should not skip this unit, but yes, it depends, whether you want to select unit 6, unit 7. So it is entirely up to you. So in unit 7, around 4 to 5 part C questions are asked. So keeping that in mind, we have to prepare our strategy for preparing the unit 7. So first, let us go through the syllabus for unit 7. The unit 7 syllabus has 10 subunits. So it seems that it looks lengthy, but what has to be done over here is we have to only select very important subunits from where usually the questions are asked. So this time, if you'll have gone through the question paper, so you'll find questions are from cardiovascular system, question is asked from respiratory system. Nervous system is one of the important subunits, I would say, from where definitely you will see questions are asked every year. Sometimes they ask from neuron, sometimes they ask from brain, sometimes they ask from muscle tone. So it is one of the important subunits in unit 7. Then excretory system, endocrinology and reproduction, and sometimes questions are also asked from sense organs. So today here we are going to strategize like how you have to prepare for unit 7. Though it seems huge, it seems very big, but we should not panic seeing the size of this particular unit. So let's see how to go about this particular unit. Now, blood and circulation, the other topics, okay, apart from these very important topics that I have mentioned, the other topics are blood and circulation, okay, where in previous year question papers, as well as in part B, you will find that questions are asked, okay. So, in blood and circulation, the important topics over here from where questions can be asked is from blood groups. Okay, they can ask you which is the antigen that is present, what is the antibody that is present in different blood groups. Then another important topic over here is hemostasis or blood clotting. Okay, so now moving to cardiovascular system. So here, as I said, as I mentioned, this is one of the most important unit. And again, over here, some important topics that you all need to focus on is ECG, cardiac cycle, okay, blood pressure, neural and chemical regulation. So these are the important topics in cardiovascular system, where from where you will find questions. Respiratory system, again, it is an important subunit from unit 7. And in respiratory system, definitely you should not miss the transport of gases, exchange of gases, the neural and chemical regulation that occurs during respiration. So these are the important topics, important concepts that you all should know related to respiratory system. Then in nervous system, as I mentioned, it is one of the important subunits where definitely every year they ask questions from nervous system. So study neurons, action potential, neuroanatomy of brain, spinal cord, what is central nervous system, what is peripheral nervous system, and how the nervous system controls the muscle tone as well as our posture. In sense organs, they can ask you question related to ears as well as eyes. Excretory system is one of the, I would say a very simple subunit, because usually you will find not very tough questions that are asked. They're easy. Sometimes they ask match the following. Sometimes statement based questions that are also not very difficult to solve. So in excretory system, you'll need to concentrate more on the kidney part. Okay, what is the anatomy of kidney, the nephrons, what are their functions, how urine formation occurs, then regulation of water balance, how hormones, how nervous system play a role in regulating the water balance of our body through this excretory system, blood volume, blood pressure, electrolyte balance. So these are the important topics related to excretory system. When we talk about thermoregulation, nowadays from thermoregulation questions are asked, and the questions are not difficult because this topic is itself very simple. Okay, so it is sometime like you can say that some general questions are asked. Okay, like you'll already know what is endotherm, what is ectotherm. Okay, so related to their characteristics, so some statement based questions might be asked, right? And acclimatization in thermoregulation is the topic that you should not forget. Okay, but it is a very small subunit, and when you prepare you'll find that you'll not take more than hour or so to prepare this particular subunit. Then stress and adaptation, as I said, this is not a very important topic, but you will find questions are asked from stress, but it is actually related to the hormones. Okay, so when you are talking about stress and adaptation, so you have to discuss, you have to you have to know the concept about what are the hormones that are involved in stress. Okay, so in that way you have to actually prepare for endocrinology and reproduction thoroughly, because this is the important topic. Okay, where you need to know about the endocrine glands, their mechanism, the action of different hormones, what are the different hormones, the diseases that are associated with it. Then you need to know about the reproductive processes that occur. Okay, how the gamete formation takes place, how the female reproductive cycle occurs. Okay, what are the different phases in female reproductive cycle, ovulation, neuroendocrine regulation. So this is another important, very important topic that you should not skip, right, from unit 7. Now, having said that, so next you need to know is which book to refer for unit 7. Right now, you know that what all, okay, you have gone through the syllabus, you know what should be studied, what you can skip. So that is also, evident when we discussed about the syllabus. Then the important textbook that you should have when you are studying Unit 7 is you should refer Principles of Anatomy and Physiology by Gerard J. Totter and Derrickson. Some students might be referring Guyton and Hall. So this is also a very good textbook. You can refer this textbook as well, or you can refer some other animal physiology textbook like Shom's is good. And some students refer Raven, so that is also good. So these are some of the standard reference books that you should refer for Unit 7. Now, already we discussed the important topics in the different subunits. So if you see this, okay, you will get a clear cut idea of what all is very important from CSR point of view. Like you should know cardiac cycle, heartbeat, blood pressure, blood volume regulation, the serum contents. Okay, sometimes from serum contents you will see questions are asked in part B. Okay, like hemoglobin, carbaminohemoglobin, how hemoglobin is carried, right, in the blood. So all these are questions related to the serum contents, as well as they can ask you about other proteins that are present in the serum. Then gaseous exchange and roles of hemoglobin, myoglobin, their behavior with oxygen. So you should know about the shift of the graph that takes place. Okay, that is the oxygen saturation curves. Okay, so today we will be seeing some of these important topics in the upcoming slides. Then different neurotransmitters. Now, where does these topic come? This is related to your nervous system, right? Nervous system, where you need to know about the different neurotransmitters, their function, how action potential is generated, what is the graph, what are the different phases in the graph. So you can also expect a combined question, okay, that can be asked, with Unit 2, because in Unit 2 also you study about action potential. So it can be a numerical question with respect to membrane, or it can also be clubbed with a Unit 4 question, okay, where they can club it with some cell signaling question, the role of neurotransmitters. Like this time also, if you see the question paper, you will see that the neurotransmitters and how the signaling occurs related to the neurotransmitters. So in this way, the question was clubbed with Unit 4. Then muscle movements is another important topic from Unit 7. Next, sense organs. As I said, eyes and ears is very important. And if you see the previous year question papers, a lot of questions are asked only from ears. From eyes, what happens is they usually ask questions related to the signaling part. Okay, how the vision occurs. So this is an important concept that you need to know. Then from excretory system, urine formation, countercurrent exchange, kidney filtration system, structure, function of nephrons, and the water balance, how it occurs. The next is, as I mentioned, endocrinology. So it involves learning about hormones, okay, where they are being synthesized, their function, right, gametogenesis. The another important aspect is the hormones that are involved in reproduction. So these are very important topics that you should never skip from Unit 7. Now, let's talk about how to go for a, when we are preparing, so we need to have a study schedule, right? So it is very important that right from the beginning, when you are starting with the preparation, when you have thought that, okay, after 6 months I have to write CSIR NET exam. So very first thing is you have to make a study schedule. Now for Unit 7, I would say you have to very effectively, you have to manage your time, okay? Because time management is one of the important aspect for any kind of preparation. And now as it is CSR, so we need to definitely focus on time management. So as we saw, there are 10 subunits. So I would suggest, from the beginning, keep at least 2 hours for each subunit. Okay. Now there are 10 subunits. If you keep 2 hours, so you need around 20 hours. Okay. So each subunit you have to keep 2 days. Okay. Sorry, 2 days. Okay, not hours. So in this way, 20 days, you can easily grasp, memorize, and you can finish the unit. Now, if I'm saying 2 hours for each subunit, okay, in a day, so not necessarily that, as I said, topics like stress and adaptation. So those are very small topics, thermoregulation. So maybe in that case, you will not need 2 hours, right? So that extra time you can prepare, you can even go through some other topics that you're not very, confident in your preparation. So in this way, you can do your planning properly. Okay, but definitely keep around 2 hours every day. So in this way, in 20 days, where you'll have 20 hours in total, you can finish with Unit 7 syllabus. Okay, so in this way, you can easily grasp, memorize, and completely finish with your complete Unit 7. So I would suggest first take the important topics. Okay, and when you complete a topic, revise it. Right, because revision is very important. Not just studying, you have to revise it, and after that, you have to solve the questions. That is again a very important aspect when we are doing our preparation for CSIR exam. So every day after studying, I would suggest solve at least 10 questions from previous year question papers. Okay, or you can even try to solve questions that can be present at the back of your textbooks. Okay, the standard reference books have question papers. So in this way, you will be very confident of whatever you have studied, and you can analyze yourself whether whatever you have studied, you can retain it, whether you can understand it, and whether you can apply that knowledge for solving the questions. Clear, students? So let's move ahead. Okay, so as we saw, what are the important topics? So I would give a brief introduction to some of the important topics. Like as I said, ECG is very important, right? From cardiovascular system, that is the unit 7B. So if you see ECG, the questions that are usually asked, they are graph-based questions. Okay, and sometimes they can also ask you statement-based questions. Okay, now ECG is, for ECG, you have to know the graphs very well. Okay, the peaks that you see over here. So remember, this is a normal electrocardiogram. Okay, so this normal ECG is compared with a diseased one. And then you can identify various diseases. So not just questions are asked from ECG, the graph from ECG. They can even ask you questions related to what all diseases can be identified, what all abnormalities can be identified using the ECG graph. So this is another area related to ECG from where questions are asked. So if you see this graph, this is the P wave. So in ECG, you get 3 waves: P wave, QRS wave, and T wave. Okay. So you should know what each of these waves indicate. Like P wave will indicate atrial contraction. Okay. So you can see they've shown in blue, right? Atrial contraction. QRS will indicate ventricular contraction. And T, remember, it indicates ventricular relaxation. Okay, or you can say ventricular repolarization. Okay, so sometimes, the questions that they ask from ECG, it can also be a small question, so they can ask you in part B as well. And if they write statement-based questions or graph-based questions, so it can be a part of part C as well. So it is a topic from where you can find questions both in part B as well as in part C. Right? Apart from that, you should also know these time intervals. Okay, so PQ is the start of P wave to the start of Q wave. So intervals means the time intervals. Okay, QT interval is the time interval between the end of T wave and start of Q wave. Okay, so you can calculate it is around 0.4 seconds. ST segment is the time interval between the start of T wave and end of S wave. So this is the time interval. Now when they ask you questions related to abnormalities, so if there's any change in these values, okay, so you can identify various diseases. Like if the T wave is more flattened, or if it is more, the peak is more high. So in that case, it will indicate certain abnormalities, like the heart is not receiving enough blood, okay, or the muscles are weak. So all these abnormalities can be identified when you study these peaks carefully. So this is one topic, and I told you how you have to study. You have to first know the graph, and then you have to know the time intervals related to it. Then you should also know the abnormalities. So these are very important things that you need to know related to ECG. Likewise, another important topic from respiration is pulmonary ventilation. Right. So pulmonary ventilation, now this is a figure that usually students skip, okay, because it has some values written, okay, but we should not do that. Because if you see the previous year CSIR question paper recently, so they asked you questions, they asked you statement based questions, but it was definitely from this figure, okay. So what they didn't ask you the values, okay, but they asked whether the alveolar pressure is less or more than atmospheric pressure, or whether the intrapleural pressure is less high. Like that, they had written in the statements, right? So for that, we need to know this values, okay, not exact values, but you should be aware like what is happening during pulmonary ventilation. So I'll quickly explain you this concept of pulmonary ventilation so that it becomes clear and you can keep it in mind when you are solving questions related to pulmonary ventilation. So when the body is at rest, so you can see the diaphragm is relaxed. Alveolar pressure is equal to atmospheric pressure. So atmospheric pressure is 760. In the alveoli, the pressure is 760. And between the pleural membranes, that is intrapleural pressure is 756. You can see the atmospheric pressure and alveolar pressure is equal. So that is why at rest there is no movement of air. So there is no airflow. Because always remember, air will flow from high pressure to low pressure. Okay. The next figure, if we see when we inhale, so what happens? The diaphragm contracts. So diaphragm, when it contracts, it goes down. And certain muscles in our ribs, those are external intercostal, so they will also contract. So when they contract, they pull the lungs upward. So what happened? The volume increased, right? The chest cavity expanded, so volume increased. Now, when volume increases, pressure decreases. Okay, so they are inversely related to each other. So that is why now the alveolar pressure becomes 758, so it is less than 760, and intrapleural pressure is 754, and outside pressure is 760. So because pressure decreased, now air will move from high pressure to low pressure. So that is why during inhalation, air moves from outside to inside the lungs. Okay, so this is, you have to understand this whole concept. Okay, if you know this concept, you can easily solve the statement based questions that are asked from here. Right? Then, if this is for normal breathing, now suppose you do deep inhalation. Okay, so when we inhale, like sometimes the doctor says, right, take in more air. So during deep inhalation, apart from these diaphragm and external, this muscle that is the external intercostal muscles, some other muscle that is scalene and sternocleidomastoid muscles. So they will also further contract. So when they contract further, this volume will increase. Okay, so pressure will decrease. So now more air will move inside. So this is during inhalation. Now what happens during exhalation? So during exhalation, no muscles are contracting. Okay, remember, normal exhalation, only the muscles will return back to their own position. Everything will recoil back. So chest and lungs recoil back. The diaphragm will go up, okay, in its own position. So what happened? Volume decreased. And volume decreased, pressure will increase. So pressure in the alveoli is 762 and intrapleural pressure is 756. So as a result, outside the pressure is only 760. So inside the pressure is high. So air will move from inside to outside. So this is what is happening during exhalation. Right? So this is for normal exhalation. Now, if it is forceful exhalations, so the internal intercostals and abdominal muscles, they contract. Okay, in forceful exhalation. So they further reduce the size of the chest cavity. Okay, so when that size is reduced, so there is a greater increase in alveolar pressure. So alveolar pressure will increase. And outside pressure is only 760. So outside pressure is not changing. So air can easily move from inside to outside. So this is pulmonary ventilation. Okay, so this cycle keeps on repeating. Next important concept is from RAA pathway. RAA pathway is renin, angiotensin, aldosterone pathway. So this is related to your excretory system. Okay, so renin is an enzyme okay, that is released by the juxtaglomerular cells of kidneys. Angiotensin, so renin will further convert, okay, that will lead to the generation of angiotensin. So it will convert liver protein. And aldosterone is a hormone that is released by the adrenal glands. Okay, so it is a mineralocorticoid. So in this pathway, we see what is happening, okay, wherever there is dehydration or water is less in the body, or sodium deficiency or hemorrhage. Hemorrhage means blood loss. So if blood is lost, so blood volume will increase, will decrease, right? Decrease in blood volume. Blood volume decreases, remember, blood pressure will also decrease, because blood volume and blood pressure, they are directly related to each other. Now, when blood pressure decreases, so renin, angiotensin, aldosterone pathway basically works to bring back the blood pressure to normal. Okay, when the blood pressure is less. So that is the role of this pathway, as well as it will try to maintain the blood volume and sodium concentration in the body and blood pressure. So when blood pressure is less, the juxtaglomerular cells of kidney will release renin. Now, renin will convert a liver protein, that is angiotensinogen, into angiotensin 1. Further, angiotensin 1 gets converted into angiotensin 2 with the help of angiotensin converting enzyme. Okay. Now, this angiotensin 2, it is a vasoconstrictor. Okay. So, many times they ask question like, which is a vasoconstrictor, which is a vasodilator. So, even this time in CSIR, recently, the exam that was conducted, you will see they have asked a question related to the vasodilator, what all acts as a vasodilator. Okay, so they had framed a statement-based question related to the vasodilators and vasoconstrictors. So angiotensin 2 is a vasoconstrictor of arterioles. Okay, at the same time, it can stimulate the adrenal cortex to release aldosterone. And aldosterone is even released when there is high potassium in extracellular fluid. So if the arterioles are constricted, so what will happen? There'll be more pressure on the blood. So initially, the blood pressure was less. Now, because of the role of angiotensin 2, the blood pressure will increase till it returns back to normal. At the same time, when this aldosterone is released, so aldosterone it works in the kidneys and the nephrons, so there'll be more sodium and water reabsorption. So aldosterone helps in sodium reabsorption. So when it absorbs sodium, along with it, water also gets reabsorbed. So blood volume now will increase. So as I said, they are directly related. So if blood volume increases, blood pressure increases. So in this way, renin, angiotensin, aldosterone pathway works to regulate the blood volume, blood pressure, and the sodium ion concentration in our body. Now let me also give you a glimpse about the endocrinology. Okay, so as I said, in endocrinology and reproduction, endocrine glands and hormones is also very important. So you should know about the different endocrine glands, what are different hormones that are secreted. So this mind map will actually give you an overall idea of the different endocrine glands. But you have to study more in details, right, about the different functions of the various hormones that are released. What are the diseases that are associated with it? The diseases can occur when there is less production of the hormones, as well as when there is overproduction of the hormones. So that is again an important topic, the diseases. So hypothalamus, it releases two types of hormone. One is known as releasing hormone, and the other one is known as inhibiting hormone. So these hormones stimulate the pituitary. Okay, so the releasing hormone, when it is released, it will stimulate the pituitary. Like for example, thyrotropin releasing hormone. Okay, so when it is released, so it will go and stimulate the pituitary to release thyrotropin. Okay, so in this way, it acts as a releasing hormone, and it will stimulate the pituitary to release the thyrotropin hormones. Okay, then inhibiting hormones will inhibit the release of hormones from pituitary. Like if somatostatin is released, it will inhibit the release of growth hormone. Okay, thyrotropin will further stimulate the pituitary to release TSH. Next, the pituitary hormones. So what are the different pituitary hormones? Now, pituitary gland is divided into two parts, right? Anterior and posterior. So anterior pituitary releases prolactin, growth hormone, ACTH, luteinizing hormone, follicle stimulating hormone. Okay, and the posterior pituitary releases oxytocin and ADH. So these are posterior pituitary hormones. And the different functions are also mentioned over here that you need to know. Then the TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone released by pituitary, it will further go and stimulate the thyroid gland to release T3, T4 hormones that those play a role in maintaining the BMR of a body. Thyroid also releases calcitonin. Then adrenal glands, they release mineralocorticoids and glucocorticoids. Okay, so the different hormones are mentioned, what all they release. Mineralocorticoid is aldosterone. Just now we saw the role of aldosterone. Then glucocorticoids are cortisol. Okay, then adrenal medulla, it releases epinephrine, norepinephrine, as well as certain sex hormones are also released. Then now heart, okay, heart is mentioned over here. Heart also releases certain hormones, right? So all these, the heart releases hormones, kidney releases hormone, like kidney releases renin, okay? Then it releases erythropoietin. Okay, so these are the hormones that you should know about it. Similarly, heart, it releases ANP, atyl natriuretic peptide, okay, or you can say ANF. Then testis, it releases testosterone. In females, ovary will release estrogens that help in female development. Pancreas are another important gland, so it releases different hormones like insulin, glucagon. Okay, stomach region also releases different hormones like ghrelin. Thymus releases thymosins that play a role in immune function. Parathyroid gland releases parathyroid hormone. Pineal body, it releases melatonin. Okay, so in this way you have to know about the different endocrine glands. Okay, so heart is also playing a role, so you should not miss the other glands like heart, kidney, stomach. Okay, these are also some of the topics, some of the areas from where questions are asked related to hormones, because they are a little different, right? Students usually tend to skip that part. So as now we understood what are the different topics, okay, and the different concepts that you need to know. So these are some of the concepts that I just now discussed. So when you are preparing for unit 7, always try to, because you see that it is a vast unit, so you need to use some very smart tools for your preparation. Okay, so try to use the concept charts, or we call it conceptica, that Biotechnica has designed. So like for example, if you see, this is the anatomy of a ear. So the different parts of the ears are shown and their different functions. So here again, the RAA system, you can see how well it has been described. What are the different steps? Okay, what all you need to know from this RAA system. So you can use these smart tools. This is conceptual light. So this is actually like a flow chart. Okay, where you need, with the one glimpse, each and everything of a particular topic. Like now you'll understood what is RAA system, right? So you can see the flowchart form, it is there. Even the important components of the pathway is mentioned. The important topics are also highlighted. So if you are referring to conceptual light, it will take very less time for preparing any difficult concept, right? Then you can see that what are the effects of angiotensin 2, because angiotensin 2 is actually the real hormone that, or you can say the active hormone that works over here. Okay, so that is why its different effects are also mentioned. So how it affects the renal physiology in 3 main ways. Then the steps are mentioned over here, okay, of RAA system. So what happens when blood volume and blood pressure decreases? Okay, so what all changes occur? So the walls of efferent arterioles are stretched less, and juxtaglomerular cells secrete enzyme renin. So how the sympathetic stimulation occurs. Okay, then renin, when it is cleaving, so it cleaves off a 10 amino acid peptide. So even the details about the pathway is mentioned over here. Okay, as well as the effects of angiotensin 2 on kidney and their mechanisms. So in this way, a very important concept can be easily studied in very less time, and it is more colorful and more attractive. So it, we don't lose our attention while we study these topics. So I would suggest you can use these concept charts for the different topics in Unit 7. Apart from that, mind maps are very important from Unit 7 point of view. Okay, so this is one of the examples of a mind map that I have shown. Now, even this, this is also a type of your mind map that I have shown you for endocrine glands and hormones. So in this way, you know each and every gland of the body at one site, right? In a very beautiful manner, you can see that everything is mentioned in just one slide, in one figure. So these mind maps are very helpful for easy interpretation. Now this is for function of nephrons and collecting duct. Okay, so nephrons have different parts, right? You have the renal corpuscle, PCT, DCT, nephron loops, DCT again, early DCT, late DCT. So what is the function of each and every part of the nephron is mentioned. Okay, and the topics associated with it, like secretion. So what is being secreted in the PCT? So hydrogen is secreted, some amount of variable nitrogen, increase in acidosis occurs. So all the important points are mentioned over here. So you can use these mind maps. You can, check in Biotechnica's store. You can easily get these mind maps that are very important and helpful for preparing for CSIR NET. Now, concept wheel is another very important smart tool, I would say, that you can use that will help you all to save time, because during preparation, saving time is very important. So you can see what is the use of these concept wheels. Any topic. Okay, this is again a very innovative way of studying where you can memorize important topics in very less time. For some topics where you need to know each and every characteristic of a certain cell or a particular ion channel, so it is like a wheel with different spokes. So the spokes are the different characteristic of that particular cell, okay, or that particular protein. So astrocytes, what are they? They are star shaped cells. They have many processes. Okay, and they are again of two types. It can be protoplasmic astrocyte and fibrous astrocyte. So protoplasmic has short branching processes. Fibrous has long unbranched processes. Okay, so in this way, the characteristics are easily mentioned. What are their functions? Learning and memory, they play a role. Maintaining the appropriate chemical environment is their function. Regulating the growth, migration, and interconnection among neurons. Creating a blood-brain barrier. They contain microfilaments that provide strength and support to the neurons. So in this way, in one glimpse, in very less time, you can know all about astrocytes. Similarly, about the different ion channels also, these concept wheels will provide you information about any topic in a very easy and concise manner. At the same time, it is colorful, it is very appealing, right? So you can use these concept wheels. Next is concept tables that you can use for preparing for whenever the topics, like where you have to compare, like what is the difference between systolic and diastolic pressure, or what causes vasodilation, what is vasodilation, what is vasoconstriction. So these concept tables will help you to compare between the different topics, and again in a very less time you can easily go through the different topics. Okay, and you can remember their points easily. Like for vasodilation, it helps in widening, vasoconstriction, narrowing of blood vessels caused by relaxation. So how vasodilation is caused? By relaxation of smooth muscles. Vasoconstriction by contraction of smooth muscle cells. Vasodilation reduces the vascular resistance to the blood flow. Vasoconstriction increases the resistance to the blood flow. Okay, so whenever the blood is flowing, so there will be a resistance to the flow of blood, right? So vasodilation will decrease that. Okay, it will reduce means it will decrease because the diameter has increased. Vasodilation means blood vessel will dilate. Vasoconstriction means blood vessel diameter will decrease. So in this way, you can easily compare, right? Here it can increase the blood flow. Here It will decrease the blood flow because diameter decreased. So this is occurring because of parasympathetic nerve impulse. Vasoconstriction is occurring because of sympathetic nerve impulses. Vasodilation leads to loss of body heat to the environment. Vasoconstriction will conserve the body heat. So in this way, you can easily compare and study the different topics. Like you need to know about the different type of the nerve fibers, like nerve fiber A characteristic, B, C. So in that way also comparative study you need to do. So there also concept tables will be very helpful. Then there is concept cloud. Now concept cloud is something where you have the very important topics that are written. Okay, like for example in unit 7 you need to know about hypoglycemia, if we talk about endocrine glands. So what are the different hormones, peptide hormones, what are eicosanoid hormones, what are prostaglandins, their functions. So through this concept cloud, actually, it is like the different topics is mentioned. Okay, so once you have studied and you can go through this cloud, whether, if you have gone through each and every topic, if anything you have missed, so you can easily, when you see this concept cloud, you can easily go back and you can check if you have missed something, like if you missed to study eicosanoid hormone. Okay, but by seeing this cloud you can see, okay, I missed this, so I can go back and study that. And once you have studied, you can easily come back and maybe you can select, you can highlight what all you studied, where all you need to study more, you have to put in more effort. So all that you can easily do when you have this concept cloud with you all. Now for another important smart way of studying is, because in unit 7 you have to memorize a lot, right, apart from understanding the concept. So you should make short notes for all important topics. Okay, like for example you can use mnemonics, right? So for anterior pituitary, what are the different hormones we saw, right, in the mind map? Okay, what are the different hormones? Now you cannot remember them, right? It's not easy that you can remember everything. So like you can just remember this flat pig. Okay, F for FSH, L for LH, A for ACTH, T TSH, right? Then P and G. Okay, that is P for prolactin, G for growth hormone. So in this way, just by remembering one word, you will remember the different pituitary gland hormones that are associated with anterior pituitary. Another example of mnemonics is like for the adrenal gland hormones. So altogether, you might not remember, right? So if you remember Keynes, so C for cortisol, A aldosterone, N norepinephrine, E epinephrine, S sex hormones. So in this way, you can easily remember the different hormones at once using these strategies. Now we are going to discuss some of the important CSIR questions. So this is a question related to cardiovascular system, where it's a graph-based question. So action potentials were recorded intracellularly from different parts of mammalian heart, and these are shown below. So which one of these has been recorded from sinoatrial node? Can you all tell? Yes. Yes, so for this particular question, you need to know the graphs thoroughly. Okay. Now, action potentials have different graphs. Okay, like it depends on what type of cell it is. So if it is a neuron, the graph is something like this. Okay. Now they have asked the question about the different from sinoatrial node. So for sinoatrial node, the graph is very specific. Okay, and the graph for sinoatrial node is this one, right? So initially there is a increase. Okay, so this is the pacemaker potential. Okay, then there is depolarization and repolarization. So this is the graph for sinoatrial node. So the answer over here, students, it will be option 2. Okay, so if you see this figure, so the threshold value is around minus 60 millivolt, right, for the sinoatrial node. So here is the sinoatrial node. So in the heart, you have the sinoatrial node. So there is a conduction pathway. So the conduction moves from SA node, that is sinoatrial node, to AV node, then bundle of His. Okay, so these are also known as atrioventricular bundle. Then it divides, it forms right and left bundle branches. Okay, and then further it ends in this Purkinje fibers. So this is known as the conduction pathway of the action potential that are generated in SA node. So this is the graph that you need to know. Okay, this is particularly the graph for SA node. So action potentials are denoted in black, and green one is the pacemaker potential. Next question, that was this time this question was asked. So this is a question related to the sounds that are generated in hearts. Okay, so you need to know everything about the heart, the action potential, what is their structure, what is the graph that is associated with, apart from the sinoatrial node, we have another graph, okay, that is associated with the working fibers of the heart. Then the features. So here this question is related to the sounds. Sometimes you'll see a lot of questions are also asked from cardiac cycle, the different phases, and then we also discussed about ECG. Okay, so the characteristic feature and causes of different heart sounds during a cardiac cycle. So this is a statement based question. A says the second heart sound is loud and sharp when the diastolic pressure is decreased in aorta or pulmonary artery. B, sudden closure of AV valves at the start of ventricular systole cause vibration that produces first heart sound. C, second heart sound is caused by the vibration associated with the closure of aortic and pulmonary valves after the end of ventricular systole. D, the first heart sound is soft when heart rate is low, as the ventricles are well filled with blood and leaflets of AV valves float together before systole. Anybody can solve this question? Okay. So the answer for this question is option 2. Okay. So first heart sound, second heart sound. You need to know that characteristic. Okay. So if we have gone through this figure, okay, in Grad Tortora, you can easily solve this question. So this is about S1, S2. Okay, particularly there the question was asked. So S1 is known as the lub sound, which is louder and bit longer. Okay, so why it is occurring? Because of closure of AV valves soon after ventricular systole begins. So that is why the B is correct. Okay, so this is about the first sound. That is why B is correct while A is incorrect. Okay. Second sound is shorter. It is not as loud. Okay, that is known as the dub sound. It is occurring because of closure of semilunar valves. Right. So that is why the C option is correct. So you can see second heart sound is caused by vibration associated with closure of semilunar valves. So aortic and pulmonary valves are semilunar valves. So C is correct. Now D says the first heart sound is soft when heart rate is low, as the ventricles are well filled with blood and leaflets of AV valves float together before systole. So D is also correct. Okay. So S1 is soft when the heart rate is low because ventricles are well filled with blood. And the leaflets, okay, that is the structure of the AV valves, they float together before systole occurs. So that is why the right answer for this question is option 3. Right? So if you see the question, it looks big because it is a statement bit question, but we are well aware of the characteristic of lub and dub sound, right, when we are studying the cardiovascular system. So in this way, if you at least know the characteristic, you can easily solve these type of questions. Next is from respiratory system. So it is a graph-based question where you need to know about the saturation curves. Okay, so they're asking the curve B in the figure below shows oxygen dissociation profile at physiological concentration of CO2 and at pH 7. An increase in pH would lead to oxygen dissociation profile indicated by an increase in pH will lead to oxygen dissociation profile. So you have to tell why the pH is increasing, right? So increase in pH would lead to oxygen dissociation profile that is indicated by which graph? So that is the question. So in which condition the pH increases and what will be the graph? Right? So it is a simple question. You all can try and tell me. So remember, curve B is for normal pH. Okay, that is pH 7 and normal CO2. Right? Yes. So the answer for this question will be option 2. Okay, that is curve A. So because the question is an increase in pH. Now remember, if this is normal, if the pH decreases, curve move towards right. So it is curve C. But the question is asking about pH is increasing. So when pH increases, curve move towards left. Okay. So this curve A will be the right answer. So here you need to know about these saturation curves. Okay, and various factors that affect the saturation curve. So this factor was pH. Similarly, you should know what happens related to CO2. Again, if CO2 increases, curve move towards right. And CO2 decreases, curve move towards left. Similarly, temperature. If temperature increases, curve move towards right. Temperature decreases, curve move towards left. Okay. Then certain metabolites like BPG. So if BPG is present, curve move towards right. Okay. And if BPG is removed, curve move towards left. And then they can also ask you a comparison between the maternal hemoglobin and fetal hemoglobin. So remember, for fetal hemoglobin, the affinity is much higher. Affinity of what? Affinity of hemoglobin for oxygen. Okay, compared to the maternal hemoglobin. Right? Next question is related to endocrinology, where the question was asked on female reproductive cycle. So convenient and reasonably reliable indicator of the time of ovulation is usually a rise in basal body temperature, because progesterone is thermogenic. Of the 4 situations given below, which one is ideal for ensuring pregnancy after intercourse? Now, after intercourse, you need to know what happens. Okay, which graph is more appropriate? And progesterone is thermogenic. Yes. So for this particular question, the right answer will be option 1. Because after intercourse, okay, for given which one is ideal for ensuring pregnancy? Now, pregnancy means ovulation should have occurred. Okay. So that time progesterone's levels will be high because the female is being pregnant, right? So the changes will occur in the endometrium wall. So progesterone levels will increase. At the same time, during ovulation, body temperature also increases. So that is why the right answer will be option 1. So you can see progesterone is high and body temperature is also high, right? And FSH will not be there because FSH will increases very early in the female reproductive cycle, right? In the beginning when the follicles are maturing and forming, okay, the proper ova. Clear? So you can see during ovulation, the temperature increases and the progesterone levels increases when the female is being pregnant, right? So the temperature is higher, right, during the ovulation. And if the female is pregnant, the progesterone is high. So that is why the right answer for this question is option 1. And FSH value, if you see, so FSH is this green curve. Okay, so their value is less. In the beginning of the female reproductive cycle, their value increases. After that, it decreases. So it helps in the development of the ova and the formation of mature ova. Next question is related to hormones. So there are set of statements for glucocorticoid hormones. A, they bind to cell surface receptor and influence stress adaptation. B, bind to intracellular receptors and influence stress adaptation. C, they inhibit ACTH secretion from anterior pituitary. D, prolonged treatment with glucocorticoids leads to atrophy and unresponsive adrenals. E, their secretion does not show circadian variations. So which one of the following combination of statements is correct? Okay, so this question is simple because you all need to know about glucocorticoid hormones. So I'm sure many of you all have already studied, you'll know the characteristic. So the combination of the correct statements, can you all answer? Yes. So the right answer, students, it will be option 2. Okay, so it is a glucocorticoid. Means it is a lipid soluble hormone. So for lipid soluble hormone, they bind to intracellular receptors. And glucocorticoid like cortisol. So what they do, they are stress, they help in stress adaptation. As I said, for stress, you have glucocorticoid. Okay, that is the cortisol, plays an important role in stress maintenance. So B is correct. They inhibit ACTH secretion from anterior pituitary. Okay, that is also correct. And prolonged treatment. Okay, if you treat somebody with too much of glucocorticoids, it lead to atrophy and unresponsive adrenal. So that is also the correct statement over here. They do not affect the circadian variations. So it is incorrect. And because they are lipid soluble, they do not bind to cell surface receptors. Clear? So the right answer is option 2. So the actions of glucocorticoids are mediated by intracellular receptor protein. So there is a chronic HPA axis, that is hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. So this axis, when it gets suppressed by glucocorticoids, so that is why atrophy of adrenal glands occur. Okay. Next question is related to nervous system, where a question related to the time intervals have been asked. So it is about synaptic delay. So the afferent nerve fibers of a stretch reflex were electrically stimulated, and the contraction of the muscle innervated by efferent fibers was recorded. The synaptic delay was calculated from the time points of the nerve stimulation and response of the muscle. Which one of the following time durations will be probable value for the observed synaptic delay? Okay, so you need to know about the time intervals. So this question is related to nervous system, and there are two types of synapses. So what is synapse? Synapse is the space between one neuron and the other neuron, right? So the synapse can be of two types, okay, depending what type of cells are involved. Like there is electrical synapse and there is chemical synapse. Okay, so electrical synapse basically you will see in heart muscles, where the conduction should pass very quickly from one cell to another, right? So they have these gap junctions made up of connexons that in turn are made up of connexin proteins. So this is a kind of electrical synapse where the conduction moves very fast. Okay, but if you see the next type, this is a chemical synapse. Okay, so in chemical synapse, certain changes occur. Okay, like when the nerve impulse moves towards the end of the axon terminals, calcium channels open up, calcium enters inside. So there are synaptic vesicles, okay, that have the neurotransmitters. So they'll go and fuse with the membrane, and there'll be exocytosis of these neurotransmitters. So they'll move into the synapse region, and then they will pass through the synapse, the synaptic cleft, and they'll go and bind to the receptor, that is neurotransmitter receptor, that will be present on the next neuron. Okay, that is a postsynaptic neuron. So when it goes and binds, the ion channels open, and ions like a cation is moving inside. So there'll be a postsynaptic potential and generation of nerve impulse. So if you compare between these two type of synapse, the chemical synapse will take little more time. So there is a delay in time over here. Okay, so that the time required for these processes, so because all these processes are occurring, right? The postsynaptic neuron will have to receive the chemical signal. The chemical signal further has to get converted into electrical signal. That is how the postsynaptic potential is generated. So there's a delay in time of about 0.5 milliseconds. So that is the reason that chemical synapses relay signals more slowly when you compare it with electrical synapses. Okay, so remember the answer for this question, which one of the following time durations will be probable value for the synaptic delay? So synaptic delay means the chemical synapse is taking more time if you compare it with the electrical synapse. So the delay over here For this question, it is around 0.5 milliseconds. Okay, so these were some of the important questions that we discussed. Now you should solve more of these type of questions. So you should go for this mock test practice, and the link for this mock test for unit 7 is being shared at the comment section. The link, you can go through it and you can try to solve the questions later. But remember, only one attempt will be given. Okay. So once you have prepared this unit and you're ready to write the mock test, just go for it. And remember, only one attempt will be given. Okay. So the link is shown below. So in this way, you have to prepare for unit 7. Okay, you need to know your syllabus carefully. You need to know what are the important topics, know what all are the smart tools that you can use for different topics. Like, wherever you need to compare, you should use concept wheels. Wherever you should have detailed information about the different topics, you can for comparing, use concept tables. For detailed information, use concept wheels. For topics like endocrinology, for where you need to know about so many different hormones, use mind maps. Okay, similarly for the different functions of different cells, different neurons, different nerve fibers, okay, you can use mind maps, flow charts, the conceptual lights. So these smart tools will really help you all to prepare for unit 7 in a very short time, and a very effective kind of preparation with question solving that will further give you the confidence that whatever you have studied, you can easily solve the question, and the concept. That is how you are able to solve the question. And do not be no dejected that you are not able to solve a question if by chance if it is not correct, because that will help you to go back and further strengthen your concepts. Okay, because even it is no problem, it's not a problem even if you're not able to solve one particular question. You can ask the teachers at Biotechnica. We'll be ready to help you all, and you can easily understand the concept. And once you've understood the concept, I'm sure never again you will make a mistake with that particular question, any particular question from that particular concept. So that was all for today. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good evening to you all. So we are halfway through our webinar, and so far you have seen the general strategy as well as you have discussed till unit 7, right? And now we have to move on to unit 8. Now, as you know, unit 8 is of inheritance biology. So what we are going to do is I'm going to talk about the syllabus of unit 8. Then I'm also going to talk about the preparation strategies and what are the tips that will help you prepare better. And at the same time, we will also talk about some sample questions from unit 8. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, one more thing I forgot to tell you, I forgot to introduce myself to you all. So my name is Tithi Saha, and as you know, I'm the faculty of Biotechnica and I'm the expert from Unit 8. So I will talk about Unit 8 with you all. So the syllabus for Unit 8 comprises of 11 different subunits. Okay. So this 11 subunits, if you see, they comprise of the basics of Unit 8. Okay, that is the Mendelian genetics, the terminologies, the understanding of basic concepts of gene, their inheritance pattern, and at the same time, it also comprises of the applied part of genetics, which comprises of, you can see the gene mapping part or the human genetics part. Okay, what are the various genes that cause the various kind of disorders in humans, and also the mutations. Okay, the various applications of that, and from with that it also has recombination. Now, if you see the subunits of Unit 8, yes, definitely there are 11 subunits are involved here. So you might feel that it is very, very vast. Yes, true, it is vast. But at the same time, I would like to give you the perspective that there are certain topics which are in Unit 8 that are also present in other units as well. Okay, now what are such topics? So the very first one here is that of transposons. Okay, so transposons are involved as a part of recombination, and this topic of transposon is also present in Unit 2. Okay, so basically it's the same transposon, all right? So whether it is coming as a part of Unit 2 or coming as part of Unit 8 is not making a difference. So it is the same topic that is covered in both the units, so you don't have to study it twice. So transposon is also one of the topic that is pretty important, because every session nowadays we are seeing, like the COVID and post-COVID era, every session at least one question from transposons are definitely coming, and the trend has been repeated in this December paper as well. So transposon is one such unit, one such topic that is present in two different units, Unit 2 as well as in Unit 8. What other thing? This QTL mapping. Now this QTL mapping is also present in Unit 12 and Unit 8. Okay. Now again, a topic which you study only once, but that covers two different units. Okay. Another thing is, which is also important from exam point of view, is the molecular markers. Okay, mapping the genes with molecular markers, or seeing the tendency of the inheritance pattern of various molecular markers, how the molecular markers are linked with different genes, how we can find out the pattern of inheritance and then link it with the pattern of inheritance of various diseases. So this molecular markers is also present in another unit, which is Unit 13. Okay, so you see there are topics which are covered in different units as well, right? And also this genetic disorder, if you see, so this some of the genetic disorder you might have studied in Unit 7 as well. Okay, so Unit 8, even though it seems like the syllabus seems like vast and a lot of subunits which are involved here, but when we look into detail, you will see that some topics are covered in different units as well. Okay, so they are like a it's a overlapping topics, and those overlapping topics, I will suggest that never leave them, because when you study them, you are covering that part from two different units. Okay, and our target is not to do a selective study. Yes, we want to do selective, but at the same time a smart study, right? And a study which will be completely beneficial for us, and that will help you in clearing your CSIR exam. Okay, so these are the topics which I told you which are overlapping. Apart from that, the topics are there which are which are in this unit only. Okay, now the questions which come in CSIR exam, they often comprise of this combination kind of question, where our technique will be involved with some concept of genetics. Okay, something like that, or so this combination type of question are becoming very, very common, right? So you have to see as a whole. A lot of questions do come where the combination of Unit 8 and 13 is involved. Okay, so 8 and 13 is something, especially with this molecular markers part, is something that you cannot skip at all. Okay, now when we talk about this syllabus, so you know that syllabus comprises of the applied sciences as well as the basic sciences, the biological sciences. Now, Unit 8, or this inheritance biology, if you talk about it, so this Unit 8 is one of the basic or the fundamental topics. Okay, so you have to have a very basic knowledge of Unit 8, and that will be completely important for solving the questions or for understanding the topics which are involved here. Okay, so that is why when we talk about Mendelian principles or concept of genes, or what are genes, how the genes are inherited, what will be the chance of seeing a particular trait, a phenotype or a genotype in the next generation and all. So this basic concept should be completely clear to you. Okay, so it should be completely, like, it should be crystal clear to you. Okay, so there should not be an ounce of a doubt in those basic concepts, because if these three basic concepts are not clear, then the rest of the things definitely will be very difficult for you to understand and grasp. All right, so now we had a look at the syllabus. Now moving on, and let's have a look at the preparation strategy. Okay, now in this preparation strategy, so if you talk about Unit 8, Unit 8 is very logical, and it is also like solving a puzzle. Okay, so when I'm talking about solving a puzzle, so have you all seen a Rubik cube? So Rubik cube, when you solve a Rubik cube, okay, so there are some set rules that you have to apply. When you apply those set rules, then it does not matter in which condition you get the jumbled up colors in the Rubik cube, you'll be able to solve it. Okay, with the same set of rules. Okay, now similarly, Unit 8 is also very logical, and it is just like solving a puzzle where you have to remember the set rules. Okay, so that is why I emphasized on learning the basic principles. So when you have a good idea about the basic concepts of this topic, then preparation for this unit will become extremely easy. Okay, so first we will talk about some common pointers, okay, which will be applicable for preparing the entire Unit 8, and then we will talk about some of the important topics and what will be the tricks or what will be the important things that you should cover from that. So starting with the common pointers. So as I told you that it is like solving the puzzle. So for first thing will be to understand the rules of the puzzle. Okay. So in genetics, the rules are what? The clarity on the various terminologies. Terminologies like phenotype, genotype, homologous, homozygous, heterozygous, chromosomes, chromatin fiber, okay, centromere, and also the various inheritance types like autosomal dominant, autosomal recessive, X-linked dominant, or X-linked recessive. So all this terminology should be crystal clear to you. Okay, there should not be again any doubt in those basic terminologies. Okay, now once your terminologies is clear, you should also have a very good idea of meiosis. Now, why exactly meiosis? Because meiosis is the process of gamete formation. And when we talk about the inheritance pattern, right, that suppose an individual is having the gene capital A, small a, okay, so it will produce two type of gametes. One will be capital A, one will be small a, right? Half of the gametes will be capital A, half of the gametes will be small a. Okay, so this understanding, like how the genes will segregate. Now here I'm talking about only one gene, so there will be multiple genes also can be involved, A, B, C, D, like that. How the gametes will be formed. All right, so how the genes are passed on from parents to offsprings, what amount of genetic similarity will be there between the parents and offsprings, or what amount of genetic similarity will be between the siblings. So all these are the very basic concepts which are linked with the understanding of meiosis, and that part should be completely clear to you. Okay, and now once you have that, you also should have a good mathematical skill. Okay, because genetics is not possible without solving the mathematical sums. Okay, so genetics is completely based on statistics, and statistics is like genetics, like when we say that if this will happen, that if a person is having two different alleles, so half of the gametes will get one allele, other half will get other allele, right? So how do we know that? We know that because the experiments that were conducted by the researchers are backed by the statistical results. Okay, and for statistics, we have to do mathematics, we have to do calculation. Now, definitely, I'm not talking about having an understanding or for you to do the difficult or the more complex mathematical calculations like calculus, differentiation, integration. No, I'm not talking about that. You have to do the basic calculation only, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Okay, but along with that, one more function that we very often and many times we'll be using in unit 8 is probability. Okay, so if you have any doubt on probability, just take a 10th standard or 11th standard math book and clear your concept on probability. Probability and its calculation. Now, this is something that you will encounter again and again in different subunits of unit 8. Okay, now this is the basic pointers or the common pointers for unit 8. All right, now let's talk about the important topics and how you can prepare those important topics. So starting with the Mendelian principle. So definitely Mendelian principle is one of the very important topic from unit 8 and from exam point of view as well as for understanding unit 8. Okay, because this is the basic. When you don't understand basic, you will not be able to understand the complex topics, right? So Mendelian principle and its deviation is important and also important from exam point of view. I have not seen, like I have around 7 years of teaching experience for CSIR aspirants, and in this 7 years, I have never seen a single question paper where question from Mendelian principle or its deviation has not come. Okay, so it is that important. Now, to prepare this, what you have to do, definitely, like once your basic terminologies and the basic concept of meiosis is clear, after that, you need to have a good understanding of the concept of phenotypes, genotypes, their inheritance pattern, and their ratios. Okay, like what kind of ratio will you expect in the next generation? So these things have to be completely clear to you. Okay, so phenotypes, genotypes, their inheritance pattern, and how they are passed on to the next generations. Okay, so that, and in what combination, what are the possible combinations, how to calculate those, the fraction or the frequency of those possible combinations are something that you have to remember and you have to understand here. Okay, next very important topic is gene mapping. Again, every session at least one question from gene mapping for sure comes. Okay, now when we talk about gene mapping, there are various subunits of this gene mapping. So it can be So it can, this gene mapping, it can be the eukaryotic genetic mapping. It can be physical mapping with the help of molecular markers, where you have to have an understanding on the molecular markers. And also it might also include the microbial mapping. Okay, so microbial genetics is also a part from where for sure questions come. So when we talk about microbial genetics, it comprises of the information. So when we talk about microbial mapping, so it comprises of information on the on transformation, transduction, and conjugation, and how those information can be used for mapping the genes on the bacterial DNA. Okay, so which is again something where a topic from where questions are coming in every session in class in last 2 to 3 years, and in fact in this in this exam that happened in December. Okay, so in this exam also there was question from there. Okay, now what will be the tips for this gene mapping segment? First, remember the formulas and the steps. Okay, so when we talk about the 2-point test cross or 3-point test cross, which are the techniques to do the genetic mapping, there is a particular flow in which you have to go. Okay, so that flow you have to understand. You have to have a good knowledge of that flow, what are the steps involved, and also you should know the formulas, right? How to calculate the recombination frequency, what is the relation between recombination frequency and passage of genes together. Okay, so all of these things should be extremely clear to you. Okay, and this gene mapping definitely is one of the very important part. Okay, Now, another type of question which do come from this segment is about the band profile with molecular marker. Okay. Now, if you have gone through the previous year question paper, have you? Have you people gone through the previous year question paper? At least 1 or 2 years paper have you seen? Okay, first of all, if you have not, now I'm giving you a homework. Okay, at least scan through the paper of last 2 to 3 years, 2 to 3 sessions, and check how good are you able to, how well are you able to answer. Okay, like what are the questions that you are able to answer, what are the things that you don't. So that will give you a preliminary idea about where you stand. Okay, so once you know where you stand, then you will know how far you have to go, right? So that calculation, that assessment is very necessary, especially in the beginning of your preparation. All right, so just go through the paper, okay, one time, see what all questions are there, how you can answer them, and all those things. Just have a look. Okay, yeah. So, and if you people have gone through the question paper, you for sure have encountered not one, not two, but multiple questions which has this concept in it. Okay, where the question includes a gel where the DNA bands are shown, and those are representing one or the other molecular marker. Am I correct? Can anyone say? Yes? Right. Yeah, I know. Yes, for sure that will happen. Yeah, you will come across. So if you go through any paper in last couple of years, you will come across multiple questions where this kind of band profiles are given. Okay, it might be related to unit 8 questions, it might be related to some other segment question from the other unit, but this band profile and understanding the inheritance pattern and how these molecular markers are passing is something which is becoming a very common question in CSIR NET. Okay, so whatever you do, you have to practice these questions. Okay, now for that, how to prepare? So first of all, you should have a excellent crystal clear idea on agarose gel electrophoresis. Okay, now I know many of you think that agarose gel electrophoresis is very easy. Yes, experiment wise, okay, it is easy, and many of you might have also done it in your graduation and your post graduation, right? But the understanding and how to read the gel, okay, what the band mean, okay, where the band is coming, uh, and if the band is thick or thin, if the glow is more, if it is less, so what are the meaning of these things should be completely clear. Okay, and then you should also have the idea about the various molecular markers that we use. Okay, whether it is RFLP or AFLP or RAPD, so what are these various molecular markers, SNP, and how they are passing, what will be the inheritance pattern, the dominant molecular markers and co-dominant molecular markers, what are they, what is the difference between them, what will be the gel profile in both of them, how different it will be. Okay, so this thing should be completely clear to you, and once these things are clear, okay, so you will be able to answer these questions. Okay, there is again these questions, okay, this band profile of molecular marker, the question related to it is also like solving a puzzle. Okay, where you have to use the set rules. Okay, but how you are using the rules to solve the puzzle, that is what will change with every puzzle. Okay, and another topic which is quite important, very important from exam point of view, are mutations and chromosomal alterations. Okay, so here they don't ask you majorly, they don't ask you what are the different types of mutations. Sometimes question can come in unit in part B about the direct questions on mutation, but usually the question which is asked from this segment is the various mutagens and how they cause different kind of mutations. Okay, so this is something which is very commonly asked. All right. Okay. Fine. So now, as you have a preparation strategy, I hope all of you understood this. Yeah. Okay, so as now you have an idea about the preparation strategy, now we are moving on to the reference books. Okay, now what I will suggest is when you are preparing for CSIR exam, so if you know a topic, Okay, if you have a basic understanding of the topic, then the Biotechnica e-learners or the Biotechnica notes or the class PPTs, okay, if you're joining us for the sessions, so the class PPTs, the lecture notes will be enough for your preparation. Okay, but in case there is a unit which you have not studied in detail in your graduation or post graduation, and it is a very important unit and you cannot leave it. Okay, and also, like, if there is some topic from the unit where you don't have the in-depth knowledge, okay, so in that case I will suggest that you refer to the reference books. Okay, so I'm not saying that for each and every topic, because unit, like if you see the CSIR exam comprises of 13 units, and in 13 units you will need at least 15 to 18 uh, good internationally acclaimed reference books, okay, to have a in-depth knowledge about those units. Okay, now that is something which will be impossible for you in the next 6 months to achieve in the next 6 months. Okay, so that's why I will suggest that only those topics where you don't have any idea, any basic idea, then you will refer to the reference books. And definitely, like, if you have a free time and if you want to know more about a topic, definitely you can refer to the reference books. Okay, otherwise, for your preparation in 6 months, okay, the smart way, so if you have the basic idea about the topic, you don't have to go to the reference book. The going through the lecture videos, going to the through the Biotechnica, various Biotechnica tools that we have, going through the lectures or the lectures of the faculties will be more than enough for the preparation. Okay, now if from unit 8, the reference books that you can refer is, again, it can be any standard. Okay, so sometimes what happens that, suppose I gave you a list of 3 books, okay, and many a times in the class students will ask, can with a 4th book, okay, they will ask, can I refer to that? See, the thing is that when you are talking about some standard reference books, so those standard reference books for that topic are referred in all over the world. Okay, so in that case, there is no book which is very good, and there is no book which is bad. Okay, what is the difference? That some book will have in more detail, some book may have in lesser detail. Okay, what will be the other difference? The language in which it is written. Okay, now definitely all the reference books are in English, so I'm not talking about the basic English, but how it is said. Okay, in some person can find a book difficult to understand, but the same concept in some other book may be written in such a way that it becomes easier for you to understand. Okay, so these are the calls that you have to take on your own. Okay, so our faculties, all my colleagues will tell you the reference books. Okay, but I will not say that the reference books are like, whatever book I love to read does not mean that you will also love to read that book. Okay, so you have to take that call which reference book to refer. So again, I will tell you that all the standard books are all of equal quality, they are equally good. So whichever book becomes easier for you to access, becomes easier for you to understand, please refer to that book. Okay, so the books that you can refer for genetics, first of all, it is Principle of Genetics by Nustard and Simmons, which is a very, very, very popular book. Another book that you can refer is iGenetics by Peter Russell. It is extremely good book with all the concepts in the syllabus that will be covered here, and that also is explained in very easy manner. That is what I feel. Okay, so if you ask me, definitely iGenetics by Peter Russell is my favorite book. Okay, but your favorite can be anything else. Apart from that, you can also refer to Genetics Conceptual Approach by Benjamin Pierce. Again, excellently explained all the topic, and it also includes all the very, very colorful diagrams, very colorful Punnett square and inheritance patterns, which helps us to understand. And also Concept of Genetics by Clark, Cummings, Spencer, Palladino, and Killian is also one of the standard reference book that you can refer for genetics. Okay, now apart from that, now again, this is the list of the standard reference books for genetics. If you found a 5th book, that also you can refer if all the concepts are correct, if the concepts are written in a language that you understand. Okay, right. Now moving on, and let's have a look at some of the sample questions from Unit 8, and I'll give you an idea. Definitely, it is possible that you are not able to understand those segments, those questions now, or you are not able to answer those questions now, but that is absolutely okay. Okay, why? Because as I told you, this is for our assessment. Okay, we have to assess where we stand. All right. So now with the assessment, we will solve some questions. So that will give you an idea what topic you know already and which topic you have to do more preparation. Okay. So let's start. And I have taken all previous year questions only for this sample question discussion. And also I have taken those kind of questions which are repeated multiple times. Okay. Which are repeated in the multiple sessions. Okay. Are you all ready? Everyone, are you ready? All right, let's get started. Okay, so the first question that I have taken, it is from Mendelian genetics, and this also links probability. Now, this question says that there are 3 genes A, B, and C which assort independently. Okay. Now, since they are assorting independently, so here we have to use a rule of probability which is called as the multiplication rule. Multiplication rule. Now, what does this multiplication rule says? The multiplication rule says that if 2 events, okay, let's say A and B are 2 events and they are occurring together. Okay, so what is the probability of that event that both A and B are occurring together? So probability of that will be equal to multiplication of their individual probability. So probability of A and B, if they are independent events, okay, now this is important. So if the events are independent, so probability of them occurring together will be equal to multiplication of their individual probabilities. Okay, so probability of A and B will be equal to probability of A multiplied with probability of B. All right. Now here we have 3 genes, A, B, and C. All right. So assortment of A is completely independent of assortment of B, and similarly assortment of C is independent of assortment of either A and B. Okay. So assortment of all of these 3 genes are completely independent events. All right. So what will be the probability of them coming together in a particular condition? So that will be equal to multiplication of their individual probabilities. Okay. Now, what we have to calculate here, what is the probability for progeny for at least one of the phenotypes controlled by genes capital A, capital B, and capital C? Okay. Now, see, there can be various situations. All right. So it is at least one. So it can be more than one also. That means 2 also, or it can even be 3. Okay. Now, even in 2, it can be A and B, or A and C, or B and C. Okay. So there are many different possibilities. For example, if I write down some of the possibilities, so it can be, the genotype can be small b, small b, small c, small c. It can even be this. It can even be this. Okay. And similarly, there are many other possibilities of the possible genotypes which will come under this condition. At least one of the phenotypes controlled by the dominant allele. Okay. Now, how do we calculate their probability then? So here you see, there is one alternate possibility. The other possibility is that all these 3 genes are present in homozygous recessive condition. Okay. Now, for that, there is only one possible genotype, and that is small a, small b, and small c, small c. All right. So first of all, what we will do is, so this is the cross. So I'll just write it here. So cross is this. Capital C, small c. Now possibility. So now we are talking about what is the probability of getting this genotype in the next generation. Okay, so we will do it easily with the help of the rules of probability. So since the genes are independently assorting, so we will consider each gene at a time. Okay, now consider only the genotype of A. So for gene A, this is the genotype, right? Then probability of small a will be how much? So this you can get from the Punnett square. A Punnett square for a monohybrid cross. Okay, this is very, very easy. So probability of small a is how much? 1/4, right? The other one for gene B, exactly same manner. Only write the genotype of the parents for B and then find out what is the probability of getting small b. Again 1/4. Now for gene C, same way. Okay. So what will be their combined probability? Combined probability will be probability of small a multiplied with probability of small b multiplied with probability of homozygous recessive for C. So it is 1/4 into 1/4 into 1/4. Okay, so that will be 1/64. Okay, now what is this 1/64? It is the probability of getting all recessive, right? Now our question is not asking us to calculate the probability of all recessive. It is asking us to calculate the probability of at least one dominant. Okay, so in that case, what we will get, how we will get that? So probability of at least one dominant. Okay, so how we will get that? So this will be equal to 1 minus probability of all recessive, right? So there can be only, we can in the progeny that is there, we can have only two groups. One group is where everybody is homozygous recessive for all the three genes, and the other group can be where at least one gene is present in dominant form. Okay, so probability of at least one dominant will be whole, that is 1 minus probability of homozygous recessive, right? So that will be equal to 1 minus 1/64. So that becomes 63/64. Answer is option C. Okay, so like that, there can be various other rules. There can be various other ways where you have to use the same rule, or there is another rule which is the addition rule of probability that you need to use. Next question, it is from the deviation, and also this type of question is very common where they give you the pathway. Okay, so the pathway for the generation of a particular phenotype is given in the question. Okay, so a hypothetical biochemical pathway for formation of eye color in insect is given. Two autosomal recessive mutants, small a, small b, are identified, which will block the pathway as shown above. Okay, so if it is small b, it will block this change. If it is small a, it will block this change. Okay, now considering that the mutants are not linked, what will be the phenotype of the F2 progeny if crosses were made between parents of the genotype, this, and the F1 are intercrossed? Okay, so quickly we will write down the cross. So cross is this that is given. This is the parent. So it will produce a F1 who is heterozygous. Okay, and the F1 when it is self. So this is crossed with another individual of the same genotype. All right. Now, what will be the phenotypes in the progeny of F2? Okay, that is what we have to see. Now, in this case, what we will do is, one way is you can make the Punnett square. Okay, then you see what all genotypes are there. Then you try to find out their phenotype by analyzing the pathway which is given here. Okay, another way which will be a shortcut. Okay, you can use, because Punnett square definitely will take a lot of time to make. So the shortcut that can be made here is you write down, like when there is a dihybrid cross. Okay, then there are 4 possible combinations only. What are those possible combinations? So in F2 progeny, there are 4 possible combinations. One is that both the genes are present in their dominant allele. All right. So I'm putting a dash for the other allele. That means any allele can take up that position. It can be either small a or capital A. Okay, any allele can take up the position. one combination is this. Another combination will be where it is dominant for one gene, but homozygous recessive for other. Third combination can be when it is homozygous recessive for one gene, that is A, and dominant for one. And the fourth condition when it is recessive for both. Okay. Now let's check their what will be their phenotype from the pathway. Okay. So when both dominant alleles are present, what will happen? That first of all, A dominant allele is present, so this brown pigment formation will be there. B dominant allele is present, so orange pigment. So ultimately what it will result into orange brown eye color, right? So this dominant, both dominant will have a orange brown eye color. Okay. What about next? Next one is A is only dominant, means brown pigment is formed. Okay. But B is recessive. When B is recessive, what happens? This pathway stops here. All right. So this orange pigment will not be formed. All right. So what will be the eye color? It will be brown only. The third genotype, if we see, again, A is the A is homozygous recessive, so it will stop here. Okay, so brown pigment will not be formed. Now, in this case, the orange pigment will be formed. So this will be orange. Okay, what will be of small a, small b, homozygous recessive for both? So in that, neither brown nor orange pigment will be formed. So that will result into colorless. Okay, we have found that. Now, what about, so with this much also, if you have found, you can pick your answer. Okay, because only there is one option which has all the four colors. Okay, but what will be the ratio? Now, this ratio also we know that when there is a dihybrid cross, so both gene dominant, the ratio is 9/16. One dominant, one recessive is 3/16 and 3/16. Both recessive is 1/16. Okay, that is why in case of Mendelian genetics, we get a ratio of 9:3:3:1, the phenotypic ratio. Okay, so what does that mean? 9 orange brown is to 3 brown is to 3 orange is to 1 colorless. Okay, so answer will be option B. Very easy. Okay, so again, you just have to use have the knowledge on the basic. Okay, so basic is a basic Mendelian dihybrid cross you have to know, and now you have to apply that in this pathway which is given in the question. Okay, so usually what happens is that this information that is given here will little bit change and the pathway will change. Okay, rest of the concepts that you have to apply will remain the same. Now, moving on to next question. Now, this question is regarding complementation test. Now, complementation test is basically a very easy crossing method which can be used to find out whether the mutations are present in the same gene or in different genes. Okay. Now, this complementation test is also very, very important from exam point of view. Again, for couple of, not couple, I will say like last 5 years paper, if you see every session, one question is for sure coming from complementation test. In fact, in this December paper also, there was a question from complementation test. Okay, in the morning shift, I think. Right. So this complementation test is very important and also very easy. Now, in complementation test, what we do, the basic concept is that we will cross two different mutants. Okay. So if mutant is crossed with mutant and the F1 is also mutant. Okay. What does that mean? No complementation happened. And if no complementation happened, means the mutations are in the same gene. Okay. And if there are mutations in the same gene, what it will do? It will create alternate form of the gene, right? And what do we call this alternate form? Alleles, right? So if there is no complementation, means mutations are allelic. They form allele. Okay. This is one condition. The other condition is when you cross mutant with mutant, but F1 shows wild type phenotype. Okay. Now this is only possible when there is complementation. And if there is complementation, when there will be complementation? When there is the mutations are happening in different genes. Okay, so if the mutations are happening in different genes, so definitely it cannot create alleles. So those mutations will be called as non-allelic mutations. Okay, now let's visit the question. So a Drosophila mutant line A with vestigial wings is isolated in a laboratory. The vestigial wing phenotype was observed to be recessive and mapped to gene X. 3 other laboratories also isolated vestigial mutants called line B, C, and D. In order to test if the mutation in line BD also mapped to gene X, the following crosses are made and the phenotype of F1 progeny observed. Okay, so what do we know? That there's a line A. Okay, we know that this mutation in line A is present in X. Okay, now we have 3 other lines B, C, and D, and we want to check whether their mutation also is coming on X or not. So for that, what we did, now in the question, there is nowhere it is mentioned that complementation test is done. Okay, but the information which is given here is of a complementation test. Okay, so that is how you have to identify. Now, if you see the table which is given here, so it is shown that A cross B is vestigial. Now, vestigial is mutant. Okay. A cross C is also mutant. A cross D is normal. Normal means wild type. Okay. B cross C, again vestigial, means mutant. B cross D, normal, means wild type. C cross D, wild type. Okay. Now, when you see, what do you see? That whenever A, B or C is crossed with D, that is the only time it is producing the wild type phenotype. In all other conditions, it is producing the mutant phenotype. Okay, so what does that mean? That see, A and B is producing mutant, means A and B are allelic. Okay, B and C again mutant, means B and C are also allelic, happening in the same gene. A and C, when it is crossed, again mutant. Okay, means again they are allelic. But A with D, B with D or C with D, in all the 3 situations, it is wild type, means they are non-allelic. So if they are non-allelic, what does it mean? That the mutation D is occurring in a gene that is different from X. Okay, but B and C are happening in X only because it is producing the same allelic mutations. All right. So based on the above, identify the lines which is most likely not to have a mutation in gene X. Okay. So what that line will be? That line will be line D. Okay. So answer is only D. Fine. So again, as you can see, very little concept, easy concept you have to remember, apply it and you get the answer. Now, next question. Now, this is a very typical question which was asked in CSIR exam, and this kind of question nowadays are very frequently asked as well. Okay, so here it is a pedigree chart that is given. Okay, and then the allelic formation of STRs, okay, that is short tandem repeats, are also mentioned. Okay, so this 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they are what? They are STRs. Okay, they are the markers that we have used. Okay, so 4, 5, 6 are the alleles of STRA. Okay, at locus A. STR at locus B can have the alleles 7, 8, 9. Okay, or at C can have the alleles 1, 2, 3, like that. Okay, so you don't have to confuse with the numbers. These numbers are just alleles, just how we write capital A, small a prime, like that. Okay, so these numbers are alleles of STR at those locations. Now, based on the above X chromosome, in which of the following individuals are recombinant? Okay, now So here we have to remember that X chromosome has a very typical way of inheritance. Okay. So X chromosome in sons. Okay. Sons will receive their X chromosome only from mother. Okay. Why? Because father is going to give them the Y chromosome. Okay. So sons get their X chromosome only from mother. Okay. What about the daughters? The daughters will receive one X chromosome from mother, but one X chromosome will come from father. Okay. Now father is XY because father is a male. So father will has only one X chromosome, and that X chromosome will come directly to the daughters. Okay. Without any recombination, without any manipulation, without any change. Okay. So daughters will receive their X chromosome from father and mother both. Sons will get their X chromosome only from mother. Okay. So fathers will give their X chromosome only to the daughters. All right. Now let's check this pedigree chart and the table which is given here. Now what do we have here? So this is in generation 2 if you see. Okay. 2-1 is a female, right? Now if 2-1 is a female means she has 2 X chromosomes. One X chromosome is coming from mother, one X chromosome is coming from father. Okay. Now father of 2-1 is 1-2. So who is 1-2? This. This guy is the father of 2-1. Okay. So what will be the genotype of 2-1? So 2-1's genotype will be, okay, so first of all, 2-1 will have 2 X chromosomes because she is a female. Okay. Now 1 X chromosome will be the one that she has received directly from the father. Okay. So father has the alleles 4, 9, 2. So it is coming directly from the father. Okay. So from here, if you check out, if you cancel out 4, 9 and 2, they are present on 1 chromosome. Okay. So the alleles which are present on the other chromosome, which 2-1 has inherited from her mother. Okay. So what it will be, the remaining alleles. Okay. That is 6 for A, 7 for B and 1 for C. Right. Now, why we are doing it? Because we have to find out the individuals who are recombinant. Okay. So for finding out the individuals that are recombinant, we first have to have an idea about what all alleles are present, in which combination the alleles are present in the parent. Then only we can find out, right, whether they are recombinant or parentals. Okay. So this will be the genotype of 2-1. Now, what about 2-2? So 2-2 is a male, so there is no complication. So he will have only 1 X chromosome, which is 6, 8 and 1. The other one is a Y chromosome. All right. Now in the third generation, so we have to check, okay, each one by one. So 3-1. Now who is 3-1? 3-1 is a female. Okay. Now again, you see the alleles are just written like this. We don't know which allele is present on which chromosome. So for that, we have to check the combination in which the alleles are present in the parents. Okay. So as you can see that 3-1 is a female. So female will get 1 X chromosome directly from father, right? So the X chromosome that she is receiving from father is 681. It will come directly from the father. Okay. So what is the other allele, or which alleles will be present on the other chromosome? Okay. So here for A, you can see only 1-6 is mentioned, right? So only 1-6 is mentioned. That does not mean that the other chromosome does not have another allele. It just means that it is the same allele. Okay. So it is a homozygote. That's why only 1-6 is mentioned. Fine. So what it will be? So another 6 here. Then 8 you have, we have placed, 1 we have placed. So it will be 692. Okay. Now this 692 is coming from mother. Now you see the genotype of mother. Can mother give 692? Mother can give 692 if there is a crossing over between A and B locus. Then only 692 can be there. Okay. So if 3-1 is receiving 692 combination, means in the mother, that is 2-1, recombination has happened, right? So 3-1 is recombinant. What about 3-2? Now 32 is a male. Okay, so there won't be any problem. So it is 492 and Y. Okay, now 492, from where it will come? It's a male, so it will for sure come from the mother. So can mother give a combination of 492? Yes, mother can give without any crossing over required. Okay, so 32 is parental. What about 33? Now 33 will be 672, again a male, other one is Y. Now can mother give him 672? Yes, mother can give, but with a recombination happening here between B and C. Okay, so 33 is recombinant. For 34, I'm writing it here. So 34 is a female. Okay, so again, the combination that she is receiving from her father is 681. So take out 1, 6, 8, and 1. That means the other one remaining is 6, 7, and 1. Can mother give 6, 7, 1? Yes. Without any recombination, also mother can give 6, 7, 1. So 3, 4 is a parental. Okay. So who all are the recombinants? 3, 1 and 3, 3. Fine. So now you can see how many things are used here, how many concepts we have used to solve this question. First, we use the knowledge about the inheritance pattern of X chromosome, which is different from autosomes. Okay. Second, we use the understanding of the pedigree chart. Okay, who is male, who is female, who is mother, who is father, like that. Okay, we read the chart. And third thing we use is the recombination frequency information, like how the alleles are arranged and how linked genes will be written, how recombination will create new combinations. And also the fourth concept that we used was that of molecular markers. Okay, so multiple things, and those are the basic rules. Okay, we used it to solve this puzzle. Right. Now, another question I have taken from gene mapping, because it is also very important from exam point of view, this entire gene mapping segment. Okay, so a 3-point test cross. So in case of genetic mapping, again, 3-point test cross is again very important. Was carried out in Drosophila involving 3 adjacent genes, X, Y, and Z, arranged in the same order. The distance between X to Y is 32.5 map units, and between Y to Z is 20. So if I draw the diagram, so this is X, this is Y, and this is Z. Okay, so X to Y is 32.5 map units, and Y to Z is 20.5 map units. The coefficient of coincidence is 0.886. What is the percentage of double recombinants in the progeny obtained from the test cross? Okay. Now, so what will be the expected number of double crossovers? Okay, so what will be the expected frequency of DCO? Now, expected frequency of DCO is how much? That it will be, so what does double crossover basically means? It means that one crossing over happened between X and Y, one crossing over happened between Y and Z. Okay. So if the crossing overs are independent, okay, the crossing overs which are happening at these two positions are independent of each other, then the probability of their combination will be multiplication of their individual probability, just same concept, right? Now, what is the probability of crossing over at each of this position? So that is this much, 32.5 map units means 32.5% chance of recombination. So in terms of fraction, it can be 0.32, right? So expected frequency of DCO is 0.32. Okay, that is the probability of crossing over at position 1, multiplied with probability of crossing over at position 2. Okay, now since these numbers were given in percentage recombination, okay, map unit means percentage recombination frequency. Okay, so we converted it in fraction, right? So the multiplication of these two values will result into the expected DCO. Okay, now what about this coefficient of coincidence? Okay, now this is the expected, right? But what happens is, since both these crossing over sites are present on the same DNA, crossing over occurring at one point will suppress the crossing over occurring at another point. Okay, so if crossing over is occurring here, it will the chance of crossing over occurring here will be suppressed. It won't be 100%. Okay, and by how much amount it is suppressed, that is called as interference. And when we subtract interference from 1, we get the coefficient of coincidence. Okay, so what is coefficient of coincidence? Coefficient of coincidence, mathematically, I told you, you have to remember the formulas. So coefficient of coincidence is equal to observed frequency of DCO divided by expected frequency of DCO. Okay, now expected frequency of DCO we have. Okay, coefficient of coincidence is also given to us. So what will be observed frequency of DCO? So observed frequency of DCO will be equal to 0.886 multiplied with 0.325 multiplied with 0.205. Okay, so when you solve it, you will get a value of 0.58, which is almost equal to 6%. Okay, so as I told you, you have to know the formulas. You have to know what is coefficient of coincidence, what is interference, what are the recombination frequencies, and also what is the correlation between them. And this gene mapping part is extremely important, especially the 3-point test cross. All right, so one more question is also there. Okay, so it is related to, you can say, the linked genes and unlinked genes. So basically, you have to compare the understanding of Mendelian cross and the linkage. Linkage, the concept of linkage itself is an extension or a deviation from the Mendelian cross. Okay, so I'm giving this for your homework. All right, I want everybody to try to solve it, because now we have had a brief discussion on Mendelian genetics. We had talked about the linkage, right? So this I'm giving you for your homework. I want all of you to try and see. Okay, and along with that, you know, in the chat section, the mock test link unit wise, like right now you might be getting the mock test link for unit 8, which you can take up later also. Okay, but only one chance you will get. Okay, so you can take up the test only one chance. You can try and see whether you are able to solve these genetics questions or not. Okay, along with that, I want you to solve this question also. This is again a kind of question which tests multiple concepts together. One question. Yes, as I told you, from mutation, the mutation reversal study, where you have to have a good idea about the mutagen and what kind of mutation it produces, you should have. Okay, so that kind of question is this one. So a scientist synthesized 4 new chemicals which has mutagenic potential and named them C1 to C4. He tried to analyze the nature of the mutations caused by them and obtain the following results. Okay, so this is the mutation, the table. Okay, so it is the mutation reversal study. So in that, you see 2-aminopurine or nitrous acid, hydroxylamine, these are all mutagens. Okay, so what basically we do, we take a mutation, use a known mutagen, okay, to reverse the mutation. So if the mutation is reversed, means the initial mutation was also the same type of mutation. Okay, so that is why you have to know the type of mutation that each mutagen can cause. So 2-aminopurine, it's a base analog and it can cause transition base substitution. Nitrous acid is a deaminating agent and it can also cause transition base substitution. Hydroxylamine is also it's a hydroxylating agent, and that can also cause some transitions. Okay, because it cannot cause both the transitions, it can cause only one type of transition. And acridine orange is a intercalating agent, and it results into small insertion or deletion mutations. Okay. Now what do we have? C1 is getting reversed by 2-aminopurine, nitrous acid, and hydroxylamine. Okay. So what does that mean? C1 has to be a transition base substitution. Now C2 is not getting reversed by any of these mutagens, means C2 cannot be transition or insertion deletion mutation. Okay, it can be something else like transversion or a chromosomal larger deletion. Okay, it can be anything else. Next, what do we have? C3. Now C3 is the C3 when we see. So in case of C3, it is reversed by this 2. Okay, so when C3 is getting reversed by this 2-aminopurine and nitrous acid, again means C3 is transition base substitution. C4 is getting reversed by acridine orange, means C4 can be any small insertion or deletion. Okay, now with this much information, I'll check out the option. So we will see that only option 1 is there, which is satisfying the criteria. Okay, that is C1 is transition, C3 is transition, C4 is single base insertion or deletion. Okay, now what is C2? C2 can be transversion or large deletion. And yes, C2 can be that, because none of the mutagen that we have used is capable of doing that particular mutation. Okay, now this mutation reversal study is also a very common type of question which is asked, and for that you will be able to answer it very easily. Only thing you have to remember are the various mutagens, and also there are very, like, not even 10. There's less number of mutagens, so you have to know what all these mutagens are and what kind of mutation they can produce. Okay, now this question is also related to this kind of question is also very much asked, and in this December paper also there was a question like this, all right, where you had to talk about the crossing over if it happens within the heterozygous inverted segment in the chromosome. What will be the consequence of that? Okay, so in that case, you just have to remember that there are 2 types of inversions, paracentric and pericentric, and each of those inversions will have a different consequence. Okay, so if you remember that, you will be able to answer this question. All right, so with this, I'm going to stop the session here. I've already overshoot time, and my the next faculty is waiting, okay, to give you information about the next unit, that is unit 9. Okay, so everybody, please let us know how is the webinar going. Are you finding it helpful or not? Okay, and if there is any way of improvement, let us know. And the mock test link, everyone, will be available in the chat box. It can be used by a person one time only. Okay, but do take up the mock test. It will help you in assess where you stand in the beginning of the preparation, so you will know how far you have to go from there. Okay, all the best, everyone, and I will see you in the Biotechnica classes. Everybody, bye-bye, and stay tuned for the next lecture.
Very good evening, everyone. Please confirm if you all can hear me. Is my voice loud and clear? Can you please confirm? Okay, thank you all for confirming. I'm Dr. Tanushree, and I welcome you all to another session of CSIR NET Life Science Kickstarter webinar. And this session is all about Unit 9, that is diversity of life forms. I know many CSIR NET aspirants, they have a lot of questions, lot of doubts regarding this Unit 9 preparation, like whether they should skip this unit or whether they should consider this unit, they should prepare this unit. If they are preparing, what topics they should prepare, from where they need to prepare, right? And I'm sure that many of you might be having the similar doubts or questions. So don't worry. Today in this session, you're going to know everything about Unit 9. So let's get started. So let's first understand what Unit 9 is all about. So you all can see that Unit 9, it comprises of 6 subunits, right? And even the topics which are there in these subunits, like they are not very much, like not too many topics are there, right? So it's a very uh, like in comparison to other units, Unit 1, Unit 13, it's not very lengthy. But if you see the subunits, subunit A is about principles and methods of taxonomy. Subunit B is about levels of structure organization. C is about classification of plants, animals, and microorganisms. D is about natural history of Indian subcontinent. E is about organism of health and agricultural importance. And subunit F is about organisms of conservation concern. So one thing is very much clear that all the subunits are different. They are not related. Like if you're studying about organisms of conservation concern, then they are different from, like the topic is different. If you are studying about natural history of Indian subcontinent, right? Or if you are studying about classification of plants, then it is different from classification of animals. And even like it is completely different from like if you're studying about the organisms of health and agriculture importance, right? And so on. So the subunits are different, and you can see they are all theoretical, right? Like all you need to study is theory here, right? So when we talk about Unit 9, all you need to do is read, understand, memorize, and revise. You read the concept, you understand it. Like if you're studying about pteridophytes, you read about pteridophytes, you understand, you memorize the characteristics of the pteridophytes, right? You learn the examples. And yes, frequent revision is important, because if you are keeping a lot of information in your mind, there is a possibility you can forget it by the time, the time of the exam, right? So frequent revision is very much important. So what kind of unit is Unit 9? It is a scoring unit. So it's a theoretical unit, and also it is a scoring unit. Now, why I'm saying it is scoring unit? Because as you can see, the questions asked will be simply memory based. They will be very direct. Like they'll ask you about they mention any subphylum or class, they mention their characteristics, right? And maybe they can give you they'll ask you the examples, right? Or like which of these organisms belong to this subphylum, right? Or maybe they can ask you about the characteristics of, like they give you the characteristics of any like let's say pteridophytes, or and in the options they'll ask you the examples, right? So the point is the questions are very direct, so it's a very scoring unit. And like you cannot expect very numerical based questions from here that you get from Unit 13 or Unit 1 or Unit 8, like based on pH or probability, or like from Unit 13 on radioisotopes or Beer-Lambert's law. And even also you won't be getting any experimental based question from here. So it's a very scoring unit, and it can be a game changer, because there is a possibility that at the time of exam you get stuck in these questions, probability based questions or pH based questions from Unit 1, or maybe any question. Let's say you prepare a topic, but you know CSIR net exam is quite unpredictable, and maybe you might you get a question. Let's say you prepared for probability a lot, right? But maybe at the time of the exam, the question that is being asked, you get stuck in that, you get confused in that, right? So instead of attempting such question and losing marks in negative marking, it's better you go for a direct question, memory based question, right? All you need to do is recall the information at the time of exam, which I will be telling you how you can do that, right? So this particular unit can be a game changer. I'm sure you all will agree that getting one question right makes a difference, right? So therefore, this particular unit is a game changer, and I'll suggest that don't skip this unit. So the answer of your question is whether I should skip this unit or not. So don't skip this unit. Although I can totally understand that this unit is very much challenging because there are a lot of scientific names, lot of texts or terminologies you need to memorize, right? Examples are there which you need to memorize. And also preparation for this unit, it may be time consuming and tedious because you have to go through a lot of theory, lot of examples, a lot of facts, a lot of terminologies and concepts. But this is where guidance comes into play, right? This is where you need guidance. With proper guidance, I'm sure you're going to prepare unit 9 in less time, and you will enjoy studying unit 9. So basically, what I can suggest is that you don't need to go for entire topics given in unit 9. Okay. All you can do is selective study. So you can prepare it as an alternative unit. You can prepare certain selective topics from here. So that will save your time, and I will be telling you what all topics are there which you can prepare from this unit. And especially this unit is advantageous for the students who are having a botany and zoology background because they have already studied about plant classification. Botany students, they know about plant classifications. Zoology students, they know about animal classifications, and even they have studied about taxonomy, binomial nomenclature, right? So it's not difficult for them. All they need to do is revise, right? And even those who are having biochemistry background, bioinformatics or biotechnology, microbiology, don't think that you cannot prepare this unit because this unit is quite manageable. Even if you have not studied it before, it is manageable. As I told you, you can do selective study, right? Because I know if you are studying for the first time classification, learning so many examples will be very much difficult for you. So don't do that. You can leave that topic, but other than that, you can prepare other topics from where mostly the questions are asked in the exam. Talking about the weightage, so as you all know, CSI unit, all the units, they carry more or less like equal weightage. But two exceptions are there, unit 9 and unit 12, from where we can expect sometimes less questions and sometimes more questions. So on an average, the weightage of this unit is like, it carries a weightage of 20 marks in the exam. And usually the number of questions asked can be like part B 2 or 3 or part C 3 or 4. So like for example, if you're getting 4 questions in part C, so there will be 16 marks, and 2 questions in part B. So part B questions carry 2 marks, right? So total 20 marks. And questions as are very direct, so you can easily solve them. So direct questions, even figure-based questions that are asked, they doesn't require any kind of analytical skills, okay? Because again, you need to be familiar with the terms, and based on that terms, you can easily solve the question. Like you need to know what is apomorphy, what is plesiomorphy, right? What is monophyletic group, paraphyletic group, right? So even if you are not having any botany zoology background, this unit is manageable and anybody can do such type of questions. And even match the following type of questions are frequently asked. So the advantage of solving match the following type questions is that even if you are thorough with, or you know one combination correct, or most it's better to go for 2 out of 4, then you can easily score 4 marks. And usually match the following type questions are asked in part C. Also, don't forget that sometimes, yes, we get combination question, like we can expect questions requiring knowledge of mixed facts from this unit as well as from ecology or evolution as well. Now, coming to the preparation strategy. All you need to do is memorize, read, understand, memorize, and revise. So this entire unit is memory based, right? And you need not to devote much time here. Like in comparison to unit 1 or unit 13 or unit 8 or 2 or 3, you need not to devote much time over here as you are going for selective study. And I'll suggest that you prepare this unit after completion of important units. Like don't start your study with or preparation, CSIR NET preparation with unit 9. Okay. First, go for unit 1, the basic unit, right? The foundation, which is, we say it's the foundation, right? So go for unit 1, then 2, then 3. So maybe in the end, like go for important units first. Like for the exam, you have to prepare 7 to 8 units, right? So once you are done with the important units based on, like, there are certain units which are important from exam point of view, and based on your interest also you select the units. So as you are preparing it as an alternative unit, unit 9 as an alternative unit, and selective study you are doing, keep it for end, right? Maybe like 1 month or 2 months before the exam you can go for it. Don't start it from the beginning. But yes, frequent revision is very much needed. Even if you are starting 1 month or 2 months before, make sure that you revise the topic frequently, right? Like within a week, if you are making a planner, make sure that you keep the time for revision, right? And just focus on important topics. So question arises that what all are the important topics from this unit? So here on your screen, you can see we have the important units, important topics from every subunits. So subunit A, you can see it is about, as I told you earlier, it is about the principle and methods of taxonomy. So here you study about the concept of species, like biological species concept, morphological species concept, phylogenetic species concept. Now this topic is not very much important. Here on your screen, whichever text you see in red, these are the important topics from exam point of view. Important means that from these topics, the questions are asked very frequently in the exam. So from subunit A, you get questions on hierarchical taxa, like you get questions on hierarchical sequence of classifying organism. They give you like kingdom, phylum, class, order, family. So they give you a sequence, right? And they'll ask you which one is written in a correct order, right? So that you have to find out. Then classical and quantitative methods of taxonomy of plant, animal, and microorganism is important. So here you study about phynetic system, cladistics, right? So in cladistics, you study about monophyletic group, paraphyletic group, polyphyletic group, right? And even you study about structures, homoplasy, apomorphy, plesiomorphy, right? So from here, such questions are asked. Based on these topics, questions are asked, and it is important. So question can be either in the form of figure or it can be a statement-based question. From subunit B, it is about levels of structural organization. So here you simply study about the unicellular, multicellular forms. You study about level of organization of tissues, organs, and systems. So even this particular, like I have mentioned, it is important. So you can relate it with unit 7. So anybody who's preparing unit 7, there you study digestive system, circulatory system, and all, right? So here also with a few examples, you have to remember, like digestive system if you are studying, or excretory system if you are studying. So you have to just keep just remember about these systems with the help of certain examples. Also you have to learn like what kind of excretory system is in earthworm and in mammals, so like that. And the text which I have highlighted in blue, they are moderately important. So red ones are very important, blue ones are moderately important, and black one, the text I have written in black, it is least important. So sometimes, yes, you get questions on adaptive radiation and adaptive modifications also. So they are like one part B question can be asked, right? So it's a very direct question. If you don't know the answer, if you have not studied this topic, you can skip that question, right? But if those who have already studied it or are familiar with it, they can approach that question. Subunit C is about outline classification of plant, animal, and microorganism. So here classification part is very, very important. And sometimes evolutionary relationship among taxa, so it is moderately important. So classification, it is important because, as I told you earlier, they give you the characteristics, they give you the examples, and they'll ask you that which of the following will have these kind of characteristics, right? And they can ask you about plants, they can ask you about animals, and even they can ask you about the algae or fungi, and even about bacteria. They can frame a question, statement based question, giving the statements about the algae, about eubacteria, and about fungi, and you have to choose the correct statement. Or maybe you can get a match the following type question also, where you have to choose the correct combination, right? Like they can ask you that mosses. So mosses, they have unicellular rhizoids or multicellular. Gametophyte, it is there or not, sporophyte. So like this, they can ask you match the following type questions as well. So to prepare these topics, just focus on one topic at a time. Like if you are studying classification, just focus on classification. Okay, so don't try to study all the things all together, because otherwise you will end up getting confused. So it's better you always focus on one topic at a time, and make sure that you understand the concept before moving on. Like if you are studying about gymnosperms, make sure you read it thoroughly, understand it, right? And then you move over to angiosperms and so on. And the best way of studying is making notes, right? Because you cannot refer the books every time, especially when your exam is approaching. It's better to refer the notes for quick recall and revision. Now, I would like to tell you how you need to make the notes. I have seen many students, what they do is they simply copy the lines from the books, which is not a correct approach. Always remember your notes should be short and precise. So either while you are making the notes, you can like make a diagram and you can label it, right? Like here you can see that, excuse me, a paraphyletic group, polyphyletic group, monophyletic group, right? It is, so if you see this diagram, you can clearly see that, okay, you can easily, if this diagram itself is quite easy to understand, right? So when you are making notes, make it in a form of a diagram, diagrammatic representation you can do, and you can add few lines below it, okay? Excuse me. You can add few lines below it, right? So you can see that if at the time just before the exam, like you can quickly go for quick revision, like what is paraphyletic group, polyphyletic group, monophyletic group, right? And few notes you have, few lines you have mentioned below it. Or the other, another way is that you can make this kind of comparative table. So like here in this table, like you have mentioned the characters, and then you can mention like whether that particular feature or character is present or absent in bacteria, archaea, or eukarya, right? So as I told you, questions, statement-based questions can be asked on these characteristics, features of these bacteria, archaea, eukarya. So it's very easy for you if you all you need to do is simply quickly go through this particular table, and even you can add few notes, like few lines below it, important points below this table, right, related to this three domain of life comparison. Even you can make the notes like this in a form of a flow chart, right? So like for example, specifically if you are studying plant classification, animal classification, this will be quite helpful if you draw the notes in a form of a flow chart, if you make your notes in a form of a flow chart. Or comparative table, again, like you write down the characteristics, and like you write down angiosperm and gymnosperms, and you write down like whether that character is present in angiosperm or not. Okay, any kind of exception is there. Exceptions are really very important when it comes to unit 9. So please remember, making note doesn't mean that you note down everything from the book line by line in your notebook. Okay, make sure that the notes that you are making for unit 9, they are very short, they are very much precise and easily understandable. Then when we talk about subunit D, E and F, so subunit D is about natural history of Indian subcontinent. So here mostly questions asked are about the, like they'll frame a question that what are the two endemic areas which are identified in the country, right? And they can mention Eastern Himalayas, Western Himalayas, these regions they can mention, and you have to choose the correct option. So here, sometimes questions are asked, sometimes it's moderately important. So it's completely up to you. Like if you want, you can skip this unit because there are many examples to learn here. And so anybody who is already like have interest in these kind of topics, it will be easy for them to remember. But if anybody feels like that there are too many things to remember here, so like too many things to remember here, so you can skip this part as well. You can skip this part. Then coming to subunit E, which is about organisms of health and agricultural importance. So here, this particular topic, domestic animals and crop, is important. Here in this particular subunit, you study about common parasites and pathogens of humans. So sometimes, yes, you get a question, a part B question mostly, like they'll mention a disease and they'll ask you like who is the causative agent for that particular disease. It could be a disease related to human, or maybe disease of plants, right? And even they can mention about, they'll ask you about domestic animals and crops. Very one repeated question which I have seen is about the crops, the domestic crops. Like they mention the areas and they'll ask you that when was this, like this particular crop, like banana, or they mention about maize, or they mention about wheat, or they mention about pineapple, and they'll ask you that where in this, in which region it was first cultivated, right? So such type of questions are asked, and usually they are match the following type questions. So as I told you, even if you're familiar with one or two regions, you can easily, like crops and the regions, you can easily score. So usually such questions are in part C, and you can easily score 4 marks. Then subunit F is about organisms of conservation concern. Now this particular subunit, you can see that this is similar to the last subunit of unit 10 also. Like unit 10 is about, last subunit is about conservation biology, right? So there also you study about it, like about the conservation strategies, right? About biosphere reserves, sanctuaries, right? And all, like this endangered species part and conservation, they are related. So if you are studying it here, you can skip it from unit 10, or if you're studying in unit 10, you can skip it from here. So the point is, like it is a common topic, so I'll suggest don't skip it, because it is given, like it is common for unit 9 and 10, so it's better you prepare it. And here again, like you just have to remember the examples, so you can go through IUCN red list, and there are a lot of examples are given there, and you can just go through them. So even you can see I have highlighted it in red. So it is most important from exam point of view. Now, how will you study these topics? The topics given in subunit D, E, and F. So I'll suggest that you make a list. Okay, like it's better that you write down the like diseases or the crops, and then like for diseases you can write the pathogens. So you make a list of that. Similarly, for domestic crops, you can make a list, right? You can write down the crops and the regions in which first they were cultivated. Similarly, you can make a list of vulnerable, endangered, right, extinct, and like these examples you can remember. So here you need not to make a very lengthy notes, or any flow chart is needed, right, or comparative table is needed. All you need to do is make a list of that. Coming to recommended study material. Now, for foundation, I'm sure you'll all will agree that this plant classification, animal classification, binomial nomenclature, taxonomy, we all have studied in our 11th and 12th standard. So just for the foundation, you can go for NCERT 11th and 12th class book, okay? But we should not forget that CSIR NET exam here, superficial studies will not help, right? We need to go in detail. We need to have a conceptual clarity. We have to memorize a lot of facts and concepts here for this unit 9. So there are two reference books that you can go through. One is Plant Systematics by Gurcharan Singh, and another is text and reference book, Taxonomy, a text and reference book by Richard E. Blackwelder. Okay, so these are the reference book you can go through. And just now, like few minutes back, I told you that you have to make make flow charts and notes. Now, everyone has their own way of studying. Some of you might enjoy making notes, and you learn better when you from your handwritten notes, right? But some prefer to go for ready-made study material, right? So especially when it is about unit 9, so the point is how much you will note down from the book, right? So to save the time and to help you prepare better for unit 9, we have some smart study tools for you, and one is Conceptica for you. Okay, so you need to understand that in the CSIR NET exam, clear concepts are needed, right? And for unit 9, it's a memory game completely. What you study for 6 months is important, but what you do in those 3 hours of exam is most important, right? So if you don't utilize these 6 months or 3 months judiciously, right? It will definitely, your preparation in these months will definitely affect the what you do in your 3 hours of exam, right? So to perform better in those 3 hours of exam, you have to recall a lot of information, right? You have to recall a lot of facts, right, that you are studying for unit 9. So it's a memory game. And therefore, I'll suggest that for quick revision and recall, you all can go through the Conceptica book, which is a flowchart book. Okay, so here you will find short notes in the form of flowchart. So here in this particular Conceptica, you will find short notes, and also the flowcharts will be there in the form of flowchart. It will be there. So it will help you in quick revision, quick recall, and memory retention. So this is one smart tool that you all can use. Again, everyone has their own way of studying. You all like, it's not that one method, if study method, if it is effective for one, it will be effective for another person also. So identify your best method of study, and accordingly you can use any of the smart study tool. So another smart study tool is concept wheel. So actually experts, they have proven that you learn concepts faster and retain longer if the information is presented in colors and shapes. So here, keeping that in mind, Biotechnica has come up with this concept wheel where you can see a concept is mentioned and its characteristics are given in a, like they are mentioned in a form of a wheel, right? So every leaf you can see it comprises of the characteristics. So if you are studying about characteristics of algae, so you can see every like all the characteristics have been mentioned here. Similarly, classification of algae, so names are being mentioned over here. So even it will help you in quick revision. And finally, you can go for concept table. So it's like a comparative table where you can like compare and learn. Like you can compare what is coelomate, pseudocoelomate, right? And acoelomate. So just simply you have to look this comparative table and you can quickly go through it, and it will help you in quick revision. Coming to the type of questions which are asked from this unit. So basically, I will be showing you some of the questions like which have been asked from the which are based on repetitive, like there are certain repeat topics from which the questions are mostly asked every year in the exam. So this is one topic that is from principle and methods of taxonomy. The mostly questions are asked on plesiomorphy and apomorphy. So either statement based question or figure based question you will get. So here you can see they have given you a matrix, and and they have given you a cladogram. So they have asked you to identify the most appropriate cladogram that can be constructed using the data matrix given below, where 0 are plesiomorphy and 1 are apomorphic characters. So basically, as I told you, this unit is quite manageable. Even if you don't have a botany or zoology background, you can solve the questions asked from unit 9, such questions specifically. So here you can see that all you need to recall is what is plesiomorphy and apomorphic characters. So plesiomorphic characters are ancestral characters and apomorphic characters are derived characters, right? So like, for example, if I make a cladogram, so if A is the, let's say A is the ancestral character, so C will be the derived character, right? Like, so A will be the ancestral character which will be carried and C will be the derived character. And like further, we can have some unique characters which are being developed like E over here and D over here, right? And this is the out group, let's say. So C is apomorphic character and A, it is the ancestral character which is there. So here all you need to do is just read this matrix carefully. So as mentioned in the question, 0 represents the plesiomorphic character. Yes, and 1 are apomorphic characters. So here you can see that the if we see A, then for 1 to 5 characters, like A has like all the characters, they are plesiomorphic, right? They are ancestral characters. For B, you can see it has the apomorphic characters 2 and 3, right? So they are derived characters. And for C, it is the second character, it is only apomorphic, and D, it is 2, 3, and 5. So if we have to arrange in the order of primitive to advanced, so we can see A is having all the ancestral characters primitive. Then we can go for C because it has only one advanced character. And then we can see B, it has two advanced characters, so B. And then we can go for D, which has three advanced character. So here, if we see the cladogram, you can clearly see that the second one, the second cladogram, it is based on this data matrix, right? So this is, you have the A, which is the ancestral character, right? So then you have the C, then you have like C will be then with B and with the D. So these are the again the new characters which are being formed, right? So like this we can. So like this, it's a cladogram, right? So you have to just remember about what cladogram is all about and the terminology, so you can easily solve such questions. Then coming to another question. So here you can see this question is about classification, right? So as I told you that you can get either the statement based questions, like they have given you the characteristics which are found in animal kingdom, and they have asked you that you have to select the correct set of characterizing features for class Pisces. So here, like they have mentioned the characteristics, right? So if you have studied about Pisces, right? So when you are studying Pisces or amphibia or any other, about any other class of animal kingdom, I told you have to focus on characteristics because questions are directly asked on them. So here they have mentioned the characteristics, and all you need to do is just recall about the characteristics of Pisces, and then you just have to look at the statement. So the point is, the strategy of solving such question is understand the question, read the question carefully. You understood that here you have to find out the correct set of features for class Pisces. So recall what are the features of Pisces, right? So like there are some keywords like Pisces have streamlined body, right? And you can remember what kind of like whether they lay eggs or whether they you all have to remember these kind of features, right? Whether they are herbivores or carnivores, right? And what kind of nervous system they have, right? So if you remember all these points, just recall that and see which of the following options have those features, right? And accordingly you can simply answer the question. So as I told you, when you're recalling about Pisces, so just recall like what kind of body they have. So if you go through the features of Pisces, they have streamlined body, right? You can see they taper from top and bottom, right? So they have streamlined body, and their skin is covered with cycloid scales, right? And even they may be herbivore or carnivore. So these are all features which I have written in highlighted in red. They are given in the question option statements they were given. So even the nervous system, it comprised brain and 10 pairs of cranial nerves, right? And so based on all these features, you can say that statement A, B, C, and D are correct, and statement E is incorrect. And so the point is, just recall and look for what you have recalled the information. Just look for the statements or the options and see which one is correct and which one is incorrect, and make sure that what is asked in the question, it's a correct statement or incorrect statement, that you have to pay attention to. And finally, based on that, you can choose the answer. So here answer is option 4. On the other hand, as I also mentioned earlier, that they can like give you the examples, and they'll ask you to that this organism belong to which class or subphylum, right? So here in this question, it has been asked that which one of the options correctly represents organisms from subphyla Chelicerata, Myriapoda, and Hexapoda, and in this specific sequence. And they have given the option. So I'll suggest that those who are having the zoology background, or even if such question is asked in from plant kingdom, right? So those who are having the background in botany and zoology, they can attempt these questions, right? And those who are not having the background, they can skip these questions, because I told you they can ask you any example, right? And it will not be possible for you to remember too many examples, because I told you don't have to devote too much time on this unit, because even if you devote too much time, you don't know that what example they'll ask you in the exam, right? So it's quite unpredictable. So it's better that if you don't have the background of botany and zoology, you can skip such questions, right, which are based on classifications and about the characteristics of a particular class and other such questions. So again, this question is very direct, right? If anybody is having a zoology background, all they need to recall, right, about the subphylum and their example. So we very well know that centipedes are the example of subphylum. They belong to Myriapoda. Springtails belong to Hexapoda, which is given in the question, right? So you have given centipedes, horseshoe crabs, arachnids, lobsters, all right. So lobsters belong to Crustacea, and horseshoe crab belongs to Chelicerata, right? So here we can, based on this table, we can clearly say that answer here is option 2, because we have to go in this sequence only. So horseshoe crab, Chelicerata, then we have the centipedes, right, which are in Myriapoda, and in Hexapoda we have the springtails. So answer here is option 2. Moving over to another question, which is about domestic animals and crops. So here you can see it's a match the following type question. They have mentioned the major food crops and their region of domestication they are asking. So even if you are familiar with any one, if you know about any one option, right, about one food crop and its domestication, region of domestication, you can easily answer this question. So mostly like wheat is most commonly being asked, frequently being asked. Maize is frequently being asked, right? So you can remember such example. So wheat, we know it is in the Middle East. So D is 4. So you can see D4 is given in option 1 and 2, right? It is given in option 1 and 2. So that means you can omit 2 options out of 4. So strategy of solving such question is try to omit 2 options out of 4, right? And now you know that answer will be between option 1 and 2. So you need to be sure about any one also. Any one now, right? Out of these 3, any one will be needed. So like sorghum, it is in Africa, right? So based on that, we can say answer here is option 1, right? So just like one, you don't have to go in detail. All you can remember is like about uh, any few crops and their domestication, the region of domestication, and you can easily answer such question. So based on the information I have mentioned over here, so bananas, they are like Indonesia is mentioned here. So banana, they are first thought to be grown in region, includes Indonesia and Philippines and uh, New Guinea, and the mung bean domesticated in India, sorghum, Africa, and wheat in Middle East. So based on that, this is the correct combination which is given in option 2, and hence it is the answer. Then coming to the organism of conservation concern, from here again they can ask you about any kind of, like they will give you any example, right? So either they give you the match the following type question where they'll mention about the names of the animals, and they'll ask you on the another column that whether it is extinct or vulnerable or endangered or critically endangered, or maybe they'll ask you this statement based question, as you can see here, like they have mentioned that which of the species is critically endangered, and they specifically mentioned that that particular species is found in Russian Far East, and it is solitary, and it has been reported that some males stay with females after mating and even help in rearing the young. So even they have mentioned some information about that particular species. So if you have studied about these examples, right, these animals, these species, you can definitely answer this question rightly. And as I told you, IUCN like red list is there. Mostly questions are asked from there. So all you need to do is you have to learn that. And even in the regular classes, we provide our regular students with some notes that will be helpful for them for learning. Like they know precisely what they have to study. So here the answer is Amur leopard. So it's very direct question. You don't have to think like, you know, no calculation, no any no experimental based question is here, right? It's very direct question. All you need to do is recall. So we very well know that Amur leopard, it is found in Russian Far East, and it is solitary, right? So all the features I have mentioned here, right? Several males sometimes follow and fight over a female, and they live for 10 to 15 years and are in captivity for up to 20 years, right? So if this much information, even if you study the key features, if you study the points related to that particular species or animal you study, that will be sufficient. So answer here is option 1. And finally, yes, you have to practice a lot of questions, because sometimes we learn the concept by going through the questions also, right? So practice questions as much as possible. And if you want to practice the questions that I have, sample questions I have shown you from Unit 9, the mock test link will be shared in the comment section. Okay, you can go through it, and one attempt per user is allowed. And the importance of practicing question is that you know that the more you practice, more you learn, and even like it will help you manage your time effectively. Even like you have to keep in mind the time you are taking in solving a particular question, because in the exam you have a limited time, right? So first focus on accuracy. I'll suggest that first focus on accuracy, and then you can focus on the speed. Okay. And like when you practice questions, there is a possibility you make a mistake, so identify the mistake, go through the concept again on which that question is based, and then you can again solve more questions, right? So if you get the questions right, it will build the confidence, right? It will help you assess your preparation and also it's a best tool for revision. Why it is a best tool for revision? More, I'll talk about this in Unit 13 section. I'll be talking about what are the best learning strategies. So the details I will be covering there. And lastly, why frequent revision is must? Because if you're studying about classification, you are studying about domestic crops, endangered species, systematics. So you cannot cram everything just before an exam because you will forget it, right? I told you revision is the key, right? So this is therefore it is very much important that you frequently revise. So whenever you are making a study plan, so first of all, just keep Unit 9 for the end. Once you are done with all the important units, then you can prepare the important topics from this Unit 9 which I have told you. And even when you are studying, make sure that you revise frequently. So definitely this unit will help you remember, like frequent revision will help you remember and increase your confidence and will reduce stress. And lastly, I would like to say that don't compare your preparation with anybody else. Like if somebody is skipping Unit 9, just don't think that my friend has skipped it, so I will also skip it. No, maybe Unit 9 will be an advantageous for you. Maybe you have a botany background, a zoology background, right? So it will be an advantage for you, right? Maybe you are not good in so much in genetics, or maybe in any other unit. So maybe you can prepare this Unit 9 and it will be a game changer for you, right? So first of all, don't compare your preparation with anybody else, right? You are the architect of your future, and definitely like all the strategies that I have discussed regarding Unit 10 preparation, I'm sure you will find it helpful. So start executing, start preparing, and don't forget that Biotechnica is with you in your CSIR NET preparation journey. So this is all for now. It's time for you all to study, to know about Unit 10. So over to you, Somrhita Ma'am, and thank you, everybody. We'll see you.
Good evening, everyone. So again, thank you, Tanushree Ma'am. And so I'm back again with another unit. But before I start with Unit 10, I want to know how you are feeling. So are you bored, or are you gaining some meaningful insights from this webinar? So helpful. Okay. All right. So as we had discussed with Unit 3, so also we will go in the same format with Unit 10. So in this unit also, I will talk about the preparation strategy, topic-wise preparation, solving sample question, mock test paper will be shared to you, and I will definitely tell you what kind of, which books you need to study. Okay. So Ashwini is also saying helpful. Sanjana is saying intimidated by the amount of studies needed, but also helpful. Mensays and is meaningful for me because standing so many things. Right, right. Okay. So one thing I want to say is don't get scared. Okay, because you just have to start. Once you start, you will go with the flow. All right. Once you start with your preparations. Now, to talk about Unit 8, I have come up with the unit which is very important. Okay. It is scoring, and the best part is that this is very easy. This is the best part about Unit 10. All right. It is very, very easy. Unlike the other units, like Unit 3, Unit 1, Unit 4, and all, this is very easy. You just, when you will study this, you will be getting a feel that as if you are not studying any subject matter, but rather you are relating yourself with what you are visualizing in your neighborhood. So the things, no, they become very easy and easy to relate. So retention is also very easy. You don't have to pay much emphasis on memorizing the things. That is the beauty of Unit 10, which is ecology. And as you study, as I told you, if you can relate to your surrounding, okay, then ecology is very interesting. In fact, there are many of you who might be doing ecology for the first time. Okay, you might not have come across ecology previously. You will be studying it for the first time. And if you are still thinking whether I should go for this unit or not, I will say definitely go for this unit. It will not take much effort. I can guarantee that. Okay, it will not take much effort to memorize this unit or understand this unit. In fact, this can give you scores. Why? Because you get some approximately 10 to 11 questions in CSIR exam, taking Hindi and Parsi together. So Unit 8 and Unit 3, which I have discussed earlier, they are of the same weightage, in fact. Okay. So I'm sure you don't want to miss out on the marks, right? So definitely prepare for Unit 8. And when you're preparing Unit 8, you can definitely, along with that, prepare some difficult topics, difficult units. Okay. So Unit 10 can definitely go with Unit 3. Now, in this unit, you mostly have a lot of definitions. Okay. There are some experiments and maths is involved. Very few maths. Don't have to get scared just by, seeing that there is maths involved. No, very simple maths and very few maths, in fact. Just few things you have to remember. I will tell you what are the things. Okay. You mostly get some theoretical questions, numerical based question, and graphical questions. So this is one unit which you need to plan, then prepare, and then perform to get some good scores. So first, let us look into the syllabus. Now here, I have highlighted the important topics with green color, the moderate topics with yellow, and the topics which, if you want to leave out, you can leave out with blue. Now firstly, here you have subpart A to E, the environment. This is one subpart which, if you want to leave, you can leave, because this is something which is very it deals with concepts which you have already studied. Okay, like physical environment. What is the atmospheric stratas you have? Okay, the biotic environment, and then it deals with the biotic and the abiotic interaction. Now here, this is something that you need to focus on. This part you can focus on, where you have to deal with some basic ecological rules, like you have the Allen's rule, you have the Bergsman rule. Okay, such ecological rules are there. Then you have the you have these rules. Okay, so that is something which you need to study. The rest of it you can leave out. But habitat and niche, it is a must. You get a lot of questions from here. Population ecology, species interaction, community ecology, these are very very important topics, because often on you get questions. If suppose this time they have asked you from habitat and population, maybe next time they will ask you from species interaction and community, like that. This is sometimes they ask. Okay, this is a topic which they ask sometimes, but these are topics which are repeated. Okay, then you have ecological succession, ecosystem. Now in ecosystem, this part, energy flow and mineral cycling, which involves your carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, and phosphorus cycle. If you want, you can leave this. Okay. Sometimes they ask questions from here, like this time they had asked questions, but if you wish, you can leave. Then you have structure and function of some Indian ecosystem, terrestrial, forest, grassland, and aquatic. This is also, they haven't ever asked any question from this section. So if you have time, you can go through this. Okay, mainly you just have to go through a chart. That's it. All right. Otherwise, you can skip. But the rest of it, ecosystem structure, ecosystem functions, primary production, very important. Primary production, decomposition, these are very important topics. Okay. Going to biogeography, the entire thing is important. So initially, when you study about the major terrestrial biomes, here you have to memorize a chart, okay, with the biomes and their characteristics. Then comes the theory of island biogeography, which is very simple, is application of common sense, simply. And then you have the biogeographical zones of India. So here also you have something to memorize, a chart. Next is applied ecology. This is also, if you want to skip, you can skip. Okay. Because from here also sometimes they ask question. This is mostly dealing with the pollution, global environment. Okay. And the different environmental conditions. So sometimes they ask question, and the questions are based on recent parameters. All right. So if you wish, you can skip this part. And lastly is your J, that is conservation biology. Now, this conservation biology part, you can tag it up with 9F, organisms of conservation concern. These two topics are connected. Okay, unit 10J, conservation biology, is connected with the organisms of conservation concern. So when you're reading it, read these two things together. So here also, you have to learn about the principles of conservation, the different types of conservations. Then you have some protocols, like you have the Kyoto Protocol, right? Then there was this Rio de Janeiro. So these basic things you just need to remember. Then the national park, sanctuaries, the different national parks that we have in India, different sanctuaries that we have in India, that chart. Okay, that is something you have to memorize. So if you see, mostly, the memorization part is here and a bit here. The rest of it is based on your understanding and common sense. You can even answer them, like once you have read through the chapters, you can answer them by applying your common sense as well. That is why I'm telling you, ecology is very, very simple. I will show you some sample questions, you will understand. So to help you this in the preparation, okay, as I told you, chart based questions come, charts helps you to memorize. Okay. And there are some topics which you have to remember the definitions. I've mentioned at the start itself that this uh, unit is full of definitions. Okay, so you have to constantly recall it. Now, for recollection, you can definitely use this kind of a tool. Okay, this is your concept cloud, which Biotechnica has developed, keeping this requirement in mind, where you will get to see a lot of words written here, isn't it? There is amensalism, there is mutualism, there is resilience, keystone species. Okay, certain words are mentioned here. So what you do is the moment you look at this card here, okay, or this presentation, you first take up one word like Batesian mimicry. Recollect what is Batesian mimicry, the example of Batesian mimicry. Next, take up parasitism. What is parasitism? What is the example of parasitism? Take up mutualism. What is mutualism? The example of mutualism. Okay, so this kind of presentation helps you to recollect in very short time. In fact, there are some words which are mentioned in bold letters. There are some which are comparatively in smaller size, right? So the ones which are very boldly written, they are very, very important. The others are also important, but comparatively less. So in that way also, it highlights which are the things that you have to remember. You can tend to forget, you can tend to confuse yourself. So you can focus on these areas and practice yourself. Okay. So I will straight away get into some sample questions and discuss what type of questions you can get from there, and how you can solve it, so that you can understand the unit better. So, first and foremost, I have only taken up questions from the very important topics which I've already mentioned. I've highlighted in green color, right? So, first and foremost is the subject or the subunit habitat and niche. Now, from this subunit habitat and niche, you can get questions based on concepts, definitions, and experiments. Okay, concepts like habitat factors affecting the habitat, concepts like niche, microhabitat, a generalist species, a specialist species. Okay, definitions like niche compression, niche complementarity, niche packing. You get questions from these areas. Now, when it comes to experiments, there are two main experiments which you have to study here, like the experiment with the barnacles, okay, which proves the fundamental and the realized niche concept. And then there is an experiment with the pseudomonas, which which is a proof of your competitive exclusion. So you can get questions from those experiments as well. Now, you can get graphical based question also from the concept of specialist and generalist species, or from your niche compression. Okay, from these concepts, you can get graphical question also, or direct questions as well. When it comes to your population ecology, again, you get questions based on the concepts and the definitions. Concepts like your population density, sex ratio, variability, natality, mortality, survivorship curve, RNK selection. Okay, so you get straight cut questions from these concepts and the definitions. You can also get numerical based questions. Numerical based questions will mainly come from your measurement of the population size, or it can be the dispersion. Okay, what kind of dispersion is it? So there is a there is a way or a formula which will help you to understand what is the kind of dispersion. Is it clumped, or is it random? So dispersion, numericals based on dispersion, life tables, population growth. Okay, these are the areas where you get numericals. Graphical question also, you can get graphical question like pattern of dispersion, age distribution, that is the pyramids of age, survivorship curve, population growth, trade-offs, metapopulation. You can get graphical questions from these topics. And you can get the match the column kind of question also. Like match the column can come from your the RNK selection or the survivorship or maybe the meta population. Okay, match the column questions comes from there. Going into the next subtopic, that is the species interaction. Again, based on concepts, definitions, you get concepts and definitions like the definitions of the different interactions, starting from your competition to amensalism, commensalism, mutualism. Okay. Then you can get questions from adaptations, the different forms of adaptations, which will include your mimicry also. You can get direct questions from your Lotka-Volterra model. Okay. Next, you can get graphical question from here. Graphical question can come in the forms from the forms of competition, predation, consumer resource interaction, and Lotka-Volterra. And you can get match the column kind of questions from the different kinds of interactions that you have. Okay, so maybe in one column they will give you the definition. Okay, and in column B they will give you the types of interaction. So you have to match the interaction type with its proper definition. Okay, that kind of match the column questions can come, or even from the adaptation as well. So they can give you a case like they are describing camouflage. Okay, they are describing camouflage in one column, and on the other column the word cryptic coloration is mentioned. So cryptic coloration simply means the camouflage. Okay, so you have to match it. So that kind of match the column question comes from here. No numericals are going to come from species interaction. Next, you have community ecology. So based on concepts and definitions, you get concepts like species density, frequency, abundance, richness, evenness, invasive species. What are the invasive species? What are the characteristics? Okay, or species which have a large impact, ecotones, age effect. There are all these definitions and the concepts. You can also get graphical question on alpha beta diversity, stratification, community stability. Okay, match the column kind of question can also come like it can come from, say, they are telling you keystone species, and on the other column they have given you the definition of keystone species. Okay, so you have to match the definition with the proper name. Okay, that kind of match the column question you can get. And yes, you do get numerical based questions from here. The numerical based question comes from the indexes. Okay, the index of measuring diversity, like you have the Shannon index, Simpson index. Okay, so you get numerical kind of questions from those indexes. So let's have a look at some sample questions from these 4 subunits. Then we will go to the next 4 subunits. Okay. So the first question, this is coming from your subunit A. Okay, though I have not mentioned, but as I told you, subunit A is more or your common sense, except for that Allen's rule, Bergsman rule. Okay, those things which are based on the definition, and you get some match the column kind of question from there, or maybe some straightforward questions you get from those rules. The rest of it is more based on your observation and your common sense. Okay, so if you look at this picture here, this graph, okay, on the x-axis they have given you the precipitation, on y-axis there is a temperature. What they're saying is the bubble plot shows an effect of temperature and precipitation on annual growth of trees of a certain species. The area of the bubble is proportional to the tree growth. Based on the plot, the growth of the tree is. So what we see that this is the region. Okay, this is the bubble with the area of the bubble is the highest here, right? So what we get to see, the temperature is very high and the precipitation is quite low. Okay, so based on that, what can we conclude? Don't you think that this option is the right one? The growth of the tree is inversely proportional to precipitation but directly proportional to temperature. Yes, it's directly proportional. So as your temperature is increasing, the growth is also increasing. But under low precipitation, if you increase the precipitation, the growth will reduce. So see, very simple question. Very simple question. Okay. All right. Now this is a question from the second chapter, that is your habitat and niche. So I told you can get graphical kind of questions. So this is one of it kind. So they are saying that following are the niche characteristic of the constituent species and resource partitioning patterning in different ecosystem. So which of these would lead to competitive exclusion? So here you have to get an idea about resource partitioning, what is meant by resource partitioning and how it is connected to competitive exclusion. These are the two concepts that you have to know apart from what is a niche, right? If you see, then you will get now if you know these concepts, you will see that in the first case, this is a niche of one species one, this is a niche of species two. Okay, this is the area which is overlapping. So that means here there is competition. So wherever there is competition, there is, wherever there is an overlap, there is a competition. Okay. Here also this is one, say this is two. Look at the overlap. Here also there is competition. Okay. This is one, this is two. Look at the overlap. Here also you have competition. But over here, this is the tricky part. In this case, species 1 and 2, they are absolutely overlapping. Okay. That is why you don't get to see such kind of graph. You get one single graph because it is 100% overlap. So where will the competition be highest? Very simple, it will be here where there is 100% overlap. Okay? So just some definition, resource partitioning, definition of that, competitive exclusion, definition of it, niche, definition of it, and you are here to solve a 4 marks question. Very simple question. Okay? Next, this is a question from your population. Now, from population, there are many areas. Okay, you can get from survivorship, you can get from life tables, you can get from the population growth. So this is one I have selected from the survivorship curve. So they have given you type 1, type 2, and type 3. Okay, survivorship. Now, to understand type 1, type 2, type 3, you just have to know what are the characteristics. That's it. Okay, what set of characteristics you should have to get type 1, what set of characteristics you should have to get type 2, what kind of characteristic you should have to get type 3. Okay, just a sentence. Don't think that there are many points. No, there is just one point. Where there is low mortality, okay, and the survivors, the person is surviving for up to old age, that kind of characteristics or individuals showing that kind of characteristic will give you type 1 curve. So it's as simple as that. And some examples you have to read. So if you remember the examples, you will be able to solve this question. So they are saying find the correct match between the group of animals and the respective survivorship curves. So marine pelagic fish and large mammals, they constitute marine pelagic fish constitute type 3, where initially we will see that at a very low age there is high mortality, the death rate is very high. Okay, but as they are growing older, the death rate is reducing, so the survivability is increasing, right? In the case of large mammals like your elephants or humans, what you see is survivability is very high during the early age. The death rate only increases as your age increases. Okay, so there is very low mortality initially. So that kind of characteristic is found in type 1. So who are the examples? Large mammals are the examples. All right, I'm explaining it in very short because of the time constraint. All right, we can go into the details in class. So for the timing, I'm just explaining it in very short. Now, this is another question from your population growth. So these kinds of graphical question you can get. So population growth, from this chapter, you can get numerical questions also based on the formulas of logistic equation and the exponential equation, or you can get the graphical based questions. Okay. So in this case, if you know these graphs, okay, be very careful about the x-axis and the y-axis, what it is given. Based on that, the exponential growth curve will give you different types of graph. The logistic growth equation will give you different kinds of graph, okay, based on the parameters that you have taken. So if you just know this, you will be able to answer these kinds of questions. Okay? So in this case, the correct answer is option A. Now moving to question 5, this is a question from your species interaction. So species interaction, this is given a matrix. Okay, this is actually dealing with that consumer resource interaction. Okay, so here they have given you the probability of death. Here they have given you the duration of association. So obviously in this position, you will have the grazers, right? Who is associated with the resource for a very long time, and the duration, for a very short time, and there is very less chance of the resource dying. Okay? So that will give you the grazers at this position. Like that way, if you consider the parasites, okay, parasites are born within the host, right? They spend their life cycle within the host, so their duration of association is very high, but they don't cause death to the host. So probability of death for the host is very low. So in this quadrant, you will have the parasites. Okay, like that way, you can also understand who will be the predators, in which quadrant you will place the parasitoids. Okay, parasitoids are similar to parasites. Only the fact is that they will cause a definite death of their host. So obviously they will come in this particular quadrant. And lastly, predators. Predators, obviously they kill the prey. So probability of death of the prey is very high. And the duration of association with the prey is very low. They only go hunt, kill it, and then they are done. Right? So their association with the prey is for a very short time. But the prey is killed. So they come under this quadrant. So if you know the definitions, okay, of parasites, grazers, parasitoids, the kind of relationship they have with the host or with the resource, you will be able to solve these kinds of questions. And then I have a question from the community where I told you can get numerical based questions. So this is a numerical based questions from your Simpson's diversity. Okay, so Simpson's diversity index, if you know the formula, okay, if you know the formula, you will be able to solve this kind of questions, just simply knowing the formula. All right, so if I place, for example, for this case, if I place it in the formula, it is 50 out of the total. The total is 100. Okay, when you add them up, the total is 100. So 50 out of total to the power of square. So that will give you 0.25. So like that way, you have to find out, excuse me. So this is 0.25. Okay. Like that, you have to find out for community tree species A, B, C, and D. All right. And the summation of it will give you the diversity index. So in this case, the answer is option 2. It is as simple as that. Numericals doesn't mean it is very difficult. It's very simple. Okay, particularly these diversity index questions. You just have to put it in the formula. That's it. Okay, next, coming to the next 4 sets of important topics. So from ecological succession, you can expect some questions based on concepts and definitions. Concepts and definitions like your primary and secondary succession, cause of succession, ecological theory, climax concept, okay, then types of succession. And you can expect some graphical questions from here as well. Graphical questions like from the mechanism of succession, you can get some graphical questions. Okay? No numericals. Or seldom you get match the column, but mostly you have the direct questions based on concepts and definitions and graphical questions. Okay. From ecosystem ecology, you can expect some direct questions on the concepts and definitions. Concepts and definitions like the food chain, food web, the different pyramids, ecological pyramids, then primary productivity, okay, the different cycles, C and P cycle. You can get some direct questions from there. You can get some graphical based questions on the ecological pyramids, the primary production of the different ecosystems. From there, you can get some graphical questions, and you can get a numerical question, but seldom you get this. This is based on the biomass is to net primary production ratio. Okay, actually, I would say it is not directly numerical, because this numerical part you have to do it as your homework. Okay, and arrange this ratio, biomass is to net primary production. Arrange the ratios of the different ecosystems that you're getting in an ascending or a descending order. I can explain this in the class. Okay, I tell the students how to do this. So this is not a very direct numerical type, because this is something which you're doing in your homework. Okay. Now coming to the biogeography part. From biogeography part, you can get some, again, direct concepts from direct questions from the concepts or definitions. Graphical questions you can get from here, like from your island biogeography. From island biogeography, you can get some graphical questions. Okay. And direct questions you can get from the concept of the theory of equilibrium. Okay. Factors affecting island biogeography. And mostly you get the match the column kind of question from the rest of it. The rest of the chapters involve the major biomes, then the biogeographical classification of India, the flora and fauna of the biogeographical regions, the examples. Okay, so mostly you get the match the column questions from these sections. As I told you, no, in biogeography you have to remember the charts and the example. So from that chart and example itself, you get the match the column questions. And lastly, from conservation biology, you get concept-based question, definition-based question, and also some match the column kind of questions. Now, concept-based questions can come from the concept of hotspot. It can come from the category of conservations. Okay, what is an umbrella species, flagship species, all of it. And match the column question can come from the different protocols, the important flora and fauna of Indian hotspots, then categories of conservations with their examples. Okay, the conservation sites with examples. From there, you get the match the column questions. So again, let's quickly go through the sample questions. So this is from your succession. So you see, it is telling you that a large patch of forested area was devastated by raging fires. After some years, the area was found to recover its species. Which one of the following options best describe the process of re-establishment? So here, basically, they have given you the definition of secondary succession. They have simply expanded the definition of secondary succession. So if you can understand this definition, you will straight away able to select the correct flow. Okay, so if it is a secondary succession, then definitely I will not start from mosses and lichens. Okay, instead I will straight away start from the grasses. Grasses followed by herbs and shrubs followed by woody trees. Got it? So you just have to understand the definition. Going to the ecology, the ecosystem. Okay. And as I already told you, this part, net primary production is to biomass, this ratio. This is something which you have to do it in your homework. Okay. If you have this ratio done for different ecosystems, okay, for your oceans, for your lakes, for your tropical forest, for your temperate forest, for grasslands and all, if you have done this ratio, if you have arranged these ecosystems in ascending or descending order based on the ratio, and if you have kept it in hand, then you will be able to answer these kinds of questions. Okay, so see, the ratios are given to you, the values are given to you. Now, I'm not saying that you will get the exact value, okay, because in ecology, the data is changing all the time. But definitely, the ecosystem which has the highest net primary production to biomass ratio will not change. Okay, so if ocean is having the highest ratio, grassland. If grassland is having the highest ratio, okay, 16 point, extremely sorry, I overlooked. That is why I was thinking. Yeah, ocean only. Option 2 is right. I mistaked it. Okay, so ocean is having the highest value, okay, 16.48, right? 16.48. So you, in your data, when you have done your homework, maybe you have not got 16.48 because you have prepared the data with the current data. You have prepared this ratio with the current data, right? So the data might change, but in your homework also you have seen that ocean is having the highest ratio. Here also you will definitely see that ocean is having the highest ratio because the ecosystem is not changing. Could I make myself clear? Did you understand? So that is why, having this homework done is very important. Next, this is a question from biogeography. So as I told you, you can get match the column kind of questions. So you see, they have given you some geographical regions. Vietnam, Sahara Desert, Madagascar. Okay, they are representing different regions. Okay, different biomes. So if you know some examples of organisms which represent those biomes or which are living in those biomes, okay, you will be straight away able to match these kinds of columns. All right, so this requires a bit of memorization. This is not of concept, but rather memorization. And again, This is the question from the last part, that is the conservation biology. So here they have given you two columns. Given below, list the various organisms and their dispersal and distribution status in India. So they are talking about the biogeographic regions of India. Okay. And so you have to study the biogeographic regions with their examples. Okay. Examples of the flora and the fauna. So if you remember that, you will be able to match these questions. Okay. Now, as I told you, this last section, no, conservation biology, this is something which you can definitely connect with your unit 9 as well. All right. So if you do that, you will be able to solve these questions. So I'm not able to go into very details of it because it is already 8:30, right? So in very short, I've tried to give you a glimpse of this unit 10. So I hope you can understand that unit 10 is simple. A strategic approach to unit 10 will help you to solve these 4 marks questions. Okay? So as I've told you, I will tell you the books that you should refer to. So you can have PD Sharma Ecology and Environment. Now from here, I would suggest you to study the biogeography or conservation biology part. Elements of ecology or ODM, fundamentals of ecology. From here, you can study the rest of it, like the species interaction, niche habitat, okay, succession, ecosystem. From these two books, any of the books, you can study those chapters. Now, one more thing, ecology is something based on some recent data as well. So, like if you want to know the highest, the national park having the highest density of tiger, you have to look up the internet, okay, because this data is changing. So, just before your exam, I would always suggest for the current datas, okay, like highest density of tigers or the highest population of tigers, or if you're preparing for the population, the pollution part, then what is the current parameters of pollution? Those these recent datas, go, check it out from your internet, okay, before your exam. Otherwise, the rest of it, which are very fundamental theories, those you can refer from the books. Okay. So, with this note, I will end the discussion of Unit 10 and I will pass on the controls to the next speaker. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Am I audible? Okay, I know you people are having a long time you people are attending the webinar, but definitely, as you know, this webinar is going to be extremely helpful for your preparation, right? Yeah, so hello everyone once again, and this is Tithi here. Okay, so I'm now going to discuss about Unit 11. Okay, so let's get started. And because there might be some lag because of the video, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the video so that we can focus on the content. Okay. All right. So Unit 11, as I am very sure that you people have gone through the syllabus and you know that Unit 11 is about evolution and behavior. Okay. Now, I know not many students will choose this unit for your preparation, right? How many of you are going to prepare for Unit 11? Okay, nobody is responding, so maybe you people are still thinking. Okay, Mansha, you are going to choose. Okay, all right, great. Okay, okay, Ziba. Right. So yes, you have the you have the option, right? Whether you if you want to choose it or not, because we will definitely not suggest that you choose all 13 units. You can choose some 8 to 9 units and prepare them thoroughly, and that is more than enough to clear the JRF exam. Okay, but yes, the people who are going to choose Unit 11, so and even the ones who are not going to choose Unit 11, okay, so what I will suggest is there are certain pockets in Unit 11, that is certain portions, certain topics in the syllabus from where for sure 1 4 marks question comes. Okay, so you can leave entire Unit 11, but I will suggest that just prepare those topics. So so if you get a question from those parts which are like very commonly asked, so you will get some extra marks, and extra marks never hurts, right? You never know, maybe that extra marks decides whether you are clearing the JRF or not. Okay, so let's dig into Unit 11, break down the syllabus and see what are those pockets that you should never leave, even if you are planning to leave entire Unit 11. Okay, so the syllabus, if we see, so is first one is emergence of evolutionary thoughts, where there are various because with time different evolutionary theories came, different scientists they proposed it. Okay, now this topic, yes, it is important from exam point of view, because usually in the exam we get match the following kind of question, where you have to match the scientist with the theory that they proposed. Okay, this is a common type of question which is asked. All right, now, how to do that or how to prepare this topic, I will give you the insight in some time. The next topic, origin of cells and unicellular evolution, where you see the very old experiment that I'm very sure you have learned in school days also, Miller's experiment, right? Where he used water and used the prebiotic condition, and from there he showed that amino acids can be produced. Okay, now fortunately or unfortunately, this part is not at all important. Okay, so in last 10 years, maybe twice questions came from this part. All right, so this part you can completely leave it, and if you are really interested to know, but this part is actually important to, like, if you are planning to study on evolution, okay, so or forward your study on evolution or understanding of the concept, then you should read this to have an idea about how life started on earth. Okay, but yes, from exam point of view, if I say, not at all important, completely can be left. Now, this third part, which is paleontology and evolutionary history, this is the place where you have to remember a lot. Okay, now we always say, right, that history is all about remembering. You have to remember the dates, the events, the eras. Now, same is here. Okay, so this topic, it covers all the it covers the history. Okay, how life evolved. So definitely it did not happen that life started with the bacteria and then it jumped to humans in one day. Okay, so it took billions of years to evolve from a single celled prokaryotic cell to the complex multicellular organism like human beings. Okay, so that entire history is what is covered in this topic. All right, now yes, here this topic is completely memory based. Okay, so you have to remember a lot of things, but yes, there is a trick which will help you remember the things easily.
Okay, and this topic is also important from exam point of view. If you have seen, like the questions will come where they will give you they will give you the different periods, okay, eras, periods, and epochs, and they will ask you to arrange them in the order. Okay, or they will ask you to in the match the following kind of question, where they give you the time period and you have to match it with the important event that happened during that time. Okay, so this, yes, this is completely memory based, where you have to remember a lot of things, but yeah, you can expect question from this, and this is the type of question which you can ask. Okay, so either it will be you'll be asked to arrange the sequences of the periods, okay, the time periods in their sequence, or you have to it can be match the following, where periods have to be matched with the important event. The fourth subunit is of molecular evolution. Now, in molecular evolution, the molecular tools of phylogeny, okay, that is, we learn about phylogenetic tree, how to draw a phylogenetic tree, and also how to read a phylogenetic tree. Okay, now if you see nowadays, yeah, phylogenetic trees are drawn with the help of bioinformatic tools. Okay, there are various bioinformatic tools to draw the phylogenetic tree. Now, definitely, we are not going to talk about those bioinformatic tools here, but manually, okay, manually, if a limited amount of data is given to you, definitely it won't be too complex. So, if some amount of data is given to you, are you able to draw a phylogenetic tree from that? Or if a phylogenetic tree is given to you, are you able to decipher the understanding of that tree, like which all species are related, who is ancestor of whom, how the characters are derived, how the species are different, the various types of evolution, okay, convergent evolution, divergent evolution. Okay, so those are all which are covered in this unit. Okay, this in this unit, actually, the question do come from phylogenetic tree, but again, it is not a very commonly asked type. Okay, like this is not something that we see in every session. Okay, this phylogenetic tree related question, usually we see like in like once in 2 years, like that. Okay, so section is important from unit 11, but if you want to leave unit 11, then I won't say that you waste your time in this. Okay, however, where you can use your time, or which are the topics. Okay, let's first see the syllabus completely, then I'll come back to the part that you cannot leave. The next is in the fifth one, which is the mechanism, okay, that how evolution is happening. Okay, and this is the part which comprises of population genetics. Okay, for this population genetics part, here comes one of the most important topic from entire unit 11, this Hardy-Weinberg law. Okay, so to tell you the truth, like I cleared my NET exam in 2010. Okay, so it has been 13 years since I have qualified the exam, and to tell you, that time also I remember I got a question from Hardy-Weinberg law. Okay, and from that time onwards, if you check the question papers, every session, okay, almost every year, there will be a question from Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. Okay, so it might happen that, because nowadays it happens in two sessions, right? So it might happen that in one session the question is there, one session is not, but every year for sure one Hardy-Weinberg law related question is asked. Okay, so this is one topic which I will say that even if you are not preparing unit 11, but this is a good topic to bet on. Okay, that for sure you will get 4 marks question from this. Okay, so I will suggest that must prepare even if you are leaving unit 11. Okay, just one topic prepare. Okay, so there are numericals related to it, and also the concept. Fine, so you might have to devote, let's say, 3 hours, okay, to prepare this topic, but those 3 hours will be very good, and that will give you marks. Okay, So this mechanism part is entirely about population genetics. So in this part, there are a lot of concepts that are involved, lot of numericals that you have to solve. Okay. So this is not much of memory based. It is more of concept based because it is again numericals which will be involved here. Okay. Apart from that, one more topic which is quite important, like numericals for sure is important. But yeah, so if you are doing Hardy-Weinberg law, you can leave the other parts. Okay. From theory point of view, this speciation is also a good topic to prepare because it is kind of a simple topic. Okay, but yes, there are different types of speciation, and that you have to remember. Again, a memory based topic, and questions do come from there. Okay, definitely not as frequently as Hardy-Weinberg law, but it do come. The last part is brain behavior in evolution. Now, again, this part is something from where every year for sure question come. Okay, so I will say that you should prepare this part also. All right. So, what all are the parts that you should not leave from Unit 11? So, one for sure, the most important is Hardy-Weinberg law, the concept as well as the numericals based on it. Second thing that you should prepare, which is easy and you can prepare, okay, is this brain behavior and evolution. It is very easy and kind of logical. Okay, you don't have to memorize a lot of things. Okay, it is logical, which is already something that you know. All right, but just you have to read through the concept. Okay, and there's not a lot of memory based things which are involved. Okay, so this is something that you should prepare, the brain behavior and evolution part. And another thing that I will suggest you to prepare are these evolutionary thoughts. Okay, now again, this evolutionary thoughts are very easy. Why? Because again, this part is something that you have learned from school times. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm very sure you all have studied about, maybe superficially also, but still you have studied about Lamarckism, you have studied about Darwinism, you have studied about the modern theory of evolution. Yes. Okay, so I will say that 50% of this from this topic you already know. Okay, yes, maybe there are some other theories which we have not learned in school. Okay, so just those few theories you have to prepare. But and also this kind of the question from this part usually comes in the match the following. And as you know, in match the following, if there are four scientists or four theories are given in the column, to correctly match it, like if you know only two out of them also, many a times you get the answer. Okay, so this is a part which is easy to prepare and can fetch you mark. All right, so these are the things that you should not skip. Now if you are preparing from Unit 11, okay, then apart from this b part, then also you can leave completely. But apart from that, you should prepare C and D also along with the topics that I said. Okay, right. Now coming to the preparation strategy. So as I have already told you that this unit is mostly memory based. Okay, so if you leave Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, majorly it is memory based. And if you leave the behavior part, okay, the behavior part is kind of logical. Okay, so now I am going to talk about like the important topics which I have already told you, and how to prepare those important topics effectively. Okay, so first important topic, the theories, the evolutionary theories. Okay, now what is important in evolutionary theories? The scientist, the theory they have proposed, and the important points of the theory. Okay, so theory they have proposed means the name of the theory. Okay, so name of the scientist, name of the theory, and the important points of the theory. Okay, so how you can prepare is when you are studying this theories. Okay, so don't just read it from the book. At the same time, prepare a note. Okay, and prepare a table so that you will have all the scientists, all the theories, and their names. Okay, important points about the theories also on the same page, and that will also be extremely helpful at the time of revision. Okay, so this is one thing that you can do. Um, the other thing that you can do here is take help from Biotechnica's concept tables. And in concept tables, there are already comparisons that are made and given to you. Okay, a comparison like this, comparison between Lamarckism and Darwinism, right? So in the same page, you have Lamarckism, you have Darwinism, and you have the comparison. So at one time, you are preparing two theories. Okay, so definitely you can use you can use them. Fine. Okay. The next important topic, paleontology and evolutionary history. Now, for that, you have to you can use mnemonics. Now, what are mnemonics? Mnemonics is like it will be a sentence, okay, which can be completely unrelated to the topic that you are studying, but that sentence will help you remember the sequence, okay. And then you have to also remember the important events of each period. All right, so again, for remembering the important things for the from the period, you can take help of table. Okay, again, make a table, or there's the reference books are there where they already have the table. Take a printout of it, use it, okay, and you can have everything at one page, and you can study and compare and remember. Okay, now I'll give you an example of the mnemonics for many of you who don't know what is a mnemonic. So as you can see here that the evolutionary period is divided into various eras and periods and epochs. Okay. Now, if so, there are three eras: Paleozoic era, Mesozoic era, and Cenozoic era. And each of these eras are further divided into different periods. Okay. So here is a mnemonic to remember the periods of Paleozoic era and Mesozoic era. Okay. So the sentence here is camel often sit down carefully, perhaps their joints creak. Okay. So what do you see here? See Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. Okay, so they are not only giving you the clue or the hints for the name of the various periods, but they will also help you in remembering the order. Okay, so it is yeah, I can understand that if you are reading these names for the first time, you might feel a little weird, but as you practice, okay, just revise it 2-3 times, you will remember it very easily. Okay, and this sentence for sure is very, very easy to remember, is it not? Okay, so just remember the sentence, the order you will remember. And that is also one type of question which is pretty commonly asked, where they give you the eras, periods jumbled up, and you have to arrange them in the order. Okay, so these mnemonics for sure are going to help in that. Now, moving on to the next topic of molecular evolution. As I told you that it will in molecular evolution, you have to learn how to study the phylogenetic trees, and also how to decipher the phylogenetic tree. So for this topic, you can take help of flowcharts or the concept wheels. I'm very sure all the faculties who came before me have shown you a concept wheel, so you know what is a concept wheel, right? So there will be a wheel in which all the important topics or important points about that topic will be mentioned. Okay, so everything you are having at one glimpse, and you can prepare it, right, very easily, just the important points. So you can take help of the concept wheels of Biotechnica, or else you can use your you can make your own concept tables or wheels like this as well. The next important uh, topic will be from the mechanism. Okay, so which is the Hardy-Weinberg law, or the entire population genetics part. So there the concepts are important, but at the same time numericals are very, very important. Okay, so you have to practice lot of numericals from this segment. And from brain behavior and evolution. Now, from brain behavior and evolution, as I told you that this part is easy. Okay, why is it easy? Because it is logical. Okay, many of the things it's already there in your logic. Okay, so you have to read it like a story and apply it in solving the questions. Okay, now when you have to read it as a story, so definitely you need a book for it, right? Now if you find evolution boring, then definitely what do you think will boost up your interest in evolution? For any topic as such, okay, if you find the topic boring, okay, and you have to study it or you have to know more about it, so what do you think will make it more interesting to you? Yes, any inputs, any thought on this? By watching animations. Okay, excellent idea, Sampurna. So you can watch a lot of animations which are already present for free only in YouTube. A lot of animations are there regarding evolution. Yes, definitely you can watch them. Okay, Shweta, you are also saying videos. Okay, so another thing that you can do is, if you like to read a story, okay, so the thing will that you can do is read through a book, right? Now definitely if the book is very boring, only mentioned in black and white paper color, so you will not find it interesting, right? So how do you find it interesting? If the book is very colorful. Okay, now luckily what happens whether you're talking about evolution or you're talking about ecology, the books are for sure very very colorful. Okay, so I have given you the reference of 3 standard books which you can refer, and they are extremely good in the content, especially the content which are related to your syllabus. Okay, so there's one book by evolution by Mark Ridley, or you can refer to Campbell Biology, or you can refer to Biology by Solomon Berg and Marty. Okay, so all these 3 books cover all the topics apart from population genetics, because for population genetics you have to, sorry, yeah, so for population genetics you have to refer to any genetics book. Okay, so population genetics part is something that you have to refer to any genetics book. Okay, but apart from that, for all other topics from this one from this unit, you can refer to any of these books. Okay, now out of that I will say this book, yes, information is there, but the book you might feel boring because it is printed in a monocolor. But if you talk about this book or this book, they are extremely colorful, they give you extreme good references, they give you very good examples. Okay, so when you are studying animal behavior, right, so when you read through them na, so you will be able to see the complete structure. Okay, the complete story. For example, I'll give you a very small example that we all know, that the peacocks, right? So peacocks, they have beautiful tail, right? And they will show off the tail in the month of monsoon. Okay, many poets, they have written the poetry about it, right? But it is not that the peacock will show off their tail when it is going to rain. Okay, it's not true. What actually happens is that the peacocks, which is the male part of the population, they want to attract the females towards them. Okay, so they are when they are showing off their tails and feathers, they are actually trying to impress the female counterparts, right? So, and why do they do it in the rainy season? Because that is their breeding time. Okay, so it's kind of a breeding ritual, you can say, for the peacocks to show off their beautiful strong properties. All right, so this is one reference. So you will find it very interesting, I will say, that when you read through the story, and here you don't have to remember a lot of things, only the story and the concept that you will learn there. Okay, that you will be able to apply and solve questions. Okay, so now let's move on and see some sample questions from this part. Okay. Now, this very first question I have taken from CSIR 2020, and this is related to the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, very popular, most popular segment of this entire unit. Okay. So, it's a question that 40% of the plants are recessive. If the total number of individuals in the population is 14,000 plants, then the number of homozygous dominant and heterozygous plants would be. Now, for this question, what do we have? So, if you have you have the understanding of Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, so you know that the recessive, the proportion showing the recessive phenotype is we refer to as Q square. So, Q square is given as 40%. Okay, so 40% means 0.4. All right, that means Q will be how much? Square root of 0.4, which will be equal to 0.63. Okay, so if Q is 0.63, so how much will be P? Very simple. P will be equal to 1 minus Q. Okay, so P will be equal to 1 minus 0.63, which will be equal to 0.37. Okay, now once you have the values of P and Q, you can calculate the value here. Okay, so homozygous dominant means what in terms of P and Q? It will be P square, right? So number of red flower. Now you don't have to calculate the frequency, you have to calculate the number. Okay, so what you know that whatever is the frequency multiplied with the total population will give you the number. Okay, so number of red plants will be what? P square, that is 0.37 square multiplied with 14,000. So that will give you 1916. Okay, so you can see the number which is most close to that is this value. Okay, now why there is a difference in the value that we are getting in here? Because here there are decimal points which are involved. Okay, and when the decimal points are there, then we are rounding off. So because of that, there is this small variation. Okay, but there should not be any confusion about the numbers, because you can see for option 1, 3 and 4, the numbers are very, very high. Okay, and what will be the heterozygotes frequency? It will be equal to 2pq, and 2pq multiplied with 14,000 will give you the number. Okay, so which will be this. All right, so that is why I'm telling you that do not skip Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. Please do prepare that. Okay, prepare the concept as well as numericals, and you will see that the numericals which are asked in CSIR exam are very actually simple. Okay, so just set questions you have to prepare, you have to practice. And if this kind of question comes, in fact in this year also a question came from Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, similar kind of numerical came, and it will be very easy for you to solve. Next one, now question do come not only from the Hardy-Weinberg parts numerical, but also from the concept. Okay, so here is regarding the concept that Hardy-Weinberg principle states that allele frequency in the population will remain constant over generation if certain assumptions are met. Okay, so the assumptions are given. Which of the above factor will cause change in the allele frequency? Okay, so what you have to remember here is that Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium says that there won't be any change in the genetic structure. Okay, so if you are talking about the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium's assumptions, then there will be no change. Okay, so if it is asking about the factors which will change the allele frequency, means we are talking about the factors which are not assumptions of Hardy-Weinberg principle. Okay, so Hardy-Weinberg principle's assumption is random mating, but mate choice, which means non-random mating, is not a characteristic of Hardy-Weinberg law. Okay, so B is not there. Small population size is again not a characteristic of Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, because we want large population so that the effect of genetic drift will be minimum. And then there should not be any selection also. Okay, so directional selection will not be there. Second. Okay, so directional selection is also something which will not be there. All right, so here answer will be okay. Everybody, just bear with me. There's some glitch. I will share my screen again. Everybody, I'm so sorry for the technical glitch. Are you all able to hear me now and see my screen? All right, so we'll continue this question. So as you can see here, that the characters which are not following the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium is mate choice, small population size, and directional selection. Okay, so B, C, and F. So answer will be option 4. Now, one more question is there here. It is given from the behavior. Okay. So assume a male sparrow is hatched and reared in isolation and allowed a critical imprinting period to hear the song of male of another sparrow. Now, after the isolation, what kind of behavior will species X show? Okay. So here you have to remember that it is about the behavior. And in behavior, you have to remember what thing is that the ability to learn, okay, is something which is genetically guided. Okay. But it is also something that can be tuned with the information that one is receiving from the environment. Okay, now critical imprinting period is the time when the young one is just born. Okay, so what happens is that the ability, the every individual, okay, every species, every animal species, they will have a different kind of song. Okay, so in the birds it is seen that they all have they sing like, to our ears, if it is sounds like all bird chirping, but they are all different. Okay, so this difference or this different songs, they are somehow inbuilt in their genetics, but they will become a better singer by listening to the adults of their species. Okay, so when a bird of one species is put under, like, is in the critical imprinting period, hears the song from another species. Okay, so what will happen is that the bird, so ultimately the bird of species X will sing the song of X, but in the tone of Y. Okay, so that is how it will learn. So what will be the behavior of species X? That it will now sing a song which is not sung by either X or Y. Okay, so basically it will be a song of X in tune of Y. So you can just say that it will be the song, let's say any song. Okay, so that song will be sung in a different tune. All right, so that is one concept that you will learn, okay, when you read about behavior. You don't have to memorize anything, just reading about animal behavior will help. Okay, now questions do come from the plant be the bird's behavior. Okay, their parental care, the number of offsprings they produce. Okay, now this question is related to it, and lot of graph based question for sure come. Okay, so there will be a lot of graph based question where you have to read the graph, you have to analyze the graph and answer. All right, so you have to be very keen in studying the graph. All right, now as you can see here, this is talking about the number of mates and number of sperms produced by the male, and it is all the other segment, the graph is talking about the parental care. Okay, now definitely what happens is, this is something that you know by logic, that if a set of parent have lot many children, okay, so what will happen, the time devoted to every single child will be less, right? So the amount of parental care that every offspring is receiving will be less. Okay, but if we have lesser number of children, okay, if lesser number of offsprings are there, then parents will give more care to them. This is simple logic, right? Now what about the sperm production and number of mates? Now definitely, as the number of mates is more, more sperm production will be there. Okay, so in this case, so in the top panel, as you can see, the sperm production and number of mates, they will show a upward trend, something like this, right? And for parental care, what will happen, that more is the number of offspring, parental care will decrease. Okay, so more number of mates means more number of offspring, and definitely the amount of parental care given to each of the offspring will decrease. Okay, so this is it. Again, something that you don't have to memorize, something that you don't have to study a lot. Okay, so that's why I told you, animal behavior, you can just read through it like a story. It will be interesting. Just pick up the right book with lot of colors, lot of real life examples in them, and usually these books do have that. Okay, and with that you can solve these questions very easily. And I wanted to show you an example of the questions that come from the theories. Okay, as I told you, this is a typical kind of question which come multiple times. Okay, and I saw that somebody asked in the previous chat that do CSIR repeat questions? Yes, they do. Okay, now by repeating question, it doesn't mean that they will ask the exact same question. Okay, so if it is a numerical, the values will change here and there. If it is a concept based question, concept remains same, the words are different. Okay, so that is what we say same, right? But yes, they do ask, and we have seen questions that have got repeated. So that is why solving CSI papers, giving mock test is an excellent way to prepare. Okay, so this is also so this is an example of question, and if you know the theories and the important things about the theories and the scientists who gave them, so you'll be able to answer these questions very easily. All right, so with this, I would like to give you the lines of Helen Keller, that optimism is the fate that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence. Okay, so do not lose hope. I know this first session can be intimidating because we are talking about in depth about each and every unit, and some of you might feel scared right now, but have hope, and a little progress each day adds up to big result. Okay, so as you join Biotechnica each and every day, okay, as we will start conquering small topics in one day, you will see at the end of 6 months you have conquered the battle. Okay, so with that, I would like to end my session. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for your patience, and I will pass on the control to the next speaker. Thank you, everybody. Please stay online.
So, hello everyone. Good evening to all of you. Once again, so we had discussed questions from Unit 4 in the afternoon. So today, now I'm back with Unit 12. So I hope so I'm audible to all of you, right? Screen is also visible to everyone, right? Right? Okay. So before getting into this session, can anyone tell me how many of you are skipping the unit 12? I know majority of you skip this particular unit, and it's obvious thing. I completely agree with that. Is it so? You completely ignore this unit, or do you ignore only specific part of this unit? Any inputs from your side? Yes. So basically, my suggestion is that never ignore this unit as a whole. You can go for this, yeah. I completely agree with Nilamri. You can choose specific topics from where the questions do come in the exam. Yes. Okay. Completely you are ignoring Sampurna. Okay. That is also fine. But it's okay if you can pick up some important topics, which I'm going to discuss with you all today. So, before entering into the unit 12, you have to be clear with certain other units, because unit 12 is nothing but a combination of 5 different units. And I'm pretty sure that you are well versed with immunology, you are well versed with genetics, ecology, and techniques. So these are the units I am sure majority of you will go for it. Right. And of course, if you are belonging to plant like botany background, you will definitely opt for plant physiology part as well. Right. So why I mentioned as immunology here, because you can expect questions in the form of techniques. Like you have got ELISA, you have got RIA, which again you will study under Unit 13 as well as in immunology. From Unit 6, you can expect questions based on plant hormones, specifically the hormonal combinations which we use in our in vitro culture. Unit 8, genetics. Recently, we have seen that this agrobacterium related questions are combined with genetics. They are related to homozygous, heterozygous condition like that. Then you have a topic under Unit 12, we call it as an bioresources and biodiversity. Again, that is also a part of Unit 10. And finally, you are having the techniques, the molecular markers. So those things also come under Unit 12. So basically what, even if you are not touching this unit as a whole, but still you are touching these 5 units. So with that, you can easily come with Unit 12, right? So moving on to the syllabus, if you see, hardly I can say 1 or 2 in part B you can expect, or 1 or 2 in part C. So never you can expect a total of 4 questions from here. Of course, a maximum of 3 questions you can expect from here, from this particular unit. So that could be like 2 part B questions and 1 part C question. And sometimes you will also see 2 part C question and you will not get any part B question. So that depends on them, and they will keep on adding the questions. Okay. Next part is the syllabus part. Now, if you remember, when I was taking the session of Unit 4, I mentioned that there are some topics which are most important, there are some topics which are medium important, and there are some topics which are least important. But if you see this particular unit, you will not find any such topic which I can say that it is least important. The thing is that every time the question is being repeated. And so far in the CSIR net, you will find that not frequently, but yes, in a rotational basis, you have received questions from all these 8 subunits in one way or the other. It could be in part B, part C, that's hardly matter. But yes, they have touched all the subunits from here. Even the recent exam, you had questions from biosensors. So to be basically speaking, all the subunits are important, but yes, it is unpredictable. That from which part they are going to ask the question, we cannot say. Of course, earlier times, agrobacterium based questions are predictable. We always expect 4-mark questions from microbacterium. But nowadays, like I said before, they are combining this topic with other subjects. So like that, the question trends are keep on moving. So coming to the fermentation part, very rarely, I think I have seen 1 or 2 questions from this part. Then second is your application of immunological principles. This is what I said you, where you will come across ELISA, RIA, then vaccines. If you remember morning, I have skipped one question with respect to vaccines. It also comes here as well. Okay. Then diagnostics, tissue and cell culture methods for plants and animals. Once upon a time, this tissue culture, plant tissue culture questions used to ask. But nowadays, those questions are also being ignored. Like we cannot say, who knows, in the upcoming exam, they may ask the question. Because in 2019, they had asked one question based upon this tissue culture method. After that, they have not asked. So maybe in the upcoming exam, they may ask. As I told you, this is completely unpredictable which question from where they are going to ask. Then coming on to the transgenic plants and animals, yes, this part, as I can say, agrobacterium mediated gene transformation is an important part. Apart from that, because if you see the frequency of questions, if you compare all the subunits, and the frequency of questions is maximum for agrobacterium related questions compared to any other topic. Okay. And recently, gene therapy based questions are also coming in the exam. That is also, I think, so far 2 questions. Recently, they have added this. Earlier, they have never touched this gene therapy, but now they are touching this part as well. Then, bioresources and biodiversity, as I told you, it is also a part of Unit 9 also and Unit 10, where you will be studying this biosphere reserves, tiger reserves, sanctuaries, national parks, all those match the following kind of questions. You can expect it from here. Then alpha, beta, gamma diversity, that. Then marker assisted selection, yes, they may ask questions from here, but also this is also not so frequent. Bioremediation, phytoremediation, biosensors, these are those part of the topic from where statement based questions are being expected. Definition kind of questions are seen from these parts. Okay, so this is your syllabus for applied biology. Now, what kind of questions you can expect? 3 types of questions. Either you can expect match the following, or you can expect statement based questions, and sometimes you can also expect graphical based questions. Graphical, or I can also say as image based questions. But whatever questions they are asking, it requires conceptual clarity. So, according to you, what will be the technique to study Unit 12? Like for Unit 4, if you remember, I told you, yes, we can go for diagrams, we can go for specifically flow charts. Flow charts was the key when we go for Unit 4. So, do you think any specific tool that we can use for Unit 12? According to you, like from your experience, whatever you have studied from Unit 12. Any specific tool which you have used it or would like to use it? Anyone? That is one thing that is not only for Unit 12, revising again and again, that is for every topic which you have studied. Apart from that, which I feel like we can use is comparison tables or simply the tables one. Okay. Sampurna, yes, I have mentioned it here, Sampurna, the green color ones. You can take this topic, but as I mentioned you already, all the subunits are questions are being asked from all the subunits, and on the rotational basis they keep on changing the question. But the frequency of questions which was seen so far was agrobacterium, where you will come across a large number of questions right from the past till today, and that too in the form of this combination form, genetics combination. I have seen recently the questions for the past 2 years. So you should have the information about genetics as well as the transgenic plant combined together and being asked. Okay, Sampurna, I hope so that clears your query. So let's take up the questions and see how we can answer it according to the tools. So this is the first question based upon agrobacterium. Which one of the following types of promoters would not be used within the tDNA for the expression of a negative selection marker gene for the generation of transgenic plants by agrobacterium mediated gene transformation? Strong constitutive promoter, tissue specific promoter, substrate inducible promoter, stress inducible promoter. What should be the answer for this question? Acha, just before going to the answer, do you know what is the purpose of this negative selection marker gene? There is no specific strategy which we can follow to solve the questions for Unit 12. The way we had for Unit 4, like that we cannot go for Unit 12 because every questions are different from each other. Unless and until you understand or you study the tabular forms that are available to you, it becomes difficult. That's it. Yes, can anyone tell me what is the significance of negative selection marker genes? So always whenever a transgene is being constructed, we have positive, negative selection marker genes, right? What could be the significance of that? Anyone would like to answer? See, the correct answer over here is, here what they are asking, which of the following types of promoters would not be used? What they are asking would not be used. Okay, so again, the question has to be read clearly. Without reading the question, things are going to be difficult. So, the correct answer over here is strong constitutive promoter. Now, what I was asking is, what is negative selection marker genes? See, negative selection, as the name indicates, some kind of negativity, some kind of prevention. Prevention of what? Prevention of growth or survival of the cells which we are trying to integrate, right? And they can also be connected to toxic or lethal genes as well, which can kill or inhibit the growth of cells. So if you are adding a strong constitutive promoter over there, then what will happen? If you are adding a strong constitutive promoter over there near to the negatively selection marker gene, what will happen over there? They will also, constitutive promoter means what? Which is synthesized continuously. So as I told you, negative selection marker is related to toxic gene. So if you are adding on to that, then what happens? The toxicity will be increased. And if toxicity is increased, that has the tendency to affect the transformation and regeneration of transgenic plants. Okay, so that is the reason we are not opting for strong constitutive promoter when we take care of negative selection marker genes. Okay. Moving on to the next question from gene therapy. Do you know what is a gene therapy is? Are you aware of what is a gene therapy? Have you heard of the term gene therapy anytime before? Any one of you? Sampurna, Nilamri, Ashruti, Ziba. Any one of you heard about gene therapy? No? No one has heard about it? Don't know much. Okay, you have heard about it, right? That's very good. Gene therapy is something which we call if there is any faulty gene present. Okay, if there is any faulty gene present, that faulty gene can be replaced with a healthy gene. That is known as gene therapy. Okay, so gene therapy is a kind of promising tool for addressing several diseases in humans. So with respect to the above, which one of the following statement is considered to be false? The gene therapy involves direct modification of the cells or model to achieve a therapeutic goal. Current gene therapy is directing towards modifying the somatic cells. The only successful gene therapy are those in which cells are being removed from a patient, which are then genetically modified and then reintroduced into the patient. Recessively inherited disorders are good targets for gene therapy. According to you, what should be the answer? So gene therapy means you are replacing a defect. Yes, Zeba, you are correct. It is used for curing any kind of genetic disorders. So if you look into the question, what should be the answer? Any idea? Let me give you the idea, because I guess many of you are not aware of the term, right? See, for to understand what is gene therapy, you should have two types of gene therapy. Okay, and that you can study in the form of comparison table. We have somatic cell gene therapy and germline gene therapy. So as the name indicates, somatic cells will be involved. Introduction of genes into somatic cells, that is therapeutic genes will be added to the somatic cells. So that could be anything. And germline gene therapy means, as the name indicates, the therapeutic genes will be added to the germ cells. That could be either eggs or sperms. Since it is a somatic cell, it won't be inherited to later generation. But since it is a germline gene therapy, it can be heritable to upcoming generation. So currently, somatic cell therapy are being directed to correct the defects in the somatic cells. And when it comes to germline gene therapy, yes, some safety, ethical, technical reasons, it is being attempted at present. So both of them are undergoing, whether it is your somatic cell gene therapy or germline gene therapy. Okay. Now these are types of gene therapy. Do you know we have two approaches of gene therapy? Two approaches of gene therapy are direct gene delivery system and cell-based gene delivery system. So this also you can study with image or the comparison table. So I can say direct gene delivery means it is related to in vitro, and cell-based gene delivery means I can say ex vivo, ex vivo gene therapy. Okay, so in vivo gene therapy or direct gene delivery means what? Where the therapeutic gene is taken into consideration and incorporated into a vector. So any viruses can be taken into a consideration and it will be directed towards the target organ. But when you speak of the gene-based gene delivery method, there was you are taking the patient's stem cell, purifying them in the laboratory, then you are adding your therapeutic gene and both of them are being co-cultured. And then co-cultured one is reintroduced into the patient. Okay. So that's why if you look into the question, the third point, what they were saying, the only successful gene therapies are those in which cells are removed from a patient, genetically modified and then reintroduced into the patient. So this is related to your ex vivo gene therapy. But I have said you both in vivo, ex vivo, both are being successfully used. So that's the reason this becomes the incorrect statement over here. Next. Now, this is a very interesting question. Actually, it is not related to any specific topic, but yes, by looking into the question, you can get the answer. That's the kind of question is this. Like if you remember, we have also discussed the same in Unit 4 also. You were not aware of cellular communication. You were not aware of cell adhesion molecules. But looking into the question, you can get the answer because question is providing the answer also. This is also one such question. So what does this say? A pharmacy student designed a drug to specifically target the receptors for retinoic acid in order to prevent stem cell differentiation. So after the in vitro trial, what happened? The investigator found that cells underwent differentiation and drugs seemed to be ineffective. So the following reasons were given by the student. He said that the size of the drug might have exceeded the size of the molecules that could cross the membrane. Second, the drug was small in size but hydrophobic in nature. Third, the drug did not bind to its receptor. So you need to identify the combination for the reason behind the drug ineffectiveness. Any idea over here? Any idea about this? Is a kind of logical question. Even if you have not studied applied biology, even if you have not studied any portion of applied biology, still you will be able to answer. Can you check? Can anyone can give the answer for this question? You are saying only 3. Okay. What about others? They are saying that he has designed the drug that will target the receptors for retinoic acid. 1, 3 maybe. Nilambari. Mansha 3. Okay. Good attempts. Sampurna. You are opting for option 2, I guess, or only 2. Okay. So you are correct. I mean, some of you are correct. The correct answer is 1 and 3. Now, why it is 1 and 3? Obviously, if you read the statements, the size of the drug exceeded the size of the molecules. Okay. And the drug did not bind to its receptor. So both the sentences are correlated with each other. So easily you can take up this sentences and give the answer. So for this, do you require any specific information? No, right? All you need is pre-information by reading the question, whatever information you are getting. So this is also one way. When I asked initially how many of you will not opt for this unit, this is also one option. There are at times when you will come across the questions, simply by reading the questions thoroughly, you can get the answer. You don't require any prerequisite knowledge for that. Okay. So you can never avoid those things. At least read the question so that you will understand whether you will be able to crack or not. Okay. Moving on to the next question that is related to animal tissue culture. This type of questions are too good. Okay, you can expect Ziva, you can expect this kind of, because this was a recent question, I guess. Okay, you can expect these kind of questions. So which one of the following statements is not correct for propagation and maintenance of mammalian cells in vitro condition? Transformed cell lines do exceed external supply of serum to grow. Cells that are obtained directly from the organism is a primary culture. Trypsin is added to the cell culture media to maintain cells' health. Hepis buffer is generally used to maintain the pH of the culture media. So anyone who is having a little information about animal tissue culture can easily opt for the answer here. Little information will be enough. Little information means very superficial information. If you are having with respect to ATC, that is animal tissue culture, you can give the answer. And here also just I'm quoting the fact, they are asking not correct. They are asking not correct. Okay, I can see Harshita. Anami has given the answer. Can you justify your answers? Anami, Harshita, Bharti. Oh, very good. I can see the answers coming up. Like so far, there was a silent mode. Very few were giving the answers. But now I can see some new people are also involved in this question. So it seems that the question is a bit familiar. Yes, Can you justify, any of you who has given the answers? Harshita, Anami, Bharti, why you have opted for option C? Well, you are absolutely correct. C. 3 is the correct answer. Now, what is the reason behind it? Do you know why we are using trypsin in animal tissue culture media? That's what I said. If you have a basic information, you can get a 2 marks out of this. Yes, Reshma. Absolutely correct, Harshita. We are going for trypsin because trypsin is responsible for detaching the cells, not for maintaining the health. And trypsin is also of two types. One can go for warm trypsinization and one can also go for cold trypsinization. Okay, so warm trypsinization, as the name indicates, you need to incubate your sample at 36 degree. Okay, so bit of warm temperature, and exactly Ziva for making monolayer and all we use. And trypsin can be removed by centrifugation after every 3 to 4 hours. Effective method, but it can cause damage to the nearby cells. Also, the viability is also very less. But you can opt for those tissues which are tough, like extracellular matrix or fibrous connective tissue. For that, you can go for warm trypsinization. Cold trypsinization means where you are soaking your tissue sample in the cold trypsin for about 4 to 6 hours. So compared to warm trypsinization, cold trypsinization takes a longer duration. Right, and this is applicable for what kind of tissues? Soft tissues, like embryonic organs and all. Okay, so this is also a kind of comparison chart which you can follow when you go for animal tissue culture. So you can see maximum questions answer is related to a comparison table only. Next, very favorite of CSIR, I mean once upon a time, agrobacterium related question. So how you can approach this question? Agrobacterium, we all know that it's a natural genetic engineer which causes the crown gall disease in plants. But when the same bacteria are used to raise the transgenic plants with improved agronomic traits, no such tumor is observed. What could be the reason behind that? VIR-D2 gene is mutated in TI plasmid. Disarmed TI plasmid is generally used. Heat shock during transformation destroys the virulence, or oncogenes has been removed. You all might be aware that when we look into the agrobacterium tDNA, oncogenes will be there. Oncogenes, that is the cancer causing genes that is responsible for causing the crown gall disease. Right? So you have to identify the correct combination. So to approach this question, you must be aware about different types of VIR genes. What is their role in agrobacteria mediated gene transformation? And thirdly, you must be clear with the terminologies like disarmed TI plasmid, heat shock proteins, oncogenes, like that you have to be clear. Anyone would like to give the answer here? Anyone would like to give the answer here? I guess you may not have the idea about these terms. See, that's what I said. If you are aware of these terms, you can easily get the answer. So the correct answer over here is B and D. Disarmed TI plasmid is generally used and oncogenes have been removed. Now the reason why these two are combined, disarmed TI plasmid is something where your tDNA has been removed. And tDNA is something where you can get or you will find this oncogenes located. So that's why these two are correlated with each other and you can easily get a 4 marks out of this. Right? So for that, you need to remember what is a disarmed TI plasmid is. Right? It has been altered to remove or disable the genes that causes the tumors. Okay? And what exactly causes the tumors? Your tDNA. That is the oncogenes present within the tDNA. Okay? So this is how it looks like. This is your TI plasmid. So always remember your tDNA is bordered with left and right border. And within this tDNA, you will be having the auxin synthesizing genes, cytokinin synthesizing genes, and opine synthesizing genes. Remember one very minor detail. Opine is getting synthesized within the tDNA region. But see, the catabolism will be taking place outside the tDNA region. So this you have to be careful. Sometimes they may ask, what are the contents or what are the processes that are being taken place within the plants and what are taking place within the bacteria? So remember, opine synthesis will be taken place within the tDNA region, but its metabolism, or I can say the catabolism, will be taken place outside the tDNA region. Okay, remember this part. Then these are the different types of virulent genes. Of course, right now, if you have not studied that or you have no idea regarding this, it will not so easily you can able to remember all the things at a single stretch. But yes, this is good information regarding different types of virulent genes and what is their contribution in gene transformation. Okay, you have a check on this because questions used to come, and as I told you, questions from Unit 12 is highly unpredictable. From which part they are going to ask, we cannot say. Who knows? They may ask it a very simple, direct question from this in the upcoming exam, right? So you can. You have studied plant biotechnology, very good. Yeah, from there also questions used to come. Now, this is a part of bioresources and biodiversity. Okay. So, what they are provided, as I mentioned in the afternoon, whenever you come across any match the following kind of question, try not to skip. At least you should have an idea about one or two combinations which you are confident on. Because every time when you get a match the following question, they are basically a 4 marks question. So that's the reason repeatedly I say never skip. Any idea about this, the metabolites and what is their medicinal use? Any connectivity you are able to get from the combinations? Of course, I agree that maybe plant source is not so easy to remember from where, which plant we are getting the secondary metabolite or what is their medicinal use. But at least we can combine the metabolites to that of medicinal use, which we have heard about it at least many a times, maybe in some other units. For example, let me give you an example, digoxin. Maybe you have studied this in Unit 2. Why I mentioned this? Because they are responsible for blocking the sodium potassium ATPase pathway. Sodium potassium pump is there, right? So this is responsible for that. And if you see, this digoxin is related to digitalis, dig. Yes, Sampurna, sodium potassium ATPase. No problem. Once you will, if you have enrolled in this Biotechnica, you will come across the classes where you will definitely come to know. Otherwise, also you will come to know. Okay, when you will start preparing for it. So you see, digoxin to digitalis. Okay, A23. So A23, what you are having? This and this. So whether it is your R or is it your S? Anti-malarial, it will not come. Sodium potassium ATPase, I told you, right? So definitely it has to be cardiac ailment. Okay. And just see, with this one combination, you are getting a 4 marks so easily. And even if you are no idea, you can correlate digoxin to digitalis. You can combine that and cardiac ailment. Yes. No, after birth only go in. Okay. So that is the thing. The remaining things I can share a table with you where you will find a number of traditional medicines are there. The drugs are also there. Sources we cannot remember. Honestly speaking, it becomes very difficult to remember unless and until some connecting link is there. Like for example, Maybe you might have heard about vinblastine and vincristine. These are Taxol, these are anti-cancer drugs. Maybe in that respect, you can remember the source name, but it is not possible to remember all the source name. But yes, certain drugs you have to remember, like atropine, codeine, colchicine. Again, colchicine is a part of your cytoskeletal system. Then menthol, morphine, quinine, rizapine, all these are names which comes under secondary metabolites, is also a part of unit 6, which you will be studying in the upcoming times. Next, what we are having, this is what I told you, like statement based questions or definition based questions can be expected. See, release of nutrients, oxidants, or electron donors into the environment to stimulate naturally occurring organisms to degrade a contaminant is known as what? So, from the name itself, sometimes it is possible for you to get the answer. Is it a biostimulation, bioaugmentation, remediation, phytoremediation? What will be your take on that? Anyone would like to give your input?